I think that they're really a good team, great, because they got overall good players, but they do the mistakes they shouldn't do at this level of play. I think that they are really good for their scene, but at the moment they lack a bit of experience.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from the match between Gambit and Vulcan, but first, I'd like to welcome Xpeke and Kaigu to the interview lounge. Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for giving us an amazingly fun game. I'd like to start by asking you, Kaigu, what was your strategy in that matchup?
When we saw that they banned Thresh, we were kind of happy because Thresh counters that comp really hard because the only objective of that comp is that the mid and bottom, Zilean and Soraka don't die, but Zilean was zoned too hard by the Blitzcrank.
Well, countered by the Blitzcrank there. And Peke, is there anything in the special choices that you say, we might use it because we know Prizu loves that Sivir so much?
Yeah, he really loves her, but we don't let him play her. He's really good with her, but I don't think that hero can be used too much, so it's fine. He wanted to play her, he's good with it, and we let him play this game.
Anything else in that comp you say?
No, well, actually we didn't pick Blitzcrank trying to counter him. It was mostly about Soa's Blitzcrank, because Soa's placing really, really good, and he wanted to play it, so we were like, yeah, let's play it, and it turned out to be really good to have so much initiation with Sen and Blitzcrank together against them.
Yeah, it was a very fun matchup. On a more serious note, you guys, you're no longer in the tournament. You have still a match coming up, of course, but you're not going to advance. But what have you learned personally, maybe as a jungler playing here on this big stage against all these good people?
Well, as a jungler, I learned that vision control is really important, and it's more. I should focus more on vision control and not on farming.
Okay. And you, Peke, you've really stepped up to the plate here as a mid laner. How do you kind of see yourself going forward and some of the very good mid laners you're going to face? How happy are you with your performance?
I'm happy so far, but I don't know the other mid laners. I haven't faced them. Like before group stage, I was scared that I might not be able to compete with other mid laners or something because I had no idea of their level, only the European ones. But it's fine, I think, and I feel confident that I could do at least decent or equal against any other, so I'm fine with it.
Okay. Finally, I'm going to let you both give a shout-out to your fans because, Mineski, not a victory yet, although I believe, but you have gotten a lot of fans here. What do you want to say to them?
Shout-outs to the fans here and to the fans back at home. I love you.
Peke, is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, they are great, but they never sound fanatic here. I don't know. They always sound Mineski or TSM or something like that. See?
Nah, they're not going to do it now either. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's send it over to Quickshot and Freak for some more group stage action.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and welcome everybody. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry. And joining me in this broadcast dual lane is, of course, David Freak Turley. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing awesome. I'm excited to cast the rest of Group B because we still got some important games coming up,
Looking
man.
pretty in pink today. Now, it is time for our fourth match of the day, Europe's Gambit versus North America's Vulcan. With a win here, Gambit will guarantee themselves at least a tie for second place in Group B. While even with a victory for Vulcan, they would need some help from Mineski to stay alive in Worlds. And based on the last time that these two teams met, that's Gambit and Vulcan, things don't look very promising for the North American team.
Yeah, really in the first game between these two teams, it was a 27-minute win, and Gambit just demolished. Diamond was practically flawless in that game, and even though Vulcan has like the killingest player in the LCS, he kept the entire team to only 2 kills there. And for ManCloud, there was no silver lining. He didn't get a chance to turn the game around. He had a pretty poor performance, whereas Alex actually secured a lot for his team. 4-0-1 for Alex TF, 0-4-0, not the best score for the mid laner for Vulcan, unfortunately.
Well, let's get to it and see if Alex and Gambit can trump Vulcan one more time, or if ManCloud and crew can keep their quarterfinal chances alive. It is time to take a look at those starting lineups, and on the blue side, it is going to be Gambit for this match. Darien up in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex Siege in the mid lane with Genja and Voidal as your AD carry and support.
And on the red side, it is Vulcan with Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna on AD carry, and Bloodwater on support.
Well, we're about to jump into Champion Select, and we'll talk about the matchup and how the victories can affect both of these teams as the game starts. But one thing I want to highlight about picks and bans for these teams is they share a lot of common picks.
Right.
The supports, they've only played Zyra and Sona respectively. We know that there's a lot of love for Shen, Orianna, TF. There's a lot of overlaps between these two teams.
There really, really are. The only ones that are really different, I would say, is the Shen top lane is a possibility. Sorry, not Shen. The Kennen top lane for Psycho Sid. I think that's a big one. And we've actually seen that banned out a good number of times. But you're right. The Shen up there, the mid laners and whatnot. Even the AD carries are playing utility based, with Ashe and Varus being pretty common. I'm kind of sad that we haven't seen a Zuna Tristana yet that I can recall, because I think that was an old style for Vulcan that worked really, really well and gave them some of that late game security that they've been lacking in this tournament.
Yeah, for those points in time, Zuna's been playing Caitlyn, Ashe, and Ezreal 3-2 and 2 times respectively. So he's trending towards different ADs like you've highlighted. The one thing I definitely want to talk about is Genja's Trinity Force Varus. He almost got it finished. And his build choices have been a hot topic of discussion.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was actually specifically Trinity Force Varus. I think it was actually like Phage to kite people, and he's fighting two assassins, so it was like get some health to survive. The Zeal was just there for move speed. He was going to go into Phantom Dancer. It just kind of looked like, I actually don't think he was actually planning on Triforce, and everyone else is crazy.
We'll see. If he locks in Varus, we'll get a second round at potentially seeing how this works out. First ban, Zac instantly removed Gambit, taking the one off the table. Vulcan removing the Aatrox. Now, Aatrox is shared between Darien and Diamondprox. They've each played it twice. But Darien has a 14 KDA with Aatrox.
Yeah, he does pretty well, the champion.
Just a little bit.
It's his style. I actually remember when they first brought it out in the EU LCS, I was casting that game, and Alex said, yeah, Darien dies a lot, so we gave him a champion with a revive passive so that he would die less, and as you point out with the KDA, it has worked well. But here I actually like how, I like and dislike kind of how some of these bans are coming out, because Corki is a shared pick and Kog'Maw is a shared pick as well. We've seen actually a lot this tournament where teams are banning out champs that they're happy to play themselves, and it always is weird to me that they remove some of their own options, because you've got teams like Fnatic who have such a deep champion pool that they don't need to do that. They can play whatever they want.
Well, when you see the final ban being Vi, targeting that one at Xmithy. He's played it 4 times out of his team's 7 games thus far. And I think Vi solved a lot of the problems that Vulcan had in that sort of mid to late game phase, singling a target out.
Yeah.
And once that person's then just removed from the fight, then collapsing in numbers, because earlier today, they weren't able to control team fights against Ozone's double AD comp.
Yeah, and it actually helps their coordination issues as well, really, because Vulcan, as we saw in their loss to Ozone today, they had a pretty rough time, actually, of coordinating themselves in team fights. They were getting split up, they would fail some initiates, they wouldn't all be on the same page, whereas Vi would have had this like bright flashing, I'm going in on this guy, hit this dude, and it would have been pretty obvious. Of course, that being banned out removes the option here. The Shen first pick, of course, just gives a lot of options for Gambit. What else are you going to say about Shen? He's been ubiquitous.
The one thing I do want to highlight, not a first pick Zed or Ari, both of which have been left up. And in previous games, both of those champions have been left up to sort of counter one another. It normally hasn't worked out for the team that set the trap of picking into that champions, if I can put that politely.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Sona denying that from Voidal. He's played it 6 times. So not only is this one of Blood War's mains, it's denying this from Voidal as well. So that's an important pick to me.
And this champion select, at least as far as the picking phase has gone, has actually been very, very smart because of the denials. The Shen shared pick you talked about, the Sona shared pick you've talked about. It's these teams securing champions away from each other. Of course, there's still plenty of time for Alex to now pick his mid laner, but of course we had ManCloud steal away the Zed. Now, they could pull a Fnatic and suddenly run Ahri Zed themselves, or Kassadin Zed as the case was for Fnatic. I think that's less likely here, but you've always got these interesting options here with Champ Select.
Well, we'll see how Vulcan decide to play that one out. Elise and Varus locked in for Gambit, as you've highlighted, and we'll get to see exactly what Genja's build is. I am fairly certain he's going to go with this Phage into Bloodthirster into whatever. He tends to be quite sticky with that, but I do want to highlight the fact that Gambit trend towards that Orianna, so we may see that for Alex. Over on the other side, Crystal Ball working well, Tristana locked in. We are going to see Zuna on his comfort champion.
So I like what both these teams have now done, because we've gotten Gambit into a control composition, which really I think is their strength. They're a very well coordinated team. Aside from the support roster changing twice, this group has been together for almost 2 solid years now. It was beginning of 2012 they started blowing up onto the scene. And there we go, there's the Ari coming in. So they've got a very well-controlled composition here, as well as the ability for playmaking from Alex, which is important. It highlights the two major strengths, team fighting for Gambit and Alex going crazy, so I like that a lot.
And to wrap up the composition, we see Psycho Sid locking in that Singe. So going to try and channel his inner Looper. Looper's been obviously doing very well with Singe this tournament. We'll see how well Sid can do it in this game.
I imagine he'll do well. Sid's a very strong player. He's very adaptable and actually has one of the, I would say, wider champion pools in North America. Plays differing styles of champions, more so than other top laners. And also to round out the rest of their picks, of course, you've got the playmaking from ManCloud as well, which I think is mandatory for Vulcan. And at the same time, you've got Zuna on the Tristana. Some of the pros actually criticize Zuna's positioning in team fights and overall, and giving him a move block that resets on kill or assist, as well as the pushback from the ultimate, will allow him to sit there and auto-attack for a full team fight, and that's really good.
Yeah, especially if the game does go later and later with the immense range that Tristana gets into her favor. Will play. I also feel like Vulcan have quite a single target pick focus in mind. So guys, while we're waiting for the game to load up, let's quickly take a look at who the fans have picked to win this match. And according to LOLesports.com, a massive 81% of you guys think that Gambit will lock down at least that tie for second place and actually send Vulcan home packing.
And of course, the analysts chose them as well, so no movement in the standings, I think, at all. Today or even yesterday, if I recall correctly. Everyone's now on the same page. I think you guys at home are just cheating and making sure that you keep that +2 victory.
It's research. We've had this discussion.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
It's research, informed research. While we've got a second to actually highlight some of the mechanics here, if Gambit do win, and if Ozone win against Mineski, what it does is it puts them in a tie for second place, and because their head-to-head is 1-1, Gambit and Ozone would play a rematch.
Yes, and they would play that right after the Ozone-Mineski game, so we would see that within about 2 hours. And of course, the other cases, if Vulcan wins, then they still need help. Mineski must win for a 3-way tie, and if there's a 3-way tie, that actually is played tomorrow.
And if we are going to be quite realistic about this one, if Vulcan win and Ozone beat Mineski, it means Gambit goes home, and your first and second seeded teams from this group will be Fnatic and Ozone. But that is many games ahead. Right now, Gambit and Vulcan on the Rift, hanging out in this mid lane. Gambit a little more stacked up, as it were. But I'm not expecting any shenanigans. As you can see, Genja miles and miles away, starting with that Doran shield, which he's been doing several times this event.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's not even against that heavy of a harass lane, but because he has no sustain from his teammate Yordle, it helps him make sure he can survive the laning phase. But as we talked about these sort of level 1 arrangements of these teams, when you've got a line fully spread out, this is sometimes considered a defensive opening, but it also guarantees you know where your opposing team wards, where they ran in to go spot things, and of course as no one plows through the enemy lineup, both these teams now know there's no deep wards, their junglers are actually hidden, and with Elise and Lee Sin being crazy strong early game junglers, no one's going to see them coming, basically.
Well, we'll have to see if that lack of sight will pay in favor of either team, because any early kills onto basically any of these champions could significantly impact that mid-game phase. Genji and Voidal playing defensive duty on this bottom lane. It does look like Vulcan are going to initiate the lane swap, as they've thrown Zuna and Bloodwater up top to deal with Darian Shen. And just interesting to point out, Flash Ignite on Shen, Ghost Teleport there for Singed.
Those are pretty standard pickups right there. Even with the Ignite, Shen has really low kill potential. But the early first 4 levels, if Diamond comes to gank for Darian, they can pick this down. Of course, here comes the invade for this buff, and it's a 2-on-2.
That's a massive amount of damage onto Diamond Prox. We see Zuna. He manages to rocket jump forward. Flash already burned from Diamond. An initial advantage to Vulcan. They forced him away. Now Voidal and Genja trying to play the same tactic, but Xmithy is going to be able to get away with the buff and do pretty well there.
Vulcan played that one a lot better. They showed up in time and dealt the damage before Diamond had dealt enough to the Golem. Whereas on the other side, it was just a quick smite for Smithy and he was safe. And that's the risk when you go for a buff with your top laner, is you can get 2v2 there and lose the battle. It's just a matter of getting there in time, and as we saw, Vulcan got there first.
Well, Xmithy's now going to try to steal away a buff here. This would be his second blue buff, refreshing that time, and more importantly, denying it from Diamond Prox. There is simply no members of Gambit here to defend or challenge this one, and it does look like Smithy's going to secure this one. So early advantage to Vulcan, and that's a very good level 1 strat, as it were, coming out of the North American squad.
Very well played there. Smithy, though, just halfway through level 2 right now, had to share the experience when he took the blue buff down, which, to be fair, does help Psycho Sid. as of course, Psycho Sid actually as well got to level up off of some Wraith. So, gotta say, a pretty nice early start here for Vulcan overall. There's a lot of things going their way.
So what we do see, Psycho Sid's going to use that teleport, regen his HP in the fountain, and he's back in time for basically 2 full waves of minions. Right? He's not going to be able to see us quite as effectively with the Varus and Zara and no minions, but he will at least stay in experience.
He sees Diamond.
Here comes Diamond from the side. A very good ward is going to allow Sid to at least get out. Diamond Proc's just going to apply some harassment. There's a lot of damage going to this tower very early on.
But compare the location of where Diamond came in behind Psycho Sid to where Smithy showed up. That wave is just now dying, but Alex getting jumped on by ManCloud.
Now ManCloud continues to deal the damage. Alex forced to flash over the wall. ManCloud decides not to chase, but flash burned. No escape mechanism there for Alex as both of the dual lanes plus junglers is hammering away on their solo lane towers.
But look what Darian's going for. He knows he's zoned out of this lane, so he's coming to a different lane to make a play on ManCloud.
We'll see how this works out for him. Darian's hanging out in the river. We can see Xmithy fairly close by, actually, killing off the wolf camp of Gambit. The first tower to fall will be Vulcan, so Gambit with an initial global objective lead, but Vulcan and Bloodwater are not far behind securing that top lane tower.
Here's the chance. There is Flash still available for ManCloud.
We do see the taunt does land. Charm pulls ManCloud backwards. Ignite is ticking. He decides to try jump onto Alex. Safeguard comes in from Smithy, and that's going to force Darian and Alex away. Very good timing from Xmithy, and golf claps all around from the audiences. They survived the game.
That was a great play, and of course Gambit has a numbers advantage on the bottom as well. They're taking a very early dragon out of
As
this.
something that Gambit does incredibly well. 4.5 minutes. Psycho Sid has used that ghost. We see a flash away from Voidal. They fling Diamond Procs out. Smite is going to be enough to secure the dragon. The question is, how many kills can Vulcan secure? Diamond Procs is probably going to throw down this rappel just to survive a little bit longer. Continue to pull the people back, and Darian gets out. First blood is secured. We do see Alex is going to follow suit with the aid of Bloodwater. Vulcan, 2 kills to the dragon and tower of Gambits.
That's a great move there by Vulcan to realize what was going on there, show up into that battle. And Sid, of course, when you fight a dragon that low, that's the risk of a dragon at that low of level, is you don't do a lot of damage, and dragon deals a pretty good amount. So Sid walking into 3 enemy champions, normally a suicide. But that was a great play here. So Vulcan equalized that one out. You can see a 700 gold lead actually for Vulcan due to their superior laning right now. And this is the early game lead that is important for Vulcan because they don't do much without it.
Yeah, this is something that we keep highlighting. It's something that, Vulcan did earlier today against Ozone. They got an early advantage, and it was their team fights that cost them. Gambit will be looking to try to replicate some of that team fight chaos and hoping that some single target focus or maybe better communication can work in their favor, because as it stands, Vulcan do have a couple hundred gold lead and a significant amount of CS between Psycho Sid and Darian.
Yeah, and so basically what Gambit are going to try to do to pull this one back is definitely play make. It is the fact, oh my gosh, that damage Darian is dangerously low. He's alive. So it's on Alex Itch to hit level 6 and go be useful and roam around the map and pick off kills. It's on Darian to hit level 6 and have Stand United. And it's on Diamond to be the amazing jungler he is and also help make those plays. Vulcan have a very good siege composition and extremely good late game scaling. Gambit probably should not let it get to that.
Well, we'll see how well Gambit can contain ManCloud. Remember, they allowed Zed to go through. It was first pick Shen over first pick Zed. ManCloud snatched that up the moment he got his chance. 500 gold in the lead of Vulcan right now, and CS advantage basically in every single lane. 30 creeps for Psycho Sid to the 9 of Darian Shen, and he's picked himself up a Chain Vest, so it's going to help against 3 of the 4 Vulcan members, but if he gets caught up by Psycho Sid, it's going to be a lot of damage that can't be mitigated.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting as these tanks scale out, because you're right that with Sid being so far ahead, even though he got zoned out from his turret very early on, as that turret went down, he's just gotten more time to run around because of that dragon fight is basically what had happened. Because members were off the map and no longer able to put pressure on that isolated Singed, he got time to get levels, he got time to get gold, and now Sid can pretty much do whatever he wants. Because of Catalyst, he's able to run into a 1v2 or run into any of the 1v1s and keep being this annoying Singed with teleport up soon and make plays.
Well, we'll see if we can continue to control the map, because that's what's going to come down to. ManCloud is level 6 now, does have that death mark available. There's no one to oppose him in that top lane. He's just trying to CS as best as possible. We see Darian has returned to this bottom lane. A moment or two ago, it was Genja, in fact, that was trying to fend off Psycho Sid. Seeing a little bit of poke going down. Darian taunts himself out of danger. Gambit just trying to reset. You can see Voidal he's hanging around his own red buff area. Genja's making his way towards that top lane, and with the blue buff respawning, you see Xmithy invading.
Yeah, but he's outnumbered right here. This is not the easiest thing for Smithy right here. This should be able to go to Gambit.
So Gambit have got the numbers advantage. However, here comes Mancloud with his ultimate. There's no crescendo available for Bloodwater. Keep that in mind. Blue buff was actually secured there by Alex, so a little bit close, a little bit scary. But Gambit get out cleanly, they don't lose the buff.
Mancloud was a quarter-second off from stealing that with a Shuriken. He's, of course, looking to flank around the mid lane, but Voidal sniffs that one out. Of course, there's ward coverage here for Gambit. This turret dive shouldn't mean much.
Oh, there's still a large number of Vulcan members in that mid lane. They definitely set their sights on that tower. You can see them now splitting up, moving away as they really didn't have the minions to challenge that tower down. 700 gold in the lead. Xmithy continues to have some very good vision control. Look at the amount of Vulcan wards on the minimap.
Yeah.
Psycho Sid, he decides to cut this lane, farming between two towers.
And that's exactly what these guys want now, because Vulcan are the team in control, and Singe can free farm this forever and guarantee himself a lot of gold income. And as long as you have ward coverage, you're not going to be that afraid of this, like, not really a gank by Gambit.
So Voidal's just coming to help out. Darien is going to at least lock Psycho Sid for a couple of seconds. The root does connect as well. Cocoon not in range just yet. Safeguard does come down. Psycho Sid is going to get hooked up, but there's no ignite ticking, so he's going to be able to use Insanity Potion to survive. Now in the mid lane, Mancloud jumps onto Alex. Deathmark pops. Zuna, in fact, lands the kill, most likely from that explosive shot. And 3-0, Vulcan in a good position to take yet another tower.
The Crescendo actually helped us set that one up as well, and that's kind of what happens when you get that much ward control. That's what you do with the Singe, is you bait everyone to run around and chase you, and it overextends the rest of your team. It allowed Gambit to rush in, flash Crescendo Alex Ich, and chase the kill down. Now, stayed without Ghost or ult, it's going to be a bit harder for him to do that, but it's going to be the same thing over and over. Be annoying as Singed and make play. So watch this. The Crescendo comes out. Alex Ich is going to take so much damage. And look at the engage by Mancloud. The ulti actually tracked Alex Ich through a dash, which allowed him to get a bit more damage across. Very good play.
Well, always got to remember, when you give away that Zed, you have to imagine that your opponent will be picking it up. And Mancloud making good use of it. He's got a 10 CS advantage. 1 kill, 1 assist to the 0-2-0 Alex Ich. And Vulcan, even with 3 kills and an additional tower, they're only about 1,500 gold ahead. So we'll have to see how rapidly that lead can continue to grow if they keep making these plays.
And I want to know how aware of the map Gambit is right now, because in 14 seconds, Dragon is respawned. Vulcan have already sent Sid top lane with teleport, so they've already set up their lanes for a Dragon attempt. Darien, though, is unaware.
Well, red buff is up. We do see Smithy at least lands the Tempest, but Darien got to wait thanks to that Shadow Dash. Really kill potential just yet. It's a fairly tanky Darien. Like I said, is now going to get some damage down onto Genja. Doran's Blade and Doran's Shield not really going to offer a lot of damage to that Singe. Vulcan are going to start off the Dragon.
But they're completely outnumbered. It has to be a steal from Diamond, and that's it.
Well, we'll see if he can make it work. Diamond Procs forced backwards. Root's not going to be able to do anything. Even with the Cocoon, Vulcan secured their first Dragon of the game. Psycho Sid continues to be a menace, and this is something that you always see good Singes doing, just completely controlling the map. And once Singe gets ahead, it's very, very difficult to reel him back in.
Well, we just saw Vulcan fall victim to that, actually, when Looper kind of just tooled them around the map and in team fights here. And you look at what happened right there with the Dragon attempt, is Gambit, with the other 4 members of their team, were like, yeah, we can kind of try to contest Dragon and throw skills at you. The fact that it even tried, instead of pushing or pressuring another lane, says they weren't completely ready for that, because they didn't capitalize on the fact that all of Vulcan was down on the bottom side of that. They just said, yeah, Genja, go farm a little bit. That'll do something.
I imagine Genja had a lot to say in that regard. It's something that he does fairly often. Still trying to work his way towards some different items. Decided not to pick up a Phage as his first big item back. BF Sword in Genja's back pocket, but you're comparing that to a Blade of the Ruined King Tristana. There is a significant amount of disparity between these two AD carries, because Zuna's just going to have a lot more killing and kiting potential in these team fights.
It's an interesting build. With the Blade of the Ruined King nerfs recently, a lot of guys have stopped running Blade of the Ruined King Tristana, but basically this shores up the mid-game power deficit we normally talk about with Tristanas, where you've got early ability power damage and you can kind of build your lane out, and then when you have like 2 or 3 items, you're pretty good again. You can rely on your range as you level up. But at this point, you're usually pretty frail. With the Ruined King active and the base damage on it, it's actually pretty decent for Trist here, so this actually holds over what would have been a weakness for Vulcan.
Well, we'll see how well it works out in the team fights. As Psycho Sid and Darien are just trading a little bit of poke, a little bit of damage back and forth. Darien is 30 CS behind 35 at this point, actually, a level down. He's at least he's at least holding up. It was a bit of poke. Psychosid did take a tower hit, which obviously is going to help Darian's cause. Now Vulcan getting ready for this next blue buff spawn. It will be in the next couple of minutes, hence the ring of vision wards or sight wards being set up. Mancloud and Alex Smithy now trying to apply some concerted focus onto this tower, and Alex takes a massive amount of poke.
Yeah, he is. And honestly, Vulcan are doing a very good job of being controlled in this game. You mentioned the ring of vision wards that are out here. They have 3 around the dragon area and another 3 around the blue buff and Baron area. There is no vision allowed for Gambit. The buffs are starting to get stolen time and time and time again. Psychosid's able to roam around whatever he wants, cut behind a lane, fight Darian whenever he wants. He knows there's no threats here. Vulcan are just in control right now.
Yeah, doing very, very well. Psychosid once again popping that Insanity Potion. Just going to heal himself up. Here comes Zuna. We do see the Ghost coming down from Psychosid. He's getting in range, tanking up the tower, flings Darian backwards. Buster Shot throws him against the wall with the Poison Ticks. Couple more auto attacks. Psychosid and Zuna make that look easy.
They did, and that's, again, no wards spotting them coming down. Just a well-played fight, of course, as well. The goo, the fling, even the Ruin King active helping to guarantee. Just a well-played fight. Mancloud's forced to run, though.
Ignites his pop. We do see Spirit Rush coming in. Alex is going to try and track him. Yeah, Deathmark has just been used a moment ago. Spirit Rush, one last proc. Mancloud does get taken down, but the last bit of damage there. They trade 1 for 1. We do see a tower falling in the bottom lane as Zuna and Psychosid extended to 3 towers. Now, Diamond picking a fight with Zuna. This is a fight he's going to lose if he sticks around. He's decided to back out cleanly.
It's just a fight where he's not really going to win. Even though the Ruin King active is on cooldown, Zuna is able to lifesteal between the harass attempts from Diamond, get his health back up. There's no way in for the Russian jungler, so nothing there. And we're back to the control game. Now, for what it's worth, those wards have now all timed out for Vulcan. Vulcan has to reinvest in that ward control game. And keep in mind, those vision wards cost 125 gold. Those 6 cost them 750. You look at the gold lead, it's not that massive. If Vulcan don't capitalize more off of all those expenditures, they will fall behind.
Well, we'll have to see if Vulcan do continue that vision control, because it has been very, very good this matchup. There's a number of pink wards in the pockets of Gambit for the last couple of minutes, but they haven't necessarily deterred the amount of vision from the Vulcan squad. Now, with that extra kill on the board, Alex H does have his Sorcerer Shoes completed, as well as the Arm Guard and that Fiendish Coda. He's going to be trying to work towards either the Hourglass to cancel Mancloud or the best defense of a good offense and going for a Death by Grasp. We'll see what he does decide towards, both of which needing a Needlessly Large Rod as his next component.
Yeah, my guess is actually going to be the Deathfire Grasp. Alex got in Seeker's Arm Guard very, very early on as, okay, I need armor to survive my lane, but otherwise I'm going to go for my build. Because then from there he went for the Codex. From there I believe he's going to go for some more damage output. We'll see if he has to make adaptations, because as we just saw, he did basically trade in a duel against Mancloud. That option is still here just to fight for Alex Itch.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can make it more than that right now. Charm does catch onto Zuna. Good damage from that Orb of Deception. Spirit Rush is available for Alex, but without his Ignite, maybe playing it a little bit safer. You can see the rest of Gambit roaming around to the river. Cocoon does catch Bloodwater out. Here comes Darian. Stand United is being channeled. A very good Dragon's Rage kick. Shen does not get delivered. Those are flashes away. A great crescendo. Locks up 3 members in the background. We do see Mancloud diving onto Voidal. He's going to get knocked up into the air. Darian is now in a little bit of trouble. They're going to trade support for support as Bloodwater does get dropped, but Zuna is able to pick one up. He stomps down onto Darian. Goomba stomping in with the slow. Darian is now in a massive amount of trouble. Genja nowhere to be seen, not involved in this fight. Psychosid is going to try continue chasing on the side, and Mancloud with a shuriken does pick up the kill, and that ends up being a 3-for-1 exchange that Gambit started.
That Gambit did start that fight. It was a great kick back by Smithy to make sure that Shen was not on top of his important carries. Bloodwater actually got a beautiful crescendo onto 3, and even at the end there, Smithy peeled off from the chase to try to stop Alex Itch's recall to get his team another kill. Didn't quite get there in time, but with people still dead here and no Stand United, this is a Vulcan-controlled dragon, so they are rewarded from that fight with a dragon here. Playoff hope's actually still alive for Vulcan.
And what this reminds me of is the very first time Gambit and Vulcan played. However, the roles were reversed. I recall Gambit starting off Dragonfight, being in the river, Vulcan initiating fights that they shouldn't have initiated, and it backfired. Gambit did exactly the same thing in that situation. They're now 4,000, 5,000 gold behind. And just to touch on what Freak was saying, if Vulcan win here, and if Mineski win, it'll be a 3-way tie for second. However, if Vulcan win and Ozone win, it means that neither Vulcan nor Gambit will make it into those quarterfinals. So even more pressure on both Ozone and Mineski in the very next game.
Let's see where this ends up panning out. Of course, we've seen miraculous comebacks as well. We can't discount the fact that you never know with Gambit. They're so experienced. You have to think there's the option they find something special here. So at the beginning of the game, we talked about the Genja build. The Bloodthirster's there. He didn't rush Phage. Maybe he decided it wasn't worth it. Maybe he's got other plans. We'll keep track of that as it goes through. But of course, you keep looking down at the items. The Zuna power spike is coming very soon. He's getting closer and closer to Infinity Edge. Of course, that Blade of the Rune King done a while ago. There's a lot that's stacked against Gambit.
Diamondprox once again starting a fight. He's jumped on top of Xmithy. Here comes Alex from the side. Spirit Rush has been used. The charm does not connect. Second proc of Spirit Rush goes out the back. Mancloud with his death mark has been able to completely remove Voidal from the map. Now Diamondprox is in trouble. Genja is finally in a team fight, but he's alone. We do see a great kickback. Genja gets taken out as Mancloud goes for the double kill. And Vulcan, turn tail, they might even be considering a Baron right now. They do have a numbers advantage. Instead, they're probably going to roll onto this blue buy.
This is a very risky Baron, though, because their health bars are fairly low, even with the Blade of the Ruin Kings. Alex can actually, he will know that people were there because he would have gotten stacks on his passive from the Q, even without vision. So they know not to run for this.
Genja was caught out. Now Vulcan have started off this risky Baron. They have 4 members on there with Psycho Sid. Gonna run a little bit of interference. Xmithy is gonna have to try and dance some of this damage. Mancloud is dropping low. There is a smite available for Diamondprox if he decides to go in. Baron is at 3,500 HP. It's at 3,000 HP. Diamond needs to go to Spider form to repel in. Baron gets dropped. Crescendo does actually catch him. I think he repels in. Baron's still alive in the background. It's hammering onto Vulcan. Stranglethorn throws him up in the air. Baron secures 1. Alex secures a 2nd. That's a 2nd kill now for Alexich.
And they can go for Baron!
Here comes Darian.
Oh,
He's
it's a
gonna
ball!
be standing lighting in. That Baron is so incredibly dealing so much damage as Mancloud is hanging around the side. He manages to use the shadow out. Alex is in a lot of trouble, but this is risky.
This is incredibly risky, can you believe it? So 2 members of Vulcan alive, Bloodwater's out of mana, his recall's cancelled, Genja's going for this fight!
The barrier is up, we'll see if it blocks some of that damage. He's going to try and lifesteal a little bit off the ward. Baron continues being focused. Alex gets the shutdown kill onto Mancloud. Baron is going to be secured. Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit turned this game around. They are 2,000 gold behind, but with the stats of Baron, this is an even game.
I can't believe this just happened. At the beginning of the game, it was, you guys tried Dragon really early, and Sid managed to punch with a couple of kills and some map control. And then Vulcan tried Baron really early, and they got punished. Alex Itch putting out enough damage there. All right, I just got to like stop and think about this because there's a lot now to think about in this game.
That was a massive misplay from Vulcan. The Baron was a risky decision. You highlighted it before going into the pit. And Gambit able to just dance around Vulcan. The repel so impactful from Diamondprox. Now, all 5 members of Gambit with Baron on their backs. The item advantage, the HP advantage. We'll see what they do with it because they are still 2 towers down and they're still 2,000 gold behind. They've stacked up in this mid lane. They want the mid tower.
And they've got the people there first. Sid's at the very, very bottom lane. Spitting's up at the top. This will be a turret going down to equalize the gold a little bit more. Vulcan is still not collapsing back for this fight.
Teleport is not available for Sid for another 10 or so seconds. It will be up shortly. Gambit continue to focus this tower. 4 members bashing away as Voidal hanging out in the background, putting some vision down. Xmithy does get taunted up. No root lands. The charm connects. That is him deleted from the fight. Massive damage from the piercing arrows as Genja continues to spam down. Alex jumps in. He just melts Bloodwater. And now Gambit are onto the inhibitor turret.
Sid's teleporting back to join the fight. He's got to defend this inhibitor.
This is a massive, massive defense here for Vulcan. They flung Darren in the background, but he's their tankiest member. He's just going to taunt out the background. Deathmark is available as we see Psycho Sid gets taunted in. Darian the focus of the Deathmark. That's going to pop. We'll see if he survives. Darian survives. That's Deathmark did nothing for Vulcan. The rest of Gambit now focusing the tower. A snipe from the background, and all of a sudden, Genja and Gambit take the gold lead.
This all just happened. All right, and here's another attempt. No, they don't catch Zuna. So Sniper Genja right there making a lot happen. Chunked Bloodwater to help guarantee the Baron a little while ago. Had some really good team fighting here. And Vulcan, it happened they lost to Ozone. It's uncoordinated fighting right here. I think their defensive Baron, I think it was called well to kind of go back a little while. Psycho Sid tried to buy time, tried to zone out Alex H, did a good job of that. The Crescendo had barely missed Diamond, and so the team stopped hitting Baron, said, let's kill Diamond first, then go for it. But Gambit tooled them around in that fight too much. But then this battle was horribly uncoordinated. Pick after pick after pick, one at a time, people saying, I can get a kill and get out. Nope, it didn't work. I can get a kill and get out. Nope, it didn't work.
I tell you what, when you're focusing your ultimates and your damage into Darian, you're going to have a bad time. Vulcan
are.
right now need to get on the carries. They need to deal damage to the people in Gambit that are threats right now. Baron is slowly wearing off. It's down to about a minute left on the clock, and we see a repeat of this potential river fight.
This should be decent, though, for Vulcan. Their major cooldowns are coming up in about just a very, very few seconds. The problem is, though, this Alex Ich split push, he's actually now hard to deal with 1v1.
Oh! He lands the charm. He manages to dive back with Zuna. It's going to knock him back. The Ignite secures the kill. That was a point-blank charm. Is now all of a sudden Alex Ich is off to the side. There's no AD carry for Vulcan if Gambit stick on the tower.
They've got to wait for the wave right here, but they have a 5v4 with no AD carry. None of their... I mean, the ultimates they need for the team fight are available, but they can also make the safe play and just go for Dragon here and get farther ahead in gold.
It does look like that is the decision. Mancloud now thinking about jumping onto Diamond. Prox decides to just clear out that Wolf camp after Diamond secures the big Wolf. Now, second Dragon of the game for Gambit. Remember, they had a 4.5-minute Dragon. This is definitely a heavy Dragon control from both of these teams. And once again, Gambit, 1,500 gold in the lead. Diamond almost connecting with that Cocoon.
Okay, so right now Vulcan needs to just calm down for a little bit and realize they have a Tristana on their lineup and the Baron buff has just timed out. Playing a full-on defense game and letting Singed, Zed, and Tristana go infinite is a good fallback plan for Vulcan. They just have to defend right here.
Well, we'll see if they can. You can see that the recalls are coming in. Sid is back in base, but it's late as Mancloud finally returns. Home Guard boots are available. The rest of Gambit hammering away on the inhibitor. Now, Insanity Potion is not available for Sid, so that burst of speed that it gives him on an initiation potential is not there. Flash Crescendo not available either for Vulcan, so this is going to be a hard-pressed defense. But remember, there's no Baron.
There is no Baron buff, but here we go. Gambit in the front. Darien tanking very, very well. Look at Genja. He is so safely positioned that no one can get on him easily. Fight starts. Psycho Sid down a half.
That's a lot of damage. I think that was the DFG thrown onto Psycho Sid. Alex saving his Spirit Rush right now. They've chunked down the main tank to 50%, and they're burning out the timer on that Insanity Potion. So Gambit, happy with the damage they've done to the inhibitor, not feeling comfortable sticking around, back out cleanly. Baron's going to respawn in 2 minutes, and with the way these teams are playing, it may actually be our next team fight.
And it's worth pointing out that the texture of the map has changed a little bit. Just a minute and a half ago, Zuna finished Infinity Edge, which is an incredibly important power spike now, because even though there's a Sunfire Cape, a Spirit of the Ancient Golem, Zuna will be able to chunk down the front line of Gambit. It's something that the Russians need to be concerned about. The push coming in too quickly for Vulcan. They should get this turret, but it's going to be close if they don't run soon.
Yeah, Gambit nowhere near, but look at the chain of corruption. Psycho Sid is the first target. We see Mancloud and Bloodwood knocked into the air as the Crescendo does stun them up for a second, but not going to be enough. Genja should just get popped by this death mark. They trade mid laner for 80 carry, but now the rest of Gambit are on the hunt. Spirit Rush was used. Stand United will be available soon, so expect Darren to split push before the next fight.
That's going to be an easy option, though, but remember that Psycho Sid will also have his teleport up, and as we've seen time and again, Sid's really built for that fight against Darien. He's built early magic resist, he went Mercury Treads as well. He even went for the, I forget the name of it, Distortion Boots that lower the cooldown of your teleport and Ghost. So for the rest of this game, Sid will actually be able to match Darien and is stronger in the 1v1. That is an advantage for Vulcan. We just saw Alex Ich just completely solo Zuna, and we saw Mancloud solo Genja. Both these AD carries can get deleted. There's a lot of variables to account for that the gold lead won't tell you in these fights. It's actually how the fights are played out that means a lot in this game.
Whoever's able to focus down the damage after bursting a single target down. Ari and Zed both so incredibly good at doing that. We see a Void Staff has just been completed there for Alex Ich in conjunction with his DFG and his Zonya's Hourglass. Over on the other side, Mancloud with his Last Whisper, Brutalizer, and Blade of the Ruined King. Very standard items, but we do see a Warmogs in the back pocket there for Darren. It's something that we don't see all too often. It has sort of fallen out of favor a little bit.
Yeah.
Genja, of course, working towards an IE of his own.
It's interesting that he went for Warmogs because you can build Red Ruin's Omen against this Vulcan lineup. You're mostly concerned with Zed and Tristana, especially Tristana, to be honest here, who's already got % health damage, so adding armor and an attack speed slow is nice. But Darien's, Shen in general scales off of health. The Key Strike and the Whirlpool Strike heal actually scale off of max health, so he's actually getting some teammate or offensive scaling through his choice of Warmogs.
Well, it was just that little tidbit of information that popped up. 2 games on Ari for Alex Ich, 2 victories. And as an aside, he's only got a 15 KDA on that champion. Keeping not quite as high in this game, 7-3-3, but definitely the lead in kills for Gambit. 10 out of the 11 kills Alexic has been involved in, and he secured 7 of them. So he really needs to pick off a high priority target in these team fights. You see Gambit and Vulcan trying to find opportunities to battle as both of their solo laners continue the split push game and relying on their global presence to join a fight when it does occur.
But what I'm concerned about with these two split push top laners is their difference in builds, because Darian's works. He's going to be tanky regardless of the fact that he went Warmugs versus Randuins, whereas Psycho Sid is building like full magic resist. He is so worried about Darian, Diamond, and Alex that he's not built to survive Genja if Genja gets time to shoot that Shen over and over. It's a concern that might just bite Psycho Sid in the end.
Well, we'll have to see if it does. As it stands, 29 minutes on the clock. We're getting closer to the time frame when both of these teams have actually been wrapping up their games over the course of the Worlds tournament right now. Once again, Sid and Darian, they're actually swapping sides. They're basically just, it's almost a gentleman's agreement. We'll see them trading back and forth, continuing to farm. Now, Baron is up. You can see Vision being denied. Mancloud may eat a charm. This is going to be scary. We flicked over to fight at Baron. We do see the charm landing. Alexic Spur rushes out. That should be Mancloud going down. As the Stantonite comes in, that's going to be enough to survive the Deathmark damage. Alexic still surviving in the background. Sid and Smithy taunted up by Darren as now the Stranglethorns will only throw up Sid. But that is great. You cannot, if you lock up Singe, you can kill him. 2 kills for Gambit, and now they turn their sights onto Baron.
And there were a number of outplays there. We actually missed an attempt in the Baron pit by Vulcan. They jumped onto Voidal as he was sweeping out a ward, but Diamond showed up to defend him as well. You saw Alexic win the duel in the mid lane. This gives Gambit control over the base. They'll be able to take the inhibitor down, and they've still got another 15 free seconds. They don't have to risk for Baron. They could take the safe Dragon, but it's probably going to be okay for them no matter what Gambit chooses.
Well, Zuna's deciding to try and play this split push game. There's a line of minions on this bottom wave. We'll see him most likely clear that out and try to get some damage onto the tower. While he's doing so, toyed with the idea of stealing one of those double golems as well. The rest of Gambit still stuck mostly around the top half of the map, and Zuna, if he gets enough uncontested time, may be able to get the tower down.
This is really smart. This is the Vulcan that I've been waiting to see throughout this tournament, is the Zuna split push, because in 1v1s he does very well. He's mechanically very proficient, and on a champion like Tristana, he pushes quickly and gets away very well. And because Trist can kill a base so fast, Gambit doesn't get to Baron without trading out an inhibitor, without some very serious outplay against their opponents. The Zuna split push is actually a very important mark here for Vulcan.
Well, they managed to secure the 5th tower of the game for Vulcan, keeping them within touching distance of the goal. That's 2,000 difference. There's a ring of wards sitting all the way up that north part of the river for Vulcan towards the Baron pits, and the rest of Gambit, they're sort of trending upwards while Vulcan are going to take the safe Dragon.
This is a risk here for Vulcan. They've got to get back to the Baron pit soon, because Gambit gave up going for Dragon entirely. They gave up even pushing more turrets down, let Zuna kind of rest map control, but it let Gambit say, we've got ward coverage over Baron. Our play, look, you got 1,000 gold, you got another 750 from a turret. Our play is for this Baron setup. We can fight you at this and win.
Well, we do see a Cocoon catching out onto Psycho Sid. The taunt doesn't land, nor does the charm. DFG still available for Alexic, but I think that was the first proc of the Spirit Rush. We'll see if he continues to throwing that out. A little bush, death bush, not working out for Gambit. And now Vulcan, they think they've got positioning on this mid-inner turret. They're challenging down.
There's a number of important cooldowns down here for Gambit. This is actually a pretty good play for Vulcan with the Singe ult still up.
Well, we'll see once it does get popped. In the background, Cocoon catches out Psycho Sid. Smithy only managing to catch that Sonic Wave on one of the little spiderlings. Not able to jump onto Diamond Procs, but we do see Vulcan playing a little more passively. They're not rushing the tower.
They're not rushing the tower, but they've got momentary map control here. They pushed Gambit back. The problem for them was Vulcan didn't have an Oracle, so they couldn't re-sweep Baron control, because that's a big play here. Psycho Sid gets caught, though!
Massive charm into a root. Now Psycho Sid dropped to about 1,400 HP. He was forced backwards. In the background, though, Mancloud does have the Deathmark available as him and Zuna are now backtracking away. Darren is trying to get in range. Diamond Proc sinks his fangs into a minion to close the gap. Now we'll see, can the taunt land? That is the question. Safeguards to a ward, and it does allow Smithy to get out cleanly, but a red buff is available. So Gambit going to decide what they want to take, because basically everything is available to them.
Yeah, and Gambit are individually more powerful, so when an Elise walks at you or a Shen walks at you, Vulcan has to respect those champions. That allows Gambit to split up the Vulcan lineup and then collapse on a target they need. That's why you saw, even though the fight was reasonably close, Gambit really take control of this one. And now it's again, what plays will these guys make? Gambit are the ones in control. Voidal has an Oracles. He can make sure there's no wards and no vision and play the Baron dance game. And on top of that, Gambit can all jump over walls. They've got flashes, or dashes off cooldown, they can bait Baron and start a fight.
Well, for anybody that has watched a number of our games here at Worlds, we talked about the Baron dance in European teams. It's something that they are proficient with. It's like ballroom dancing in Europe, and we see that right now. Vulcan deciding they want to play the pick game. Smithy jumps onto Voidal, forces the flash out. They're a little bit split. Psycho Sid is in the bottom lane. The rest of Vulcan toying with going down the mid lane, while the rest of Gambit are stacked towards this Baron pit.
Darian's been forced to recall back, though, because the mid lane pressure is too high from Vulcan, but they're setting up a play right here. There's a surround from Gambit.
Well, we'll have to see who goes in first. This is the question. Both of these teams are split. We do see Diamond Frost caught in a little bit of trouble. Stand United was being channeled. He repels forward. A kick back, but Darian is in position. The question is, where is the taunt going to land? Psycho Sid is the first focus here of Gambit as a three-man crescendo locks him up. Genja in the background continues laying down the damage as Zuna forced out the fight. Gambit with an easy 2 kills on the board right now as Diamond Frost is the only one in danger of going down. A root into a taunt kills Mankind, and now Gambit 3 for 0, and Diamond Prox gets away with his life.
And in that fight, both the Assassins focused their efforts on a frontline tank, where while Diamond refused to go down, all of Gambit made sure they killed Psycho Sid. In the resulting 5v4, they just outfought Vulcan. And now with this number advantage, this will be an incredibly difficult Baron steal by Vulcan. It's likely to go to Gambit.
Question is, can they do what Gambit did? Zuna just gets chunked down. Barrier's going to allow him to survive a little bit. 110 HP, flashes the piercing arrow. Alex flashes over the wall. He's going to be able to secure the kill. Smithy forced backwards, decides not to go in 1v5. Another kill on the board for Gambit. A second Baron of the game. And a convincing lead. Smithy's in a little bit of trouble now. There is vision here. Darian, Alex, and Voidal are going to try chase him down. Darren's got decent move speed, but Smithy, with that side stone, he should be able to get out. Diamond Prox, can he land the cocoon? He's going to flash forward, a great Dragon's Rage kick. We do see Alex here, that's Spirit Rush forward. Charm doesn't connect, and it's basically running.
Oh, man.
That's basically just popping the ex-Smithy Lee Sin.
Yeah, he is now 12, 3, and 5. Alex Ich, he's on a playmaker, and man, is that guy making plays. Alex really trying to get on in this game right here. And this game is just a reverse of what happened in the beginning. Vulcan made all the best plays early on. They picked up the straggling kills. They took control of the objectives. But with a couple of good fights, Gambit said no. Gambit took vision control. Gambit are forcing all the issues, picking all the fights, and then winning them.
Let's not beat around the bush. It all changed at Baron.
It did.
This entire game swung at Baron, and Gambit just took the reins and have not given it back. We do see now Darren working towards what I believe to be Arandian Zone, and they got himself a giant spell, the Warden's Melt, and another Chain Vest. Definitely more afraid of the physical damage of Vulcan than he is of Psycho Zid's magical damage. And when you consider the immense amount of HP that he's got, I think that's very smart itemization. Genji as well, he's got himself that Chain Vest. I wouldn't be surprised to see that becoming the Guardian Angel, as it is something that we know the Gambit players do like to do very often.
It's one of the ways they've sort of evolved against teams that have really good late game that defend their turrets well, is let's just build enough defense that we can turret dive you and not get punished for doing so. And honestly, when you're in this game, when you look at Vulcan's wave clear with the Tristana, with the Zed, that's pretty decent actually. And so Gambit, they either get a pick or they just do a very elongated siege, or they just straight up dive with defense.
Well, we'll see how this works out. Alex throws out the charm, just missing Xmithy on the side there. Darian now going to be in position to tank up not only all of Vulcan, but the tower if needs be. Zuna eats himself a piercing arrow in the background, and the tower is secured for Gambit. Vulcan do not contest that at all. Gambit 6 towers to 5 now. They now set their sights on the bottom lane inhibitor turrets.
And here we go. Damage is coming through. Of course, they still have the Baron buff as well, Gambit. So Vulcan, even with the turret, will have a hard time fighting this.
Psycho Sid, the tankiest tank on Vulcan, is just going to get melted under all of the damage. He does survive thanks to the Insanity Potion. Alex Ich caught out thanks to the crescendo. In the background, Bloodwater dropped to 200 HP, and a very good Zhonya's Hourglass allows Alex Ich to stay alive. Genja has not been attacking the tower just yet, as Xmithy is now low. Piercing arrow from the side as Genja plays the marksman that he truly is, spamming out those Qs. The tower is going to drop in the next couple of seconds. There's no death mark available. Now Psycho Sid has returned with max HP, and the rest of Vulcan trying to set up a fight. I believe that Charm Quarter Minion not catching any of the champions of Vulcan, and right now Vulcan have not given up kills, but they've lost the tower.
And Gambit are still regenerating, coming back into this fight to continue the inhibitor push.
Psycho Sid, 1,500 HP. You see Zuna smashing away with that immense Tristana rage. Slowed down by the hail of arrows. Darren's just waiting for a setup. He gets caught by the charm. Safeguard's not going to be enough. And Alex with his 13th kill of the game. That's unlucky 13 for Vulcan, as it's going to cost him 2 inhibitors.
And Alex just needs 2 more assists to make his score elite, which he deserves here. So hopefully his teammates can kill, steal some of them out. Smithy lands a Q though. Vulcan are not done with this.
No, they're not. Look at that long-range resonating strike. Smithy realizes Lee's Syndrome cost him his life. Now Psycho Sid in trouble as another death mark was used there by ManCloud. It's not going to be enough to pop Diamond Proxes. ManCloud's the man that's running right now. We do see once again piercing arrow spam from Genja. He flashes for the lost auto attack kill. Vulcan are 4 members down. Bloodwater has to defend against 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit are going to win.
This is going to be the end game push here. Gambit with an impressive comeback victory. Very well played team fight. Good coordination, good control, and Gambit's chances at the quarterfinals stay alive.
And while Gambit maintain a hold on making it to the playoffs, Vulcan are definitely out. Unfortunately, with that loss, there is no mathematical way for them to advance. It's all on Ozone and Mineski. If Ozone beat Mineski, you and I will be casting a Gambit versus Ozone rematch to determine who makes it into the World Championship quarterfinals.
That will also be an incredible showing, but of course you still have to sort of look at this game and say, all right, Gambit, there are some issues you got to work out, but also things to praise yourselves for, because that early game was honestly quite rough. Vulcan had some good reads in that game. They made some really good early game plays, and it took a very miraculous Baron fight to turn Gambit around. They've got to make sure they stop making these kinds of mistakes, because they've still got to win another game.
Yeah, there are no other words for it. There are no other words for it. Every single time this weekend we've seen a team that far behind. They've made that, I'm going to call it a desperation play. I think Gambit going in on that Baron, they were so far behind that if they took it, it got them back in. And if they didn't, well, they were so far behind anyway.
Yeah.
And Gambit made it work. They ran enough interference, and Vulcan just didn't have an answer.
They played the fight exactly correctly. They did not get too aggressive. And yeah, they knew if Vulcan got that Baron, it would be game. So the mechanical plays by Diamond to dodge the crescendo, because that crescendo would have guaranteed Baron flat out. Yeah. They would have smited it down in time. So great plays by Gambit, and they have potentially a couple more games, or one more game ahead of them.
All right, well, let's send this one over to Riv and the analysts to see what they think of Gambit catching a victory from Vulcan, because I'm definitely looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And again, Vulcan takes us for another roller coaster ride. But as well, on the other side, Gambit made sure they were right in the driver's seat as well. And at the end of that game, you couldn't help but see Alex E shaking his head. We've seen a lot of times that teams win games, but they're not satisfied with the win.
Yeah, Gambit looked really out of sorts after that game, and I don't know. You have to really avoid that kind of mentality, because they still have to play for this potential tiebreaker if Ozone beats Mineski. So
it almost felt like at one point in that game, just based off of Alex's reaction after the game, that he had kind of resigned himself to being like, holy crap, we just about got eliminated from the World Championships.
Same time, if you're here playing at World Championships for staying into the game against an opponent that on paper you're a favorite against, and then you have such a horrible game, and you basically win because of, let's face it, a really poor decision by Vulcan, then you're not going to be happy. Especially because you still need to play against somebody that's getting better and better and is a lot more collected.
this is just heartbreaking, too, because Vulcan did such a good job in the early game, and I mean, it comes back to it. We've all been impressed by their play in the early game, and, oh, man, we were all sitting back here. We thought they had this one in the bag.
I was doing the Zuna dance already for calling like Vulcan. I was so close to voting for them, and then I was so happy for them. They were doing so well, and nope.
Out there, I heard Ozone kind of cheering. They're like, yeah, go Vulcan, because obviously they really wanted Vulcan to win because that would make it so they wouldn't have to play a tiebreaker match. And I was actually sitting with Kenma, their coach.
And how did that go? Yeah, Vulcan's coach.
It was absolutely hilarious when they threw like a 10K, unwinnable game for Gambit, essentially, right? Okay, so there's like 12 different decisions you can make at that time. And there's only one of them that even gives you a tiny chance of getting outplayed and throwing the game. And Vulcan chose that one. And it was just, his face was just like completely plain, like, oh, just another day with Vulcan. But like, what was coming out of his mouth was just like, complete, like, he was just so angry at his team because this happens so much. You know, this is Vulcan Throwbargains at its finest.
And, you know, coming into this, it's an intense moment. The stage is one that puts the pressure on high, and we'll actually put the replay on your screen of this Baron attempt here that really, Crepo, you said you should never 50-50 a Baron when you're ahead.
Okay, basically, I hail from the level of Europe, in which we do too many Barons that just don't work out. So we're getting the hang of it when it's wrong to do a Baron. basically, if you're 4,000 gold ahead with this composition, and the worst thing you can do is give them a 50-50 chance on Baron, especially when people are low.
It's weird, too, because we were both watching this together, and I was thinking this is where Vulcan wins the game, because I was expecting them to actually burst down the Baron and then turn, but they froze in the Baron pit because they're afraid of the steal, obviously.
I felt really glorious because everyone's like, they're not going to do Baron. No reason. I was like,
Yeah.
Yep, it's going to fail, it's going to fail, it's going to fail. But yeah, if we roll the replay, let's see now. Who's able to contest this? Psycho Sid's coming. They're going to assist on the Baron. Only Elise and Aries. Look, right now, Zyra's in the base. Still in the base. They started Baron. Bloodwater's not tanking. Sona should be tanking there. Sona should be on 20% HP instead of Mancloud and Xmithy. Psycho Sids tries to peel, stopping Diamond rather. Diamond doesn't care. He has vision. He knows when to go in. And he will dodge pretty much the crescendo a little later. This is really good. Elise keeps them busy. They're all dancing around, getting chunked by Baron. You have to know at this point, Gambit still has a Shenalty. It's even worse because they're going to use the Shenalty on Zyra right now.
And by the time they peeled Crepo, they were already all sitting at about 20% health. They sat in there for too long. They didn't make the decision. They either kill Baron or they peel, and they froze.
You really, if you're going to make a call like that too, you have to know whether you're going to just burst down to Baron or whether you're going to turn. That has to be clear in the team's mind when that objective comes up. And there was just a bit of a split decision right there.
So you have to realize once this Baron drops, we're going to see have a look at the gold values. It's going to be a little later now, so Gavin will finish this. You have to start. They started around 24,000 gold, which was 6,000 gold down. Right now they got Baron. They're 2,000 gold down, plus Baron buff, which is, I don't know the math, roughly 4,000 gold worth of stats, plus the momentum you get from that. Like, you're back in the game, they're going to be crushed.
Well, that also transitioned into turrets as well.
Yep, exactly.
What, you know, coming in time after time again with Vulcan having that kind of thing weighing on the back of their mind, the fact that these games don't go in their favor after a mistake, how does that, you know, play into your game?
So I feel like a mistake of this magnitude only happens after an incredibly trying mental week for them, because they, after the victory, and you could disagree with this if you want, but after they had that first game victory over Fnatic, it almost seemed like every Vulcan game we saw was a little bit downhill from there, because I don't think they were mentally recovering from any of their losses, and it affected their decision-making.
Then again, this is something that should be textbook for a team. Like knowing from a team that wastes so many games on Barons myself, you have to really realize, like, if you never go for a Baron that possibly is a 50-50 when ahead, then this situation doesn't occur. You need to know whether you're going to rush the Baron down or stop them. There can't be an in-between, and if there's an in-between, you're strategically wrong, even if it works out in the end.
Well, the most consistent thing about Vulcan throughout LCS and even in my personal scrims against Vulcan, it seems like they will either make this horrible throw happen, or mistake happen, I should say, and then they'll go completely on tilt and lose the rest of the game, or they won't make it and then they'll just crush. But most of the time what happens is when they do make this mistake, they go definitely on tilt. You can tell by the way that they're handling the game how many, like, rookie mistakes, I guess you could say, people getting caught, bad team fights, bad engages, like even poor warding after they make the throw happen. They're not even out of the game at this point.
Right,
They're just a few thousand gold behind. They don't have to lose all these towers. They don't have to lose all these fights. I feel like whatever happens after they do it, they're just mentally like, oh my god, it happened again. Like, this sucks, and then they can't really think about the game properly.
And the reason we're so adamant about this, because we don't want to bash Vulcan, is just because they play the game so well in the early game. They have really good picks all around. They catch people off guard. Mancloud's been playing phenomenal mid lane at times, and then they just don't transition well. There's always that little communication error in the mid game that has such a huge impact on them.
So let's talk about that little communication error and something that comes off of a lot, and that's going on tilt. It's something we don't talk about a lot. Monty, feel free from the outer perspective on your team as well. The highs and the lows of tilt, how does it affect the game? You know, either one, Double Lift, go ahead and start for us. But what are the kind of factors that you lose out when you start going on tilt?
One of the biggest things that you can't really tell is communication. When you're in like a bad mood and you're just tunnel vision on, wow, this sucks, or like, I'm feeding, or, oh, we just threw the game, you're not really inclined to communicate as much as you would if you're like positive, like, oh my god, we're in the control of this game, I feel so good, we just need to snowball this momentum. So when you're feeling down, communication is bad. Mechanically, I don't think there's any difference being on tilt, but just in terms of like synergy with your team, making decisions and communication, it all goes down the drain.
Yeah, and specifically what I've noticed, because you know I'm in a lot of the CLG games to listen to their voice comm, what specifically happens is that the planning falls apart. So it's not necessarily the fact that the players are not giving each other the same information, but it's difficult to formulate a plan of action in order to retake control of the game.
Somebody calls blue 42 and nobody moves.
Same thing. What you have to avoid is scapegoating. Even if somebody face checks a brush on level 1, it happened. There's no way you can turn back the game. Even a good zillion will never be able to turn back time. Bad pun. But yeah, anyways, it's really hard, and it's so hard if you're playing, and especially in these high-pressure tournament matches, everything's on the line. You prepare for weeks, and then somebody makes a mistake, and a good team will not blame him for that. A coach will blame him after the game, but not during the game.
I think you can sum up tilting a little bit with the difference between forwards and backwards thinking, because after you make a mistake, you're so inclined to say, we shouldn't have done this. If this wouldn't have happened, we'd be winning. Man, why did we do that over and over again? That is completely irrelevant within the context of the game, but so many teams I listen to constantly play the blame game within the match. You have to drop that immediately and always be forward thinking in every aspect of every game, and that actually doesn't happen once you make mistakes.
Monty, I know you're itching, then we got to move on.
I am itching. I just want to say, and something that's been impressing me, yeah, thank you for the nice scratch there, but has been Fnatic, because when we've seen them behind early, they have a plan about how to get back into it, especially that game that they played against Ozone, and it looked like Ozone was cruising, and yet they set up those brush picks, and they find ways to win. They always have their little Fnatic brush hiding plan, and I think that says a lot about the team and how deep they can go here at this tournament.
So with that, let's check out the standings heading into the 5th and final regularly scheduled game in Group B. With their win, Gambit is guaranteed at least a 2nd place finish in Group B, while Vulcan has just played their last game of the Season 3 World Championship. So gentlemen, it's time to pick your winner now coming into the 5th game here. Ozone versus Mineski. We're going to start with you, Jet.
Yeah, I mean, we see Mineski's 0-7 coming in. We know that Ozone needs this game. Even though Ozone's been a little shaky this entire group stage, I absolutely expect them to win this game and force a playoff game with Gambit.
All right, Crepo?
I'll have to go with Ozone.
Ozone as well?
Yep, absolutely, Ozone. I'm really excited to see what happens after this match, actually.
I concur. Ozone it is for me as well.
All right, safe picks on this side. Gentlemen, with the 0-7 here for Mineski, do you feel like Ozone could really try and formulate something for themselves, see if something works for themselves here?
I think they're going to play really secure.
Secure game?
They have to have this win. They know they're better than Mineski. With all respect to Mineski, but Ozone is better. They just need to watch out so they don't get a curveball thrown at them.
And here's going to be the actual interesting wrinkle we have here. At no point during the group stage has a team played back-to-back matches. But if Ozone wins this, they're going to have a back-to-back game. And it shouldn't be a big deal for Ozone because they've done it so frequently in the OGN League. But I also think that means they're most likely to play as standard and as safe as possible against Mineski.
And let's be real here. They've been planning for Gambit in this eventuality as well. So it's not like this is a surprise. They've got their game plan set up already.
You know, there actually is an advantage, well, at least in my opinion, on playing back-to-back matches, especially if you're going to win the first one, because, like you said, forwards thinking really helps you drive momentum. And if they win this match and they're warmed up mechanically, and also they've had their communication down, they have good, they're just morale is really strong. They should be looking really strong going into the Gambit match, especially because just look at Alex's face after they won the Vulcan match.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to take a short breather here, but when we return, Ozone and Mineski close out the schedule portion of today's Group B action. Plus, Gambit's Alex Ish will join D-Man in the interview lounge to talk about their epic comeback win. So don't click that mouse. The Season 3 Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
사람이랑 생각을 많이 하잖아요. 저는 그냥 생각 없이 살아요. 근데 되게 게임할 때도 그런 생각 없이 하는데 그냥 딱 보고 이거다 아니면 이거다.
Welcome back to the World Championships, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, it will be Ozone taking on Mineski for a shot at the quarterfinals. But first, I'm happy to be joined by Gambit's Alex Ich. So, Alex, let's talk about that match versus Vulcan, Alex, because I feel there was a bit of a gift given to you there and around that Baron pit. What was going through your mind, A, towards the start of that game, and then B, when that Baron fight started out? You just told me you were really nervous at that time.
So, at the start of the game, I tried to fight Zed, and Zed failed, because Zed is a really strong champion, and Mandatory Cloud playing really good. So, after that, they got a lot of transitions over the map, because it was 2v1 lanes, and we couldn't react on time. And they picked up, several frags, and we were falling behind. and like at the moment, like we fall behind, we try to do our best and like getting the picks, so we're falling behind even harder. And when there was Nasher fight, I understood that it is like the last chance. So, like watching the fight there, I played it so bad, but still like we got the Nasher, and after that, we could snowball the Nasher.
And that snowball certainly happened because I think you were 0-3-0 at one point and you ended up at something like 15-3-4.
I was 0-2-0.
0-2-0. You got one just before it, did you?
Yeah, I killed Mandatory Cloud at top and then Listen coming from our jungle.
Okay. So obviously we just saw the team going off stage there. Some smiles coming from Diamond and Darian and Genja, but yourself, you were not happy with that performance.
I don't know. I would never be happy with like the gift. The only way we can like fulfill this gift is winning the tournament.
And obviously, if Ozone do go ahead on this one, how confident are you feeling up against them? You won one in terms of sets, but obviously you've not really, as a team, been playing great today.
I think that our main problem is our early game, but Ozone's early game is shaky too. And after that, I think that will all depend on the transition into mid-game. So we will see who is better this time.
And has Groove backstage been giving you any words of wisdom? I know you just said he was a little bit older after that match.
I haven't seen him after the game, but I think he's 10 years older now. So if we lose one more, or we'll be close to lose,
And how do you feel, obviously, you've gone 0-2 against Fnatic. Obviously, you've seen these guys playing all season. What do you think has been the turnaround for those guys? Because they had a shaky season, I think it's safe to say. Managed to get second place after, ironically, beating yourselves in the last game of the summer split. Do you know, what do you feel has been their turnaround? And is there anything that you guys can take from that?
I don't know. I think that Fnatic is playing really good. Like, they're a really strong team. They fixed like all their problems during the LCS. I don't think that they paid that much attention to LCS. They only needed like to get through. So now they are really strong, and I think that they can be even like the strongest team of the tournament because of their play style that is different from all others' play styles, and like their map transitions. They are totally most of the time unpredictable, and I feel like it's even if some team wins Fnatic, I think for us it would be easier to play that team than Fnatic.
And finally, obviously, you guys, you've got a lot of fans staying up here. There's also fans here for you as well. Anything you'd like to say to the fans back home in Russia?
Nah.
Nah.
I don't know. I think that the only thing we should say to our fans is thanks and don't flame us that hard for our super games. And I hope that we can show that we deserve the place here and we can still win and like get to the quarterfinals and show good games there.
Well, best of luck. If the tiebreaker is to happen, best of luck against the Ozone and with possibly the rest of the tournament. Right now, though, we are going to head back over to Quickshot and Freak for the Group B finale.
Thank you very much, D-Man. It is time for the 20th and final scheduled match between the Group B teams, and it features Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone taking on Southeast Asia's Mineski. If Ozone wins, they earn a tie for second place, and they trigger a one-game playoff with Gambit for the second Group B berth into the quarterfinals. If Ozone, however, lose, their time here at Worlds is over.
And I agree with the analyst desk here. I think we're likely to see Ozone pull out the most standard, safe, and comfortable composition possible. They need to win this game, but at the same time, they don't really want to reveal whatever they've been planning for Gambit, because they know that was a likely eventuality here. They knew their opponents coming into today and had their plans. On the other side, for Mineski, this is their last game of Worlds no matter what. And this is their last chance to make an impression. Now, the last game they played against Fnatic, they put down a really interesting composition with 4 supports and a Varus. But they could also go down in history books as we stole your quarterfinal spot away from Ozone. Like, this was a Doublelift's dark horse. And if there's ever a time to come in from the very back, from 70 furlongs away, it's right now for Mineski.
I don't even know what 70 furlongs are. So with that note, let's check out the starting lineups, guys. On the blue side, it is going to be Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Lupa's going to be up in the top lane with Dandy in the jungle, Dade in the mid lane, Imp is your AD carry, and Mata is your support.
And on the red side, it's Team Mineski with Snore in the top lane, Kaiju in the jungle. The crowd behind them. Yume in the mid lane, EXO on AD carry, and TG on support.
Yeah, they've definitely won over the support of the local crowd here. And, you know, they put on a great show against Fnatic. But the question is, can they transition from showman to victoryman if they can pick out a win here against Ozone? Because now I feel there's something that they can have first-hand impact on the tournament. They can genuinely take away a position from Ozone.
Yeah, and it's a real possibility. These teams who go to the quarterfinals, of course, need to be consistent, need to make sure they pick up their wins. You consider what Fnatic did, where they lost to Vulcan, and it was their first game of the day, and first day of the tournament for them, and they came back and swept the groups because they were consistent here. Now, for Ozone to pull up the same things, like, yeah, you might have, losses here that you didn't expect, but at the same time, you've got to be consistent and win out in the group stage. So, Mineski, honestly, there is that chance that they pull this game through. It'll be interesting to see if they can do it.
Well, the pressure is on them now. Ozone have removed out Ari and Corki for their first two bans. Zed and Shen. No love for the ninjas here, as if you're a Mineski player, at least being the final ban. Now, in terms of the compositions we've been seeing, Ozone running that have most impressed me, it's been their double AD comps.
Yeah.
And Ezreal's been key to that. So we'll see if Mineski want to focus on that.
Yeah, I'm surprised to not see an Ezreal ban from Mineski, but that said, EXO is an Ezreal player himself. Now, they've given Mata Thresh. This is pretty rare for the Ozone squad. He doesn't get to play that all that often because he's freaking good at the champion. But at the same time, actually stealing away the only really successful mid laner from Dade outside of Zed is a smart choice for Mineski. They know they gave away Thresh. Stealing Ezreal removes some options from Ozone.
Yeah, and just to highlight this fact, Ezreal, when he's been played by Dade, has a KDA of 11 in that mid lane. His other two champions, Lissandra, 0.6, Ryze, 1.8, Jace sitting similar numbers as well. Dade has not had the same level of success, so we'll see what he decides to replace. Both Dade and Yuma are both actually Ryze players. They've played them pretty much exclusively, actually. I don't think any other mid laners have played that Ryze at all.
Yeah, these are the guys who run it, and the interesting thing is, though, there's a couple of mind games available here. So you're right about the Ryze steal being a possibility to remove even more comfort from Dade, but at the same side, there's also the slight chance that actually becomes Ezreal mid, because what Imp has already done is picked up Vayne, knowing that Ezreal's not a lane bully, that Imp and Mata can lane together with Vayne Thresh and straight up win their matchup. And so you've got Mineski saying, okay, well, we're going to go aggressive here. We're going to lock in Leona. We're going to try to bully out Imp. We're stealing away champions from Dade. And Mineski are putting together a very real composition that is looking to play very aggressive.
All right, we'll see how this works out for them. If this is going to be a jungle Eve, it'll be Dandy's first different jungler that is not Elise or Jarvan the fourth. Elise was banned out, Jarvan was taken, so natural transition to go to another sort of early game, strong ganking jungler, especially without Lee Sin being in there. We do see that Leona and Karma have been locked in. Maybe a top or mid lane Karma.
Well, I've actually seen a fair amount of top lane Karma. She's been actually picking up a fair bit of steam and works pretty well. She's actually very good at dueling. And is deceptively trolly at low health, because if you empower the W, you get, I believe it's 15 or 20% of missing health back immediately, and then again at the end of the tether after about 2 seconds. So there's actually a lot of power there in the Karma matchup, and then also can help the team initiate with the empowered Soul Shield, and there's a lot of interesting gameplay there. So I'll let them chant, I think.
I think it's worth it. If anyone's going to let them chant, it's going to be freak. Mineski have to round out the composition. The rest of Ozone, though, they've locked in the Orianna, they've locked in that Zac. So you've got a little bit more of a standard composition here from Ozone. They've got very clear initiation. They've got a ball delivery system. They've got a stealth ball delivery system in the form of Eve, which can work out very well if they decide to go that route. On the other hand, that's a lot of sustain and utility and mobility.
Yeah.
Is this a kill lane?
Oh, no. Oh, I've seen this before. This is old school. Jarvan Leona. This is a possibility. We still have to make sure we see what's going on. Yeah, Jarvan Leona is an old school kill lane, and man, can you dunk on people with that. Now, the 2v1 matchup is not great, because he's sitting there on top of a turret, able to get harassed away by the opposition. Leona's especially bad at 2v1s, but if they find the 2v2, it's gonna require some ward control early game, but it's a fun lane.
Well, the 20-second countdown has come into play. They cannot swap. It is going to be a kill lane, ladies and gentlemen. And while the teams take to the Rift, let's check in and see who you guys predicted to win this matchup. According to lolesports.com, 87% of you guys think that Ozone will earn a tie with Gambit and force that one-game playoff for that spot in the quarterfinals, and all of our analysts agree as well.
It's the likely setup here, of course. Ozone they won the last time these two teams met. Ozone has the better record overall. Meneski, unfortunately, are yet to win a game, but they're pulling out something different. They're pulling out something special. It's hyper-aggressive, and you never know.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this composition. Mundo in the top lane. Karma in the jungle, channeling his inner Diamond procs, as it were. Leona Jarvan as your kill lane. Meneski are pulling out an oddball composition in their very last game here at Worlds.
Yeah.
And if we've seen anything from the Koreans at the beginning of the tournament, is that they weren't necessarily maybe as prepared coming in, at least as a general consensus. They didn't expect it. And if they don't expect this or don't know how to play against this comp, this is Meneski's way to maybe pick up a victory.
Well, keep in mind where a lot of these champions came from. Diamond was the first guy that we saw in competitive bring out jungle Karma. And what he basically did is have really good gank pressure, really good wave clear if you wanted to defend a 2v1, and then just kind of became a mage halfway through the game. And that actually worked pretty well overall. Now, top lane Mundo, I actually see a fair bit from the Chinese teams, from actually the two that are actually in this tournament here. And I don't see them really cross over a lot into the Korean scene. So these are champions that SSO has to kind of respond to on the fly and hope they have the right read on what they'll do in this game.
Well, we'll have to see how well Meneski control vision in this game. Whenever you're dealing with a jungle leave, those pink wards become so incredibly important. And we've actually seen Ozone fall prey to a jungle Eve once this tournament already. Mata not really keeping up the amount of pink wards he needed to. As it stands, Meneski, a little bit of an early punch, as it were, just to get a slightly deeper ward, but they aren't going to push further. As it stands, Meneski back away. Both teams fully aware of their opponent's positions.
And the interesting thing is about this, because we talk about being aware of positions and trying to find the matchups you want, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for Ozone to actually forcibly 2v1 mid, because or just put their dual lane mid, because the lane is so short, it's very hard to chase down champions with Jarvan Leona. There's not a lot of room to force ganks in there either. And I think that's really the only way Jarvan Leona would succeed. Honestly, it'd be a decent matchup for these guys, but it looks like instead Ozone are sending Vayne to the top lane, and that's going to be a 2v1 against Mundo if there's no swap here from Meneski.
Well, we'll see how well Snoy can handle that lane. Going to be relying on that infected cleaver spam to keep himself topped up on HP and trying to last hit. Right now, Meneski going to start off this blue buff. Mystic shot into the backside of the golem, and the rest of Meneski sticking together. Now, we are going to see EXO and TG, this Jarvan and Leona, going to be battling off against Looper. So it's a kill lane against a champion with a built-in Guardian Angel effectively. This could be difficult for them.
It really could be, and already you're seeing life be difficult for the 1v2 for Meneski. Snoy actually, instead of the tricks we saw happen from Looper, where Looper went and killed a bunch of monsters at level 1 and showed up late to his lane, Snoy had already spotted out what matchup he was against, and we actually initially saw a quick recall. I saw both Snoy and the dual lane for Meneski recall back, but it looks like they're waiting to push the lane out before they do this because they're looking for that 2v2.
So Kaigu at level 2, he's starting off that red buff. Going to try get himself towards ganking potential. And this is very useful for EXO and TG. Some alone time in the lane can allow them to hit level 2. And that's really the go signal for these kill lanes, making sure they land their CC and get all of the damage down together.
But unless Looper massively misplays, I don't see Meneski really making this happen against a revive passive, with all their damage being melee range, forcing them to leave the gank early to not die to a turret. I think if the lanes stay like this, you just see Ozone snowballing ahead in the early mid game.
Well, as it stands, no player has got a significant advantage over their opponent. We do say Yume hanging out in that mid lane against Dade's Orianna. Snoik takes a little bit of poke through that flay. And of course, keep in mind that Orianna versus Ezreal, the auto attack damage is actually pretty good for Dade thanks to the passive of Orianna, that clockwork windup. It hits pretty hard.
Yeah, so the one thing that there is that defends Meneski as well, despite the fact that the mid lane is going to be pretty rough, and I think life will be a bit difficult for Yume, is that, as we spoke about earlier on, Karma's pretty good at 2v1ing actually, kind of like how it functions with a Nasus. You have really good area of effect damage, you can swipe away minions, and generally keep your turret in pretty good repair. So there's a potential that there's some parts of this that will work in the 2v1.
Well, we do see that TG's decided to roam. He's trying to help out Dade in the mid lane. The question is, has the Zenith Blade been used? Does land a stun onto Dade. They're dropping him low. 50 HP. Yume secures first blood. They picked on Dade. Dade's a member of Ozone that's struggling. EXO and Looper now trading knock-up into knock-up. But there's no mana on Looper, so he's going to continue spamming his abilities while EXO has to manage his resources.
And this is a great adaptation by Meneski. They swapped their lane out knowing there's no kill potential here, but EXO EXO forced to run, he'll survive. Okay. They forced the lane swap then from their support, saying, we can't kill the Zac, there's no point camping him. Let's find someone who we can kill, like Orianna. And with Kaigu camping for his top lane, they're actually sort of winning all their lanes now.
Yeah, like you said, if things stay as they are, Ozone will pull ahead. However, Maneski pulled the wool over Ozone's eyes and were able to set up that roaming support. I distinctly remember Season 1 when roaming Alistair was the thing and something that works in their favor. If Maneski can keep TG roaming and finding kills, it's a great way to accelerate the position in the game. Look at TG's position right now.
This is great. They've actually kind of put the lane swap back into place. It's actually fortunate that EXO took so much damage from Looper. In fact, the flash was burned as well to force that one. So basically, you've got the 2v2 that Maneski wanted here with some extra gold. Here we go!
Oh, the Zenith Blade lands, but Imp was able to click the Lantern, gets out cleanly, and TG was hiding for a while. This time it doesn't work out.
And look at the immediate recalls coming in from Ozone. They're wasting no time in getting out of those matchups. And look, there's Thresh and Vayne on your minimap running down to the right-hand side of the map. These are the matchups that Ozone wants. They want the 2v1. Here comes the Gengar to Dade.
Kaigu is flashed for this one. We'll see if the Inspire speed buff will help. Dade is going to fall prey, but Kaigu Ignite is going to go down to those hate spikes. Up in the top lane, it was a kill as well. Actually, no. We do see Dandy trades 1-for-1. Mid lane for jungler.
And ultimately, the kill, though, has gone on to Yume again. This Ezreal is now 2-0, is getting what looks like a very fast Manamune. 2,200 gold on him. He is well ahead of his opposition. So it's actually on this Ezreal right now to make mid-game plays for Maneski when fights start happening.
And Kaigu flashed for that one. Right now, Snoy in a little bit of trouble. We see Mata is going to use the Flay. Condemn slams him into the wall. Death Sentence connects. Imp continues to land damage, and Snoy is holding up relatively well, but that's a lot of harass. Down to 35% HP just after a couple of combos.
Yeah, thankfully for Mundo, he's got a lot of regeneration. In addition to that Doran's Shield and Ruby Crystal, I feel like he'll be able to survive this matchup, but it's still the case of Ozone getting the matchups they wanted. It's not a case of surviving, it's about Vayne free farming and not facing a kill lane here. So it's still on Maneski to make plays because Ozone can just scale this map out.
Well, we have to keep an eye on how the CS numbers are being affected by these rotations. Remember that every time you recall and move around the map, you lose that crucial experience and gold. As it stands, top lane is 34-26, 80 carry versus EXO's Jarvan, 50-36. Keeping up, TG's hanging around. Zenith Blade does not connect. That means Dade's going to be able to walk away cleanly. A little bit of a weak attempt.
TG kind of needs level 6 to make this happen anymore. As long as Dade doesn't stand near any of the brush, pink wards or not by Maneski, he just won't be in range here. It's ultimately just a game of Maneski looking for the openings and not finding a lot of them. He looks at the top lane now. TG's been seen by a ward. There's a chance here they still find.
There's no flash available. TG only level 4 right now. 2 loopers level 6. So that Let's Bounce plus the Tenacity. No, Tenacity was removed. The Let's Bounce will allow him to at least bounce away and get out cleanly. TG's going to have to probably stick around in the lane, get closer to that Solar Flare, and really allow those roaming ganks to have much more impact.
That's very, very important. But as soon as you've got those combos together, here's the push on a looper. I feel like he's going to live.
Yeah, his Cell Division is still available. He's got that Ruby Crystal available. Drops to a couple hundred hit points, but a lot of damage. So Looper, he's going to stick around and going to be relying on that passive to try and help him sustain. He does have an additional potion as well, so he should be fairly okay. We'll see whether or not Maneski are brave enough to dive.
But the plays are really going to happen for Maneski when that Leona hits level 6. Unfortunately, only barely 5 right now. Looper actually goes in with Dandy.
Oh, we'll see how this goes in. Looper gets knocked up into the air. Cataclysm comes down. Dandy is forced backwards as a flash forward from TG. He's trying to get in range. Takes too many tower hits, and all of a sudden, Looper and Dandy pick up a kill. Snoy is in trouble. The Silver Bolt picks up a kill. Imp is going to get away, but they do trade 1-for-1. Maneski, 3 kills to 4. But 1,300 gold behind.
And good guy Mata tried to shield his teammate right there and give him a lantern instead of putting the lantern onto himself, which might have just been enough to have him survive the turret shot. But either way, it's Imp getting ahead. 73 minions as well as a champion kill here. He fought against a kill lane sort of, but managed to dodge it and is just scaling up, as well as the fact that Ozone as a team have more gold.
Yeah, the very, very first gank from TG worked out for them, but he has not been able to replicate it, even with 1 or 2 Zenith Blades connecting. Dandy was in a very good position to counter gank that top lane when the dive happened from EXO and TG, but something that Maneski will need to be aware of. There are a bunch more pink wards being picked up, and we'll have to see how effectively they can control the movements of Dandy as he's 2-0-1, getting closer and closer to having that Elder Lizard completed.
And that's when it really turns on for Evelyn. She's already got the ultimate available as well. So Dandy will just be a menace on this map. And aside from really Ezreal, there's not a lot of escape for these Mineski lanes. He can chase down Leona, he can chase down Dr. Mundo, maybe even the Karma as well. So life is going to be difficult here for Mineski. You see Dandy already looking for his way in.
A couple auto attacks landing onto TG. He's only got that side stone completed right now. You see Dandy walking over, but that's not a pink ward. He's not being spotted. TG's gone in. Zenith Blade lands, but here comes Dandy. That is TG just removed from the map. One more hate spike will secure it. The rest of the team continues to dive as Dandy is going to be tanking this one up.
Here comes Kaigu.
Exo is going to get the shield here from Kaigu. Imp is going to get rooted in place. Exo has flashed out cleanly. That's the first kill into Dando. Exio is still alive. That's a double kill for Kaigu. The shield of the Inspire able to keep him alive. Yume trading with Dadia in the mid lane, but a great counter gank there by Kaigu.
Very impressive right there. The play by the jungler, the turnarounds for Karma, and that's what you get for biting off more than you can chew. Now Mineski, with Smite available and pink ward control, are looking to push forward in this mid game. It's control over Dragon. Should be theirs.
Exo is very low on HP. Dada and Mata do have the shockwave available to make use of. So if Thresh lands a hook, that's your ball delivery. Command attack. He flashes away from the shockwave. Dragon is still up. The knockup does not come in. Now Exo forced to back away. Solar Flare lands but doesn't connect with anybody. They trade one for a Dragon. I think in the grand scheme of things, worthwhile.
That is worthwhile for Mineski. Good flash to dodge the shockwave. Unfortunately, too much damage for Exo to deal with. But yes, Mineski holding on to an equal gold game now, but they've got to worry about the fact that Imp is on Vayne, and it's going to be hard to deal with that, man. I don't think the Mineski comp is really amazingly suited to deal with Imp getting huge in this game. They're on a bit of a clock here, Mineski. They've got to keep looking for those openings, use the Leona, use the Karma, and make things happen.
Well, we'll see how well they can manage that clock. Snoy in this top lane, 45 CS to Lupa's 72. The Mundo hasn't really had an impact yet. He has been in sort of the 1v2 lane. He has been ganked a little bit, but we'll have to see when the roaming and the team fights start happening, whether or not Mundo's immense regen is going to be enough to control Imp, because I feel like that's going to be his job as this game progresses.
Mundo will actually do a very good job of messing with the front liner, but Snoy's getting jumped on first.
Yeah, we do see the Ignite going down. Snoy is in trouble, down to 100 HP. He is going to land a slow onto Lupa, but he burned his ultimate a moment ago. Didn't have the regen, and Lupa just combos his Let's Bounce plus Ignite to pick up a kill.
Watch out for this, though. Dandy's going to turn this around if Kaigu goes aggressive.
Lupa is going to charge. He manages to land the slow. Here comes Dandy. A knockup lands onto Kaigu. He's got no flash. He's going to throw the shield down. The root is available. Not going to be enough. Dandy just melting Kaigu's HP bars. Another kill for Ozone in this top lane.
It did not require a lot of effort right there. Unfortunately, Karma's squishy early on in this game. Just has the Spectral Wraith right there, which is not a lot of durability, and of course with the shield burn, it just makes life difficult. The crowd control chain, great here. And now you've got the 2v2, finally, for Mineski. Unfortunately, I feel like it's come in a little bit too late. I think the Ozone duo lane here is so powerful, they'll be able to deal with this matchup straight up now.
There is a 30 CS deficit between Exo and Imp. So it's dealing some pretty decent damage, actually, with that Dragon Strike. So hitting pretty hard right now. He's got that Brutalizer completed. We'll have to see whether or not he can 100 to 0 Imp, because I feel like if they don't, then that's basically going to be a lost team fight. As it stands, Yume rather, moving towards his blue buff. Gonna maybe get helped out by Kaigu, and we'll see where he decides to roam. He's got the makings of a Trinity Force first. He didn't actually rush that man in like we were expecting.
Yeah, I actually read that one wrong. I forgot that the longsword is part of the standard build now for Ezreal. So there's a bit of a gank coming in from Kaigu. He is going through a pink ward. This won't get spotted. We'll see how well Mod and Imp play through the engage of Mineski.
Solar Flare is so important in the setup, but you can see Imp and Mata realizing something's up. There's a number of pings onto the bottom brush. Dandy has now been called in for backup, and Imp and Mata now playing bait duty. We'll see him coming in. Zenith Blade doesn't connect. Mineski still continue this one. The box is down. Solar Flare locks up Dandy and Mata. A knockup, great coming down from Exo. He's removed from this fight, and the supported Mata is down. Now we see Imp has not been touched. His Kaigu is killed. That's a double. That's going to be another kill for Dandy. That just was too easy. A 3-for-1 with Mata locking him in the box.
Yeah, in this case, imping is easy because all the damage went through onto Mata. He valiantly tanked it up for his team, and the Vayne was just left untouched, able to just deal damage to that front line. Even Yume tried to help. He tossed the True Shot barrage down, but it's just... Ozone are too scaled up at this point. These fights need to be lopsided in order for Mineski to win them.
Yeah, Mineski committing to the fight even after missing the Zenith Blade. I have to feel that maybe it was a little too gun happy. We do see Lupa now jumping onto Snoy. Snoy's dropped low. There's no sadism available. Bounce is going to throw him up in the air. He's going to continue to use that percentage HP damage and picks up yet another kill on Snoy. This Mundo pick really not working out for them in the early stages.
Unfortunately, no. Looper had a much better time of this. Was never under pressure in his lane. You actually had seen TG roam out. So Looper's been in a 1v1 almost the entire game. But goodbye, Yume!
Yume going to go down. Dandy with the hate spikes is definitely going to lay down the pain. Now we see a flash forward. He manages to get another kill onto Kaigu. TG forced out of the engagement. The Haunting guys plus Elder Lizard and all of the damage on that hate spike. Dandy 7-1-3. He's a scary, scary Evelyn.
He is, and unlike what we've seen with Lee Sins and utility junglers getting ahead, where they will buy a Sight Stone or they'll buy an Oracle with mobility, Dandy's like, my utility, my crowd control is death. If you're dead, you don't deal damage, you don't run away, you don't cast spells. I'm just going to get some Magic Pen and crush your faces, and that's just fine and dandy for the Ozone squad.
It's the most uninterruptible form of crowd control, the death. Imp right now.
Revive teleport, that one works.
Revive teleport. Right now, Imp, he's going to focus down this bottom lane tower. Is another minion wave conga lining its way up. He's deciding to just focus this down, picking up the CS as and when he can. With the aid of Mata, going to be able to at least defend any sort of counter engages. Now, Ozone 7,000 gold in the lead. We do see a Looper invading. He's managing to force away Exo. Exo does smite that red buff, but it doesn't go to a more priority targets.
And at least he got to secure it though. And another fight coming up. Actually, Dandy walking right in there. And you can just tell how much presence Dandy has on this map. Everyone's got to fear just the Evelyn being there. She will win any 1v1 on this map.
This is officially Dandy's map. He can go and come as he pleases. There's a little bit of pink wards down for Mineski, but there's actually more pinks on the map from Ozone than from Mineski. So Mineski aren't even aware of Dandy's movements across the map, which is why he's had such great success on his kills and managed to get himself into this very powerful position. 14 kills to 6 right now. Dragon will be respawning in 10 seconds. Ozone waiting on the doorstep. I'm happy to greet this Dragon and secure yet more global gold.
Yeah, and the trademark Ozone play really is controlled play. You're going to find a pick here, though.
Oh, we do see Solar Flare. That's going to at least lock up 3 members of Ozone, but we're not going to see TG doing much more after that. Looper was able to zone out Exo and Kaigu's Shockwave, pulls 2 of them in. We do see the distance going down, but nobody else from Mineski decides to engage on that one. They'll be happy with the kill and the damage. It allows them to pick up Dragon safely.
Absolutely. They're gonna be controlled in this game. They know they don't want to put any major risks in there. I don't expect the Baron when the enemy team is alive. I expect them to make sure that this is a, as I said, controlled game. The pink wards pretty much guarantee that there aren't any pinks up from the Mineski squad, and Looper's gonna find another catch.
Does manage to knock up Yume. He's gonna Arcane Shift over the wall. That's going to only scare them away. Mata flashes for this one, pulls the flay backwards, now pulls Dandy in. They're going to jump on Snoy. Sadism's giving him the HP. It's not going to be enough. Exo now puts himself in trouble, gets knocked up in mid-flight, slammed into the wall. He can't even get the slam dunk down as Dandy takes him out mid-flight.
That was just a really, really good play there by Mata. Put the lantern down, got the flay, got the hook, got everything he wanted right there. Really nice moves, and it's just continually the Ozone ability to make plays off of their wards, and they're not even risky plays. They're just obvious plays that they've created through their ward control.
Dandy just doing such great work, being pulled into the fight by Mata's Dark Passage there, and it's part of the reason that we've seen so many Thresh bans against Mata. His Thresh play is very, very good. Yume in this mid lane now does have that Trinity Force completed, still working towards the mana mean, only 10 CS behind his opposition Dade, but it doesn't matter when he can just be melted by Dandy. He's got himself the makings of a Deathfire Grasp now, so to add to the penetration and the damage that Elder Lizard's giving him, he's just going to be able to insta-give people very, very shortly.
He will straight up 1v1 them before they get the ability to respond. There's so much % health damage available, and then just the constant train of hate spikes coming through afterwards. It's just Dandy taking control of this game. He's really... I guess it's pretty fair to say he's kind of the reason Ozone is winning, because the game started out with Mineski making the first moves. Mineski got first blood. Mineski had some pretty good lane rotations and ultimately built an early advantage, but Dandy turned so much around, and here's TG in a really bad spot.
TG's going to die. Solar Flare does land, but the on-hit damage from Dandy's just going to be able to melt his HP. True Shot Barrage trying to clear out the minions here on this mid lane tower, but without Solar Flare, without TG available, Ozone are just going to shove this down. Exo gets pulled back by the shockwave. That's a lot of damage onto Dade as Yume continues to spam out those mystic shots, but it's not going to be enough. He gets caught by the death sentence. They pull him in. He's going to be able to arcane shift out cleanly as now Kaigu forced to flash over the wall. I think Yume does not have his flash available. He's going to get dropped. And Snoy just throwing out those briefcases. There's not going to be enough. Snoy, unfortunately, your homework isn't going to slow Ozone down.
No, the briefcase is not powerful enough. Lupert is jumping in on top of a turret. This is a little more than he needs to do. Forced to flash away. Oh, MSK going to go back in for this, though.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up a counter kill here. Lupa definitely biting off more than he can chew. However, here comes Dandy and Dada. They're going to re-engage with Imp as well. They actually pick up the first kill onto Snoy. We do see Zach going down in the background as it's flag and drag from Exo. Tries to get him out, but a triple kill for Dandy.
Yeah,
they got to give him enough gold for his DFG for sure.
Yeah, they got 4 kills for that, Zach. I don't think that was really the plan to bait it out, but at the end it worked. The rest of Ozone came down, and they're just ahead by this point. This was Ozone, and specifically Dandy, completely controlling the first 10 minutes of this game, and now he's just being rewarded with sacks of meat that are easy to kill. Evelyn are making widows.
Even catches Yume in the background.
Yeah.
Dade almost able to pick up the kill, though, but is going to back away cleanly. With the blue buff and the cooldown reduction from Athenians, he's going to be able to at least get that back up and available in the not too distant future.
Yeah, Evelyn really doing her job there. The Widowmaker just killing people over and over and over again. You're seeing the score lines just look worse and worse for the Mineski squad. Now keep in mind that Dade had started this game 0-2 because of 2 very successful ganks. Yume started the game 2-0 because of those moves made by TG, and then nothing's really happened since for these guys. Everything's been a reaction from Mineski. They've been unable to find and pin out Dandy. They've been unable to force any more issues here. Ozone are just completely in control. I want to know how long they take to close one out though, because they don't have to do much.
Well, not much longer by the shade of things. Dade in the background. He's going to survive. Command Protect is going to keep him up. We do see the first 2 members of Mineski being dropped. Kaigu is going to be the 3rd. That's a triple kill for Dandy. We do see Dade securing the 4th kill as now Snoy is forced back into the engagement. Snoy's going to go down. And that's Mineski trying to pick a fight, thinking they have the numbers advantage. But their opponents had a 10,000 gold lead. They didn't even get Dade.
Not at all. 13,000 gold now the lead. They're going for Baron as well. And at this point, yep, that's a safe Baron for you guys, Ozone. It's impossible, literally impossible for your opponents to steal it. That's going to be another secured advantage here for Ozone. And I think we're pretty secure in saying they're looking forward to a rematch against Gambit for the final quarterfinal spot.
Dade even using his shockwave there to apply more damage to the Baron. And as you mentioned, Freak, once Ozone decide to push down the Nexus, it is going to be a best of 1, Ozone versus Gambit. The winner of that match advancing to the quarterfinals. We do see Exo is caught between a Vayne and a squishy Lupa. And you see Lupa doesn't manage to land the knockup. Exo gets out cleanly. 120 CS, and this kill lane of Jarvan and Leona really not working out for Mineski. They got first blood, but it didn't work out from there on out.
Yeah, I gotta still hand it to TG for that mid lane rotate. It worked very, very well. But the problem was Ozone outplayed the lanes. They managed to hide the Vayne Thresh lane. The aggressive wards didn't really come out from Mineski. They didn't spot where the dual lane was going, and they didn't really get to ever push and recall and find the matchup. When they did find the matchup, Ozone recalled within a single wave. The counter pick never existed for these guys, and Dandy just kept making everything happen. Ozone's got a Baron buff. They've got a lot of gold. This could be the game-winning push.
Well, Yume is still in that bottom lane. He's recalled now. Does not have Home Guard boots available. Going to make his way to the lane. We do see Lupa. He's pulled the trigger. He's gone in. Let's Bounce is now available. The Shockwave pulls him backwards. That's going to be enough damage to remove Kaigo from the fight. Now Exo's in trouble. He tries to slam dunk once again. Cataclysm does not get down as he's killed mid-air. Snoy is going to be dropped now as another double kill for Dandy is secured. They pick up the inhibitor turret. They're on the Nexus turrets. And Ozone are going to close out this game right now.
In just 23.5 minutes, 19, 1, and 6 for Dandy's Evelyn. That is a freaking massive number of kills here. And this is it, guys. This game's going to be ending. Ozone are looking for the last quarterfinal match in their rematch against Gambit.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. A best of 1 between Europe's Gambit and Korea's Ozone. And the winner will be advancing to the quarterfinals. Serious looks there for Ozone. And just to touch on something that Jat was mentioning earlier, this is going to be the first time at this tournament where teams play back-to-back.
Yeah.
And I feel after a very convincing win, Ozone are going to be fairly happy coming into this match. They're going to be comfortable. And I think they're going to be aware of what they need to do.
I think so as well. Especially Dandy here came in playing it basically perfect. And that's what you want to do when you're against a team that is honestly objectively weaker than you. You say, look, we shouldn't make any major mistakes. We should be in control of the game from second one. And for the most part, Ozone was. The only thing you've got to be concerned about is Dade. Didn't get Ezreal, gave up 2 early kills, and kind of gave the glimmer of hope there for Mineski. And you've got to be sort of concerned. We've been talking about him all tournament long. Can he perform on not Zed and not Ezreal?
So the one thing that did stand out for me is that Ozone were able to mitigate further deaths by Dade.
Yeah.
We've seen, a couple of ganks, a couple of counter ganks from Dandy. We've seen Dade play very passive and safe in that mid lane. And I think if Gambit are unable to capitalize in what is essentially a weak link in Ozone's team, that is Ozone's way in. That's their window of opportunity. Can we contain the damage that could possibly be done?
And this is actually something that I know Monte Cristo talks a lot about with Dandy, where he will research opponents and basically guess their jungle routes or their gank routes. And when you know that, okay, people are going to probably gank Dade a lot, and he can know that Diamond tends to like to gank for Alex, he can see those coming, and with Dandy's smart play, they can turn those 2v2s around. In fact, both of those games, the first and second game between Ozone and Gambit, had a double kill in the mid lane for one of the mid laners, and that turned out to decide the game. So I think it's a very likely point of contention in the next game we see.
Well, we'll see who can win that mid lane matchup. We're going to send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for a breakdown of Ozone's win and a look ahead to the tiebreaker.
Thank you very much, guys. And really, it's Gambit versus Ozone. I'm going to throw it to Jat to start this one off. Break it down for us.
Well, both teams still looked pretty shaky. Ozone wasn't performing all too well, and I don't know if they have what it takes to beat Gambit in the tiebreaker. What do you think, Rib?
Well, honestly, mentally, it's...
Rib, you sound a lot like Douglas today.
Yeah, it's a cold. Mentally, they're going to be really at an advantage here because, they just went off of a nice win. It was a little rough, but mechanically, they're going to be shaped up. Their communication is going to be solid. I really got to give it to Ozone.
Absolutely. And, Jat, to expand on that, please.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what I just said. The big thing about this game is I just can't keep it together.
Sorry, I was running late, Jat. Thanks for filling for me.
That's the beauty of live.
Yeah.
So coming into this one, obviously, we just saw Ozone play. They're going to have the back-to-back game, Jat. As you said before, that's momentum for a team.
Yeah, and I actually remember way back in IM Katowice, Gambit's been in a similar situation before where they kind of got a second life. They were in a group stage where they needed to win a game exceedingly fast in order to actually make it out of the group stage. They did. They had a night off, and then the next day they beat the teams that ended up becoming CJ Entis Blaze and Frost in the same day in the semifinals and finals. So, I mean, even though Gambit looked a little shaky in that game, they have turned around in the past on an incredibly short time frame and just looked amazing.
Well, it's also worth noting as well that Gambit has never placed below bottom 4 to LAN. Why would they start now, right? They're always that clutch team. So they're one of only, I believe, 2 teams in the world that's ever done that, them and Frost. So, I mean, it's an important streak, and
that's true.
I think that it's unlikely they're going to break it here, but we'll find out. And especially, we look at that, and Dade continues to have problems. It's like he can't conceptualize that there may be somebody else to come and gank his lane. I mean, he got surprised by the Leona rotation right there, but he seems to play as if it's just him and the other mid laner, and even then sometimes he still loses. So it's quite puzzling.
Yeah, the thing that strikes me the most about Dade is he doesn't really respect Fog. The thing that loses him against Fnatic so much is he will die when people hide and brush for an extended period of time. All you have to do is have patience, really, against Dade, and it seems like he'll fall for your gank or he'll fall for your little gimmick, and it's concerning to me that just consistently happens throughout the group stage.
I do think Alex Sage is on fire as well. He's going to be really motivated coming into this game. He doesn't want to lose like the way he did. He always gets really passionate once Gambit actually starts playing a little poor. And I think it was a wake-up call for them. I think they're definitely going to be the favorite for this match.
And Monty, I kind of want to poke you with this question of the junglers. It's kind of been on your mind. You're always talking about Dandy and how he's been doing, kind of, as we just heard, Smithy Light coming in, but Dandy huge that game. How is he going to fare up against Diamond, who tries to be even more aggressive in his game?
Well, I mean, to look back at the couple of games that we've seen so far, we had a 1-1 split between Gambit and Ozone, and each of those games was very one-sided for one of the teams. Now, Gambit, I don't think, was ready for a double AD composition in the way that Korean teams play it, particularly a team like Ozone. And so I don't know what tricks Ozone has left, though, right? Now that Gambit's seen it, they should be feeling more confident. And that game was less about that jungle presence. Now, when they were trying to have heavy jungle presence in that first game, it kind of did go horribly awry, and they ended up handing over that double kill in mid lane. So unless they have a very specific strategy in store, in spite of Dandy's skills, Diamond's also one of the best junglers. So I think it's hard to call.
And Doublelift, what do you think they're going to have to do about the bot lane? You've been saying Imp is really on a roll right now. How do you think Gambit can shut him down?
Well, Imp is on a roll, but Mata seems to be getting caught a decent amount. I think it's a really big toss-up because Genja has been playing too bad, minus the builds, joking around with that. Like, honestly, Genja's been playing pretty decently. He's been playing solid. Imp, on the other hand, he's a big playmaker. I think he's a little bit like he'll have high highs and low lows, whereas Genja is a steady, more steady kind of player.
And Crepo, voice in. Let's take it to the mid lane. Dade versus Alex Ish coming in. What are your thoughts on that? Dade's been kind of up and down on that roller coaster, as we've seen and heard from you guys that Alex is kind of on a rampage right now.
We're probably not going to see a Zed here. I wonder if they're going to give an assassin to probably both players like assassins. And last game they actually gave Shen to Darien, to Vulcan rather, but they might give it to Darien again here. And an assassin with a Shen backup on a team that's on fire might actually be really dangerous to play against.
And I know we've talked about it all the time, but we need to kind of just double up on it. Dade's champion pool, which is increasingly small, I think is going to be attacked by Gambit if they've really thought about this game. They're the ones who had the game off, technically, when Ozone was playing Mineski. And I think it's attackable. Even on Orianna against Mineski, Dade was not able to have a performance. Everyone else on the team is who did fantastic there.
And the weirdest thing about Dade is that when he played Ryze and Lissandra and like Gragas, and then now he played Orianna, those were not good games for him. And so mentally, what happens, well, to me, is when I have a bad game in a tournament on a certain champion, I'll just immediately be like, well, I guess I either suck at this champion or we can't run it as a team or I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to stray away from this champion. But it seems like he's had bad games on pretty much everything that he's tried, so I don't really know. Ezreal seems to be the only champion where he's had like an exceedingly good game.
His Jace went all right, so he might opt for that again. And then again, I think Gambit is pretty used to playing against Jaces, so it'll be definitely tricky to see what Dade comes up with.
And Doublelift, what leads the team into that choice? Is it premeditated? At an MLG choice, when you played Urgot and you were like, man, this Urgot 6 item isn't something I want to play again before. We need to win early with that. What goes into the choice of saying, we want to play Urgot this game?
Well, generally you just consult with each player on your team and you're like, hey, what are you comfortable with? What do you want to run? And what champions do you want to run with this, like, for example, an Urgot comp or whatever they're going to run for mid, an Ezreal comp, a double AD comp like that. And the person will tell you, I'm either A, comfortable with this, or B, uncomfortable with this, and let's like do something completely else and change the team comp because I'm just not comfortable. So it just depends on whatever Ozone wants to do. And I think it has a lot to do with their coaching.
And let's talk a little bit about the team comps, because a big thing coming into Worlds now is the 3.11 patch, 3.11. That Triforce coming in. We've seen Corki use quite a bit in the early part of this tournament, but then it's kind of fallen off and people are trying to put Ezreal mid. So it's still trying to get that Triforce in.
Yeah, I want to see how the build paths affect the bottom lane here, only because we've seen a whole bunch of variants, specifically from Imp and Genja. Genja's building, almost picking items from a hat at this point, it seems. Like, he does the Trinity Force build, or he went Bloodthirster Infinity Edge on Varus, even though I expect that to be a Bloodthirster Last Whisper build like anyone else would do. And Imp has not played the Trinity Force carries at all in this patch, so I think there's a big thing to watch there. Whether Genja builds properly or if Imp plays the... He's played it once, I think.
Once, yeah.
But that's not his core champion pool coming in either, so I really want to see how that matches up.
I really hope Genja will rather go for like the BT builds, because generally he does really well. If you look back half a year ago, for example, he was playing a lot of Misfortune, and he would even go up to 2 Bloodthirsters and just wreck with the AoE ulti. That's actually something they might actually bring back for a concise team fight.
He has tried the MF so far.
I think the strangest thing about Imp is the fact that people regard him, well, at least me and pretty much everyone I've ever talked to, has regarded him as the best Caitlyn they've ever laned against. He's really, really good at Caitlyn. And he had a really good game coming into the group stage on Caitlyn too. And he's obviously a contender for like top Vayne in the world. So I don't see why he doesn't just stick to those guns. He's really straying away. You saw him go like Trinity Force Kog'Maw, kind of copying Genja, and he's just had a lot of variance in his champion pool.
The whole team has had a whole bunch of variants. I mean, I almost want to say both teams have had a whole bunch of variants. I'd say Ozone has been the shakier of the two, because Gambit is always unpredictable and just does crazy things, which consistently leads to a lot of variance in the games, but that's not what we were used to from Ozone.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, we've got to take a quick break. We do have that game coming up. When we return, Samsung Galaxy, Ozone, and Gambit face off in a one-game tiebreaker with a trip to the quarterfinals on the line. But first, we turn up the sounds of the game and listen in as Ozone tries to hook up Dandy with the pentakill.
펜타 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 와 다네 내가 펜타 먹는 건데 뭐아 좋아 펜타가 어딨어
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship and bonus coverage of the Group B tiebreaker game. It is time for the winner-take-all matchup between Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone and Europe's Gambit. The victor will become the 8th and final squad to earn a spot in next week's quarterfinals.
Exactly, quick shot. If Ozone take down Gambit, they're going to be the 3rd Korean team in the top 8 at Worlds. On the other hand, if Gambit can smash a Samsung Galaxy Nexus, they'll join Fnatic as the 2 European squads in the quarterfinals. And now, this is also the 3rd time these teams have met. They played twice before, split 1-1, so this is basically a very belated best of 3. Now, in Game 1, Gambit had Ozone pretty much the entire time. They had a 2-for-1 trade in the mid lane, and they snowballed from there. Genja's Trinity Force Kog'Maw pretty much dunked everybody. LXH's Ahri also went 9-1 and 8, and Gambit had a pretty good game. Now, in the other game, Ozone, Imp and Dade, they went pretty crazy. They had a double AD comp, Caitlyn and Ezreal, and they got the early game lead and played a very controlled push game with double AD, gave up very, very few kills, and just controlled the game the whole way through.
Yeah, they completely set the tempo of the game. Just before we look at the lineups, I want to let you guys know that the coin toss was done just off stage during the ad break, and it was Ozone that actually won the toss and elected to be on blue side for this matchup. So let's get right to it and check out those starting lineups. On the blue side for this tiebreaker, it is Samsung Galaxy Ozone defending their Samsung Galaxy Nexus. Looper in the top lane, Dandy in the jungle, Dade in the mid, with Imp and Mada as your AD carry and support.
And meanwhile, on the red corner, it is Gambit Gaming with Darian up top, Diamond in the jungle, Alex Ich in mid, and Genja Voidal on AD carry and support. And you know, quick shot, looking at these lineups I actually think back to the games that they played, and the first win that Gambit got was Diamond dunking people on Evelynn, and there was very little ward coverage, and the analysts were very surprised that no one really warded against the Eve. We just saw Dandy say, I can play Evelynn too, and so you've got a lot of contested picks on both sides now.
Yeah, and not only that, they have to be worried about the Ezreal pick for Dade. Do they want to let that through? Or does Genji want to play? He's not traditionally been the Ezreal kind of AD carry. He has trained it towards other champs. On the same token as well, we'll see how well that Evelynn gets contested. Who's going to pick it up? Right now, Ahri and Caitlyn immediately removed. Zed is still up, and I feel that the onus is on Gambit to ban it out, being on the red side.
There's actually a lot of really crazy things going on here. You're right that Gambit's probably got to ban out Zed, but it's interesting because with just the Caitlyn ban, they have a lot less to worry about from Ozone's side, because when they ran Ezreal plus Vayne, it was kind of awkward. And it was only because they managed to kind of snowball ahead and make some really good moves that Ozone had a really good game of it. I think just with the Caitlyn ban, they are less worried about Ezreal, and they can give that away to Dade without much concern. The Zed ban, of course, is going to come through, though.
So we do see Sona instantly locked in. The one thing I want to highlight here, Elise still open, Aatrox still open, Evelynn still open as well, and I think Orianna deserves a mention because we have seen both Alex and Dade playing that Orianna. So there's a lot of champions that these teams have played, and it's like, well, which two do we want? We have to cherry pick here.
And Twisted Fate is also one of those champions. Now, I think both these guys love the Assassins. Their primaries are definitely like, you want to see like Alex on Ahri if you're a Gambit fan, because he just does so much with that champion. He made it happen against Vulcan. He made it happen against Ozone as well. And playing those Assassins is so important. But, of course, Twisted Fate and Orianna, less impactful for both these teams, but still the ones that end up getting played because their top tier ones get banned out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they mitigate this. We do see that Aatrox and Evelynn have been locked in for Gambit, so most likely going to be seeing Diamond running that jungle Eve. However, Keep in mind that Alex has run mid lane Eve before. I'm not expecting it. I'm just saying keep it in mind depending on how the rest of these Ozone picks decide to wrap out. Ozone really taking their time here on the countdown to see who their second and third pick will be.
And I was just about to actually mention the fact that he was hovering over Elise, because Elise and Lee Sin are both available. And honestly, I don't expect either to be stolen away. The odds are that it is a jungle Evelynn from Gambit, and that you can take as long as you want for Ozone to pick the rest of your champions here. But there's actually a lot of interesting things coming through with these lineups as well. The Sona Steel, for example, is a contested pick as well that you talked about. Both teams actually won when they ran Sona. So you've just got a lot of high priority champions being taken away, just like this Varus being stolen away from Gensha.
So the bottom lane of Gambit currently sitting in Ozone's back pocket with that Varus and the Sona. We'll have to see. Most likely going to see Voidal trend towards that Zyra. It's what he's been doing all tournament long. He's only played those two support champions. And you can see Genja scratching his head right now, definitely thinking about what they want to play. Is it going to be Kog'Maw? Is he going to go Misfortune? He has done it once already. Did that against Fnatic. It didn't work out in that game. But it is a champion that he has immense amount of experience with.
And the thing is, the bottom lane is fully revealed for Ozone. Gambit can lock in their duo lane fully and know what their counter pick is going to be, and leave the mid lane there for last, and also let Alex Itch counter pick. Just because they blind pick their top laner in jungle, Gambit have now given themselves full control over the rest of the lanes here. Zyra, as you mentioned, yes, of course, is going to be that other support coming through. The Kog'Maw coming back into it as well. It's pretty comfortable picks here for Gambit, and they're coming into this knowing what they're facing, so it's got to be the right call for them.
My question now, what does Dade lock in for his mid lane? Is he going to take Orianna? And if that is the case, how does Alex respond? I was going to suggest maybe a TF, as you've already highlighted. We'll have to see how this pans out, because, you know, Gambit's going to have this option to counter pick, and there we go. This is going to be a top lane Elise, maybe?
Most likely.
With jungle Lee Sin.
Most likely. We do see top lane Lee Sin once in a while. We haven't seen Looper play either of these champions, if I recall, so far this tournament. And of course, we've never seen Looper in competitive play before this tournament, so you never quite know. But basically, Ozone have now come in and locked in a heavy utility composition. Varus ultimate, Sona ultimate, Twisted Fate gaking around the map. It's a lot of stuns looking for picks.
So I'm just going to go on a loop, and I love seeing Alex Itch on Assassins. I'm not expecting this, but I would love to see the likes of a Kha'Zix against what is actually a very squishy lineup. It is a champion that fell out of favor. We'll most likely see Orianna, but we'll see what he decides to go with.
The problem with Kha'Zix is you need an area of effect team to set it up, because you're very reset based. You can't like burst one target and hope Kha'Zix works out. So instead you get one of the age-old counter picks. This Kassadin had only been banned against the European squads, if I recall correctly. And Alex is a very good Kassadin. And when we consider how rough Dade's laning phase has been, and you're giving Alex a champion who just has to get past the laning phase and then thrive, this is putting a lot of cards in the Alex Itch deck and saying, look, it's on you, make it happen. And I think he's been set up here to do a very good job with that.
I'm happy to see Alex on an Assassin. I do feel it's his strongest suit. And the one thing you've got to remember as well is the nightmares that Ozone are going to be having of Xpekia's Kassadin. When they were, you know, absolutely decimated by Fnatic's dual assassin combination, and you've got, you know, very mobile. I mean, Eve can assassinate from the blind. You've got Aatrox that can dive in there, and if they do get collapsed upon, well, we'll buy some time. We've got Zyra for the knockout.
And this is so, I think, really good from Gambit overall. I think they've done a much better job in champion select with this one, because think back to the first win they had. Mata failed to ward properly for Diamond, and stuff got turned around. Now, to their credit, if Dade ever looks for a gank, his ultimate will reveal Evelynn, so he knows he won't be jumping into a trap, but that ultimate can also be counteracted by Alex Itch's teleport. So you've basically got more map mobility by Gambit, the chance of sneaking by sight wards from Ozone and making more plays, snowballing an early game lead, which we've sort of identified as a sort of a need here for Gambit, and then they're going to be in really good shape.
Well, I definitely want to highlight for both of these teams that early game is important, because we've seen both of them falling behind. I mean, Gambit were dead to rights in the first 15 minutes of that matchup against Vulcan, and because of a counter Baron play, they were able to bring themselves back in it. I don't feel like they can afford to have that same... Neither of these teams can afford to have that same sort of start to this matchup, because with so much on the line, with so much more pressure on your back, this is the game that decides. There are no more chances. Win here or go home.
Exactly. It's win here or go home, and neither of these teams are really known for giving away advantages once they've built up a real lead. Again, these guys went 1-1 throughout the group stage. The team that got that first lead was the team that won the game convincingly, I might add, with very few mistakes on both sides. These guys have gotten comeback wins, but they've never given a game away. So I think you're right that the beginning of this game matters a lot. The first 10 minutes is incredibly important. And what's going to be fun to watch, though, is that Dandy on Lee Sin can make moves early on. Evelyn has to capitalize on his lane's crowd control to make stuff happen. So there's a bit of a mismatch there, actually.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. There is a fair amount of crowd control. Knock up and slow from Aatrox. Root from Zyra, of course. And, of course, if Diamond is able to read Dandy's movements and counter-gank, it can work in their favor. There is a peripheral plus power plus problem in Imp's computer right now. You can see the referees and the technicians busy working on it. So we do have a very brief pause before we get into this tiebreaker. And we talked about it, Group B. There was enough European teams present to give us this tiebreaker match. So plus 1 on our total number of games.
+1. We're casting 3 today. It's going to be awesome. And I like looking at these two lineups because they function in oddly similar ways. I think I would characterize both of them as sort of pick compositions where you're trying to find some kind of opening. It's just sort of or at least, you're trying to split up your opponents and then make things happen. So Kassadin, right, such a good duelist, has teleport to help teammates out, can split push constantly and teleport to a team fight. And there's really no good duelist to deal with Alex such as Kassadin. And so Gambit actually, if Alex gets out of the laning phase successfully, Gambit puts a lot of pressure on Ozone. But on the same side, Ozone has a lot of ways to force lopsided engagements. They've got the Twisted Fate ultimate. They've got Lee Sin coming in very early on. You've got Varus and Sona with crowd control. Both these guys can make things happen at a moment's notice and then hope that they don't get countered on quickly.
Gambit get locked up, they're going to be in trouble. So we are into the tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. This is genuinely the last game here in Group B, and the winner will be advancing to the quarterfinals and having a shot at the Summoners Cup. As it stands, Dade is going to go head-to-head against Alex Session. Alex on Kassadin, a known counterpick to Twisted Fate. This should be a lane that he should be comfortable with, but we'll keep our eyes on his CS as the game progresses.
And I always like talking about the 2v1 mid lanes because it doesn't really hold down the mid lane. We saw Ozone 2v1 Peke's Kassadin and said, yeah, you got less minion kills, but you still got full experience. You got to teleport around the map and make plays, which is all that Kassadin really wants to do. So Alex sitting here with a Doran's shield, happy to fight against Twisted Fate, won't get pushed out, okay, fine. But I want to point out Looper's item build as well. He's actually looking for what I believe to be a 1v1 matchup. He's gone with the Flask, which does not have good combat stats to survive a 3v1 dive. Looper's trying to be safe and have a more secure lane.
And we'll see if they can find that secure lane. There's no, what we've come to call the Ozone Ward. It's basically the ward that reveals where the lanes are going if you place it by basically the inner turret on the top or bottom lane. So both of these teams are going to have to do their best guesswork. And as it stands, Gambit have thrown their duo lane up top. I also want to highlight the fact that Genja has started with a Doran's Blade in this matchup. He went Doran's Shield on Varus in the previous game. So we may be seeing maybe a more standard start here.
Yeah, this is confidence in Gambit that they're finding the right matchup for themselves, that they're getting the 2v1, because Sona Varus has a heck of a lot of poke, and there's no sustain in that lane for Gambit. Going Doran's Blade means he thinks he's not going to fight those guys, because he's happy to go Doran's Shield when he thinks he is going to do that. And Gambit, I think, have actually won that lane game unless Ozone does something crazy here. So it's the 2v1 in the bottom lane, and Darien is defending. It's the 2v1 top lane with Looper defending. And already some early ward control for Gambit to make sure they don't get surprised by Dandy's Lee Sin.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Darien has secured himself that wolf camp. Will be recalling to heal up and then moving his way down to most likely this bottom half of the map. Has actually cancelled the recall. Is now moving his way towards mid lane, in fact.
Yeah.
Going to be Wraith camp, jumps over the wall. So Darien's turning himself into a jungler, relying on that blood price to keep himself topped up on HP.
This is incredibly smart by Gambit. It's a really good play. Darien's taking a bit of damage here. He should be all right. But at the end of the day, look how much that bottom lane has been frozen out by the dual lane of Ozone. It's just now reaching the turret. Now, it does reach early, actually. This experience is going to waste right now by Darien. He's not getting any of this. But what's worth remembering about this is also some money that's kind of trading hands here. Because Mod has been forced to pink ward the gank path to look for an Evelyn, whereas a much cheaper green ward's been used by Voidal to make sure that Dandy's not coming up.
See how it works out for them. There's a very large minion wave against Gambit's mid lane tower as well. Alex is doing the best he can to farm up under tower. 5 CS behind already, as we do see now Darien making his way to this bottom lane. The cannon minion does look like it is already down, and he's going to be in range for at least a good number of these caster minions. He's got a 9 CS to 3 advantage, as well as getting much closer to level 3. So he's got a full level over Looper, but the last hitting of Looper should be a little easier thanks to those ranged auto attacks.
And I actually like to point out as well that Ozone pushed that lane a little bit faster than you would otherwise need to. You can push it slower and push with a cannon minion, as you see right here with Gambit. But of course, that gave Dandy enough time to show up and defend this lane, whereas for Ozone, they got a lot of those minions to die to the turret before Darien showed up. So Ozone, realizing how slow Darien was showing, denied some experience there.
It's also something that we've seen Vulcan doing to Ozone earlier today as well. It was Looper that fell prey to that little tactic, as it were, and managing to incorporate it in their early game. So no massive advantages across the board here. 5 CS in the lead is Darien. We do see it's basically evened out by about 6 CS in the mid lane, as Dade's Twisted Fate is naturally going to pull ahead. But this tower in the bottom lane has taken a lot of damage. It's down to below half health, and we see Diamond setting up in the mid lane. We do see pick a card has been used. Here comes Diamond. He's going to get some hate spikes down. There is no pick a card available, so now he's going to get out cleaning. Gold card catches Alex. He's actually going to flash the Sonic Wave. Very, very scared of the burst and damage that could come down from Dandy and Dade.
But that now opens up a huge window because there's 5 minutes without teleport now for Alex, as well as 2 levels until he gets Rift Walk back. Dade Dandy can easily get another gank there and put heavy damage onto Alex, potentially kill him, but at least force him out of lane.
Flash plus Ignite is available for Dade, so we'll see if he decides to use this one. And I keep topping himself up with those blue cards in the mid lane, and continues to control this lane up, pushing it into Castellan as much as possible. Farming under the tower is a little bit easier thanks to that Nether Blade, but still taking a lot of harass from Dade without reply.
So this is going to be Alex forced to recall back. What's interesting, though, is there's that turret going down. The 2v1 was much more successful, but Dandy's looking for the top lane, spotted by a ward, and Diamond already recalled.
So Voidus goes down. Here comes Looper. He's ignited Voidal. Voidal's going to at least flash away. It's a successful gank. A lot of damage being applied to Dandy. And we do see that Voidal gets out cleanly, but Ignite burn for Looper, flash down for Voidal. So that's 2 flashes down for Gambit in the early game.
So some pretty successful ganks here by Dandy. Ultimately, Looper did not quite land the cocoon, though that is what Voidal had flashed. But it still means that there are openings now for Ozone. And remember that Dade is about to hit level 6. This wave will give him Destiny, the ability to force one of those flashless lanes into death.
Well, let's see if he can make it work for him. Those first couple of Destinies really so impactful on the tempo of Twisted Fate's mid-game. He's already got himself a 20 CS advantage.
Looking top lane.
Let's start to recall right now. He does have it available, and Alex is doing the best that he can, and we've talked about this. If Cassidy can make it out of the laning phase, he can do well. Imp has already rotated to the mid lane because, of course, that tower is down in the bottom, and they're now going to set their sights on this mid-outer turret. Without Alex there to defend it, Diamondprox may try to close in, but there's going to be a lot of damage being applied.
There's one weakness to this lane rotation, though, is that they've actually left Darien alone to farm and shove down. So he's at 31-something minions, and Darien has the potential to fully carry a game as an Aatrox. And Ozone has to be careful that they can still control Dragon as well as still control Darien, who is going to be a scary force and one of the major damage threats on this Gambit lineup.
And I definitely want to highlight the build that he used against Mineski while playing Aatrox. After going Blade of the Ruined King, he ended, Ravenous Hydra rather, he picked himself up a Gwynzu's Rage Blade. So really just synergizing with everything else that Aatrox synergizes with. Level 6 right now does have Massacre available, so if a fight were to break out, that's a lot of attack speed.
Now, it's unfortunate for Gambit as well, when we kind of look at these champions, that they didn't take down this turret, because it's going to be a clean 1-0 turret lead for Ozone. Gambit can't send their dual lane top without giving away Dragon, so instead, they've sent their dual lane mid, somewhere else that they can put some pressure on the map, and leaving Alex top lane, who's still got teleport available. So even though a bunch of crazy things happened, to Ozone's credit early on, Gambit have the map mobility advantage over Dragon if Looper stays up here.
Well, we do see Alex getting jumped on. Cocoon lands. They trade some poke back and forth, and at the end of it, we do see Looper coming out a little bit ahead. He does have some potions and that flask to rely on, as well as those spiderlings to help give himself some HP back, and he should be okay in that lane. Alex also doing the best he can, once again, to continue CSing. Now, Genji and Voidal set their sights on Dade. They're going to try and decline his amount of CS, but thanks to those wild cards, he's doing a good job.
But I actually like this lane assignment by Gambit, because Voidal plus Diamond can give them a kill on the Dade if Dandy doesn't turn this gank around. He's looking for the top lane though, it's bad for Alex.
Gold card does land into a cocoon immediately. Alex gets dropped down. First blood goes to Lupa. Dade and Lupa just chaining that CC so incredibly well.
And of course, right there, the ulti also revealed Diamond's location. They know he's on the top side of the map. Ozone actually started pinging out the dragon, saying we should try to get control over this one. That top lane kill, of course, very well executed. Good job chaining their crowd controls at the right times to pick up this kill. Suddenly, Gambit got a little bit less of a leg to stand on.
And as it stands, Ozone now stacked up the numbers in the mid lane. They already have a tower advantage, and Ozone are going to try to take down this tower of Gambit. Genji and Voidal do have a little bit of AoE, so they can throw out their spam to try and defend it, but as it stands, Ozone back off. Not willing to risk sticking around, knowing that at a moment's notice, Diamond Prox could actually jump on them.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary thing right here, and I want to just keep track of where vision wards actually are for Ozone, because last time they lost to an Evelyn, they weren't respecting it enough, and Diamond got in some really good sort of free ganks from Fog of War, and right now there's really only one. It's only spotting the left-hand side of mid. Any other gank path that Diamond goes for will succeed and be invisible.
Well, Imp gets caught out, and here comes Dade from the side. Instant Voidoo's there from Genji to slow the path down from Dade. He does have those boots of speed on his back pocket, so he needs to move a little bit quicker. Now, teleport is available, but there's no wards in the river here for Gambit. I think they're going to be aware the dragon's going on, but if they respond, it will be too late, and Ozone should secure this one uncontested.
Very well done, well controlled. In fact, there were actually pings in the top jungle saying Diamond is up here, and they pinged that without him really walking through a ward. They just knew where Diamond was headed. They said, okay, the jungle's on the wrong side of the map. Alex can't get out of range of Cocoon in time to teleport into the fight, and so Looper could have stopped them. Just a well-controlled game. That is Ozone. They know what's available on the map and are very good at taking riskless objectives, saying, yep, you cannot stop Dragon. We have more members than you. This will be fine. Over and over again, that is how Ozone builds the lead. The rotations are good. Their lane assignments have actually been pretty remarkable as well.
Well, one tower, one dragon, bunch of CS, and 2,500 gold in favor of Ozone right now. Genji, 96 CS on the board. He is ahead of him. However, he hasn't gone back to spend any of that money just yet. He's finished off his Berserker's Greaves and Double Doran, so a little bit behind the BF Sword and Vamp Scepter that Imp has currently built up. I'd like to see where he prioritizes. Currently sitting at about 1,400 gold in his back pocket.
Yep, Imp is going to spike first in this game, which is great for Ozone because mid-game's going to be the important part here. Darian's gonna get out of this one. Okay, so the mid-game's going to be better for Ozone. A wasted TF ultimate, not that scary. Imp will have enough to complete his Bloodthirster in about 600 gold, whereas Genji's got a while to wait till he finishes any major items. So you're going to see a lot of control here for Ozone, and they'll likely snowball more of a lead here.
As long as Genji has that mana available, he seems to be keeping Imp at least at arm's length, using that Bio-Arcane Barrage and getting some good damage down. Dandy is waiting in the wings. He's hanging out in the bush, just looking to see. Flash Crescendo could be the way into this fight if Genji and Voidal just overstep past that safety line.
Well, we'll see, of course. Dandy happy to wait around. The pink ward control is there. And now look actually at the vision ward control for Ozone as well. They've got one top lane. They've got a couple near mid. They've got one near the dragon as well. There's many less opportunities for Diamond. Diamond can run around and farm minions, and to his credit, he's farming really strongly, but he won't have any pressure on the lanes.
So they get a route down onto Mata and Dandy. Chain of Corruption is going to lock Genji in place, so he can't apply damage to the squishy targets. Imp is going to be able to continue to land down the damage on Genji. He's forced out of the fight, and a little bit of miscommunication there. Agony's Embrace was thrown down by Diamond, but there's not enough damage on the Ozone members.
Unfortunately, no. The Zyra ult came across. They tried to make that happen, but no, there aren't people here. Darian, though, well cut out.
He's going to use that Dark Flight to get out. Piercing Arrow is going to connect onto Diamond, and now Ozone have got so much HP to work with. They're going to stick on that mid outer turret. They're going to be able to secure this one as Gambit took too much poke, and this is exactly what happened to Gambit when they lost to Ozone in their second game.
Yeah, and Ozone are really just getting there first over and over again. They made the They forced the issue in the mid lane. Again, a low-risk issue, but they made it happen, saying we've got the numbers advantage. We know that Diamond is not flanking us, so the fight is ours. Alex still needs to power up before he's useful in this game. Has a catalyst. Alright, he's got some mana, that's nice, but he's still waiting on levels. He's still waiting on items. The Gambit power spike is still not here. Ozone are still clawing farther and farther ahead with this mid-game lead.
2,500 gold, approaching 3,000 at this point in the matchup. Dada is going to be able to eventually pick up that blue buff. as Alex will do the same. This will allow him to at least fill up that tier a little bit more efficiently. You did see Lupa was trying to steal it away, but obviously realizing he was behind enemy lines without support, he got out cleanly. Alex getting closer to level 11, so that Rift Walk is going to hit a little bit harder. And as it stands, Gambit, I guess they're trying to just hit the pause button right now.
Yes.
They're trying to farm this one up, trying to get to an item position and then deciding to fight.
Yes, and their split pushers are fairly safe. We did see a gank work on Alex Ich. That was the first blood. All right, good job there by Ozone. But generally speaking, it's pretty easy for Darian to run away. He's got move blocks, he's got slows, he's even got the revive passive. They sent Alex Ich bottom because he wanted to control this, but Looper finds Alex.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Destiny is available. We do see the repel coming in from Looper. He's going to continue trying to focus down. Flash is up. Alex not going to need it. Rift walks out and really testing the limits of that Sonic Wave.
Yeah, ultimately, Kassadin's a pretty good matchup against Elise if TF doesn't show up. You take less magic damage from the passive, which is really all that Elise does right here, and you've actually got more mobility as Kassadin. Alex will still be okay to run this one as long as he doesn't get surprised. I want to keep looking back at these wards, though. It's still about how well is Diamond's Evelynn controlled. Diamond is stuck here just farming his jungle over and over, which is giving him some golden experience, but the vision ward control is preventing any ganks at all. It's just Gambit forced to pause and hope to outgold their opposition.
All right, we'll see if it can work out for them. Ozone now moving their way towards this bottom half of the map. There's a minute to go until the dragon is up. So look at all of these wards in the river towards that objective. There's not enough members of Gambit here to defend this tower, and a 4-man Ozone is going to be able to apply a lot of damage into this inner bottom lane turret. Imp and Mara just landing auto attack after auto attack. We do see Agony's Embrace going in. That's a great Stranglethorns. Going to knock up nobody actually from Ozone as they manage to get out. Now Voidal kick back into the fight. The rest of Gambit are untouched though. This is the second kill for Gambit. They now turn their focus onto Imp. This is going to be a triple kill for Genji. In actual fact, Alex secures it. They only lost their support. Ozone focusing, not the damage dealers.
Without hesitation, these guys just went in for that one. Amazing initiation right there. Genja was untouched off on the side, just raining down punishment with that Phage Burst build. You've got to watch out though. Diamond and Co are looking for Looper.
Oh, that is a dead Looper. Now they jump onto Dade. Flash has been burned. Diamond Prox is thinking about the dive. He continues to land the poke. Genja with max range Bio-Arcane. He lands the gold card into Alex. While this is going on, this is the second tower that Darian's going to take.
Exactly. He has been untouched there. Dade was not available for that fight on the right-hand side of the map, and Gambit knew about it. They saw Dade recall and leave that top lane, knowing it's a 4-on-4, an untouched Darian. What a good fight there. Gambit finding the mid-game battle they needed.
They find themselves so many kills, 2 towers, a dragon. We've got a saying when you watch the EULCS that if you give Gambit a finger, they'll take your whole arm. And that is exactly what they just did in this fight.
That was incredible. Just landing all the area of effect. It actually reminds me of a game back in the spring split of Marn versus CLG. Watch this engage. 3 people by the Evelynn, the ulti from the Zyra, and the slow in there from Kassadin. It's a lot of early damage, and now look at Genja. Has a lot of low health targets that he can freely attack here. And keep in mind that by hitting 3 targets with Diamond's ulti, he gets a big shield out of that one, absorbed a lot of the early punishment, and let his team follow through afterwards. Gambit initiating is actually what their comp is really about with an Evelynn. They're the ones to force the issue because they can make those fights work.
Yeah, and even though that knockup from Voidal Stranglethorns didn't catch anyone, just the zone presence that it had simply forced Ozone to split up and basically straggle for targets. Now, Genja, Trinity Force is completed on Cogmore. He's got those double Dorans as Ozone are now stacking up in this top lane. Darian is in a lot of trouble, but Gambit are trying to respond. We'll see if they decide to dive before the rest of Gambit can get here.
It's going to be an interesting one right here. Darian is pretty much safe to defend this one. Of course, Diamond gets revealed. Pretty much they're not just able to push.
Darian's actually jumping in, does get the knockup onto Dandy, realizing that he's got the support from the rest of his team. Cocoon goes out from Looper, almost catching Diamond Prox as he did walk across that pink ward, but he gets out cleanly. Now, Alex has his Rod of Ages completed. He continues to split push, and he's not used his teleport just yet.
He still has not had to burn this at all. There's no one even trying to stop Alex here. No one is looking to defend this turret whatsoever. Ozone can try to force a play somewhere else, but the thing is, without ward control, they can't bait Baron. Gambit sees them.
Well, We're going to play the Baron game with the European team. They're going to be aware of how this works. They are going to stick around. Remember, the teleport can come in. Now Darian's caught out. That's a lot of mobility. They dive onto him. Dragon's Rage comes up. His Bloodwell is available. Hasn't been popped yet. That's Destiny into Gold Card. Now the Hex Drinker shield will wear off by the time he respawns. Darian fail flashes into a face plant. Alexich is now alone, trying to single out Mata in the background. Voidal gets caught up by the Gold Card. Stranglethorns has not been used because it's not available in the background. Genja is left alone. Alex has got a double kill onto both Lee Sin and Sona. Now he's running away for his life. Rift walks out cleanly. They've traded 1 for 2 in a very sloppy fight all over the place.
Those kills were incredibly close right there. I can't believe Voidal lived either, but Diamond's getting chased by Looper. This would be a close battle.
The question is, can the crowd control land? Diamond gets a lot of damage. He sidesteps out of the way of the cocoon. He may actually want to return, decides against it, backs away to his tower, and Genja is going to secure that red buff. A 2 for 1 after Darian was caught by Ozone.
They burned a lot of cooldowns for that one, Ozone. They got a little bit out of position and the re-engage came across. Look at that fight. So they burn a lot here for Diamond. The Lee Sin kick, the ult as well from Twisted Fate, and this puts a really good position now for Gambit. Watch them pile in. Look how easy it is to land the rest of the CC. It separates the team in half, letting Alex and Diamond put free damage here into Mata and Imp. You've got Dandy at no health either. Genja actually solos people off on the right-hand side of the map as well. He's able to survive that fight cleanly. Basically, Ozone aren't able to fight as a group. The individual plays by Gambit let them separate and pick up kills there in that battle.
Too much damage from too many assassins paying dividends here for Gambit. They're now 7-3 up in kills. They now have a 3,000 gold lead. And Alex is just going to return himself back to that bottom lane, going to try and push down the tower as best as can. The rest of the Gambit team are now actually stacking up in this mid lane. But Darian, without his Bloodwell, they may want to play a little passive until that's available again, get that revive up and running, and then pick another fight, knowing that he can come back to life, be a nuisance, put more damage down.
And I'm actually glad you mentioned the Bloodwell there, because it speaks to an interesting quirk with Gambit's sort of lineup. Everyone on this roster, literally all 5 members, are damage threats. Okay, support Zyra not a ton, but with plants and time, all of these guys deal real damage in a team fight. So if you dive the Kog'Maw, the rest are still hitting you. But even though they're not real tanks, the Evelynn and the Aatrox, they're deceptively tanky. You've got the Evelynn ulti shield per target hit. You've got the Bloodwell and the lifesteal on hit from the Aatrox. So Gambit crush you while not really dying that fast. It's a really cool comp.
Well, we'll see if it works out for them. Alexich is well aware of Dade taking out this ward. Remember that of these team's 7 kills, he's been involved in 7 of them. They trade back and forth. There's a lot of HP on Alex though, so definitely coming out ahead in that situation. The rest of the team has come to join him in this bottom lane, and the pink ward war is in full effect as this is just pinks for pinks.
And Diamond's actually hiding in the corner where this all happens. The plants from Voidal will keep him pretty much safe here as he sweeps it away. Uh-oh, this could be risky. Dade wants to look for something here.
Yeah, there's no Aatrox. Aatrox is up in the top lane. The question is, where is Dade going? We'll have to keep an eye on the gate once Twisted Fate lands. It actually fizzles. He decides not to use it. But cooldown blown. Gambit will be happy with that, especially with Dragon coming up.
And that's a good play by Gambit to make sure they were all grouped up there. Dade did not have the ability to hardcore initiate without dying immediately afterwards. He went for a fast Abyssal Scepter and Mercury Treads. He went for a build that would let him survive and actually dual Kassadin in a 1v1, not hardcore engage Zhonya's for his team and kind of show back up. Because Dade went for an alternate sort of tanky build, he couldn't just jump in and start the fight, which is a bit of a risk when you consider the fact that Darian got a Hex Drinker, which is fine, it's tankiness and damage, and Alexich is just getting Roa, which is tankiness and damage, and it plays right into what these champions want to do.
Well, we'll see if it works out for them. As it stands, Dragon is alive. We do see Diamond Prox eats a Sonic Wave from Dandy. Dandy follows this one in. He does get silenced up though, so not going to be able to deal more damage as Diamond gets a massive shield from Agony's Embrace. Stranglethorns in the background has already been thrown down from Voidal, and this is another one of his mixed fights. Alex is going to get one. Both supports are down as Alex tries to focus off the backline. Dandy, Lupa, and Dade sticking towards the Dragon as Imp was able to get away. They've traded 1 for 1 in that fight.
If there was a little bit more ward coverage by Gambit, they could have chased down Imp, because there is no way the rest of Ozone could have helped the Varus. An AD carry getting separated is the worst thing that can happen to a team right here. So okay, yeah, Diamond took a bunch of damage, had to tank it out, but Gambit in a way won that fight by outpositioning Ozone afterwards. It was just unfortunate their health bars weren't high enough to capitalize with a lot more after it.
Well, what Ozone are going to have to be aware of is in these fights right now, it's both times they've actually been able to jump onto somebody, but haven't been able to close it out effectively. It's something that they're going to have to rectify in this mid-game if they want to become more of a threat. Alex once again continues pushing down the wave as the rest of Gambit are going to secure themselves their dragon here right now and just extend that gold lead that they currently have.
They need to wait for Diamond though, because Dandy could always steal this away. He's got the reveal as well. Now do they wait for that Q to time out? Flash is available for Dandy. He can always W over and go for it.
He's going to W over. The Flash is available. Flash is out. Now Darian has thrown down the Massacre. He's going to take a little bit of damage, but Dragon was secured, and I think trading that for the Flash of Dandy plus Massacre cooldown, and Gambit are going to be very happy with this trade. Alex continues to farm up. He now has a 30 CS advantage over Dade's Twisted Fate, and they pick up the third tower of the game to go with that Dragon they just secured.
Great play there, Alex Itch. You give him a playmaker, and he's going to make the plays 6, 1, and 2, doing everything right. 9,000 gold total he's earned. He's about a quarter of his team's gold. Dandy makes a play into Voidal, though.
He's going to kick Voidal backwards. Here comes Mudda and Imp in the background. You see Diamond Proc zoning them out. This is basically 1v2. That is Home Guard Alexich coming in. He's picked up 2 quick kills as Dade and Dande are sitting on the sideline. Here comes Darian, though. He gets a knock-up. He secures the 3rd kill of the fight for Gambit. All they've cost was a Voidal. Now we see Alex with the Riftwalk in. He's going to eat a gold card, but Dade's been silenced, and Darian and Alex should be able to close this one out. Alex will get the kill credit thanks to the damage he's putting down, and not even going to make it to the tower, and that is a 4-for-1 convincing teamfight win for Gambit, and still 100% kill participation for Alex Itch's Cassidy.
And Ozone are not respecting the teleport. There's the play. They've got what they think is a numbers advantage, but they don't. Diamond separates the back line, and here comes Alex. The burst is so high from a mid-game Kassadin. Once you hit level 13, you just do that much damage. The re-engage comes in. And again, it's in the first game it was not respecting Evelyn, now it's not respecting the teleport.
Well, in this particular matchup, Alex Itch using a very cheeky teleport to a Zyra plant in that team fight. A very nice play, and those Home Guard boots really allowing him to just cross the battlefield at a moment's notice. Once again, Alex returns to the split pushing game. 9-1-3. The one thing Gambit have to be very aware of, if Alex is the target that goes down, if he is caught by a Dragon Rage into a Cocoon, Crescendo, Chain of Corruption, all of that CC, that's where all of their team's, kill gold has really gone. So
yes.
It's very much an all eggs in one basket, and this is a pretty big basket right now.
And it's like one big egg and 3 kind of smaller ones there. Just to sort of clarify the numbers, 10,000 gold on Alex Itch, 9,000 on Genji is pretty good, but then it's only 7K on Darian. There is a pretty big drop-off after the 2 squishy targets kind of running around in the middle of the fight. So there is some real potential there for assassination. Dandy, Looper, Dade, Imp, they can all snipe one guy, and it is a concern here. Alex, though, realizing some of this, had already gotten Mercury Treads, is also going towards Azonia's Hourglass to help guarantee he doesn't get killed too fast. So I think Gambit are covering their bases pretty well. They've got a 5,000 gold lead, and now it's Gambit with control, and I want to see what they do with it.
Well, we see Gambit setting up around the Baron pit right now, getting some wards down, clearing out the Ozone wards. I want to highlight the fact that Lupa has gone for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, going for that HP. He's got a Negatron Cloak, plus more HP and penetration from their Haunty guys. In conjunction with the Abyssal Scepter that we see Dade picking up, that's some very defensive items against this all-damage Gambit team. Now, we do see that Seraph's Embrace has been completed for Alex Itch. It is fully stacked up, and he's working his way towards the Hourglass. So, as if it wasn't difficult enough to lock him down, it now becomes incrementally more difficult to actually kill him.
Oh, it absolutely is. This is just going to be... I feel like it's going to continue to be an Alex Itch field day unless he massively misplays. And you'll notice the sort of gameplay that Gambit are going for is they're actually playing around their cooldowns very, very well. Despite the fact that they're up 12 kills to 5, never mind, they're going in on Imp.
Oh, Imp's in trouble. Take a look at that. Agony's Embrace comes down. They're leaving the kill for Alex Itch. He even rift walks the Chain of Corruption. Massive play. And that's Alex picking up his 10th kill of the game.
I was literally about to say that Gambit aren't taking a lot of aggressive moves there. They're playing between their cooldowns, but when you got a free kill like that, you go back to the old Gambit style of see hero, kill hero. And 5v4, they can take at least a turret off of this.
Well, they're going to pick up their 4th tower of the game. That is now all outer towers down. 15 seconds left on the clock before Imp is alive, and Gambit toying with the idea of mid lane, but you hear the fallback ping. They're saying, let's back off, let's play it a bit safer, get away, and here's a replay of that mid kill.
And it's just easy crowd control here. They stack the slows together. Diamond knows that the Varus ult is available, and he doesn't want to get rooted in place, so lets Alex go for it. Here's the play. Sees the cast animation, sees it come out, just jukes it out. I like that play from Alex. And of course, the rotation doesn't come in time for Ozone. Those kills come so fast from these assassins.
Yeah, we see that Sorcerer's Shoes plus the movement speed that Diamond Prox gets with that Evelyn just closing the gap too quickly. And we'll have to see how Ozone respond to this, because we don't see a number of pink wards anywhere other than sort of the entrances to that mid lane tower area. We do see Dandy's running around with an Oracle's Elixir, but I feel like if you need to spot Diamond with an Oracle's, it's already too late.
Well, the problem is Ozone has been pink warding. That's kind of been the issue the whole time. There's dive in the top lane.
Oh, we do see Darien. He manages to get away from the Sonic Wave. He does have Blood Well available, so he's going to get popped into his passive. The rest of Gambit are trying to respond as now Dandy is running away. Darien has managed to survive. Sonic Wave is up. Dandy jukes backward. Here comes Alex with a Rift Walk though, and Genja continues to try to get in range. Darien is alive though. Genja is probably going to be able to pick this one up. Kill credit goes to Genja. Assist to Cassidy, but you got to give props to Dandy for at least planning that almost escape.
That was a cute move at the end right there. I want to see if Gambit keeps chasing. He actually tried a move that would have worked about a year ago, where you put a ward down and turrets would target wards. They no longer do that, but he was trying to tank a little bit of damage and get out. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Some good moves in general. But yeah, you sort of look back at this game, and Ozone, yeah, they're trying to pick off individual targets, but those individual targets are no longer really killable. You can pop Darian's Bloodwell. Okay. You can pop the Evelyn ultimate and let her run away really fast with the giant shield, and it's probably not going to work well for you either. And Alex Hitch, of course, we've seen him get away from this one. So Gambit are playing around the TF, Lee Sin, Elise really, really, really well. And now with teleport back up for Alex, he can split the bottom lane and continue to stretch out Ozone's lineup.
Now, one of the things that Gambit are going to know very, very well, all the champions that Ozone are playing, these are main champions for Gambit. They've played them all. If they're going to know how to deal with them, how to run rings around, how to avoid them, they've thought about it. They know the weaknesses of these champions, and it's showing in every single one of these team fights that Ozone has started. Gambit has come out ahead.
I feel like Gambit's probably played this exact lineup at some point before, like literally all 5. So I completely agree with your point that these guys are playing pretty much from home, whereas Kassadin, not that common in Korea. Kog'Maw, we haven't seen at all until this tournament. Aatrox, only really seen in Europe for the most part. Or at least, not in China. So it's Gambit playing totally with home turf. We talked about how well could Ozone adapt. Dade's main champions getting nerfed out, not finding anything new, and they're playing just a strategy that Gambit knows so well, but it's not the same on the other side. Ozone are trying to stop the bleeding now, but it's been moves made by Gambit over and over.
Well, let's see how well they handle their position right now. Genja once again securing that red buff for himself. Bloodthirster is getting much more stacked up. He's gone for those distortion boots once again. We're going to see lower cooldowns on his flash, being able to avoid the CC that Ozone wants to be putting down. And Gambit with a 9,000 gold lead. Deathfire Grasp completed for Diamond Prox, and we'll see them starting to group up. Boyle clearing out wards around Baron Pit, and if there's one thing that you can do as a European team is play the Baron card, because if anyone's done their research, you know how Baron-centric the EU gameplay is. And right now, Gambit trying to almost bait this fight.
And the thing is, Gambit, I think, have done a better job of ward control, which is, of course, what you need when you do a Baron dance. But think back to how much money Mata has had to spend on pink wards, and compared to how relatively few Gambit has bought. And you actually mentioned how hard it would be for Oracles to spot the Elise roaming around. They had been putting pink wards down. The problem is, Wardle's been wearing an Oracles for a while now and constantly sweeping them away. And unlike Sightstone wards that you can refresh and just not really pay anything, those Vision wards cost $125 a piece, and there have been a lot of them bought by this Ozone lineup. Even though the gold lead is 8,500, in terms of actual items and inventories, it's much higher because there's been a tax placed upon Ozone just because Evelyn exists.
Well, let's see how well Gambit can continue to make advantage of it. As it stands, 0-1-9 on Diamond's Evelyn. If nothing else, he's played the perfect initiator here for Gambit. Every time a fight has erupted, that ultimate has come down, that massive shield has happened, and Diamond has basically actually just run in and run out because the rest of Gambit have just cleaned up. Aatrox has done the damage, Casson has done the damage.
Gambit can force a move now. They just spotted Imp in the bottom lane because Alex forced him there. Gambit have ward control. They can force a battle here at Baron.
Genja, Darien, Diamond Prox, they've jumped onto Barry, and there's a million pings on that mini-map. Ozone are aware of this. They're trying to respond. Now, Destiny is available here from Dade if they want to get
Gambit
the
are staying.
The Destiny has been popped. We'll see how Dade rolls with this one. Teleport is available for Alex. The question is, what time does he come in?
Got it!
The question is now. We do see a steal from Dandy. That has been enough, but the question is, at what cost? The first victim of the fight is Dade, as now Genja, full HP. Voidal still alive in the background. We do see Dandy securing a kill onto Diamond Prox. Genja still untouched. Dandy jumps back in. This is a triple kill. Now Genja's the last target. He's doing the best he can to pick up kills. A Captain Surprise available. This is an almost ace for Ozone and the Baron. Have they just pulled a Vulcan?
A 4-for-1. I was surprised that Gambit stayed for that fight. They had deep ward coverage. They knew that Ozone was coming in, and they said, all right, you can do two things. You either get there to Baron early and you fight for it, but Alex teleported late, or you get the heck out of there and let Alex kill a free turret, and Gambit did neither. Alex teleported in late, was not there for the start of the fight. The Baron got stolen before Alex dealt any damage, and he didn't even get the turret for it either. Ozone get a huge amount of objectives off that fight.
Inhibitor is exposed. 4 members of Ozone with the tower. Here's a replay of the fight. Talk me through this.
Teleport comes in late, Voidal forced back, and the ulti only hits one man. The initiation from Darien is great. It's a really nice opening, but Alex is forced to Zhonya's out early and just can't make the same plays. Genja is forced to try to hit the right target and just keep spreading his damage apart. Look how low Mata gets. Look how low Looper gets. Genja never finds someone to actually finish off too many low health bars. And that is because Alex came in late, did not get to put down early burst, and was not able to help chase down kills. Not a good fight for him.
And you have to give props to Mata. He managed to get the crescendo onto Genja in the pit, prevented him getting those auto attacks down with the Bloodthirster, Trinity Force, and his Bio Arcane. Maybe those couple of auto attacks could have turned it around.
Yes.
A minute on the clock now for Dragon to respawn, and look at all these pink wards on the map now. After that Baron, the gold that's just been secured, plus the power spike that Ozone have. These teams are playing for their lives. Remember, the winner of this game goes to quarterfinals. The loser does not. And Ozone have just been given a second lease on life.
2.8 thousand gold now separates these teams. Gambit need to keep their head in this one, though, because by all rights, I think they are still ahead if Baron buff times out here. 6-4 in turrets, though. Ozone have now gotten 3 turret kills, at least, off of that Baron buff so far. Yes, they are very well back in this game. They've got 30 seconds left on Baron buff. Sorry, 30 seconds till Dragon comes up and a minute and a half on the Baron buff. You will see this score get closer and closer before that buff times out. Gambit needs to wait and fight when it's gone.
Once again, want to highlight a slightly different oddball itemization here from Dade. Not only has he got the Abyssal Scepter, Lichbane TF, he's picked up a Magi Soul Stealer as well. After going down in that previous Baron fight, this is an all-or-nothing item if ever I've seen one. And in a game that means this much, that counts this much, that could be game-changing if it manages to get those stacks, if he manages to get all that ability power and that cooldown reduction, if he manages to get all the way to 20.
That is a surprising amount of confidence. I've got to question that a little bit because power now matters a heck of a lot. I don't know if Ozone can force a whole lot more kills to stack that Magi's up, but we'll see if he proves me wrong. TF ult has been popped. Ozone just looked for the mid lane turret, though. They wanted to make sure they didn't get flanked on their way in.
Well, we do see Gate has been used. The rest of Ozone trying to get in range. Looper leading the charge here. They're now onto the inhibitor. It's getting dropped very, very quickly. If Dade gets some Lichbane procs on, it's going to go even quicker. Now, though, the rest of Gambit have been able to group up and force Ozone back. But remember that Ozone have that inhibitor, the Baron buff available if a fight were to break out.
That's a surprisingly gun-shy move there by Ozone. They had the ability to spread out, not get mass ulted by Azira, not get mass ulted by Elise, and that's Ozone saying, look, we'll just play it slow. We could have gotten an inhibitor, we probably could have actually won the team fight, but we'll make the safe play. We'll take the safe Dragon, get the gold a little bit closer, lose our Baron buff, but have the confidence to just win it later on. We'll see if they can do it. They lost a giant minion wave in the top lane, no one cleaned that up. There's some things they're leaving on the table. In fact, they gave up the blue buff as well from Gambit.
So the Baron has pulled Ozone back into this game. There was a near 10,000 gold difference less than 10 minutes ago. And I think everybody that was watching anticipated Gambit to close this game out. But a risky Baron, maybe not quite as risky as what we've seen elsewhere, but a risky Baron led to some amazing Dandy plays. He got 2 kills in the fight and a steal. Has kept Ozone alive. The question is, who can dig deeper? Who's going to be able to fall back on their experience and their ability to close this game up? Because it's either team can do it.
Either team can do it. I just think Gambit has more to fall back on. They've got more damage threats. They've got an Aatrox who's going to be so stupidly hard to kill in a team fight. He's got basically 1 million magic resist. The actual number is 185, but he's sitting on 2,900 health. He's sitting on extra life coming back in with his W thanks to Spirit Visage. He's got the shield as well from the Maha of Malmortius. If Imp sits there hitting a frontliner over and over and over again, I feel like it's a difficult team fight for Ozone to win. I still think Gambit have the right players here and the right champions to make a fight work.
Well, they have to make that fight work because Ozone right now trying to set one up. They continue to stay grouped together as a 5-man unit. The Baron has worn off about 1:20 before it respawns. And you can see that Gambit definitely slowed down the pace of this one. They are actually 2 towers behind thanks to that previous Baron play. And I imagine Gambit just looking for an opportunity. We do have teleport back available for Alex though.
And similarly, Ozone also slows his pace down a little bit. They go for the play here in mid!
Oh, we do see a knock up there onto Dade. That's a crescendo, locking up the backline of Gambit. Dade's the first victim to fall. We do see the Zonya's Hourglass from Alex's. The chain of corruption is spreading. Diamond Prox has fallen. Genja is untouched in the fight. Genja's jumping onto Imp. He's squashing him down. Lupin now trying to get backward. The Force Bolt doesn't connect as Darien with a Bloodwell is going to be able to solo out Imp. Genja gets a massive amount of damage. Lupin that is going to be a massive win for Gambit. The crowd erupts. The ace is secured, and now Gambit are chasing down the base.
They've got 30 seconds to go and enough health bars to make some headway into this one. Baron is up in 20 seconds. They might make the same risk. They could probably do it. They've also got minions to push down mid. It's up to them.
20 seconds on the clock, and remember, Bloodwell is still available for Darien. They've got the inhibitor turret 5 seconds before Matas respawns. The inhibitor is going to be secured, and Gambit are going to back away. A massive turn once again.
That was absolutely huge right there, to quote you. Gambit going to recall in time. They will not get spotted by anything else. Dade realizes, you know, I might have got confident there. I'm going to sell that Magi's real quick. I don't think that was worth it.
That is a massive change. No more ability power from that particular item. And all of a sudden, Gambit now, with the super minions in the mid lane, they've got a 5,000 gold advantage. The question is, what do they do from here? Where do they go? They could push down the lanes. They could once again make a play on Baron, but it's just a ticking time bomb for them.
So I think a real Baron play is not the right idea for Gambit there. If they actually hit that thing at all, it's the wrong play. We've seen it twice now in the last hour and a half. That's the wrong play. Instead, security is the play for Gambit. Get a Guardian Angel on your main carry. Get tanky on the frontliners. Or in Darian's case, screw it, just buy a Bloodthirster. That's tanky enough for you. And it's just have the threats. It's been the game plan all along. It's just have real team fights with really powerful champions. Now, the split push game will be hard because Dade has Destiny and Alex does not have Teleport. And Dandy can make a play with this.
Oh, Dandy's picking a fight. Gold card goes down. Massacre is up. Darien kick backwards. Remember, he's melee. He needs to be hitting to getting that lifesteal back. He's doing the best he can, but on top of that hail of arrows, it's not going to work out. Voidal gets caught by a cocoon in the background. That's going to keep him backwards. Darien is taken down, but Genja wants to play. He's going to be in range for that Void, who's been not going to be enough. Now, without Darien, Ozone are turning towards Baron. This is going to be risky. Smite is still up for Diamond Prox.
And they've got all their important ultimates available as well.
How many wards?
A lot. They're going to need them. A pick means everything right here. 45 seconds without Darien. Ozone might just be too gun-shy for this one, but they could push mid. 5v4 is an inhibitor.
Gambit will play interference as long as they can. There are super minions in the base of Ozone. You can see that stream of red lights pouring down. The longer Gambit can keep Ozone back, the more damage they can possibly do to those Nexus turrets. Ozone going to try to reply here with an inhibitor, but there is a Stranglethorns available. We'll see if Gambit can go in.
They've got to be careful of the engagement. Catches Voidal!
Voidal's caught. Stranglethorns goes down. Crescendo has been used already. Alexic in the background. They've traded support for support. Where is Genja? That is the question. He's backing away. Dandy's doing the best he can to survive, but the inhibitor still stands. Alex and Genja close it out. Now Dade is going to be hit. That's a flash forward from Diamond. They've got him. They've got Dade. They're on to Lupa. Diamond Prox still alive. Hate spikes going down. And I tell you what, Lupa hates Elite right now. He's get taken out. This has to be the game. Gambit are rushing for the Nexus.
There's 30 seconds until any respawns are back. The inhibitor is dead. There are super minions coming down the mid lane. This could be the quarterfinals for Gambit.
They are rushing this one down. Keep your eyes on those death timers. Genja is untouched. Darian has respawned and is running down the lane. There are no minions here. They have to tank this one up. But Genja's got that Guardian Angel as well. They should be able to finish this game. Gambit, after almost throwing this game, look to secure the spots in the quarters.
There's a super minion, still 1 second. There's Sona. 13 seconds left on Lee Sin. They might have just enough damage. Everything is burned. This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals.
Ladies and gentlemen, in dramatic fashion, after stealing a Baron to defeat Vulcan to force the tiebreaker, they lose Baron against Ozone and bounce back. The crowd is cheering and this performance deserves it. They definitely made it exciting.
They really did. I mean, the Baron play was scary. Gambit, I don't know why you did it, but at the end of the game, the plays that they made, they fought 4v5 inside their base with 15 seconds until Darian respawns saying, you know what? You caught Voidal. It's basically 3v5. Screw it, we think we can do it. And Gambit made the play happen, undermanned. That just shows you their confidence, their individual skill, and their preparation for that game.
I have two last things to add about this. 13-2-9, Alexic Kassadin. 10-1-10, Trinity Force Cogmore for Genji.
Yeah.
What a massive game impact those two had. And you know what? I think the fact that there were so many damage threats, it didn't matter who you focused if you were Ozone, because Gambit would just say, hey, I tell you what, I'll tap somebody else in to kill you because we can all do it.
And they could, and you actually saw how well Gambit even danced their aggro, because every single person who was a damage threat late game had 2 lives. So we talked about the Bloodwell, we talked about the Evelyn ultimate, we talked about actually eventually Genja adding a Guardian Angel to make sure, but then as well with Alex Itch, instead of doing the Rift Walk in, flash out, it was the Rift Walk in, oh, they're hitting me, Zonias. And then by the time Zonias had come back up, he could Rift Walk back out or onto another target. And it was this 2-stage sort of engage where they got the initial burst, took no damage in return because it was shielded or something else, and then came in again for a second kill. That comp was genius by Gambit, and the play was perfect.
I cannot wait to hear what Riv and the guys at the analyst desk have to say about breaking down Gambit's incredibly clutch win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And there is quite a bit to talk about here just from the start. Picks and bans, seeing Imp on Varus, the gold sways throughout the game. And we are going to start in picks and bans. You know, Jat, what were we looking at and a little bit more?
So this thing that happened with Ozone in the World Championship is I felt like they had a 2-pronged attack initially going in. It was Dade and Imp. Dade played off the entire World Championship and he was on Twisted Fate. And even though in the context of their overall composition, Varus made sense, in the context of the team, it does not, because he can't make the plays that he's accustomed to making when they win. And I just didn't like their overall composition because of that fact.
Well, of course, and I mean, who's been coming up big in these wins for Ozone when
It's
they have won?
Looper a lot of the time.
It's Looper, it's Dandy, and it's Imp. And Imp has had just immensely good teamfight presence on Vayne over their last couple of games, but they decide to put him onto Varus here, which is a champion he is very comfortable with, but without another kind of big carry right here, and they had to put Looper on Elise, that meant, to get some more damage output, but then that left them without much of a tank, and against Kassadin Kog'Maw, that's going to cause you huge problems in the late game, which is pretty much exactly what we saw.
Varus is also incredibly weak against assassins, and Gambit ran 3 assassins, Aatrox, Eve, and Kassadin, especially Kassadin. It's just really awful because Kassadin, as you can see this game, he built Merc Treads, he was unaffected by Varus' ulti, and he can just dance around the fight while Varus is a very immobile AD carry. Imp had to really carry this game because Dade didn't play the best game of his life, and obviously he couldn't do anything, just outmatched.
Prepo, thoughts about it?
I just think the Varus pick could have worked, but only up to a certain point in minutes in the game. And if you make one mistake against the Kassadin, as you saw, like Froggen tweeted that earlier as well, you can't get there. It's really hard. Like Kassadin snowballs so hard. That's why so many people in mid lane in Europe are so scared of it. That's why that's actually one of the reasons why the mid lane meta game in Europe evolved to having last pick mid lane. That's why some people actually consider picking purple over blue. First pick isn't as important because it basically removes Kassadin as a ban, and Kassadin is a counter pick to a lot of the favorable mid lanes.
And Mani, to direct this at you, how do we feel about Ozone coming in here using Looper, the entire time with the option to be in different positions?
I mean, I'm just kind of incredulous after their repeated performance. Ohm is here. Ohm is in this building right now, and they chose repeatedly not to use him, even though they did look quite weak. They were exposed very early on in this tournament, and it's somewhat baffling to me. I have no idea the reasoning behind it, but
although
you gotta wonder.
We still have to say that Looper played really good games.
He did.
Although he played a lot of champions that he overlapped with home on his champions pool. Maybe it's particularly for this game, knowing that Gambit had a really bad track record against Zach, 0-8 now I believe the last few games.
Right.
Maybe they should have put in home and just let him play Zach, because as far as I know, he's a really, really strong Zach player.
He is, and in fact, his synergy with Dandy earned them a lot of first bloods in Korea in that lane, even against very strong top laners like Flame from CJ Blaze. So it is kind of a mystery. And I mean, what was also mysterious about this game a little bit too, we were looking at that bottom tower fight when Ozone had a lead of a few K, and coming into that too at the second tier. That's going back to the Cassidy snowball as well. That's really what started getting Alex its rocking, right? And they kind of just sat there, took a lot of damage, didn't trade a lot back in return. Dade, after most of his team was dead, poured it into that lane, allowing Darien to split push. So they gave up 3 or 4 kills, tier 2 top turret, and a dragon all at once.
4,500 swinging gold there.
Yeah, and not only was Dade not there, and I feel like this may be beating a dead horse, but you really have to point out that Dade was nearly 100 CS down as a TF, which is not normal. Against a Kassadin, you should be greatly out CSing him. He ended the game with around 380 AP at 46 minutes, or 44 minutes, I should say.
Partly due to a misclick on the
yeah, that was talked about
Yeah.
tilting earlier, but nerves also fall into that, buying items that you don't need.
That was definitely a big nerve thing. When he bought a Majai Soul Stealer, got 0 stacks out of it, based, and then sold it and to buy an Hourglass, that was like a huge waste of several hundred gold. That really could have changed the game.
I really think that overall here, throughout the entire World Championship, Ozone just never had synergy. Not once. Coming in, maybe it was because Ohm wasn't reliable for them. Maybe it's because they had to change their roster. Maybe it's because they hadn't traveled before. But just looking back at this now, the fact that 2 European teams are moving on from this group, not a single one of us predicted that. And I don't think many people online did, as far as maybe like a crazy European fanboy would have. But it's
crazy
ridiculous.
European fanboy? Educated European fanboy. I just still want to go back on that tower where everything went wrong and Cassidy started snowballing. Actually, I don't want to put the blame on Dada there. It's just his team was pushing without him. We clearly saw he based and he was walking towards the race, and then he did a maximum range teleport to the lane, which basically ended up being useless. They tried to hide in the brush. They tried to pull a Fnatic on Gambit, and got caught out, took another two people down, and got the tower there. So that was like a multitude of misplays. The first one pushing without TF, which is horrible. This early siege will only work if everybody's there and they can just push. Because Darian, he was stuck in the top lane. He had no possibility of coming close to helping, and you just gotta. They could have sieged really easily with their composition, with the lead they had, but they just gave Kassadin a chance to jump in. And if you're not with enough people, you will not punish Kassadin jumping in.
So as teams see, what happens and how the game has been absolutely swaying so much at Baron, I think within the last few games, people are taking it way more into consideration. Do you guys think it's going to change the games as we move on to the groups?
I think a lot of that has to do with the shot calling that's going on. When you start an objective like Baron or Dragon, immediately the shot caller needs to say, we're turning or we're actually finishing it, which would result in a 50-50 smite war, which is exactly what you saw. If the call was to turn, which is the correct call because you don't want to get in a 50-50 smite war when you're that far ahead. There's almost no way you can lose the game when you're that far ahead, except as you see at these Baron 50-50s. And you can completely avoid this. You can A, not do Baron, or B, just bait it so that you can start a team fight. And you just see the same mistake happen, I guess, twice in a row.
We have to give props to Dandy though. That was a flash max range smite steal at the right given time. He was absolutely amazing. I think Money even had a nickname for him.
Oh yeah, Doe and I call Dandy the King of Thieves because this is not uncommon for him to do. He's had numerous clutch steals.
Yeah, in fact, even to get them into the second seed, the third place game in Champion Summer, he had a smite steal in Game 5 against CJ Entis Frost. It's an incredibly clutch move, and it's unfortunate. I mean, here at the World Championships, not every team gets to move on, but I mean, with all the mistakes Ozone made throughout,
they
regardless of how well Dandy played, they did not really deserve to move on.
No, they definitely did not deserve to move on, and I said earlier, I'm happy Gambit's moving on because I find Gambit the more reliable team to watch right now, and Ozone came here, they look unprepared, they decided to use substitute players for good or bad, but they don't deserve to move on to the quarterfinals.
I really hope a lot of teams, including Gambit, will now start using Baron more as a tool to bait enemy players instead of actually going for that Baron. Hey, can we finish it? We don't know. Well, let's try it anyways. Worst case, we back out, because that just doesn't work. A lot of the times you start a Baron thinking, yeah, if they know, or if they realize, we can back out. But by then it's so late that people are like, yeah, why not try and finish it? But then you're essentially giving the enemies a 50% chance to steal. And a lot of junglers actually tell me that it's easier to steal a Baron because you have no pressure. You don't. The Baron's technically in your head. The Baron's lost, and you can only win it, as opposed to the under jungle. He can only lose that Baron, because if you get your Baron stolen from you, you're the mocking spot. If you're the stealer, you're the hero. It's a little weight difference on it.
All right, so we have Fnatic and Gambit moving on. How do you feel that these guys are going to weigh in coming into, Najin Sword, Royal, Cloud9, and Gamma as well with these matchups?
Well, to be honest, I think Gambit has been looking a little shaky. I mean, yeah, they did pull out the win against Ozone, but they didn't have a spectacular score coming into the group, or coming out of the group, I should say.
Right.
And I feel like they're going to have a hard time, unless potentially if they draw Gamma Bears, who people kind of immediately discount because, they're not very well known. Their top 4 finish may be in jeopardy. They're consistent top 4 finishes at every lane.
I think especially with Gambit, more so than any other team, they turn it on at the very last minute.
Yeah.
They wait until they're down a game. Like, if they move on, it'll be 3 games, they'll have a 7,000 gold disadvantage, and then they'll come back and win. That seems to be the way it works.
Still really late. Waiting for that tower push for the enemy team to turn it out was pretty late. I would have liked them to turn it out a little earlier.
I feel like their manager, Constantine, would also like them to go a little sooner. But, oh man, it's exciting to watch at least.
I'm actually interested to see how Royal is going to show up. I'm not even sure. Have they traveled before to international events? As far as I know, they haven't. So they're gonna come in cold. They haven't played any games here. They scrimmed and warmed up and all. But these teams coming out of group stages, they do have the edge because they warmed up. They're used to the crowd. They're used to the setting. They've played on these PCs, for example. They know how hard this desk is. It's all these little things that, as a pro player, affects you a lot more than you would think.
I'm not sure for the entire Royal team, but I know Tabe was in WCG 2011 in Korea, so he's actually traveled long ago, and then he actually retired for a time, and now he's back in competitive, but he's definitely seasoned in that regard. Hopefully, he could transfer some of that knowledge to the rest of his team.
Yeah, Whites may have been on that team as well. Both Tabe and Whites have been around for a long time, so...
All right, gentlemen. Believe it or not, we have more games to go. And with that, this means 21 of the Group B games are now in our match history. So let's take a look at the final standings. In first place, it's Europe's Fnatic with a 7-1 record, while Gambit takes second thanks to their tie-breaking win.
Yeah, rounding out the final Group B standings are Korea's Ozone in third, North America's Vulcan, and then Philippines' Mineski.
All right, well, Group B's officially finished here at Worlds. We still have got 5 more games to predict as we go on in the competition between the analysts here. That is the word. Let's take a look at the standings heading into the second half of the day for you guys. Sitting at the top of the pack are the viewers with an impressive 30-5 record. Pat yourself on the back. In second place, it's a tie between the casters and Monte Cristo at 28-7 with Doublelift 3 games back and Crepo 4 games out of first, with only 5 more matches to go. You guys.
To be fair,
okay, we're gonna be fair for you.
The only way I can get back is by having 2 correct predictions and beating the viewers, which all means I need to get 2 different games. So it's not the 4 games.
You can do it.
Wait, what is 4?
That logic.
Nice math, dude. You have to win 4 and the viewers have to lose 4.
God damn it, Double, if you ruin my point.
All right, everyone, we need to take a break, reset our game lobby for the second half of the day, but when we come back, Group A takes to the stage for 5 more matches, starting with the Lemon Dogs taking on Team Solo Mid. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship will return right after the break.
Diamond coming in to help him out. Darian, he's still alive. He got kicked over the wall. No! Peke's going for this one. He's going to flash in. Shockwave comes down, but Peke will pick up the kill. And they will pick up another win here against Gambit and secure their spot in the playoffs. They want Backcloud coming into the back, using his Zhonya's, but he's going to die. Here comes Peke from the backside. Kaigu going low. Peke will take that one.
Are you serious? Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit turned this game around.
Gambit with an impressive comeback victory. Very well played team fight.
펜타.
Genja gets a massive amount of damage. Lupe, that is going to be a massive win for Gambit.
This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and joining me once again is Joshua Jat Leisman. It is time for our 6th match of the day. Actually, technically it's the 7th match of the day because we had that tiebreaker situation.
Yep.
And first, from Group A, of course, it's going to be Europe's Lemon Dogs versus North America's Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, so these teams coming in are technically eliminated from the top 2 spots, but there is the Europe versus North American rivalry. There also is the fact that TSM had a, what some would call an upset win, the other would call the fan-predicted win over Lemon Dogs. And I feel like both of these teams are actually going to want to play this one out. There's a lot of pride on the line. TSM especially is an incredibly prideful team. And Dyrus is having a really hard time here at Worlds. You know, he's given up First Blood 3 games in a row, and he's been the first 2 fatalities in a couple of those matches. So it's definitely not the performance he expected to have here in the group stage, and he's going to want to improve because Dyrus doesn't want to end Worlds on a sour note.
A sour note on Vladimir yesterday against OMG as
That was
well.
a little rough.
And even though Dyrus has had his struggles, Team Solo Mid earned the respect of the European opponents after their Game 1 win. But for the rematch, Tabs and the Lemon Dogs about to turn things around and not underestimate TSM's wealth of experience.
TSM, I think what makes them really strong is the experience. Like, they have so much experience, and that makes them a good team. The most important when we play against TSM is going to be that we don't underestimate them. Some of us did last game, and we need to focus on the pick and bans.
There's been some attitude that every region, including Europe, underestimates North America. They don't watch our games. Our region's just really underestimated. Like, Fnatic lost to Vulcan, and we beat Lemon Dogs, so I think they're going to be more careful in the future and actually study us.
We shouldn't be cocky about picks and bans, pretty much. Like, overall, we had like really weak matchups. Our plan was to win the early game pretty hard and then roll over them.
Well, I think our loss against TSM was mainly caused by just poor strategizing and a bad draft phase. I think Dyrus is their best player. He plays very consistent and usually brings them to victory.
I'm not sure if they weren't taking us seriously, but I feel like they'll be a lot harder next time we play them.
And it's funny because, I mean, is that the arrogance of youth, the fact they underestimated the North American scene? Is it because Cloud9 rolled over everyone? And I guess you could say, you know, the same goes back to Europe because of the 4-way tie draw. Everyone's thinking Europe's useless. Nobody counted them into this one.
Yeah, I actually kind of feel like both of the LCS regions got underestimated a little bit coming into this one. We're yet to see what Cloud9 ends up kicking out to the rest of the world. Vulcan showed a lot of potential as well as a lot of mistakes, and I definitely think TSM was looked at as the weakest North American team here, and I think it was the inexperience of Lemon Dogs that took them for granted.
Indeed. So let's take a look at the starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is going to be the Lemon Dogs. So Zoro is in the top lane. Dexter, you just heard him there in the jungle. Nukeduck in that mid lane. Tabs as the AD carry, and Miffy as the support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Team Solo Mid with Dyrus in the top lane looking to bounce back. The odd one in the jungle. Reginald in mid lane. Wild Turtle on AD carry. And of course, as always, X Special on support.
And it was interesting the fact that we highlighted Dyrus and how he's had struggles throughout this tournament. And yet you just heard there, Lemon Dogs basically saying they believe he's the best player on that team.
And so far in the World Championships, teams have actually been focusing Dyrus rather than focusing Reginald. They're generally leaving Reginald to try and play his own game. And Dyrus has been getting camped. He hasn't responded well to it. Specifically early on in the laning phase, I think Dyrus was so used to just kind of being ignored that he was just pushing up, playing his own game, thinking he was on an island, and he absolutely was not.
Realizing that they focused him, just like, I guess you could say, you think back to last year, Evil Genius is wicked in that top lane. That's pretty much what happened to him. Focused him and targeted him out. This time Dyrus is feeling that same effect. Shen and Zed, the double ninjas being taken out of it this time around. No surprise there. It's actually TSM that banned out Zed, so a bit of a respect to Nukeduck, just simply the champion. They didn't want to let him through.
Yeah, Nukeduck did play Zed yesterday in Lemon Dogs' loss to SK Telecom. He didn't have the best game there, but especially in this matchup, these guys respect each other's Zed play. Nukeduck plays a fantastic Zed over in Europe, and Reginald has an incredibly impressive record on Zed as well.
full respect bands coming out here. Corki taken away from Wild Turtle has been very strong. Vi taken off from the odd one as well. This time around, Kennen being taken away from Zoro Zero. Actually, I believe they banned that last time around as well against Zoro Zero.
Yeah, they actually, yeah, they must have banned it. And it's been picked away from him as well a couple of times. Zoro Zero seems to actually be someone who's most comfortable on Shen and Kennen. And then his Zac, at one point, he had the Sorcerer Shoes instead of Mercury Treads in a heavy CC game and could not get into team fights. I know the analyst desk had a lot to say about that one. He hadn't adapted to the 3.11 patch, and I think that was more inexperience from Lemondogs coming in, just kind of taking things for granted and not really realizing how far they'd come.
And Thresh was the final ban from TSM, which does mean that Elise has been picked up by Dexter. Now, Dexter's had some fantastic games on Elise in the past. Absolutely destroyed Gambit Gaming, who've just qualified for the quarterfinals single-handedly from the jungle with Elise.
Yeah, and I talked to N-Rated about them first picking Elise because they do it so often, and they just think it's because Dexter is so absolutely comfortable on it that his comfort on that jungle is more important than other roles. For instance, Ahri is still available. Nuke Duck could have played Ahri. They could have taken it away from Reginald. Now it's up for TSM. In Lemondogs is one of their games against OMG in the group stage. They let OMG take Zoro Zero's Kennen away just so they could pick that Elise. That's how much they care about that pick.
TSM have been left pondering, it seems.
Sona
with 10 seconds. Sona is going to be in there. That's going to be for a Corsair Special. Dyrus the last man to make that selection. It's going to be Ezreal, actually, for Wild Turtle. That's going to leave Ahri open.
So, coming into the World Championships, I was expecting the two Trinity Force AD carries to see a lot of play in Corki and Ezreal, because those were traditionally the AD carries that we saw build Trinity Force. Didn't expect the Trinity Force Kog'Maw to make such an impact, but still, this is Wild Turtle, I think, living and dying by the Triforce. Picking it early. I'm very surprised that we didn't see an earlier Ahri pick, but I guess the teams are just ramping down on that hype train.
So this is interesting. If Nuke Duck does go for that Diana, which has now been switched to Garen.
If he goes for the Garen, though, then all hell's breaking loose.
Oh.
That makes more
I
sense.
think this is Nuke Duck saying, look, I want to respect Reggie for this time around. I don't want to get counterpicked like I have been in the past.
I really wonder, though, because Reginald, when he plays Ahri, I don't think he cares what he plays it into. But Krepo was also talking about how the European game had changed a lot around mid lane, where oftentimes the last pick would be the mid lane, and it just depends on a giant game of chicken at this point. Does TSM want to have Reginald's pick saved until the very end, or do they want to lock down the rest of their team comp?
Well, it is potentially going to be Ahri Renekton in that top lane along with Zyra. Could be seeing Ashe come along with that Zyra, by the way. That's a potential change around from Lemondogs. Is Reggie going to go for this Ahri and the Jarvan, of course, for the odd one?
It would make the most sense, but they're definitely taking their time with this one. Yeah, because the odd one having no access here to Elise, which has been previously his favorite jungler, and obviously having the Vi band away, which was so successful for TSM the last time they were victorious over Lemondogs, does make a lot of sense for them.
There is the Fizz. So, trying to go for that counter, it's what worked so well for Peke earlier on. 17-1-3 on Fizz. That was destructive.
Well, to be fair, Peke got like 17-1-3 on whatever he was playing.
He has played very well this tournament. That's one man that stepped up. Caitlyn is the choice for Tabs. I don't know how I didn't even count that one in. It was the champion that, honestly, from the very start of the European Super Summer Split back in DreamHack, we were saying, can he play any other AD carry? Because all he seemed to play was Tabs. You banned out Caitlyn against him and seemed to struggle. So interestingly, he did leave that one till last. But the final pick for Dyrus is Rumble.
All right, it's kind of just comfort right now for both of these guys, because TSM has the Rumble Ahri combination with a little bit more lockdown this time for Dyrus's equalizers. That was one of the issues earlier when he played Rumble, is there was nothing to keep the enemy team inside of it. Now they have the Cataclysm, maybe combo it up with X Special's Crescendo, and then we look across at Lemondogs. It's the strong laning of Tabs and Mythy looking to completely shove out Wild Turtle and X Special in that lane. Strong laning up top for Zoro Zero, and hopefully that is enough setup so that Nuke Duck's Fizz can go fishing.
So the champions are locked in. So let's check out what you guys at home, you are winning this tournament. You need to make sure you can keep winning it. Let's take a look at the fan votes for this one. According to lolesports.com, we've gone with the Americans. It's TSM, 67% voted. Let's see if that works out for them.
Well, Krepo has stuck true with his European pride here, and he has also picked the Lemondogs. He has to find some way back here. And honestly, I think this is a very close matchup. Both of these teams, despite how well TSM beat Lemon Dogs coming in are in very similar situations. And if we look at the actual seeding, TSM was the number 2 seed, so was Lemon Dogs. Not really sure if the European or the North American LCS is stronger yet.
Well, we will see because they're about to get underway. Remember, TSM won game 1. Let's see what they can do in game 2. I spoke to Lemon Dogs just before this game. They are taking this absolutely seriously. Of course, OMG and SKT Telecom T1 have already qualified through in this group. So this is all about pride on the line. North America versus Europe.
Absolutely. And North America and Europe is a very deep-seated rivalry.
Yes.
In League of Legends. We can say that for sure. I know all throughout the LCS season there was constant banter about whether North America or Europe was better. I gotta say, first split, Europe definitely had the edge on them, fan perception-wise. Then the All-Star game happened. North America took a little step back. Then we had Cloud9 going 30-3 in the regular season. But now, Fnatic and Gambit have both moved on with 2 teams into the quarterfinals here at the World Championships, where North America just has 1. Still means these guys got to fight it out for pride.
It'd be sweet irony if Cloud9 does draw one of those European teams as well. So, Lemon Dogs as the blue team, TSM as the red team. They are 1-0 up in this matchup. Let's see if they can make it 2 as they go for this red buff invade going around. Going to get them ward placements in there. Will they stick around? So far in pretty much the group stages, we haven't seen too much crazy aggression. Generally only to come out from maybe OMG. Lemon Dogs, of course, themselves did set something up against OMG, but against TSM this time around, they are being very passive.
Yeah, Lemon Dogs had the very clever play in their very first game and then kind of ran out of ammunition for it. Now they're just running away. There's not very much that can actually do stuff here at level 1. If Mithy landed a Grasping Roots and Lemon Dogs was actually down for a fight, they could maybe engage. But walking into a danger-zoned Rumble Flame Spitter is a lot of damage to be walking into in any type of level 1 fight. So I think Lemon Dogs is smart to just keep their distance from TSM right now.
Nothing crazy coming out from the opening starts. We do see Reggie with that Doran's Ring and Nuke gone for the Crystalline Flask. So they're just going to be chugging on down. I guess we're going to see a fairly passive Nuke on Fizz to start with. Tends to be traditional, especially against Ari, that long-range champion in the mid lane up against the melee. So Nukeduck's going to be looking to stay his distance on the tower, I think, at the start of this lane.
And something that Nukeduck has done well on Assassins all throughout the regular season, not so much at the World Championship because of the quality of mid laners in this group, and he struggled a little bit, but it's keeping his farm up against almost any mid laner, even when he's playing an Assassin. I really want to track how well Nukeduck can farm against Reginald, knowing Reginald is generally surprisingly aggressive to most players and should be looking to completely shut down Nukeduck in mid.
And it is an interesting balance between these two teams because you've got TSM here, 3rd World Championships in a row, not going to go out of the group stage, but it doesn't matter. They've got that wealth of experience behind them. Now, bearing in mind, Dyrus was with Epic back then. The old one was around, Reggie was around, Wild Turtle is obviously the new member in there, and Xpecial was in there, so they've got a wealth of experience. Up against Lemon Dogs, they only got into the LCS back in the summer split. You know, they changed in from Sinners Never Sleep, qualifying through against All Authority, and then came in saying, we're going to get #1 in this league. Sure enough, they did, and now here they are on the big stage, and it seems that a lot of these teams, we heard Monty talking about it, the experience on the big stage. Some teams just can't quite take it early on because you don't understand the pressure that is on them on this big stage with the crowd staring at them.
Yeah, and for a while it seemed like TSM lived for that big stage, but especially if we are to believe their scrim claims, where every time we talk to them, it's like, yeah, we're winning 90% of our scrims. I was talking with Darius backstage. He said they went 5-0 against Fnatic in scrims as well. So, I'm not saying it's true, but if those are true, then playing on the big stage is actually a huge problem for TSM if they were that good of a scrim team.
Yeah, maybe seems that way. I know Fnatic were having good results against Lemon Dogs coming to this one, so it seems that the pressure is on both of these teams right now because it's all a battle for Europe. Odd One trying to set something up here, this time against Nukeduck, who playful Tricksters away. Doesn't look like he's going to get too close. Nukeduck's pretty much sitting on that tower, as I expect.
Yeah, that lane is in a perfect place for Nukeduck right now. He's been last hitting very well at turret as well. He's actually going to jump ahead of Reginald and farm once that wave hits the turret, so Reggie's definitely not doing much to shut down Nukeduck here. Missed that last one, they're dead even at 23.
Speaking of farm, that top lane where we see the Odd One trundling off to is actually in favor of Zoro so far. 28-19 with that wave pushing in, but this time he's very deep. He's going to have that slice and dice, but he's going to make sure he gets it across the minion because he is far too deep. Dyrus is trying to set this up.
It is so hard to gank connecting with Slice and Dice. If they could get Zoro to at least partway engage, he gets the Slice, has Dice and Flash if he wants to try and jump away.
He's going to use that Flash just to dodge out the odd one. Hasn't got that Cataclysm, remember, he's only up to level 4, and the Dexter is going to come around the side there. The odd one continuing to give chase. Now they're going to turn it around. In comes Nuke. Is the bait going to be deep enough? They're split targeted, though. They're going to come in around. Reginald's now the focus target. Nuke's going to go on towards him. Dyrus taken very, very low by Dexter at the top there. He may get dropped down. First Blood's going to come in. Dexter will take it. And would you believe it, Lemondog's turn around a gank attempt to a victory.
And that fight was really decided by the mid lane. Nuke Duck had actually managed to shove Reginald back a little bit and then beat Reginald to his own jungle while having a level advantage. That's the reason that Dexter and Zoro could turn back around onto Dyrus in the odd one and turn around that kill. And it's really unfortunate for Dyrus, who's now given up first blood in his last 4 games.
Oh, very deep stuff from Nuke there. It's going to take the ignites ticking on him, but he will get away from that one. Took too many tower hits, and Reginald will come out on top of that one. A very even lane in that mid. The top lane massively in favor of Zoro after that kill on Dyrus. And of course the bottom lane, well, that's slowly being clawed out by Tabs as well.
Yeah, this is across the board right now going well for Lemondogs. The top and bottom lane were given slight edges based on the action that happened in TSM's red buff of the jungle. But then it's just a Caitlyn Zyra lane. Tabs lives for a 2v2 lane with Caitlyn. That's exactly what he wants. And he's just doing all he can to push back Wild Turtle and X Special.
The differing of items between the two mid laners, Nuke and Reginald. Nuke gets himself double Doran's ring. We'll see how that works out for him because it's a fiendish codex for Reginald. So he's going to be rushing that Deathfire Grasp out as soon as possible, whereas Nuke going for a little bit more sustain. But look at this, Dexter going top.
Round 2 right here, and the odd one is even farther away. Odd one's even walking through a ward. They know the flash is down. If he lands a blind stun, Dyrus could be in a bit of trouble.
He's going to land that cocoon. He's got the slice, gets the dice on him. Dyrus is going to go in towards that tower. Zoro happy to tank this one up. Now he's going to switch the aggro across the Dexter. But you can see the damage, the focus is there. Odd one coming in past that tri-ward. They realize they've got to back out.
Zoro wasn't quite level 6 on Renekton right there, so he could not pop his dominance, and they did not have enough sustained damage to take down Dyrus. Dyrus with an extremely defensive build already coming out, really knowing he's had a bit of problems dying in the last few games, and at this point, he's just looking to survive.
And that helped that Zoro had that farm early on. He went back and got Giant's Belt very early on, so we do see the fact that the pressure was laid on that top is going to lead to Dexter going for an invade here, but he's going to have the odd one coming around in a moment as we have a pause. So that looks like it's Mithy that scores the pause. He's talking to the referee. You can see him on the backdrop. And looking, it seems like it's actually, it looks like it's a light on Tabs' face, judging by the way he's holding his arm up.
A light on Tabs' face, that would be very interesting. Tabs is doing a little bit better right now. He had a very unfortunate time.
Put him in the dark.
With the spider bite the other day.
Nocturnes made an appearance.
Yeah, it's getting better. We'll get that resolved nice quickly.
We'll get that resolved. It's easy enough. There's a lot of lights, ladies and gentlemen, in the studio. We have them all over us. You know, normally I look very tan, but right now I'm looking very pale.
Are you sure?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure. Thanks to the makeup.
I can't keep track of your skin tone.
Does it change every day? It's called makeup.
Bit.
It's called makeup. It happens, guys. We have to have it on, otherwise we'll just listen at you and shine. But right now, it's Lemondogs that seem to be shining in this game. We're back into the match, ladies and gents, and you can see the red buff has gone across to Dexter, so Lemondogs once again do take a little bit of a lead in this game. You can see gold-wise, they're about 1,000 ahead. Nuke goes a little bit aggressive on towards Reginald, Urchin Strike in there, and then just playful tricks us away.
Yeah, it does seem like Dexter was a little bit scared off after he took a red buff for himself. Odd One getting a little bit counter-jungled now. The first pick, Elise, working out fairly well for Lemondogs right here because they seem to have kind of gotten the rest of the picks that they wanted after that anyway.
So pressure on TSM right now. That bottom lane is continuing to be pushed up. We've seen this actually, and how do you stand on this one? Because there's been a right and a wrong stage, and you know, I've heard Double Lift talking about, I've heard Crepo talking about like the bottom lane. It's like shoving it versus holding it.
Oh, I feel like shoving is almost always the right choice if you think you're safe to ganks. It's always a push-pull with how much you gain from having the lane shoved. So the things you gain having the lane shoved is A, obviously turret damage, but the bigger thing is versatility, because if there's ever a fight that breaks out in Lemondogs' jungle, they'll beat TSM to the spot. Even if there's a fight in TSM's jungle, TSM would then have to choose between the creep wave that is shoved to their turret or actually helping someone. So if you're the team shoving, you always have the freedom to go somewhere else, but you have that inherent danger of someone like the Odd One coming straight through the lane and trying to kill you. But since Tabs and Mythy are such long range on AD carrying support, it's one of the big reasons this lane is so vastly popular, is because it's mainly safe to brute force ganks through the lane. And they also just, since they're pushed up so far, don't really need wards behind them. That's why they only have that plant, actually, because their ward is expired right off on the left side on the river there. And then as long as the mid lane wards the other jungle exit of TSM's jungle, they're effectively safe with just the 2 wards. They don't have to worry about warding brushes or anything as long as they stay pushed up like that.
And this is actually, you know, talking about the team compositions, this is a team composition that Lemondogs have actually played a number of times in Europe. TSM themselves, they've played a fairly similar composition to this a number of times in North America as well. So both on comfortable compositions, but it seems that Reginald's going to aggress on. Earth pops up there. Nukeduck's not going to manage to get this one down. Has to use that Spirit Rush Reginald to back away.
Nukeduck's doing a good job in that lane against Reginald as well. He's only 9 minion kills down on Reginald Zari, gets the Spirit Rush out of him, and is also forcing him back to base, so that actually allows him to catch up nearly even, and Ari should be winning that matchup early on in the game if he wants to have that chance later on. And because that gank of the mid happened as well, it means Yodon has to hold mid, and it means Dexter gets a free chance to gank Dyrus.
He just simply comes in, puts free damage on Dyrus. Dyrus is just stood around that tower, using that range that Dexter has. Going to be the wave shoving in there in a moment, and he's just thinking, have I got my chance to back away?
We missed it on the camera there, but the equalizer cleared the wave, and that's effectively what saved Dyrus' life. While he was toying and trying to dodge Dexter's Elise spells, he cleared the whole wave and prevented the Renekton dive.
So working out well for him, but he has fell 20 CS behind the lane against Zoro. Once again, back in his mid lane. We are seeing Nukeduck coming in. He's just picked up a Sheen, so he's going to be looking maybe to go a bit aggressive on Reginald. He saw that Dexter was waiting in the wings. Reginald has different ideas, looking to try and make a play down the bottom, but it's all warded out.
Walking right through a ward here, so Tabs and Mythy staying safe while pushing up. Nukeduck going in!
Manages to dodge it with the Playful Trickster on the charm, forces Reginald to flash away. They may continue to pursue this one down the bottom. We do see X Special coming up to help out.
Looks like Reggie's just going to have to back away again. That's the second time he's kind of been caught off guard by Nukeduck. At this point, Lemondogs may just start taking their slow but overwhelming advantage onto TSM. This is the type of game that Lemondogs has wanted to play in the World Championship and has generally been blocked away from playing that because other teams have found holes and gotten kills, like maybe this one in the bottom lane.
Crescendo, True Shot Barrage, and Arcane Shift finishes it off. Wild Turtle goes big on Mythy, and that's the danger of those supports when you're so weak on those hit points. If you can land a good combo, which they seem to be willing to do, it will pay off.
Yeah, the True Shot Barrage did full damage there to Mythy, and that spell hits like a truck if it doesn't have to suffer any pass-through. It's, for some reason, 350, plus 49, plus 23, so it's about 400 plus damage ultimate right at rank 1 there. Wild Turtle shredding through Mythy, and this may very well give TSM a jump on the Dragon. Looks like Lemondogs is trying to collapse in and put some big harassment down, though.
Putting a lot of pressure on that Odd One, and he was tanking the Dragon at the same time, so good work there from Tabs, and that's going to force them away from this one. That's going to hold off the Dragon for now.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that stopped TSM from backing off, or from staying there, was the fact that Zoro had roamed down from mid lane. Since they were able to get that first blood on Dyrus, Zoro has stayed ahead in that lane and went very tanky on Renekton, opting no boots so far in the game, just resistant health. About as powerful as he can be right now with just cold components.
This is a 4-man push from Lemondogs. We've seen SK Telecom running this exact same type of style. I think Ozone tried it earlier on as well. Just switching around, not really creating the pressure. Bam, 4 people in the mid, try and take down that turret, but Lemondogs not really committing to it this time around.
Yeah, these are the rotations from Lemondogs trying to make something happen. Since they were able to take down that lane 2v2 in the bottom, they're trying to kind of just add on to their increasing advantage right now. But because TSM was in position, it ends up backing them away. The longer Lemondogs stays in mid lane without getting anything done, the more wasteful that becomes and the less it matters that they were able to take down that first TSM turret.
Zoro immediately going aggressive on Dyrus, but realizing, wait a minute, he's overheating. That flame spitter kind of hurts and had to back away. Zoro doesn't want to take those tower hits either. He has got a big minion lead over Dyrus, but Dyrus now coming back into that lane. He's prepared to defend it, and will do. That ultimate of his will hurt, but it is down for the moment. He just gets those ward control down, and Lemon Dogs, again, trying to position for something here.
Yeah, they shoved the bottom lane so quickly, and then spent the time to run back mid lane as well. I think one of two things can happen here for Lemon Dogs. They can either catch TSM in a bad rotation while Wild Turtle is shoving the bottom lane, and in that case, Lemon Dogs would get them mid-turret, or they can hope to catch probably a Shark onto Reginald, get a kill, and then go for a Dragon. I think those are the two options Lemon Dogs is going for. And since Lemon Dogs has kind of won all the lanes, or at least had control over most of them, TSM is forced into a very reactive state of play.
Well, Nukeduck hasn't gone back to buy for a while. He's just picked himself up a blue buff. Looks like he may go towards that top lane. Looks like the focus is going to try and get on towards Dyrus. He's going to urge him to try to slide across, play for Trickster in there. And he has going to have a clear run on towards Dyrus here. We'll see where this works out for him, though.
It's very difficult to dive Dyrus sometimes, but that might be a Shark land. He's got flash up.
Equalizer is just available. You can see he uses it, but it's not going to catch onto either Lemon Dogs. The Shark misses as well. Zoro taking a lot of damage, but that Dominus should be enough to survive, and Nukeduck picks up the kill.
Especially with Zoro having rank 2 in Dominus. He is just a behemoth for that turret to try and take down. Dyrus played that pretty much as well as he could as far as being caught under a turret by a Fizz and a level 11 Renekton, but the brute force of that gank from Lemon Dogs was just enough to take Dyrus down.
But it was enough for TSM to go in and take that Dragon down, and now going to put some pressure on towards this mid lane turret. So all square, I guess, in terms of objectives.
Yeah, it's actually Lemon Dogs getting caught in a bad rotation because Tabs is on that wave of shoving, and it's Wild Turtle near the mid lane. TSM going in!
Flash crescendo, they're going, it's Mithy, they want to get down, they get him! Stranglethorns will pop the odd one up, a lot of tower hits on towards X-Special. Nobody's going to collapse on towards him, though, and Reginald keeping the pressure down. They don't get the tower, but they did get a kill.
Yeah, I gotta say, game on. Lemon Dogs did take down 2 turrets, but the mid turret is the most important one, and that's the one TSM has almost conquered right now. And since TSM picked up the Dragon, the objective differential isn't that bad for them at this moment. Lemon Dogs, however, knows that TSM dove as they were respawning or running back to mid lane, and they're getting a push of their own.
That's going to be the mid lane turret going down. Nukeduck now picked up the Lich Bane, which is a big power spike over Reginald so far. Yet to go back and get the Deathfire Grasp. It may coming out now. AD carries, you can see Trinity Force from Wild Turtle expected that one, and Bloodthirster actually from Tabs. He's going to go for that, what's he call it, the Legolas build.
Legolas build is what Crepo calls it. I call it the spell build, but I think Legolas is probably a cooler name, personally. Tabs actually only goes for 4% lifesteal on his rune page. He like that little extra bit of armor penetration. It's his trademark for those builds.
Well, Reginald wasn't able to complete that Deathfire Grasp. We do see Nukeduck potentially going to come around the side here. Wild Turtle and X-Special in trouble. They're going to have to back out from this one instead. Choosing not to go for it. He's hanging a long way back. The odd one's going to spot him. There goes the warning signs. He dives across. X-Special's going to be the target. They want to pick up a nice, easy kill on one of those supports. He's going to get locked up. It's Dexter that picks up the kill. I think they've made sure he fed that one towards him.
Well, Dexter there picks up 2-0. Another missed Shark, though, for Nukeduck. He's got to get a little better aim with those things. It's an incredibly tough spell to land, but he was trying to point blanket onto X-Special as he flashed away. Wasn't quite able to get it in at the right spot. And the Lich Bane had been completed for Nukeduck before that. A lot of the analysts joke that Fizz's build is done as soon as he finishes the Lich Bane, and it's just kind of happened from there. I'm actually not entirely sold. I feel like he needs either a Zhonya's or a bit of extra ability power before that really kicks in. Nukeduck caught farming on the side lane. Reginald trying to roam to mid.
Reginald looking around there is actually caught between there. Wasn't sure where he was going to go. He was going to try and get round to the back of Mithy, maybe pick himself up a free kill on that support. Instead, it wasn't to be, and he does back off. We also see Nukeduck. He's backed away. Got himself another amp tome, just to get that little bit of extra ability power on there. How do we match up these two AD carries? First round obviously went to Wild Turtle. He was in dominant form in the first game, if you can remember that one. Tabs, meanwhile, has started to settle down in this tournament, but unfortunately, it's just a little too late.
Well, Tabs is definitely very comfortable on Caitlyn right now, especially because he's going with his trademark Bloodthirster to Last Whisper build. But at the same time, I respect that Wild Turtle is stronger at this moment in the game with that Trinity Force. I feel like Trinity Force, if you're an AD carry who builds it, you are at your strongest comparable moment in the game the instant you complete it, because it has such efficient stat growth, but not necessarily great multipliers with the rest of your attack damage itemization. So right now, if Wild Turtle can force fights or the rest of TSM can, despite their 2,000 gold disadvantage, they might actually have the upper hand.
Looks like Zoro Zera's potential target. He walked past that Tribush ward, and you could see everybody flinching towards him from TSM. Now they're going to start collapsing. They do see the Tribush ward, though, of their own, which will force him to back away into that lane. While this is all happening, it's giving Nukeduck a lot of time in that bottom lane.
Yeah, this is one of the ways that Nukeduck always has so much farm on Assassins, even when it seems like he doesn't have any business getting it, is because Lemondog's, like most European teams, I think Fnatic is probably the best at it, loves to just hide in brushes while they're pushing up lanes and wait for the other team to unsuspectedly roam towards them. Is Reggie being unsuspecting right now? Is there going to be a shark that comes out here in about 2 seconds? No.
Nope.
All right. That's anticlimactic.
Very anticlimactic, it seems. DSM do clear out the way with that True Shot Bravo as well. Just off the side, though, Dexter's taking away the wolves from the odd one. So countering the counter jungler instead. They're going to jump on Tabs. You can see the equalizer landing across. Has to force the flash out. Tabs with the barrier as well. They could focus on towards him. TSM may have caught Lemondog's out of position. Nukeduck just takes the blue way. Zero has to slice and dice in towards the pit. And they will escape. This may give TSM a rush in the mid.
It's very interesting right now because Tabs has burned barrier and flash and doesn't have anything to lifesteal off of with this Bloodthirster. But at the same time, they know there's no Cataclysm or Equalizer for TSM, so if Lemondogs can catch the right fight from behind TSM, we could see a bloodbath.
Reggie going aggressive around the side. Ace in the Hole's going to be used to fire off there instead. He does get out of vision range, and Lemondogs managed to get round and defend that middle turret. A couple of wards being placed by TSM there. That's going to be great full gold for Lemondogs. But they got that mid turret. That's their first turret of the game, by the way, for TSM. 3-1 in turrets.
I was kind of hoping that they would fight there. But they've got the smart turret. Both teams were down some pretty key things, and it was a high-risk fight. Lemondogs as a team is an extremely low-risk team, the most low-risk of every European team. It's definitely been to their detriment thus far at the World Championships. Whereas TSM at this point, I feel like, is hesitant more than anything else, is because philosophically, TSM has been actually better in a lot of these games than even the Korean teams, but execution-wise, they've made a lot of mistakes, which is actually, I think, just making TSM substantially more cautious with the way they make moves.
Yeah, certainly seems to be that way. Darius, you can see it 0-2-0 behind on farm towards Zora. They have been up against each other pretty much most of this game. Nukeduck, again, like you mentioned, just like Peke does, laying in wait in that jungle, hoping that he'll catch an unsuspecting special roaming pass just to try and get one of those ward placements in there. Instead, it's not going to happen, and TSM, once again, 5-man in that mid.
And Dragon fighting against a Rumble that's level 12 is very dangerous. But at the same time, 0-0's level 14 Renekton, and that's his strongest point in the game as well. So much could teeter on this next fight, only because it seems like Lemondogs is quite far ahead, but based on the way they're playing, they're giving TSM a lot of respect because they understand the power of Rumble and the power of Wild Turtle's mid-game Trinity Force.
Well, he has got that Spectral Cowl already, 0-0, so he's certainly going to be the one that's going in. Dyrus caught out with the Cocoon there. Not a great deal of damage, really being completely locked up in that bush.
Both teams are waiting for the other team to commit so that the Assassin can go in for their intended target. Nukeduck was around the back, and at this point, Dexter may finally be committing. Equalizer goes down. It's going to draw a line there, and they're not going to cross it.
Yeah, that's TSM putting that line in the sand, and Lemondogs thinking, fine, that is Equalizer down. We're going to have that Dragon, and TSM realizing it's like, we can't fight for this anymore. They've already backed off.
Yeah, Lemondogs could have rotated mid there. They actually baited TSM because TSM was already moving to defend their middle inner turret, and it just ends up giving Lemondogs a quick Dragon. That was a little bait and switch right there by Lemondogs.
True Shot Barrage did come in. Dexter does smite out that Dragon, so first Dragon of the game for the Lemondogs, and that's going to make the goal 3,000 in their favor or thereabouts as it just ticks that way. Still no wards really out on the top half of the map. A lot of wards around that Dragon area, so not a great deal of vision for Nukeduck, who heads towards that top wave to clear it out.
Yeah, Nukeduck is probably sitting on a bunch of gold, exactly 2,000 gold right now. He's going to want to maybe farm up a bit more so he can buy Zanya straight up and then really have a large impact on this game. He's actually the top gold earner amongst everyone. 7,500 gold already on Fizz, and I personally feel like Fizz, while he's an assassin, is also a hyper carry. If you combine his total AP ratio, it's over 3, meaning he'll get 3 damage if you run his full spell rotation per ability power, which is incredibly high for most assassins, as well as just being so mobile and generally low late game cooldowns as well. He's just he's quite the force in the late game, and so many of these European mid laners and now world-class mid laners from everywhere have learned how to get to that point with Fizz, which is, I think, one of the big reasons we're seeing his competitive resurgence.
Yeah, you do tend to see them, as we found out earlier with Peke, just popping people where they stand, even when it's against one of your European counterparts in Alex Ich. As it stands, Lemon Dogs are so far looking strong, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're only at the 24-minute mark. TSM have been to this stage with SK Telecom T1. That was the key deciding turn. But as of yet, neither team have really been looking for that 5v5 fight.
Yeah, SK Telecom definitely puts more pressure on TSM to force decisions. Because TSM in that game against SKT was constantly fighting off their back foot and barely winning a couple fights with Dyrus pressing his Requiem on top lane Karthus and just picking up a kill here and there. Whereas Lemon Dogs is kind of just prancing around and looking for opportunistic fights instead of forcing TSM into really difficult decisions. Maybe now that they have a bit more confidence in an Oracles onto Mithy, they might start denying more vision on TSM. You can already see a bunch of wards in TSM's jungle that Lemon Dogs has placed down. A pink in TSM's blue buff as well, and maybe this is Lemon Dogs forcing TSM more so onto their back foot.
Nukeduck goes back, buys himself his first tier 1 boots, and he gets himself his own Zergrass, as you mentioned. Boom. So now he's going to be incredibly strong and very hard to hit. Playful Trickster hands on his Zergrass. Going to be keeping him fairly immune. Look at Lemon Dogs. They're 5 manning in towards this mid lane. We do see Zorozu just keeping his eye on this bottom lane, but it's Lemon Dogs shoving back up, TSM reacting to that. They've secured their blue buff, and now they need to defend that turret.
And this was just Lemon Dogs' playstyle here. Even though they went for the pink ward in TSM's blue buff, they didn't defend the pink ward in TSM's blue buff because they're still respecting Dyrus' equalizer. Even though Dyrus has fallen twice in this game, he's still respectable on Rumble right now. And instead, Lemon Dogs is just avoiding conflict, running all the way up to the top of the map and just chipping away at turrets ever so slowly.
You see Dexter Cataclysm on towards Tabs, but he backs away from it. Equalizer gets used out. True Shot Barrage comes across Wild Turtle. Doesn't find his target. Tabs taken very low. Crescendo not really finding his mark. Mithy's going to go down unless he's got Flash available, which he just about has. Zoro going very deep alongside Nukeduck. Nukeduck does get X-Special down. Zoro tanking up that turret. He's got so much hit points as well. Reginald now is going to be the focus target. You see Nukeduck, that glistening Lich Bane, ready and waiting to go. Ooh. You can see the Piltover Peacemaker not finding his target. Zoro will get the stun, the lockdown onto Reggie. Gets that charm on Zoro. Has he got enough to get away? He hasn't got enough hit points to burn him down. While this is all happening, we do see Nukeduck chasing on towards Wild Turtle, chucking him down, but it's going to be Reggie. Still continues to try and take down, but Zoro will pick up the kill back in the top. The turret goes down, and Lemon Dogs take everything away from TSM.
The whole time Reginald was getting ran down, X-Special was respawning at the base. That was a clean set of low-risk takes by the Lemon Dogs. They set up a safe siege on one of TSM's outer turrets, and TSM tried to force and engage through Lemon Dogs, but typical to their style, they reactively responded to TSM and got a couple kills.
They got themselves an exit frag. TSM, with that singular ward in that river, managing to get themselves a kill. And the turret in the top, but it's going to be to the detriment of X-Special. Nukeduck picked himself up an easy kill.
X-Special's not even phased at this point as a support. It's just the worst environment right now for support players on the world stage. So many mid-lane assassins are just picking on supports. Nukeduck surprised him entirely with that because by all means he should have went back to base. He was at 1/3 health in the enemy jungle. X-Special thought he had safe ward clearing, but he did not.
Zoro is so strong in that top lane. He was happy to go in there with his turret and just 3-man defend it. No problem. 3v1, I got this. I can clear this wave, and you're not going to do anything about it because he's just a big tank right now. Level 16, highest on the map as well, causing all sorts of problems for TSM.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit grim for TSM right here, only because Wild Turtle's Trinity Force build, while he's farming very well, doesn't necessarily scale at the level of what Tabs is going to be building. Tabs actually opted out of the Bloodthirst Last Whisper build, and Reginald gets a little bit caught. Can they get him? Nope.
Well, X-Special standing by with that crescendo. It's not up yet, actually. It's up in a second if it was required, but instead.
So, Nukeduck boots mobility home guard as well. Instead of Magic Pen boots on Fizz. That definitely tells me, not much actually, it tells me he's looking to split push as much as possible. Because it's weird. I build home guard boots when I'm behind. Nuke Duck builds it when he's ahead.
Shark, it's going to be another free kill. Let's take Special going down, and Nuke Duck continues to pad those stats. The odd one caught out. Cataclysm is out of it. That's a very good equalizer, actually. Killed it all across Nuke Duck. You can see the damage doing a lot on towards him. Wild Turtle trying to get in there. The pressure on towards Zoro, not really the focus target he should be going for. He's happy to tank up all that damage. Grasping Roots comes in. Arcane shifted out of by Wild Turtle. Fairly even exchange, but it was 2 deaths for TSM.
Zoro is playing a tank like an absolute beast right now. He is soaking up so much damage from TSM, and it's allowing Lemon Dogs to really have a solid 2-threat team like they usually do. Nuke Duck on his Hypercarry Assassin and Tabs on his reliable mid lane AD. That's the way Lemon Dogs plays. You can even see it with Dexter's build. He does this all the time on Elise. It's Spirit of the Ancient Golem, Lock of the Iron Solari. He doesn't even have magic penetration thus far on Elise because he is there as a peel tank for the 2 main threats of Lemon Dogs.
Zero's about to get that Randian's Omen, I believe, in as well. So we'll see. It's just going to be the full front line. There's not a lot they can do against him. They just got to ignore him in there and try and get past him. But the problem is they can't get past that front line because Nuke Duck's just assassinating the back.
Yeah, and at this point, Zoro is almost just trying to body block Wild Turtle's Mystic shots. Without a Last Whisper being completed onto Wild Turtle, he's not able to touch Zoro, and if Zoro is always in the way, he's not able to get at Tabs either, and that's going to give Tabs a lot of freedom to kill the Odd One, who is effectively trying to be the only true tank for TSM, and it will leave the rest of TSM squishies effectively vulnerable to anyone on Lemon Dog's tank or dive line.
So we do see Lemon Dogs grouping up in this jungle area. And remember, Dyrus does have his ulti back. It's a pretty quick ulti. He's already up. Oracle in there. Ward gets cleared. We do see Reggie's going to pick up his own blue buff as well. So the lanes are all being pushed, so bottom, top, and the middle, all being shoved in by Lemon Dogs. Lemon Dogs seem to be rotating, focusing a little bit more towards this top half of the map, which is why Dyrus has got to be careful because there is a shark waiting in the brush.
Nuke Duck hasn't caught many sharks this game, aside from the ones on X Special. I feel like these the majority.
It's the slowest target on the map. It's an easy one.
Yeah, squishiest target.
Yeah.
All the assassins always pick on him. Really is a difficult life for supports so far in the World Championship. And Lemon Dogs is in a very large amount of control right here. You can see Nuke Duck taking advantage of his home guard boots mobility, trying to fly out to counter push that Reginald lane. While the rest of Lemon Dogs is really just maintaining a presence in the mid lane here. They're definitely setting up for a potential Baron ploy right now, because you can see Lemon Dogs has 5 wards in the TSM jungle, very far beyond the Baron. And this at least looks like the smart approach to a Baron, because they're only looking for TSM to basically force a face check at this point. They want to catch a fight of Lemon Dogs. Anytime X Special goes with an Oracles into one of these brushes, he is risking catching a fish.
Just like that, Dyrus chunked down, half his hit points goes down, and that was only the support and top laner, I believe it was, doing the damage there. You can see Dexter in there. Zoro Zero's going to go in. There he is, that fun blocking damage, and now Nuke Dog joins the party. The fish gets thrown out. X Special will be the focus on the sidelines, but Wild Turtle's in all sorts of trouble. Reginald taken very low. That's a really good ultimate from Dyrus. Is it going to be enough to slow him down? No, it will not. Wild Turtle just at the back. Zoro Zero will finally go down, but it's going to be Reginald that follows. Mithy gets in there. The odd one gets locked up. He gets taken down as well. And it was another 3-for-1 for the Lemon Dogs.
And Nuke Duck arrived right at the end there on Fizz, able to heavily dive in. He actually did pick up Reginald with an extended Ignite kill, and now it could just be a Baron take by Lemon Dogs. There is only 2 up on TSM that would try to stop this, and Lemon Dogs can take the Baron fairly quickly despite them being low. Surprisingly, though, that ward is still giving TSM a bit of vision, and Dyrus, nah, he can't get that.
He can't. He hasn't got Equalizer available. Nuke Duck's got to be careful, tanking it up. That it will be the Baron. Zoro Zero did not get it. They couldn't have the time to wait for him to respawn, and Nuke Duck's going to continue on actually farming. He's going to have a lot of gold right now because he's been farming waves before that again. 2,300 gold on him. Tabs, 2,700 gold. Big stacks.
Yep, those mobility boots for Nuke Duck have allowed him the ability to push up side lanes and then still participate in team fights. Nuke Duck had been underperforming a little bit so far from an endgame scoreline, but that's generally because Lemon Dogs relies on him to do so much. Dyrus has got those senses right now.
He's just going to keep that lane pushing. And as he's there, misses the harpoon. But I want to draw your attention to Tabs' build. Well, this actually, gank is not going to happen. I think Dyrus should be able to get away from this one. No, he won't. There's going to be a nerve popping out. He's going to get locked up there. The Equalizer comes out, but look at the burst damage coming out from Nukedog. Zoro0 comes around. They step around the Equalizer. Urchin Strike comes in. Nukedog picks another one up.
6-0-2 on Fizz. And Dexter
going down
Where
to
was
a
that
jungler.
damage?
That's not what you need.
Tabs also had Ace in the Hole on
Yes.
Reginald there, which completely swung the tides. Haunting Guys actually picked up on Dexter before Sorcerer's Shoes, so always picking up a little bit of help whenever he picks up his offensive itemization. Gives Lemon Dogs even more control in this one.
Tabs was what I wanted to talk about because he hasn't gone Legolas. He's gone for that Phantom Dancer straight afterwards. That Spectral Cowl. Now he's just picked up the extra BF sword as well. And he's putting a ton of damage on these turrets.
At this point, he doesn't care much about the armor penetration because TSM doesn't have armor. Odd One, the only armor he has is the little bit he gets from his Aegis of the Legion, and now has recently completed Ninja Tabi, but the rest of Nukedux is diving through so heavily that at this point, Tabs is just looking for the straight-up AD. Ouch!
Fire Grasp doing some damage there. Nukedux picked that one up, and you just saw Wild Turtle. If that Earth would have landed, it'd have been dead.
Yeah, that's the hyper carry Nukeduck coming through right now. Lemon Dogs, with Tabs and Nukeduck being their two main offensive threats, are doing quite well because they have TSM effectively contained to their base right now. Nukeduck has been doing so much roaming around and running with his home guard, boots of mobility. Once again, zippity-doo-dah day and down to that giant creep wave in the bottom lane. It's going to pop him over 300 for the game. And this dragon could be another big fight.
They're going in for Dexter. He repels away. We do see a very good Cataclysm coming out along with the True Shot Barrage. Dexter will go down. Mithy will follow. It's 2 kills for Dyrus there. Now Zoro0 is going to be the focus target. Are Lemon Dogs feeling cocky here? Ace in the hole. Finds the odd one.
It's strange. Lemon Dogs has a lot of power up right now. The 3 strongest people are able to fight this one if they can get some type of engage.
The charm lands on towards Zoro0. TSM try to turn it. I'm not too sure they realize Nukeduck's coming around. It's Wild Turtle they catch on. Flashes in towards the pit. Zoro0 follows him straight in there. Equalizer comes in. Reginald just gets melted where he stands. It's going to be Zoro0 that gets the kill. Tabs doing work on Dyrus. X Special the next focus. You do see the crescendo, but it's too little too late. 90 caliber net. Sonya's Hourglass baiting in there. Urchin Strike through. It's a 7-0-4 for Nukeduck.
Wild Turtle mistiming his Mystic Shot post Sonya's onto Nukeduck, getting outplayed by the moves from Nukeduck's Fizz right there. It's 1, 2.5 seconds that Sonya's Hourglass is under there, and it got miscounted. So here, it's that 3v4 we talked about. Nukeduck blowing up Reginald because Deathfire Grasp was before all of his magic damage. At that point, Zoro0, the tankiest of tanks at this point. Supports have a hard life. And then specifically the Zonya's timing after getting Wild Turtle to turn and send off an entire auto attack really secured that kill for Tabs and Nukeduck.
The destructive forces of Lemon Dogs. TSM managed to get first blood in this game, but it seems that Lemon Dogs are looking strong.
Dyrus.
What I mean is the first game. 1-0.
Oh, in the matchup.
Give me a chance to finish there, Jack.
Okay.
We'll get there in the end. Well,
it's kind of a taken turn.
First blood, taking a kill. I want to see a third game now between these. I want to see who's going to go in a best of 3. But at the moment, Reginald takes the ace in the hole and is forced to back away. Oh, it's going to be a flash. Dyrus is going to get caught. It's Reginald they wanted to get on. They've actually caught up Nukeduck very nicely. Sonya's Hourglass not available, and that is going to shut him down. Wild Turtle gets the kill. Tabs now have to use the barrier to get away. Charm does not land. The rest of Lemon Dogs are closing back in, but they have to back away from this one. TSM are going to be chasing the kills. Cataclysm locking up Zoro0 and Dexter. Tabs comes around them. He's getting 3 hits to the back. Can he turn the damage around? Manages to get a 90 caliber net on Dyrus, and they lock him up. They should be backing away from this one. Both teams very low.
Yeah, Lemon Dogs with only 2 main damage threats. If Nukeduck goes down, they don't got much left.
All about the base. You can see the super minions getting in there. TSM having to deal with this one. Lemon Dogs are just going to rotate around, keep those lanes shoved.
And TSM is completely constrained to their base as well. 6 turrets to 2. The gold lead has extended to 11,000, while the shutdown was beneficial in keeping TSM alive and in this game. It also makes sure Wild Turtle has a bit more time to scale up, now having that last Whisper. It's going to do wonders and maybe hurting Zoro0 at least a little bit as he tries to block all the Mystic shots, but Nukeduck's up now, zipping back, trying to push up some lanes, and TSM basically is trying extremely hard to force fights before Fizz gets back into business.
Yeah, we'll talk about sprinting to that top lane, realize he needs to come around. The rest of his team thinking they may get focused on with TSM, but instead, it's all free damage. So let's take stock of the situation, Jap, because it's been a little while, but on these guys before we had a chance to check the items, because there's been a lot of action going on.
Yeah, there's really been a lot of fighting in this game. It started very slow, but it has accelerated greatly since then. And it's been all about Nuke Duck at this point. Knowing that Tabs has also completed his Infinity Edge means that the two threats are very real threats right now for Lemon Dogs. The control is still apparent in TSM's jungle. It means TSM can't look out towards the Baron. Lemon Dogs has already picked up one Baron so far this game. They're going to be looking for number 2. And it's a very Lemon Dog style game as far as the overall late game has been going.
Yeah, Nuke Duck running off the stage there, so we'll see what's up with that. At the moment, they have a big advantage in this game, though. Let's talk about 18-7 in kills, 59,000 to 48, so it's a 10,000 gold advantage so far. Lemon Dogs in control.
Yeah, right there, obviously, as you mentioned, 0-0 ran right off the stage. Hope he's going to be all right for that one. He's having a pretty good game.
He's having a very good game,
considering he had to go run off the stage.
He's 219 at the moment,
Yeah,
and
he's so
a movable tank. I think he's got about 4,000 hit points.
Yeah, let's check that, actually. Right now, 0-0 is, 3,966.
Pretty good
Your
guess.
intuition is fantastic. And more importantly, 216 armor to block those Mystic shots that Wild Turtle's been trying to hit him with.
It's all about that awesome patch where the little markers stand in there.
You
Pretty
counted
good
40.
for us. You can
Just
pretty good for
exactly.
us. We can see the four knocks in there, but we're just waiting to sort things out. Of course, the pause is on right now. This is the first game of Group A, and there's another couple of games to go. OMG coming up, and SK Telecom will be facing off the final game of the day as well. And after that, the quarterfinal draws.
That quarterfinal draw that we're going to have at the end of the day is going to be so key because we already know the 4 teams that are moving on so far from the group stage. 2 teams from Europe, Fnatic and Gambit, SK Telecom T1, and OMG, who is currently undefeated. We'll have to see if they can stay undefeated and be the only undefeated team in the group stage. And they're going to be drawing for their chance to play Cloud9, #1 seed in North America, Royal, #1 seed in China, Gamma Bears, #1 team from the Southeast Asia region, and just trying to list all these off. There's got to be one more. It is obviously Najin Black Sword, who is the #1 seed from Korea, but not necessarily thought of as the strongest Korean team coming in.
Which is interesting because we don't know a great deal about them. Najin Sword, they didn't qualify for the summer season of the champions. However, they have flown in Najin Shield, the Najin White Shield, their sister team, to practice. So effectively practicing in the darkness.
Yeah, and that could be the surprising thing. A lot of those players are also making a return appearance here to the World Championships because aside from MacNoon, 4 of those returning players are going to be back here at the World and they've been, you're absolutely right, they've been dark essentially in Korea. They've been playing in the NLB, which is essentially the sub-league there over in Korea, and picked up the last few of their circuit points by winning that league. And from some of the games I watched, they hadn't been looking that strong, but word on the street is that they've been improving greatly. So we'll really just have to wait and see once those matchups come down.
Yeah, there's definitely the 2 surprise packages is Sword and Gamma Bears. Gamma Bears, we watched the TPS matches. They look pretty good.
Yeah, Gamma Bears, though, does play slow.
Yeah.
And we have yet to see a slow team actually succeed here at the World Championships. Lemon Dogs is a bit of a slow team. When TSM methodically dominated Season 2, they were the fastest of the slow North American teams, but they are nothing compared to how fast some of these Chinese and Korean teams have been playing.
And speaking of that slow play, it blends perfectly into exactly what we're seeing from the Lemon Dogs in this match, because you can see it's coming up to the 40-minute mark. They have a big control. They have that 10,000 lead, 6-2 turrets, inhibitor down, and yet they're not going for the jugular. They're taking their time because they realize actually there's still a lot of big danger from TSM.
And they do know that they have a hyper carry in Nuke Duck, who is very close to finishing his Rabadon's death cap. They're actually trying to burst down that Baron before TSM can get into range. TSM's running at it, but a couple people are bait. Here we go.
Peel out. Stranglethorns gets down. His Wild Turtle is going to get locked up. He's going to go down very, very quickly. Can they focus the next target? Darius seems to be the one. 0-0 getting in amongst the team. Reginald's going to get locked up. He's taken down. We see a crescendo coming across, locking up 4 members of Lemon Dogs, but there's no damage left available. We do get 1 kill. It's Tech Special on the extra support. 0-0 gets on towards Darius. Odd One's going to be the next focus target. We see Nuke Duck trying to slide in there. Urchin Strike will be available any second now. Locks on towards him. doesn't have the damage. Can he hop in there? Ace in the hole comes out. Playful Trickster still can't get the edging strike. There it is. Manages to lock down the odd one. It is simply going to be X Special left to fend off alone.
And knowing we're 40 minutes in, once the 5th kill comes down for the Ace, Lemondogs has the middle inhibitor exposed. This could be the Ace and the game for Lemondogs.
That is going to be the inhibitor going down. It's simply the Baron Peel from the Lemondogs. And 40 minutes gone into this game. It will be Lemondogs closing it out. TSM will unfortunately go down to them. That's actually going to put them, ironically, equal in the group. It's 1-1 between these two teams.
Yeah, that actually puts Lemondogs ahead of them in the group overall standings, I believe, but tied in their head-to-head matchups. It's a bit of revenge there for Lemondogs because they absolutely didn't like losing to TSM early on. The NA versus EU rivalry here. Number 2 seeds coming in from both the European and North American scenes. Lemondogs ties it up.
And that's got to feel good for Nugdug because he's not had a great tournament. He's been fairly focused. He came into this tournament, you see him there on your screen, fairly well publicized, it feels. You know, the strong, the mid laners in the middle. You got to look, he's up alongside Peke and Alex Hitch, who both have had some fantastic tournaments so far. Finally goes 8-1-6 in this tournament up against Reginald in that mid.
Yeah, Zoro Zero really went back to his core style in this game. He was able to make his own set of decisions and really just look for the sharks, hide in the right brushes, and then make plays on his own accord. That's not something he was allowed to do in a lot of the other games.
Yeah, big tank. So, Lemondogs do take the first game of Group A. Of course, coming up, it's going to be OMG. It's going to be a very strong game for them. We'll see how fast it is going to be. We saw the odd one talking about, we were mentioning how quick it was, making me look bad, man. But, you know, they have played really well.
Yeah, we got a few things coming up. I mean, we want to see if Gaming Gear can get their win, see if they can make the big impact that they wanted to, or at least make a stamp on the World Championships. And then we also got to see if OMG can be the undefeated 8-0 team throughout. So there's a few little storylines we got coming up.
Yeah, Peke and crew will be waiting. They've got a 7-1 record. Can OMG beat it? But right now, we are going to get across towards those guys on the analysis desk. It will be Quickshot and the boys to take us through that last match.
Thank you very much, T-Man. Well, let's start by giving credit where credit is due. This is to Crepo. Congratulations on being the only one who correctly predicted the Lemondogs to win. You're still tied for last. Let's talk a little bit about the game. Do you want to kick us off with some thoughts?
At least Zed didn't make it through pick and ban phase, so that's interesting. Ariel was open surprisingly long.
I mean, it wasn't that surprising. They had the Fizz
Yeah, because they had the
stored
Fizz.
up.
Okay, surprisingly for the tournament so far, Ari made it a little longer than usual. Definitely was Fizz counter was open, so TSM must have known that would have happened. Nugdog played a little more reserved on its Fizz. Still aggressive, but not as really, let's go past the tower to get the summoners. I actually talked to Nugdog. If people remember that that little throw people used to call it, why he went in so deep, it was basically him saying, well, I wanted to get the guy's summoners, but my team somehow got baited into it. So that just tells you how much Nugdog just doesn't care. He just
how brave he is.
How brave, yes. He plays without any remorse, without any regrets. He just goes in and sees what happens.
Yeah, and this game just showed very uncharacteristic game of TSM where Xpecial missed a lot of crucial crescendos, just kept whiffing them, and Dyrus, he got camped again and he fell prey to it again. I would expect for him to have learned from the past few games.
I mean, he didn't so much get camped as they overcommitted to that chase around the jungle there with their... I mean, he did get camped eventually, but that was caused by an overcommitment on TSM's part and an aggressive use of Flash that didn't pan out for them.
And I don't want to bash on him too hard, but I didn't really like the Leandry's rush. I felt like once he was a little bit struggling, he should have just got his double Magic Pen items and then went to the little more tanky build, so he could at least do some peeling and then work toward our allies.
Yeah, and I think coming into the team fights in general as well, I didn't see the TSM synergy. As soon as they had locked in Sona and Jarvan, I'm like, oh, they're setting up for Rumble, of course, because they have so much crowd control and location controls that you'll sit in the Equalizer. And I think in every single fight I saw, Equalizer led the charge and missed most of the champions. Then like Crescendo comes out later or the Cataclysm comes out later. And none of that TSM team fighting that I expect to see from them came out at all in this game.
One of the things that I want to highlight, if we step back and look at the macro game, is that, first of all, Dyrus struggled again. It was one of the things that, Lemondogs, they put some concerted effort into shutting him down. On top of that, it was a slower-paced game than what we've been seeing. And slower-paced game plays into Lemondogs' play style. It's something they're comfortable with. They like getting to the mid and the late game. And time again, we see Nugdog finding picks before objectives happen. And I think Jat actually said during one of the fights, he's like, well, that was like really clean, easy objectives because Nukeduck just removed that dude from the map, and there was not enough defense from TSM.
Yeah, and TSM really couldn't afford to let Fizz get into like the mid-late game where he's incredibly strong with his Zonias, and he gets enough CDR so that his playful Trickster's always up. And the difference between TSM and Fnatic, I've seen the biggest difference is that when TSM gets behind, they like to turtle, they don't want to make the plays, they don't want to take any more risks to put them more behind. But Fnatic is willing to take those risks and actually turn the game around.
I actually want to give props to Dexter as well. He played a really good Elise. He actually went for a really tanky build with Spirit of the Ancient Golem and Locket of the Iron Solari. And then even after that, he only started building his double magic pen. So he really didn't care about any damage. He was peel, crowd control, which was enough. As long as he stuck in there long enough, he actually baited a lot of charms and dodged them with Repel. And then every time, Fizz would just come in and clean house.
Yeah, and I think just to give some credit to TSM, though, their bottom lane had a pretty good showing overall. They actually got the first kill on lane in a heads-up 2v2, and then Wild Turtle in general went like 4-1-3 at one point in that game. So
he ended the game with 4-2-2.
Yeah, so okay, so he's 4-1-2 at that one point. Lost, of course, died in the very last team fight there. But yeah, being on a losing team against Assassins, having an Elise, a Rekt, and a Fizz all coming at your throat, and then surviving all those and putting out kills, I've got to give a lot of credit to Wild Turtle. He's had actually a really good run individually this entire World Championship.
He was one of the better players on TSM for this World Champions for sure.
So I want to take a step back and go all the way back to the beginning. I know we were talking about the picks and bans, and we've briefly touched on it, but I want to ask about the thought process when it comes to letting Assassins through, letting certain picks through, because I feel this matchup really exemplifies it. In game one, Lemon Dogs were on the red side. They allowed some bans to go through. We've seen Reggie picking up Zed, and Nukeduck went, I'll play Ari. It's going to be, assassin versus an assassin, which, you could argue is a skill matchup, depending on how it goes. In this game, we've seen a similar situation where TSM, they banned out, they did ban out the Zed, then a Cannon and a Sona. Yeah, that's right. Thresh, thank you. I'm going around. And Thresh, but they left open Ari, knowing Nukeduck is a Fizz player. So talk to me about, first of all, the decision to actually leave those champions open, and then if you agree or disagree with that mindset.
I think it was actually a bit of a misstep because even I could see coming into that they wanted to pick Rumble into that composition, and they saved Rumble for last, like as though it was some kind of counter pick, even with Renekton already showing, and that sort of opt-in by TSM already obvious. They showed the Ahri, they picked that for Reginald, and Reginald's a good Ahri. He's made pretty good plays in the champion, but I know we talked about Fizz being a pretty good counter pick to Ahri specifically and having a pretty good matchup there, which we saw throughout the mid-game. And so the fact that TSM kind of expected Ahri Fizz to happen, but didn't wait to force Lemon Dogs to pick a champion first, and was like, yeah, we'll just give you the counter pick and then show Rumble anyway. It was really weird the last three picks coming out for TSM.
Well, I think they were kind of stuck there because we thought if we talk about Zed, Ken, and Thresh when you're on red side, I mean, you can leave one of those picks up for them to first pick, or you leave both of them up and get a champion that Reginald's comfortable on. So if you say ban Fizz, because Reginald may not be as strong on that champion, then they're going to first pick Ahri.
Sure.
If you leave both up, then you say, well, maybe there's a chance Reggie can outplay Ahri, or do you ban them both and just ban something like Zed, Ahri, Fizz? So it's a little, they must have been very concerned. Clearly we're very concerned about Thresh and Kennen in that situation. Mm-hmm. So I think there's just a lot of threats on Lemon Dogs.
But why not just have Reggie play a champion who's not going to get categorically countered in a 1v1 matchup where Nukeduck straight up beats him? They know the Fizz is coming out. Reggie's been playing the game for 4 years. Pick a different champion.
He may have been confident from the last game that they played, which Reggie had a very strong showing against Nukeduck and his ability to outplay him. I don't know.
Okay. Let's get some quick final thoughts from Doublelift and Crepo.
Well, I think TSM's strategy coming into these picks and bans, they first picked Ezreal Sona. That means they say, okay, our bot lane's good enough to handle itself. We need to give our soul lanes counter picks. That's what happens when you first pick your dual lane. You say, I'm going to let my dual lane get counter picked, but we're going to counter pick your soul lanes. And it actually ended up working in reverse where both soul lanes, even though they had the opportunity to counter pick, they lost lane, which is just a big misstep by TSM.
Anything to add to that, Crepo?
Yeah, sometimes limited champion pools just don't do you well. Although Ahri can still beat a Fizz in a matchup, maybe he was just really confident in his ability to beat the Fizz, and maybe he expected maybe more jungle help. They did fall behind a little bit early after a jungle skirmish. You can never know until you play the game.
Yeah, very true. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for TS in this game. They will be playing Gaming Gear a little bit later today, but let's check out how that matchup affects the Group A standings. OMG SKT still sitting at the top of the table. They have not played any of their games left today. Lemon Dog sitting at 3-4, now overtake TSM into third place, and Gaming Gear round out the bottom of the table. Guys, it is time to use your vision wards and gaze into the future, even though they don't do that. Gaming Gear versus SK Telecom. But before we get to the vote, like I said, I've got to give Crepo a love. He's now 15 games in a row correctly predicted. So, is it going to be number 16? Let's start with you, Crepo. Who's your victory for this this matchup? Gaming Gear versus SKT.
I think it's pretty obvious it's going to be SKT here. They might try up some new strategies, but yeah, let's face it, they're probably going to win this game.
Yep, nothing really much to expand on here. SKT.
SKT for me as well.
SKT, same reasons you guys. They're obviously the stronger team here. I think without something crazy happening, it's a likely win.
Yeah, very, very strongly in favor of SK Telecom. They are sitting second in the group. Then we'll be battling OMG later today. Guys, we do need to take a very quick break. When we return, Gaming Gear EU fights for their first win of Worlds against SKT. Plus, we'll be joined by Lemondog's juggler Dexter up in the interview lounge. Don't go anywhere. Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
In my lane, for the top lane, Impact really does make an impact from SKT. I can't punish him, I can't do certain things. If I make one mistake, I'm screwed for the rest of the game.
Impact lands the stun. Darius maybe should not have gone back in. He's going to go down for first blood.
He's beaten players like Shy, Flame, Insect, who just came into the top lane. And for him to get past all of it and just come to the world stage, it's just like a whole new level for top lane.
因为他的对线技巧非常的很强，然后对于游戏的理解啊，然后对中单这个位置的一些理解都要比我强一点。
Oh, he grained beautiful all the way back to the turret. He got some airtime on that one. Cool's gonna be going down, and Faker with a beautiful play by himself.
然后团战的话，就是有一次我记得我和打野吧，还是辅助来，然后去抓他，然后我大到他，然后他很难死，就打不死，像大魔王一样。
DS over on Cool.
Face check.
There it is. As the shockwave come in and the Strangledorn pops them up, but there's not enough to finish. Oh, he flashes the wall.
就 Faker 大魔王。
Welcome back to the group stage of the Season 3 World Championship. I'm Joe Millen. Before we get to our next game between Gaming Gear and SKT T1, I'd like to welcome a Lemondog's jungler Dexter to the interview lounge for the first time. So we're going to start almost right at the very beginning now. Dexter, this is the first time that you've played on a stage of this caliber. How does it feel, number one, to get here after a great summer split? And what's your experience of the stage?
Well, the stage is not really different from the one in Europe. We had Tenerife and DreamHack and all those events where we could play on the stage a bit, and we don't really feel any difference here. It's just the teams we play are international and not really European. So
other than the fact that obviously you guys aren't going to make it to the playoffs, we have to talk about this half of the year for the Lemondogs, because you almost came out of nowhere into the summer split, had a strong start, but not a magnificent start like Alternate did, but your finish was absolutely incredible. I mean, you guys have to be very proud of where you've come in this half year's time.
Yeah, when we first started playing and practicing for the first weeks, we were okay, maybe we can get top 6 in the European LCS, just stay in LCS. And then we made the roster change with Smithy, and we were okay, we start beating teams more consistently, and when we scrimmed teams, we pretty much won everything, and our results were better. And then week for week, we just climbed the ladder pretty much, and then at the end we were 18-10, I think. And yeah, that's pretty much how it went for us.
So you guys said, coming into this tournament, you're a team that doesn't have a massive fan base out there. You're still a new team technically in terms of, when you look at other teams and how long they've been around. Do you have anything to say to those people that have stuck by you and had faith in you since the start of the summer split, then ending up here at the World Championships?
Well, I guess I just want to say thank you for everyone who supported us from the start and people who just joined us to support us. And yeah, I think like even when we didn't make it through groups, I think we did a really good job at representing Europe, especially as like a 3 month or 4 months old team. And yeah, we just have to learn and see how it goes for us next year.
Thanks a lot, Dexter. I'm sure that Europe is very proud of where you've come in that time and definitely be seeing a lot more of you in the future.
Yep.
So, guys, we're going to dive right back into the action then with Demon and Jack. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Joe. It is time for our 8th match of the day. The wildcard winners, Gaming Gear EU versus Korea's SK Telecom T1.
And SK Telecom T1 was probably the favorite coming into this group. It was an upset when OMG was able to take them down, but they do seem to be steadily improving as this World Championship progresses.
Absolutely, and of course, we do see them on your screen. The two teams, Gaming Gear, you know, they're a team that have come into this tournament. Obviously, they came in as the international wildcard winners. You know, basically the developing regions. The experience that they're going to gain from this, they're going to go back to Lithuania. And if they stay together as a team, which I really hope they do, I think they're going to go a long way after this.
Yeah, they could absolutely take a lot from this. I mean, the fact that they did win the international wildcard tournament kind of speaks for itself. And this game in particular, though, knowing what happened earlier in, I believe it was the Mineski versus... Who were they playing game that went a little crazy?
Well, they had a little bit of fun. That was Fnatic, that was.
And Fnatic.
Yeah.
We might see something similar here between Gaming Gear and SK Telecom because, you know, Gaming Gear is the team that locks over Teemo almost every single game. You might see something.
Maybe they're going to lock it in at last. You know, Mineski have gained a lot of fans from their performances here. You know, they've had a good time of it at the Worlds. And Gaming Gear, you know, we saw them, even though they were getting destroyed by maybe OMG in one of the previous games, they all had smiles on their faces. They're loving their time here, you know, enjoying it. And I've been speaking to Arnold, their manager, a number of times, and he's like, well, the guys are having fun.
Hey, they're taking it for an experience right now. They know where they're at the tournament. They know they're eliminated, and you got to take what you can from it.
So let's check out those starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is going to be Gaming Gear EU, and the top laner is NBS. Alanir in the jungle, Mazarine as that mid laner, Deadly Brother the AD carry, and Inspiro as support.
And on the red side, it is SK Telecom T1 with Impact in the top lane, who we just heard Dyrus talking about, Bengi in the jungle, Faker, the legend in mid lane, Piglet on AD carry, and Pumandu on support.
So what are we expecting from picks and bans here? We've focused so much on Faker in previous matches.
Yeah.
Probably going to be the same again for Gaming Gear.
Yeah, I want to see some style coming out from SKT right now because they don't really want to reveal much of their strategy heading into the quarterfinals. They know they would have a chance at coming out in the top in this group, but because we're doing the group draw anyway, there is no effective difference between first and second seed in these group stages. So I think this might be a chance for Impact and Faker to kind of try and show off some of their solo lane champion pool. We know Faker plays everything. He's already brought out Riven as a mid lane counter to Zed. Twice. Both of them were victorious. We can argue whether it was a successful counter or not, but it seemed to work very well. I want to see what these guys have left up their sleeve.
Yeah, this is time to have some fun, I believe, and maybe going to see the same from OMG in the next match as well, of course. But it's SK Telecom T1 currently in second place. The bands coming through, Zed being taken out, and Shen going. Those double ninjas always being taken out at the start.
Yeah. Ninjas can't have any fun anymore.
They can't have fun.
They're just not involved in the game.
They're not allowed, and it's going to be back to Gaming Gear to take their next ban. There's a big smile on Mazarine's face here. I think he's got something up his sleeve. We'll see what they do pull out. Taking a while on these bans, though.
Wonder why. They've known they've been playing SK Telecom for quite a while now. Caitlyn being banned away from Piglet is actually, even if we're expecting a little bit of craziness in this game, there's no reason for them not to go crazy in the picks and bans because you don't want to play against Faker's Aura, you don't want to play against Piglet's Caitlyn. Definitely not Zed. Everyone's seen the highlight video of Faker.
Yeah, that's for sure.
When there were 2 Zeds in a game.
Yep.
That wouldn't have been a problem.
You just set Twitch channel light, by the way. Explosion, mods going crazy. Caitlyn and Ari have been taken away. There goes Vi. And the final ban from SK Telecom. What will it be? Not really spelling anything out either.
S-A...
There could be D. There could be
S-A-N. San. A
San.
message
San.
to
A
OMG's
message
AD
to
carry.
OMG.
They're already targeting to shut him down. He's got like a 19.2 KDA right now in the group stage. It's just through the roof because of him getting so many kills. That would mean they have to ban Nautilus.
I'd love to see how close that is actually between him and Peke right now, because Peke's definitely put his stats right up there. It is actually Corky, so Sack, Not really sure what they're aiming for with that one.
You just had to go for it.
I had to go for it. That's what they were spelling
Sacrilege.
out. Of course. That is exactly what they were aiming at, Jan. Thank you very much for that one. Oriana is going to be the first pick for Gaming Gear EU.
And that's actually fairly standard for Mazarin.
Yes.
It's pretty much his main champion. That and Gragas have been the two things he's had the most success on. Gaming Gear as a team generally tries to play a conservative laning phase with a Lunar, trying to make as many plays as possible, and then transition into a stronger teamfight phase. That doesn't work for them when they're overmatched in a lot of these games at the World Championships.
I'd love to hear from Monty exactly how much we've seen the Korean teams playing Aatrox lately, because in Europe, it's definitely been one of their main champions.
Not much.
In fact, really, it's one of those champions actually, I think, almost deserves a ban against the likes of Fnatic and Gambit, because Cyanide, Darien, Diamond, they're all going to be going for that champion. We do see Renekton getting locked in as well for Impact in that top lane, and it's actually fairly standard stuff so far. Zyra and Jarvan coming out from Gaming Gear.
Yeah, and actually to kind of touch on the Aatrox a little bit more, because I think it's an interesting storyline. The champions that Europe kind of used in isolation from the rest of the world, they played more Kassadin than everyone else. They were the first adopters of Fizz. Obviously Aatrox jungle, and I almost want to say they were playing Ahri a little bit before everyone else as well. And especially with the success of Gambit and Fnatic over in Group B, so many of those champions are kind of just bleeding into the rest of the world's champion pool. Now you can see SKT as they move through this tournament kind of picking up a little bit more Aatrox. And I expected more of it, because even at the Korean regionals, they were already playing a lot of Fizz matchups, and all of that is just really impacting the rest of the world.
Well, speaking of impact, looks like it may well be Gragas for Faker in this mid lane. We saw how he did previously up against OMG. No! Leona coming out for the support. I want to go back to your point for Kassadin, of course, for the European teams.
Yeah.
It amazed me that actually it was allowed through, because that is pretty much one of the first bans in Europe right now. It was throughout the summer, because it got so strong, because the likes of Peke and Alex Each had got so strong on that champion. It surprised me that nobody really researched it enough to say, just let it through. Maybe that was why. It was like, oh, he's not playing that.
Yeah, and Crepo experienced it more than anyone else. I know that in North America, one of the big reasons Kassadin gets left through is there's not many Kassadin players. He's a champion who surprisingly requires an incredible amount of patience to play. And you'd also think, like, how hard the Kassadin pick is to pull off, and how almost counterintuitive it is to the styles we're seeing, with everyone trying to put so much early pressure on mid lane with lane swaps and the like. To be able to withstand that with Kassadin just doesn't seem like it would work.
Well, Gaming Gear have been doing that all through the International Wildcard Tournament. Pain
Still
Gaming
gets a cheer.
We're not finding it impressive, to be honest.
No.
It's not.
But
I can tell you
Gaming
a story
Gear's
for
here.
Pain Gaming, though.
All right.
Pain Gaming obviously were in the
Brazilian team in the
the Brazilian team were obviously in the studios practicing a week before that international tournament, and the European teams, in their wisdom, decided to draw a big Mordekaiser on the whiteboard where they were practicing with a hoo.
How'd they take it?
They took it in the spirit that it was meant. Of course, they enjoyed it.
Who doesn't like Mordekaiser? I love Mordekaiser.
Well, they never play it. That's the thing. So the teams don't. Obviously, they do in solo queue, it seems. So Varus and Kennen have been locked in. So relatively standard team coming out from Gaming Gear. We're just going to see MBS on that Kennen in that top lane.
So, you're talking about the last pick for SKT right here?
NBS, we are going to get the last pick. It is going to be Gragas. We saw it
Yeah.
sort of hovered over earlier for Faker. Faker once again played a very good Gragas earlier.
Yeah, his Gragas against Cool really dominated. We've seen up and down Gragas play from many different people. His record so far here at the World Championships is actually not that impressive. Gragas has lost much more than he's won. But this is SKT we're talking about here. They have an extremely strong pile-on composition right now. It's a little bit of, you'd think, anti-synergy with Gragas and Leona trying to get the lockdown and disperse, as well as Aatrox going in. But I feel like SKT is the type of team that could pull this off.
And the problem with Gragas is, you think back to the Season 2 World Championships with Alex Ich playing Gragas, actually. It's one of those champions that can have a highlight reel or a disaster reel.
Yeah.
You know, when those ultis miss, they miss beta badly.
There's a little bit of variance with him. We saw Peke dodging a lot of Gragas ultimates when Dade tried to play him earlier. And hey, like, even though we see very conventional teams coming out overall, at least we get to see Faker try to make some plays on Gragas.
Okay, so as the game loads up, let's have a look at what you guys, the viewers, have voted on this match. You lost the last one. You're going to make sure you get a one in here. Well, no surprise. You've all gone with what the analysis guys think. 93% of you give it to SK Telecom T1.
Not a huge surprise, knowing that Gaming Gear is yet to pick up a win. But we're going to see them try, right? Like, Gaming Gear has definitely been going for it in every single one of these games. They've had a couple close early games to end. Then it's really the mid game that really seems to be the disaster moment for them, where the team style and the playmaking really comes into account.
And the big problem there is that's where SK Telecom T1 come into their own.
Is the best.
That is where they really dominate. So we're going to load into the game, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the beautiful arena set up here in Los Angeles. This is the final day of groups. We will be having the quarterfinals here as well. They'll be coming up on Monday and Tuesday, but right now it is all about Group A, and it's Gaming Gear as the blue team on your screen up against SK Telecom T1 as the red team. What are we thinking from this one, Jet? Obviously, SK Telecom, big, clear favorites. Probably not going to see any level 1 craziness.
If we see level 1 craziness, I'd expect it to come from Gaming Gear, because they're the ones who need to make the ridiculous plays early on to try and get a monstrous early game edge over SK Telecom. But at the same time, they just have Inspiro's grasping roots if they want to try to make a play. And Gaming Gear is actually setting up a relatively defensive line of scrimmage right here, and it's SKT who is grouped as 5. So if any type of counterattack happens, it will be late for Gaming Gear.
Safe check, Gaming Gear using that Demacia standard to keep them at bay. Alanir not falling for that one, keeping vision of SKT. And while this is all happening, we do see Gaming Gear, of course, going around and placing those wards. So standard, ward, invade, placing the wards. MBS, though, sticking around on top of one.
Yeah, SKT as well isn't going to want to give away anything of any type of crazy or creative level 1 strategy they have, because this is all planned. This is a very standard level 1 opening, and this is a danger ping right now. Look out, MBS. He's looking out.
He's looking out. He's already backed off. So MBS does step away from any danger, and we will see standard stuff. So SK Telecom, they're not really giving anything away for future quarterfinals or other matchups. Looking towards this one, Gaming Gear, they're playing for pride, they're playing for that place, they're playing for the win right now, frankly. And what better win than take the scalp of one of the teams that have qualified for the quarterfinals?
That's a powerful win. They're able to take the scalp off them right there. But anyway, SK Telecom would be quite a trophy. You're absolutely right. They were so hyped coming into this. They're still hyped moving through this, because just because they've lost to OMG doesn't mean they're out of this. We know that SK Telecom has the ability to adapt. And, you know, I'm really wondering how the quarterfinals are going to look out for a team like SK Telecom. Just because, and we're going to see in this game particularly how even though they're incredibly mid lane focused, how balanced their attack actually is. Impact is able to play higher damage and almost more technically complex top laners, but it still works within the general context of their team, because Bengi knows how to have such a large influence over the game.
Well, we do see the 2 lanes have managed to switch up. They're going towards this top lane. Spyro was locked up briefly there by Mandu, but Spyro does react. He's going to get locked in. This is going to surely be first blood. Exhaust was used. He's trying to give it to Piglet. He will give it to Piglet. First blood SK Telecom.
Leona early on aggression right there. Zyra incredibly squishy at level 1. Needs to keep her distance. As soon as that Zenith Blade landed, it was trouble. And now, if they could have gotten the stun, that would have been a kill.
Oh, it doesn't manage to land the stun or the slow. MBS burning that flash early on there. Mazarine in this mid lane. He's trying to keep Faker at bay. The only lane that is shoving in deep. And he's going to be careful. Bottom lane, we do see Bengi. He's coming around for round 2.
Yeah, and that lightning rush for Kennen is back up. It's all about whether or not you can slice and dice in range or get the knock-up from that Aatrox Q. Can he get the Dark Flight coming in? There's also a counter gank coming from Luna. The stun doesn't land again. MBS. Oh, they flash.
Oh, they flash for the stun. They get the knock-up. They're going deep on the turret. Remember, he does have a passive, but Bengi, he is going to get that passive popped, and MBS escaped.
Yeah, he's a sneaky Kennen right there. He forced the flash out of both, or just Impact, but as well as the Ignite, and then they got the passive out of Bengi, thanks to Luna's Dragon Strike right at the end on Jarvan. I gotta say, it's a decent fight from MBS in that lane against Impact, having to be the recipient of back-to-back ganks.
Yordle Ninja's the best ninjas, it seems, in this case.
Well, the other ones got banned.
The others did get banned out, so he's representing right now. Alanir will be taking a lane tax, is the phrase for what he's doing right there. Although, when MBS isn't there, it's not really attacks, it's just cleaning up free farm. Deadly Brother trying to land that piercing arrow on Piglet, just sidesteps it quite easily. Actually equal in farm between these two, but of course don't forget Piglet did get that first blood, that extra gold, beneficial to SK Telecom.
And the first blood hasn't really held its influence over the lane quite yet because Piglet is waiting to go and buy items. I'd imagine Piglet's going to be doing the Trinity Force Rush on Ezreal that we've seen pretty much everybody doing. The added move speed it gives is just too much for these guys to pass up nowadays that the Trinity Force has been added, as well as just the 200% damage on hit proc that Trinity Force provides compared to just the 150% before the Trinity Force buffs.
Spyro going out, warding out that tri-bush, making sure that Bengi doesn't sneak up on them this time around. They have a ward in the bottom lane as well. And Spyro looking to do something here, but Faker just stepping off, taking away that vision and backing off. Piglet taking the piercing arrow. Deadly Brother keeping pressure down. The bottom lane, we see MBS coming in back on towards Impact. We just saw in the video how much of a impact makes
one
as it were. Make one mistake, you're in all sorts of trouble. MBS so far has burned that flash, had the lightning surge away. He's had 2 lives used already, potentially could be a third one. Impact goes in, goes aggressive and comes out very strongly against MBS there.
I can't really say MBS has made that many mistakes early on against Impact, but at the same time, SKT hasn't been a team that shines brightly in the early game. They generally have done poorly to average in their early games, I'd have to say. They've played the early game 3v1 dives substandard as far as the rest of the world goes, but then once they get into the mid game, especially if they're entering it with a laning advantage that they are slowly building over gaming gear, it's going to be pretty painful.
That's quite a few question marks. They're worried, and they rightly should be.
Where are they going?
Alanir's down here, and that's actually baiting them into it because Faker's coming down, Bengi's coming down, MBS is going to lightning surge away. Alanir is going to slide in there. They're going to dive on. They catch both of them, bounce them in the air. Faker now is going to join the party. He's just hiding off in the tri-bush.
Yeah, Faker's thinking better of that one because Bengi and Impact weren't able to get enough damage done onto NBS and a Lunar. It means Faker's roam is just a bit of time wasted, and he's got to run back to that mid lane where Mazarin is holding his own.
And this top lane is actually pushing quite well from Gaming Gear so far. Deadly Brother and Inspiro criticized as one of the weaker lanes of Gaming Gear, but up against Piglet and Mandu, they're doing their thing so far.
Piglet and Mandu, despite the early kill, have not really been able to put a snowball on that lane. I have to really give credit. One of the big things, though, is Bengi and Pumandu have not shopped. I feel they should shop, and then they might be able to make more of an impact.
Big chunk of damage coming out from Bengi here. Alanir, that Deadly Brother having to use that barrier. That will be a kill. Piglet's the one that picks that up. Mazarin, meanwhile, getting aggressed on, but you see Faker rain roll all across the map. We do see Alanir going away just about with low health. Faker's ulti was used on Mazarin, as well as Mazarin's shockwave. A lot of aggression all across the map in every lane.
Yeah, even without shopping, Piglet and Mandu just got another kill. So even though it seemed like Deadly Brother and Inspire were holding their own in that lane, that was not the case. Both those kills actually happened before Pumandu hit level 6 on Leona. Bengi does have his passive up if he needs a little help, and MBS,
he doesn't need it. He's going to go aggressive on MBS. Lightning Surge will come out. That's going to put a lot of damage down on Bengi. Like you mentioned, he has got it, but Blood Price is on. Barrow comes in. Faker picks up a kill.
Stylish right there by Faker. He did not even have his explosive cask, but he gets him with the barrel roll. That's the type of kill that you don't want to give Faker because Faker didn't even have to work for that one. And now Mazarin has to deal with that extra gold that Faker's picked up.
True Shot Barrage rattling past. Mazarin will pick up that blue buff though, but Bengi takes away that red. Pretty much making Gaming Gear's jungle his own so far in that bottom area of the map. And you can see now Impact simply farming up between the lanes, making sure he makes every little bit of use of the advantage he's now gained over MBS.
Yeah, there's that one mistake almost. NBS running through the red buff, searching for a friend, but the friend was not really a friend and it cost him his life.
And Inspiro, he's going to get locked up. That will be a kill. Who's going to pick it up though?
Or is it?
May turn this one around. Deadly Brother wants to get himself a kill, and he will. Deadly Brother gets that one. MBS flashes away. Bengi gives chase. Red buff is on him. He should be able to dive and catch on towards MBS. Meanwhile, he's running into Faker. 3-man close on towards him here. Will he escape? Oh, not quite caught by that slow. He may have escaped here, you know.
I think he snuck around, ran the full circle around the SKT players, and it almost seemed like everyone on SKT thought someone else was going to finish off the kill. They didn't get the turret or the cannon. Great escape.
Great escape indeed. Gaming Gear, of course, with their first kill of the game in that top lane. Deadly Brother did pick that up, but now you see Piglet going very aggressive in a 2v1 situation. True Shot Barrage fired off, not going to find his home. The Mystic Shot will on towards Deadly Brother, though. He's going to have to back out of that.
Yeah, Trinity Force being rushed on Piglet as well. You can see he's already hitting for a nice little bit of damage with the early Sheen. I have the feeling if that True Shot Barrage would have landed on a Deadly Brother, it would have been a kill. So well done by Deadly Brother to get that sidestep in and prevent another death to Piglet in lane.
But let's look at this bottom lane. MBS, 36 CS. Impact, 81. This is a bit of a problem, and there goes the tower.
Yep. Top laners in the bottom lane.
Big difference.
Impact, Renekton, lane dominance. It's actually something that coming in I wasn't too sure of, because there were a few teams that really favored Renekton, even though he had been mostly non-existent from the European and the North American games for the most part. He had died out. Whereas China, when I was watching their regionals, Royal and OMG were competing for first pick Renekton many times. They were banning him out as well. And then also now, SKT's pulling out their Renekton as well. I was thinking Renekton might end up having actually a very low win rate in this tournament, just depending on which overall region that I thought was going to be weaker or stronger. I knew that Mineski was going to be playing or valuing Renekton very highly, but now that we see teams like SK Telecom coming in with Renekton as well, whole new ballgame.
Indeed, it's a whole new ball game. It's a champion that Darian used to run a lot of in the spring, but like you say, it faded out. Didn't barely play in the summer. Only towards the end of it, he started playing it. Faker, going to be the focus target by Alanir, but no chance is he going to fall for that one. Plenty of escape, can slide away if he needs to. Instead, he's buying time for the rest of SK Telecom to take this dragon down. It's a two-man dragon. They are not sure about this one.
Yeah, Beggy's a little bit low, and trying to do dragon against Kennen, even if it's just a 3v3, is a dangerous proposition. SKT's AD carry and support are killing it.
Not going to get the turnaround kill either. Mandu is not going to go down from that one. Deadly Brother with the Chain of Corruption just got simply exhausted out. Mandu walks away from it. It's 4-1 now for SK Telecom.
And Mandu's looking for another kill, or at least zoning out Deadly Brother. That lane is going to be running away from Gaming Gear. I think it's already gone.
It's great to see Leona making a comeback as well. That's one of the supports we haven't seen a great deal of. Yellowstar has run it a lot lately for the European LCS team. And
3 games.
If you think of the Crepo on the desk, used to be formerly, I would say, one of the best Leona players in the world. You think back to the OGN 2012 spring, I'm going to say, that they were in, when they were up against Frost in the finals.
Yeah, I got to ask Crepo when he gives us his answer after this game. Why'd he stop, man?
Why'd you stop? Why did you stop playing Leona? I don't think he did. I think the rest of the team said no. I don't know. I'm making it up. But SK Telecom, they're going to pick up a dragon here. And that will be a pretty clean, easy one for them there. That's going to stretch that gold lead to just around about 4,000 coming into the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, this is looking like an SKT team in control. And now it's actually just a matter of SKT kind of getting their footing in this group. They know they're already qualified for the quarterfinals. They do not know who they're going to be playing against, because we're going to have our draw at the conclusion of today's games. And really what they're doing now is practicing their mid-game and making sure that they can execute properly and close out games, because a team of SK Telecom skill level right now, 4,500 gold up, only 13 minutes in, should be able to close as long as they are executing precisely.
Deadly Brother just getting locked up. Didn't get taken out in the end, though. Piglet trying to put some damage down. We do see Cataclysm going. Good piercing arrow onto Piglet. Has to be flashing away from that one. Lanier wants to finish him off. Has he got the damage? Oh, the Grasping Roots doesn't land. It will be Inspiro getting the kill, but now he's in all sorts of trouble. Bengi comes in. Mandu will pick himself up. A double kill.
Mandu was tired of feeding all the kills to Piglet, so he decided to take 2 of his own, even when Bengi was up there for the counter kill. And even though that worked out for SKT, you can see what teams try and do against Leona, and why some teams do shy away from her, is because as a melee support, and the fact that when she lands her Zenith Blade, it sucks her in, she is incredibly committed every time they go in on a fight, and is vulnerable to counter ganks. That's what a Lunar is continually trying to do to that lane. And here comes Faker.
Oh, he's going to try and catch on Mazzarini. Not going to happen. And Faker with that barrel just forces him away. There is a problem, though, because it's a 14-minute Trinity Force.
Yeah, it's a pretty big problem. I've seen 13 minute Trinity Forces. Yep. Those are slightly larger problems. But the Vamp Scepter as well, I think, puts him over the top. 3-1 and 2 on Piglet. Both buffs were just stolen from Gaming Gear, which generally shows a total lack of control in the jungle. There's still not all 3 turrets down. I really do have to credit thus far in the game Mazarin on Gaming Gear, holding his own entirely against Faker. He's the only person on Gaming Gear who hasn't lost his turret. Faker picked up an easy kill in the jungle that was effectively gifted, and Mazarin hasn't let it affect him. 6 up on farm, and now it's really just the rest of the map collapsing in around it that's going to end up costing Gaming Gear that mid-turret.
And check out Bengi. He's actually only just gone back and got that Bilgewater Cutlass, but he actually went for the Boots of Mobility. This is something we used to see back in the spring a lot from junglers.
Yeah, the Boots of Mobility double Doran's Blade before the Spirit Stone. We actually saw Aranea doing it on his Aatrox very recently over at Gamescom, and it's basically about forcing as many fights as possible because as a heavily ganking jungler, especially if you have farm-centric mid laners, you're only about transferring your power to your laners as much as possible, and you're not caring about yourself. That's the way Bengi plays. I think the Chinese junglers go even a little farther towards that spectrum. I know sometimes Lovelin with the Moby Bear yesterday didn't even go to lanes. He was, or sorry, didn't even go to the jungle. He was a laner, essentially. And Bengi is a little bit more towards the farm, but without the Spirit Stone, it means he's definitely looking to kill.
BS down this bottom lane. He's got to be careful they don't dive him. And they were diving him at level 4, so I don't think they're going to be worrying about it too much at level 11 here. Impact's just keeping him in tow. Interesting first item from MBS, though. Went for that needlessly large rod after double Dorans.
Well, he had pretty much already abandoned any hope of winning that lane. So he's not actually staying close to Impact. Otherwise, you'd think he'd go for a Seeker's Arm Guard earlier on, so he'd have some armor. But because he does not, he's just hoping he gets in a team fight, has that extra ability power, has slightly better farming with his long-range Q because he does more damage thanks to Needlessly Large Rod, and he's basically just trying to catch up by skipping items.
Trying to skip items. We'll see whether that works out because SK Telecom are going to take down the 3rd outer turret. That is systematic destruction of everything around the outside. 16 minutes gone. Actually, fairly slow in terms of Korean teams taking down those 3 outer turrets. So Gaming Gear grouping up in this mid lane. Piercing Arrow does manage to find its target on towards Piglet. I think he was just simply clearing out the waves. The bottom lane seems to be the next focus, though. Impact hiding in the bush.
It's a big crocodile in a small bush.
They're going to dive in. It's going to be Alan here that does manage to get locked up. Bengi taking the tower damage, so we do see the Cataclysm coming out, but it's simply done. That is just locking his own team up. Not going to work out too well. Impact is going to try and get away from this one. There's a shockwave coming in. The damage, is it going to be there? Mazarin will pick it up. Now they're going towards Bengi. Faker also being pushed, punished here, trying to clone rolls out that barrel. Deadly Brother felt the full force of that, but while it all happens, Piglet takes the mid inner turret.
Hey, at least Impact was trying to laugh in the face of Gaming Gear right there, and they killed them for it. So Mazarin got the revenge, landed the shockwave, and picked one back up. And as we expected, this is a very controlled game more than anything else from SK Telecom. They're not trying to pull off any fancy rotations. They are playing as standard as possible because they know that all of their potential quarterfinals opponents are watching them right now, and they do not want to give away any vital piece of strategy.
Let's not forget, SK Telecom T1 came into this tournament as big favorites, has to be said. Everybody really had them down as the victors of this tournament, so they've got a lot to live up to. They've seen the Korean team Samsung Ozone going out in the group stages. SK Telecom have made it to the quarterfinals, but they're already realizing this is not a clean-cut tournament for the Korean teams.
I have to say, it must have been a huge shock to a lot of the people who follow the Korean League of Legends scene closely, because coming up and watching the quality of teams in the Champions League for OGN, it did seem like there was a chance Korea would come in here and just dominate the tournament. And that has not been the case whatsoever. Ozone going out was a complete shock. Even SK Telecom dropping a map to OMG early on means it's a totally open playing field right now. We'll effectively have 2 Korean teams in the quarterfinals, 2 European teams, 1 North American team, 1 team from Southeast Asia. You know, there's a lot of balance and anyone's game.
And we should point out that it's actually SK Telecom T1, that was MBS being melted down the bottom. SK Telecom T1, the fact that they won the summer against KT Rolls to B was
Yeah.
the reason that Ozone got there in the first place. Because if they'd have lost that, they were 2-0 down, came back 1-3-2. If they'd have lost that match, we would have had KT Rolls to B here instead of Ozone.
And I think one of the things that may have affected the Korean team's almost lackluster performance early on here is how we talk about how the Chinese scene is isolated, how isolated the Korean scene had become. We're actually just going to take a look at this kill. Just a combo of ultimates. NBS
Systematic.
dead to rights. It's the coordination from SKT right now. But really just getting back to the Korean teams in general, it seemed like they were only focusing on beating each other. And it's really come back to haunt them.
Uh-oh, they're trying to get the chain of corruption down. Faker's like, yeah, I know you're focusing me. I'm just going to walk away. Alan here in all sorts of trouble. Impact's going to try and slide in. Does get away. The barrel coming in, not quite going to get its target, though.
Faker really wanted that one. And I think overall SK Telecom is adapting a little bit better to the other influence. But just the fact that they had so much struggle against the 3v1 tower dives of OMG and even the 3v1 tower dives of TSM goes to show that they weren't necessarily invincible. No one's bulletproof. The quality of teams throughout the world now for League of Legends is really quite high because we have fairly developed scenes throughout. I mean, just the sheer amount of competitive games that the European teams played this year against each other means they're strong. This is going to keep happening.
Yes, just dead. I mean, he wanted to just simply get a ward down. You could see it. That's all he wanted to do. Not going to happen, though. Didn't even get the ward in the bush.
Yeah, no, that's too quick. Not quick enough on the draw. Got to hit that ward button before you get CC'd to death. And even though it seems like Gaming Gear may just be walking around and some people will be like, man, you got to stop face-checking against SKT. SKT forces those moves because they have completely blinded Gaming Gear and they are always making Gaming Gear think they're going to be in the next bush because they usually are, and that's why so many people on Gaming Gear are dying, and that's why that Baron was completely clean.
It was completely clean, and MBS now in all sorts of trouble. He's pushed that mid turret, suddenly the lightning surge away from that one as the rest of SK Telecom come out of the mid lane Baron and with themselves a buff. They're going to keep on pushing through here.
Yeah, we got the Spirit of the Ancient Golem on Bengi. Impact has went very tanky. He's got a red elixir actually running out from the base on Renekton. SKT might be going pretty quick here. Mondu's got his ultimate on Leona. It's level 11 as well for that extra little oomph of damage. And I wonder if Gaming Gear can even hold at this turret 4v5. SKT going to be a little bit aggressive here.
Piglet getting a little carried away there, taking some turret aggro. Instead of focusing on the turret, he was focusing on trying to kill MBS. Wasn't really happening for him.
Well, Piglet does already have 4 kills. He's wanting to get a little bit more of that. And they were waiting for Renekton anyway. Impact was running back to base. He's got his red elixir now. Freedom to pop it whenever he wants. Taking a couple shots so SKT can get a little bit more turret damage. And I would not be surprised if we saw Leona ultimate comboed in with a bunch of other SKT pain right
Deadly
here.
Brother almost certainly going to be the focus of target. That turret down to half hit points already. Faker desperately trying to set up. Chain of Corruption comes out. Shockwave goes with it. Piglet did manage to avoid the damage though. Got out of there. There's Faker with his ultimate. That blows them all backwards. Deadly Brother's going to run back to the fountain. There goes the inhibitor turret. SK Telecom continuing to push on through. Impact using that taunt to try and draw Gaming Gear into a fight, but instead it's not going to happen. Going to be a clean exit for SK Telecom.
Methodical play there by SKT, even though Mazarin tried to repel them with the shockwave. And SKT didn't actually land any clean engages. The fact that the Varus ultimate was on all of SKT as they were thinking about a dive actually stopped them from all-in committing, but it did not stop them from putting damage down on the turret. And because there is still 2 minutes left on this Baron buff, the health regen that Baron buff adds is healing them up to full and allowing them to make yet another push.
SK Telecom seemingly with places to go and people to meet because they are not done here. They're pushing straight through, taking inhibitor turrets down. They're going to see Impact going in. Inspiro's going to get locked up. They're going to see Slicing Maelstrom come and go very quickly from MBS there. Of course, like I mentioned, he hasn't really got a great deal of armor on him, only got that Seeker's Arm Guards. That's going to be another inhibitor going down for SK Telecom.
And that goes to show the Impact shutdown that happened to NBS. With all the ganks that Bengi helped him with, having no Zanya's Hourglass on Cannon at 23 minutes means you do not have an influence over the game. You come and go with that Slicing Maelstrom. He couldn't even get a stun out because he died so quickly. And SKT is hanging around.
They want to finish this game off. You can see the Nexus turrets are the target. Super minions coming up that mid lane. They're already here. We do see Alinea going in. He's trying to slop in. That's going to be the Sunlight Fire knock-up. They're going to lock in there. Alinea is going to be the focus. Cataclysm comes out. Shockwave tries to land. Does get Bengi's passive, but that's all they're going to get. No! MBS does finally get the kill on him, but that's one Nexus turret down. SK Telecom, they're backing out.
SK Telecom still gets what they want, but I feel like Gaming Gear getting the kill on Bengi's got to feel pretty good too as well. There's only one person left on SKT that hasn't died. I feel like that is the next person in the crosshairs of Gaming Gear's assassination squad right now.
You know they want to get that kill on Faker.
You have to kill Faker.
I think everybody on the North American solo queue has been trying to get the barcode killer.
Everyone wants to kill the barcode killer right now. Faker, of course, on his North America practice account, which is wrecking some top-tier Diamond 1 and Challenger players. He played 23 Riven games. He actually lost 2 of them. So, a couple people...
Somebody got him.
Yeah.
Somebody somewhere has got screenshots.
Barcode killer
That's
killer,
for
AMA.
sure. Absolutely. Having a bit of fun here. It is SK Telecom in absolute domination mode. 15,000 gold ahead, 9-0 in turrets. Gaming Gear trying to shove those lanes out to protect their base, but with 2 inhibitors already down and a Nexus turret, it is unlikely that they're going to come back in towards this one. SK Telecom not being flashy, honestly. No. Nothing crazy coming out from them, just systematic destruction, clean play.
I was expecting a little bit of styling from SK Telecom, but I think they've kind of messed around enough for their coach's liking. I'm sure Koma, their coach, was not pleased whatsoever the fact that they lost so handily to OMG, and also some of their other victories haven't been very clean, and it's all business for SK Telecom because they're here for one reason, it's to win, and they're just trying to ramp up for that.
Chain of Corruption thrown out, only lands on Faker. That's the final inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor will tumble afterwards. That's going to be double super minions spawning out from SK Telecom's base right now. But they don't care about that because this Nexus turret is their final target. They slam on in there. Alinea locked up. Shockwave pulls in 3 members. We're going to see the Stranglethorns bouncing through them up. But look at that. Faker goes in. MBS gets wrecked straight down by Piglet. That's going to be the Nexus turret going down. The Nexus will follow. SK Telecom will be taking victory here in Game 8 of the day up against Gaming Gear.
26-minute victory there for Faker and crew. Only 203 on Gragas, so a very controlled game there by SKT. They're definitely trying to lay low a little bit as they move into the quarterfinals. We know the eventual goal of them was not just moving out of the group stage, which they are guaranteed to do so. It was to win the Season 3 World Championship, and this is just another step on their road there. They seem to be getting a little bit more comfortable here at the world stage. You know, for some of them it was their first time out of the country. They definitely had a slow start to the group, and they are ramping up a bit.
Absolutely. Business as usual, it seems, for SK Telecom, so they do pick up another win. Remember, they've only got 1 loss so far. That's to OMG, who they will be playing as the final game of the day. It's going to be a tasty one, that's for sure.
I'm really curious what happens in that game, because both those teams have already clinched their spots, and they know there's a chance that they could be playing each other later because they really respect their skills. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. For now, though, we're going to head over to Quickshot and Company for their take on SK Telecom's dominant performance.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about Aatrox first and foremost, and SK Telecom's team composition, because that felt very EU-esque to me. I want to highlight the fact that I believe that is Aatrox's first time in a professional scene for any Korean team. Freak, kick us off.
So this to me looked like them practicing, because we know there's nothing for them to lose, there's only things for them to gain. And we heard the commentary throughout the game being about the fact that these guys are looking for some like solid play, right? They want to close it out, they want to make sure that they're playing up to par because they've got quarterfinals ahead of them. And so I think it's both, okay, what does Aatrox really do? Because you've seen how strong the 2 European teams that made it out of Group B were with Aatrox. Clearly there's something here because these teams are strong. And like, okay, let's see what it is for ourselves. We might as well use this as practice.
Yeah, not only that, and it is. Usually Aatrox, when I'm casting OGN in Korea, and we go through the picks and bans, and the players will hover over Aatrox, and the audience just kind of laughs. So it's never really been taken seriously as a competitive pick there, even though it has been used quite successfully in other regions. The Leona pick, a little bit interesting as well, but with how well Fnatic's been doing, and they've been pulling that pick, I think that was a bit of an experiment here. But really, what stood out to me was they were playing such a methodical, objective-based game. You can see they just tried to take every advantage, went through all 11 turrets, didn't try and close out the game early, took an early Baron, but the earliest safe Baron. And so they were just playing as textbook as they could. I think trying to get them more into that kind of mode that they want to be in going into the playoffs.
And I like that they did that because against a team that's looked upon as inferior to yourself, you often want to go for those flashy plays. You know, you just want to engage. You know you're better, so you'll play a little more dive harder. And I like that they went for the methodical approach, as Monty said, because it shows that they have respect for the game. They just all what they want to do is learn from this, and it shows that even from these easier games, they can still learn.
I definitely want to highlight Pumandu's Leona because I thought it was very, very good. I felt that the times we called the 2v2s, his initiation seemed good. He landed a lot of the abilities that he needed to. There was some counter ganks there that cost some lives, but I mean, that's to be expected in a game like this, especially with a champion like Leona, who's so all or nothing in the matchup.
I wonder if they picked it based on Fnatic bringing it out and just wanted to practice it, or if it was basically a hidden pick that they just wanted to brush up again.
I mean, Mondu did participate in 12 out of their 13 kills, but there's a lot of drawbacks to Leona that won't come to you naturally just by thinking of the champion, such as the fact that she's really weak in 2v1 because she's melee, and the only thing that she can really do is dive. Leona has a lot of drawbacks, but obviously they've played really well. She's a really, really strong initiator, and she's like cleans up teamfights so well.
Well, I want to take a step back and look at the duo lanes because when the Leona was locked in, off camera, we're lucky enough to sit with these guys and talk about the game. And one of the things that we've been talking about a lot extensively is these 2v1 lanes. And because we've got an AD carry and a support and some casters here, let's talk a little bit about the 2v1s. When do you initiate it? Why do you initiate a 2v1? How important is the champion picks? Things like that. Give me some hints and tips as to why the game has evolved in this way. Because a lot of guys in solo queue that are playing in Go for LOLs, playing at home, I don't know if they've really thought about the theory behind it.
So originally, I feel like 2v1s came about because strategically, if you push a 2v1 onto a team that doesn't know how to deal with it, so you'll even see, even though Koreans are really adept at 2v1ing, they are not necessarily really good at dealing with the 3v1 dive as they came into Worlds. So you can push strategies like that and catch people off guard, but not only that, it allows you to have a weak duo lane and end up having them split even in CS with the enemy's 2v1 while simultaneously holding down the enemy's top laner. So, for example, if the enemy top laner was something like a Singed, who you need to hold down or else to become an unstoppable split pusher, you would want a 2v1 into that.
It's actually really interesting how it is developed. I still remember playing against World Elite the first time they swapped their bot lane up to top, and we were like, what the hell is going on? Why would you do that? So basically they did that with bad matchups. Either top lane matchup you don't want to face, that scales better into late game, or some matchups are really good on low farm. Say example, a Malphite, he doesn't really need much farm to be effective. He can just ult in fights, take out priority targets, and if you dodge the matchups there, it was really interesting how World Elite started with that. They initially just put 2 people on top lane, and then the jungle joined. No ganks, nothing fancy, he just joined on the top lane and they went for a 3v1 simple push. Later people figured it out, they started defending it, then people figure out, hey, why don't we send the jungle behind? It was such interesting development.
Yeah, for me, this has been one of the most positive influences on League of Legends because it opens up so many strategies. In addition to what these guys are saying too, sometimes if you're playing a really fast-paced objective game, you may want to take your 2v1 because you're confident you can out-harass the enemy top laner and then push down that turret very quickly. I mean, we see a lot of Caitlyn Nami for that reason. You use that early range, use that Tidecaller's Blessing, you just constantly pick away at the top laner and take that turret.
Like Ozone did to Gambit.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting as well that there's more and more mind games that come out from this. So first of all, you talk about even setting up a 2-on-1, and it's, well, which lane do they go for? Back in Season 2, it was, well, red team usually goes top lane because of double golems, and there was a real reason to not do that, then maybe you juked people out. But then secondary to that, you look at like jungle patterns, for example. I remember on one of the very first days, the blue side jungler got his blue into enemy red and was right there to dive the top turret well before SKT's jungler was there to defend it. And those kind of things are interesting as well.
Another thing that it really affects is picks. In terms of AD carries, Caitlyn's rise in popularity came largely because of 2v1s, because she's so strong in lane, people want to dodge against her. Let's say you're playing against a Caitlyn. You don't want to lane against Caitlyn, so you dodge into 2v1. That puts her in an amazing position, because Caitlyn is one of the best, if not just arguably the best, AD at 2v1 because of her pushing power, because of her range. She pushes down towers and minions really fast, and it lets you take the first tower, which is so huge.
Well, give some closing thoughts here, Crepo.
I just want to agree that it really influences the way you have to jungle, and it's no longer reactive jungle. You have to think about, if you 2v1, you will have to stick to the area where you are numbering the enemy team, aka those 2 buffs locate the nearest to your bot lane wherever they are, that's where you need to go. So you need aggressive warding to find out what the other team is doing. You need to make sure you can't get contested on your first buff. It just adds way more depth and way more need for deep wards in the early game.
That's definitely something everybody has to think about. From 2v1s, now we're going to start talking about early wards and vision control. This will be a topic for another segment, I'm sure. Guys, with another win in SKT's inventory, let's check out the fresh new standings. SKT are now tied with OMG at the top of the table with 6 wins apiece. But of course, SKT still sitting at that single loss and 1 game extra. Lemondogs, TSM, and Gaming Gear sitting at the bottom of the table. We got some Twitter responses for you guys. And earlier today, we asked, which matchups would you most like to see in the quarterfinals and why? And here's what you guys had to say. Oh man, they did this to me on purpose. At Shika Tsui says Royal Club versus OMG. With OMG's dominance in Worlds, can they beat the team that knocked them from the quarterfinal spots?
And that's an interesting matchup too, because these two teams actually faced each other twice during the regional. First time around was in the winner bracket, where OMG knocked Royal down, and then Royal came back through the lower bracket, and if I recall correctly, 3-0'd to take the top spot in the bye here in quarterfinals. So it's a really good chance for vengeance here for OMG.
I do think if they learn from their lesson there and start banning out some key target players like Uzi's Twitch and not allow the famous Uzi Twitch Annie lane in the middle, knowing them, OMG will not allow that to happen again.
And I think that 3-0 victory in the Chinese playoffs was a big upset to a lot of people because Royal's known for only really having one threat on the team, which is Uzi, while OMG is just solid all around, maybe with an actual weakness in their bot lane.
Well, we'll have to see how it comes to pass. We'll be doing the draws for those quarterfinals after today's games. At Omakalaya, you guys, they're doing this to me on purpose. C9 versus OMG would be epic. 2 amazing junglers, and both teams are famous for playing a fast-paced game and applying pressure. I want to kick this one to Monty. What do you think about the junglers between OMG and Cloud9?
Well, they're very different. They're very different. I mean, obviously, we've seen a lot more of that very quick pressure from Loveland as opposed to Meteos. Much more likely to gank at 2 with that only single buff. I would be fascinated to see this matchup as well. I would tip it in favor of OMG just because they have a stronger laning phase and they still have that excellent teamwork going on. But it would be very interesting to see this one.
I'm interested to see how the mind games are going to develop because we know Loveland ganks at level 2, but what if he just farms everything and then the jungle for Cloud9 Meteos will just be sitting there waiting for that level 2 gank, and then you come out with a complete mirror match just because of the mind games. There's so much room.
That'd be crazy.
There's so much room for mind games in that matchup, so it would be a really sick matchup. Although it might actually be better as a semifinal.
I think it'll be an interesting matchup as well, just because, as you said, the style differences as well. And even though Cloud9, I think, gets a lot of flack for having like weak lanes, they tended to hold up in North America. And as we saw from this tournament, the North American laners themselves held up on the global stage. So I think some of these weaknesses might be overstated, and Cloud9 has a good shot.
Well, we have to see. They actually have to battle on the Rift for that to happen first. All right, congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mouse. And to the rest of you guys, keep hitting us up on your quarter-final matchups. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. Now, we've dragged this out a little bit, so let's keep our predictions short. I know you guys can be a little shy when it does come to expressing your opinions, but it's time to lock in those picks for OMG versus Lemondogs. I use that in the loosest of terms. So let's talk this. Let's start with Crepo again. 16-game winning streak. OMG versus Lemondogs. Is anyone going to be different on this table?
I'm going to go for OMG, even though I would love to go for Lemondogs, but I'm not going to risk it. I think OMG they won't drop the ball.
Double lift?
Yep, OMG as well. Lemondogs looked really shaky even in their win against TSM, so I'm going to have to give it to OMG.
OMG for me.
I'm a little bit shy. I don't really want to say it, but I guess I have to, so OMG. I think they're looking strong. They're still undefeated. Why wouldn't you say them?
Yeah, and there's a unanimous decision across the board, and we'll have to see if Lemondogs can surprise again. Guys, it is time for a very quick break. But when we come back, OMG looks to keep their perfect record intact when they take on the Lemondogs in the second last game here of the group stage. Plus, SKT's Bengi will join us in the interview lounge. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
group stage of the Season 3 World Championship, the undefeated OMG is getting ready to dive back into the rift down on the stage. But up here, I'm happy to be joined by SK Telecom T1's Bengi. Welcome to the interview lounge, and I want to ask you about your Aatrox pick. It's the first time that you've played him competitively. What are kind of your impressions of him?
안녕하세요, 뱅기 선수. 그 인터뷰 라운지에 오신 걸 환영하고요. 첫 번째로 아트록스 픽에 대해서 얘기를 하고 싶은데요. 공식 경기에서 이번이 아트록스가 처음이시죠?
네, 아트록스는 처음 했는데 일단 그 북미 솔랭에서 처음 시작하게 됐고 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 대회에서도 쓰게 됐어요.
Yeah, I picked Aatrox and I started playing him a lot in North American live server when I came here. I started using him and I liked him, so that's why I ended up picking him.
Okay, now you guys are already through to the quarterfinals, of course, and later we're going to have a drawing who you're going to be up against. Do you have any preference who you want to play and why?
이제 8강 진출이 확정돼서 좀 있으면 8강 이제 대진표를 추첨하게 되는데요. 8강에서 만나고 싶은 상대 팀이 있으신가요?
일단 감마베어스를 좀 좋아해요. 그 아이콘이 좀 귀여워가지고. 그리고 C9을 만나고 싶어요. 그 메테오스라는 정글러가 그 유명하시더라고요. 그래서 한번 만나보고 싶습니다.
First off, I kind of like I want to meet Gamma Bears because I like their icon. I think the icon is kind of cute, and I also want to play Cloud9. I heard that their jungler is pretty famous and pretty good, so I want to play against him.
All right, that would indeed be a very cool matchup. Then finally, got a day's rest now before heading into those quarterfinals, but I imagine it won't be rest. What's the preparation look like? What do you look to improve on?
이제 8강 그 경기를 곧 있으면 시작하시게 되는데 8강 진출 전에 뭔가 준비를 하실 게 있으시면 어떤 준비를 하실 생각이신지요?
아직은 그 일정이 너무 짧아서 특별한 건 준비할지는 잘 모르겠고 일단 해봐야 할 것 같아요.
The schedule's kind of tight, so I'm not sure if we can, get something new going. But we're gonna try practice hard and get ready for the quarterfinals.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you very much. All right, that does it for me up here in the interview lounge. Now let's send it back across the sea of fans to D-Man and Jat at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It is indeed time for our 9th match of the day. It is China's OMG versus Europe's Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, and in this one, OMG is going to be trying to hold on to their perfect group stage record. You know, the first game between these teams was actually very close. But the mindset of the teams coming into the rematch is obviously going to be a lot different because Lemon Dogs have already been eliminated here. OMG is going for the big stuff. And actually in the last game, we have to mention before we get into picks and bans, Lemon Dogs is down 1 ban this game because they talked during the pause in the previous game.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see how that works out for them. Seemed to work in Fnatic's favor, actually.
They used it pretty smartly. They managed to get Zed and Kasten out of the equation. That's not bad.
It did work very well. So while most of the people in the world didn't realize just how strong OMG was coming into this tournament, San and his team are finally ready to flex their muscle on the world stage.
R3不愧是最权威的一个赛事，非常高兴和激动嘛，因为有机会向全世界展出我们战队自己的风采吧。就是希望大家多多关注中国的战队，因为中国战队有很多嘛，但是名额却只有2个。好像其他国家都知道我们吧，我有了解到一点，了解的不是很多。我们跟传统的中国战队是不一样的，我们是风格会比较快，我们会随时应变，就是随时都会换打法。我们没有想到具体的，都是一视同仁。我们中国队很有信心，就是中国的粉丝们拭目以待吧，不会让你们失望的。一个队伍比较环环相扣，所以我也说不出来谁是最好的。
跟队友在一起，肯定比一个人有时候要好得多嘛。毕竟朋友就多一个氛围啊什么的，然后
感觉就是很和谐，因为每天睡醒都有5个人陪你一起训练，跟你一起努力的去奋斗，这样我觉得在这条路上不会孤单，会有很多回忆。
就这么多人嘛，然后我们去坐一辆车，然后有的人他就会
走的就是在我们前面，然后他就会抢那个前面的那个座位，然后后道的呢就只能够坐几个人挤后面。
然后对粉丝的话，谢谢粉丝的支持吧，因为我们是起初就是不是被人看好，然后到现在取得了一个进资格赛的进 S3的资格赛，所以我觉得应该把握好这次机会。
充分的信心吧，我觉得影响也是好的影响吧，但是也还是没有太大把握，但是我的话就会还是比较平稳。我觉得每个队都有可能吧，但是我觉得应该对自己有点自信，所以我觉得我们吧，不管成绩怎么样吧，什么结果都有可能。
So finally, it's time to be cocky. Time to feel a little bit confident. That's a danger.
Well, the interesting thing about that is I was actually talking to Kobe a bit about their play style yesterday and how much he loves Loveland because he says he doesn't have any consistent patterns. And it syncs up with what they were saying in that video, how they play fast and aggressive, but mostly that they improvise a lot, which makes them incredibly dangerous to themselves and enemies.
Yeah, they are very aggressive, the Chinese teams, and we're going to be seeing the exact same from Royal Club when the quarterfinals get underway, just how aggressive those teams can be. But for now, let's check out those starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is going to be OMG. Going that top laner, Loveland in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, San, the AD carry and leading KDA man, I believe, and Big Pamelo as support.
And on the red side, it is Lemon Dogs coming off that win against Team Solo mid. 0-0 in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck in mid lane, Tabs on AD, and Mithy on support.
So, what are we expecting from these teams? Are we going to see something fast and furious from OMG? Or are Lemon Dogs going to be able to slam on the brakes for the Chinese and maybe take away that perfect record?
I heard once that nothing is faster than a Lemon Dog. So we'll have to see if that works out. That doesn't make any sense.
Does not make any sense at all. I don't know where that comes from. Nevertheless, the picks and bans are underway. So let's see if the two ninjas get taken out of the game early on, and that is, of course, Zed and Shen. Well, I guess if you're an American, it could be Z.
Z? Yeah, it's not a zebra. It's a zebra. Get it straight.
Tomato, tomato. But right now, it is going to be Elise actually taken away from the Lemon Dog. So respect ban taking it away from Dexter there.
Oh, these teams are going to be going fairly serious, I think. I don't think OMG is taking this lightly whatsoever. The Chinese teams are very serious about their execution. It's eat, sleep, and play. All the OMG guys, the only thing that has actually been coming out of all their Chinese Twitter accounts are pictures of them sleeping here at the studio because they were just playing and in between games or taking a rest and they're getting up and practicing again. They brought a bunch of food as well, just so they would make sure they had the right food they wanted to eat, and that's all they've been doing. So I don't think they'd be messing around in this game because they're here to play.
Now, of course, that first ban being passed by Lemon Dogs, so they're not able to use that one. They do only have 2 bans, so that means, of course, that's why you see that second corner blank. Fizz will be taken away from Nuke Duck, and you see the nodding from Lemon Dogs. Actually, Nuke Duck doesn't look too happy about that.
It's like, really wanted to play Fizz against Cool. I know Cool had played against a lot of White's Fizz, who is going to be the mid laner for Royal, who we're going to get to see in the quarterfinal. Didn't work out very well for him, so I can definitely understand that ban.
Well, Zed was taken away, so we're not going to see Cool running around the jungle or the mid lane everywhere. In fact, everywhere, to be honest. If you see any of his highlight videos, he does cover it. There's the second ninja, of course. Shen being taken away, which means Ari may well be the next ban.
You're good at this.
Right on score. It's almost like we've seen a couple of these games before.
Well, here we go. What's going to be the first pick here for OMG? Jarvan or... No, you know what? Loveland plays too many different things now.
I reckon he may go Aatrox. Something crazy like that. Maybe just switch it up a little bit. Lee Sin, maybe?
Yeah. Lee Sin.
Just a split second too late on that call. I was thinking Dexter, the other thing he plays is Lee Sin, and of course, that is what Loveland plays. No, don't do that.
They are the jungle
They play
Yorick
jungle
team.
I know they are, but I don't want to see a jungle Yorick. I'd like to see a Veigar. That would be awesome.
Our first pick, Veigar.
That would be a little
cocky.
Little foolish as well. Holy cow, they've got it done it.
Well, the time has come for them.
To be a little cocky.
Yep. So they have clinched, obviously. If Lemon Dogs wins this one, it means Lemon Dogs finishes third, which doesn't move them onto the group, but it does guarantee them third.
It also stretches that champion pool out a little bit further. It's definitely started to expand today. Ezreal may get picked up by Tabs here. Caitlyn is available. Has been a champion.
Picks Veigar first?
I don't know.
Yeah. Go
Maybe
does, I suppose.
Maybe no Jackie.
Not Jackie, but first? Like all the things you want to first
That
pick.
could be a support Veigar.
All right, sure. I'll roll with it.
You'll just roll with it. We'll see. It's effectively doing the same thing as an Annie, not quite with the same burst damage. We do see Vi already locked in, along with Ezreal though. So standard stuff from Lemon Dogs. They want the win.
Yeah. OMG, they want something else entirely right now. Probably a win, but most likely some champion diversity coming in. I know that Zitai, the mid laner for IG, was known for his incredibly diverse champion pool, and IG's been a little bit dethroned, along with Team WE, by OMG and Royal, who are here at this World Championship. The Jungle York complements Veigar very well because you trap the enemy inside the stun cage so the ghouls can beat on them, and it's usually incredibly effective. Additionally, the Nidalee spears can hit the stunned target from the Veigar stun, so it's all coming together.
We're seeing a whole plethora of champions coming out from OMG that haven't really been used in the same combined force, and right now it seems that they're definitely going to be throwing Lemon Dogs off track, but instead Lemon Dogs are saying no, stick to the ball game, guys. Get 0-0 back on Renekton.
Hey, when all is said and done, and we're looking back on this a year ago, and people look, who was the only team to beat OMG in the group stage?
Yes.
It would still count for Lemon Dogs. So they definitely want to pick up this win. They want to end the World Championships on a very positive note.
Let's not forget, it also would keep them above TSM.
Yes, that's actually very important for them.
Yeah, and it's very important. There's money at stake, there's pride at stake, and of course, taking away one of those teams that potentially could go on and win the tournament. That's, of course, we could say, well, we're the only guys that beat them in the group stage. Zyra being locked in as well. So Zyra, Ezreal for Mithy and Tabs.
So Lemon Dogs will probably be picking an Assassin with that last pick, maybe even a Kassadin. I feel like the Kassadin would work very well. See, at this point, they should just lock it in.
They're just like, pick it.
I don't see any reason why they wouldn't.
I think they are. I think they are actually going to lock it in.
Yeah, they should go Maokai Darius bot lane. I've actually ran a fair bit of
Maokai?
it. No, support Maokai, actually. Because he's the person who... He actually does a lot of damage. You'd be very surprised at how much damage support Maokai can do. But specifically bottom lane Darius. Something to be reckoned with.
Oh, Cassiopeia locked in. We just don't know what's coming here. OMG are definitely going to be having fun with this game. Fiora being selected now. I just don't know anymore.
No, neither do I.
No.
What are they... We're going to...
That would be the first standard champion of the tournament for them.
So we're going to go down these lanes now.
Wow, there it is. So there's no ranged AD carry unless it's going to be Nidalee. Nidalee is going to be the AD carry. This is actually... Hosan's done the same
How do you know if Nidalee's the AD carry?
Well, it could be AP.
What if Aatrox is the AD carry? He has attacks.
I'm going to go with Veigar support, Cassiopeia in the mid, Aatrox.
I was going to say Cassie mid, Nidalee support, Aatrox AD.
Maybe.
What are they?
But look at Lemon Dogs. They've gone for the double AD. And I forgot about this. Nuke does play Ezreal in that mid.
Yeah. I'm not as interested in that, though. I'm more interested in OMG's team composition.
Okay, break it down for us, Jack. Gonna put you on the spot right now.
All right.
Check out these team comps.
You called it from the very start. Big Pomelo is on the support Veigar, and that is only to set up the rest of OMG's team composition. They are going to trap Lemon Dogs in an area of unpassable terrain known as
you could say
the Event Horizon. It's the Event Horizon, actually.
Okay.
And then the rest of OMG is going to combo on their normally hard-to-land skill shots to these stunned targets. Everyone's going to dive in.
It's going to be a dog pile, I believe is the phrase that you like to use. But nevertheless, let's check out what you guys at home have been voting. According to lolesports.com, 81% of you have gone with the analysis, guys, and gone for OMG. So can they stay perfect for the Worlds? It's going to be an interesting one.
I bet they didn't see that support Veigar coming.
I bet nobody saw it coming.
No.
No.
No. Okay. So that is... This is something new for us.
You're excited
we were
for
hoping,
this. I can see it in your eyes. There's a little glint right there.
We were thinking that something like this might happen in the Gaming Gear game, but it didn't.
No.
SK Telecom was very taking care of business. And then we're thinking with the Chinese team in OMG, all the food they brought over, all the time they're practicing. It's like there's no way they would be the ones to pull out something crazy.
Well, they said it in the video. Maybe it's a time to get cocky.
Absolutely.
And this could well be it. Let's see if they can do it in style, ladies and gentlemen, because we are getting underway for the 9th match of the day. It is OMG versus the Lemon Dogs. And we'll see, can the Lemon Dogs break that perfect record, or will OMG, with their surprising team comp? I'm interested to see what the analysis guys have to say about this team comp as well, because
I want to hear him break it down.
I want to see them break this one down.
Yeah. I know that Loveland's Jungle York is actually something he's done a lot of, and I know the top lane Aatrox is a very real thing. Ooh. See you later, Ward.
No
Get
Ward
out of here.
for you. Puts a second and a third one in there just to say, screw you guys. See if you can take those all out.
They don't even have a pink ward.
Nope.
To counter it.
Don't need it.
No, Veigar doesn't need pinks.
So, big Pamelo on Veigar. Cool is indeed on Cassiopeia, as you can see. Going on Aatrox. Loveland in the jungle. That's definitely something we've seen before. And San on Nidalee as their 80 carry stroke AP. We'll see how this one works out. That's actually something we've seen in the European LCS. We saw Hosan running it in the spring split.
We did, and it actually worked out very well for Hosan.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
It was didn't he go AP in Italy and then poke with it later?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big thing that is actually kind of striking in this team composition is the rest of OMG, like the top lane, the mid lane, and the jungle, are all very formidable picks. Cassiopeia is an incredibly aggressive laner early on. That's
foolish. I feel that's a little foolish. Zora would be strong here. He has got the support of San. He is going to catch that Event Horizon on him. San's going to come around as well. But this is actually going to be a 2v1 lane in that top, it seems, as the game develops. There is a potential invade coming from Lemon Dogs.
And they want to shut down this Jungle York before he gets going. Jungle York in the first place is not that powerful of a jungle, and the late invade has arrived. OMG's got to get out of there right now. Or not.
No, or not. They are going to keep him busy, though. Mithian Tabs here. Nukduk has returned. Lovely taking a lot of damage now this time around. You can see he's being bullied away from this one. They're going to make him force that smite. Yeah. He does use it.
And they got a substantial amount of harass. What Lemon Dogs did miss out on, though, was a decent amount of experience in the lane. They have lost the first 3 minions. 2. They made it for the third minion there. But they were not able to push in early, and also it means going hadn't gotten harassed early on either.
He hadn't got going, that's for sure. Zora pressured San and Big Pamelo, which I'm never going to get that name right eventually.
Big Pomelo.
Pomelo.
Big Pomelo.
Yeah, I was right.
Yep.
So, blue buff will go across to Loveland. That's the double buff. Let's see what he does with it. Nukduk up against Cassiopeia. Probably not a lane he was expecting. Didn't see Ocelot in the house, so, he used to be his champion of choice way back when, but we haven't really seen a great deal of Cassiopeia, if at all. I'm trying to think back through spring or summer.
It has been a very long time. There was a Cassiopeia game that Chuper of Complexity played in the spring split that was not very effective, but we have seen it in Season 3.
Well, we'll see how it does against the Ezreal in that mid, and we'll see how he builds Ezreal, actually. Nukduk, who's obviously been used to playing Assassins, so he's doing something different around. Nukduk has played Ezreal a number of times before, so it's not something he is alien to. And don't forget, Lemon Dogs, they want a victory here. They want to take that win. How good would it be to take it off OMG, no matter what champions were played?
Hey, and like I said, the Aatrox, Yorick, Cassiopeia are the regular picks, in a sense. Cassiopeia is a very legitimate mid pick. The big Pomelo, San, Nidalee, Veigar 2v1, that's the curveball that they're throwing at us right now.
Dexter coming in, of course. He has played Vi a number of times before. Good damage onto Nukduk in this mid lane from Cool so far. Let's not forget, Cassiopeia is a fantastic farmer and will shove that lane, whether she wants to or not.
Yeah, and especially once Cool gets a little bit of AP, it'll be very hard for Nukduk to counter back against that.
Exhaust used on the bottom. They dive on towards it. Could it be first blood here on Mithy? Loveland thought about going deep on that one. The Ghoul's not quite enough. The Ignite's taken. No! He survives. 31 hit points. He had it covered.
And the way Loveland plays Jungle York is not so much as a jungler as just a roaming jerk, almost. If you can imagine a blue buff Yorick in a lane, he's already very annoying to lane against without the blue buff when he has mana problems. He doesn't have mana problems in this, so he actually just runs from top to mid or top to bottom harassing as much as possible and pushing people out of lane.
Tabs 90 caliber netting out of this one. They're going for Big Pamelo, and they're going to try and get the lockdown on him. They do get the ignite, but the Event Horizon locked them down once again. Sam, not flustered by this, continues to keep those spears flying.
Yeah, that Nidalee is actually working out better than the Tabs lane right now. If we look at the farm, 34-21, mainly because Loveland has had such a larger influence on that lane than Dexter's Vi has against the Veigar and the Nidalee.
Cool, continuing to keep pressure, but it's all about this bottom lane. Look at this, they've been farming between the lanes the entire time. Loveland and GoGo, and effectively using themselves as a 2v2 lane. Loveland, like you mentioned, just being a gigantic pain in the rear of Lemon Dogs. Now they've pulled in a third member. They can see if they can bait it in. They're going to go in there. It is actually GoGo in. They're going to bait out. He has got his passive available. Dexter will manage to get the last hit down. There he goes, slammed on. The rest of Lemon Dogs will close in. Will he be able to get away from this one? GoGo going to get locked up. There's the Piltover Peacemaker, but unfortunately, it is Mithy that picks up first blood.
And a nice counter gank there. You could see Loveland actually became a little bit predictable there against Lemon Dogs because he was very obviously sticking around. Dexter trying to make it 2 for 2.
Dexter is coming around on towards Cool. Can they collapse on towards him? You can see Nuke trying to get in position. They really are very scared of pulling that snake by the tail.
Yeah, the level 6 Cassiopeia is a formidable foe in that mid lane, especially if she can get into a brush, because it is so unsafe to face check against her Petrifying Gaze. I always compared Cassiopeia to almost like a turret of magical damage. More damage than Ryze does when she's standing there and fighting, but less reliable. As soon as you let her stun you with the ultimate, you're basically dead.
It was a great lockup once again on Zora Zero, forcing him out of lane. We are seeing that top turret being taken down very heavily here by OMG. Don't forget that bottom turret. They were farming between the lanes. There was a lot of damage and pressure put on there by GoGoing and Loveland as well. So despite this interesting team comps, we are seeing the gold advantage for Lemon Dogs. Big Pamelo wants to get the finish. Oh, that spear just missing out on Zora Zero.
That was almost the synergy right there. They had the stun from the Event Horizon, but he didn't have enough ranks in it to stun him long enough for the Javelin toss to take down. But also, San is maxing his heal on Nidalee as well. So that's the way they're kind of trying to sustain around that lane. And I feel like they want to dodge out of this Caitlyn lane as much as possible based on the matchup. But the experience is actually telling me they might stay in it, only because Loveland spent so much time in that bottom lane. Tabs and Mithy are only level 4 compared to San and Big Pomelo, who are level 5.
Well, the one big pressure, of course, with that double AD comp is they need to get going. And at the moment, it's not working out. OMG keeping that pressure down on them. And every time you can see the lanes, where is Loveland going? He's getting around the back side of Zora Zero. He could be in trouble in this bottom lane.
I wonder how effective the Yorick gank actually is in this situation, because he's actually walking through a ward. GoGoing is going to close in. Don't stick around, Loveland. They're going for a fight.
Zora Zero's going to get that slice onto Loveland, though. He will get the dice across the trees, and he will escape to victory. No problem there. Meanwhile, we do see the lane switches around. It's going to be a 2v2 in this top lane.
That's generally what you expect from a Yorick gank as well. Now we might see a delayed invade coming in from Loveland and GoGoing, trying to get this blue buff back. And if they can actually get a blue buff onto Cool, it will be such a huge detriment to Nuke in that lane. They do pass it over successfully for Cool. Now GoGoing actually hops onto Dexter, gets him low. Loveland flying in as well. I think they're going to get this one, D-Man. GoGoing, can he get the kill?
He does get the kill. It's going to be GoGoing on towards Zora Zero now. Can he get focused down? He does get slowed. Nuke in pressure at the side there. Cool putting the poison down. Zora Zero gets back into the turret. Is it too deep for GoGoing? I believe it is, but you can see the ghouls come out. It's a little bit too late. Doesn't matter. It will be a trade. But it's a 2-for-1 to OMG.
It's a trade in deaths, but it's not an even trade in actual map pressure, because OMG got a whole bunch of power. They stole the blue buff onto Cool. Cool is probably going to have a dominating advantage over Nuke in that mid lane when they return.
We do see Tabs very low in the top lane, as well as Sam. Pressure all across the map so far. It is 12k to 10.5, and it's actually OMG with that lead, remember. They've taken that bottom turret down. Pressure's still on the top. But we just saw Cool. He was so aggressive on towards Nuke there. Caught him out by his off guard.
Yeah, Cassiopeia loves to be a little bit aggressive. Oftentimes, Cassiopeia, as a random aside, was actually my second most played champion in Season 1.
Wow.
Because I love Cassiopeia.
I love him
She's
as well.
like my favorite before I found Victor.
Before you found
He's
Udyr.
my favorite mid player. Well, I'm talking about mid laners right here. Udyr has always been true for me. But really, Cassiopeia, Cool's actually doing what I did as well. He's maxing Q instead of E on Cassiopeia, because against Ezreal, once you land the 1Q, that's effectively enough, and then you're going to tick him out. Exactly. Yeah. Ezreal can escape the E-spam that most Cassiopeia mids used to rely on, but every time Cool lands a Q, it's going to be about a third of Nuke Duck's health. So he just has to land a couple, and he crushes him right out of the lane.
Those Twin Fangs just sinking in, and that's going to be potentially the second turret of the game at OMG. And despite the fact they're playing unconventional champions, they're playing exactly like they do with main ones and keeping that pressure on. Third tower of the game goes down. All of the outers now out of it. Crazy stuff from OMG.
And I think they're going to be opening up a bit of a... I'm just going to invent a team comp right now, a poke dive comp. Because with the AP Nidalee and the Cassiopeia plus Yorick, they have an immense amount of ranged poke damage. You can see San already going Tear of the Goddess, and Sorcerer's Shoe is going to try to land some long-range spears when he gets a few ranks in that. But because Cassiopeia has that flash-in potential with Petrifying Gaze, they might go for a dive comp in with Aatrox once they get a little bit of poke damage down.
Assault and Battery on Go-Going may have gone a little too deep for that one, Dexter, but he does get the kill. Loveling's going to be focused on. He's going to get caught down. Nuke Duck comes in on towards that Ghost of Go-Going. Now he's going to get focused down. Ooh. Fantastic stuff. Dexter taken so low. That Ghost almost manages to get himself a kill. There's a 2-for-0 trade. 2
great kills picked up by Lemon Dogs, and they really need it because we just look at the gold difference right now. 3,000 still. 2,250 of that is because 3 turrets have already went down for OMG. Lemon Dogs, with their slower style of play, is just not able to keep up with all of the lane pressure and aggression that comes out from this first place in the group OMG team.
So Lemon Dogs, they need to get themselves a turret sooner or later because the pressure keep being applied. It's all on them. San may get caught out here, but look at that. Nuke Duck wanted to join the party, but Big Pamelo was not falling for it. Dexter hasn't got that Assault and Battery available, but he does put a lot of pressure down. Cool is there to cover them off. Stranglethorns get thrown out. Big Pamelo will get taken down. Dexter picks up the kill.
That was not the most impressive burst rotation from the support Veigar. He took down about a third of the health, and then he got chased down for death right now. Lemon Dogs is trying to exploit OMG's weakness here, not having real AD carry, not having a conventional support for peeling, and with the Dragon up, we could see some fighting over this next objective.
And you see Lemon Dogs moving around there. They have got ward coverage. Nuke Duck, though, is not quite with the party, and while this is all happening, Go-Going is just continuing to shove on that top lane. Zoro will be coming across to deal with him. No passive available for him just yet, but he's going to be doing a lot of damage. You can see he's gone that damage Hydra build.
Yeah, that is a favorite of many top lane Aatroxes, at least recently. Not as much in competitive, but we've definitely been seeing an increase of it in general popularity. He's going to be a pain to deal with because he instantly shoves waves and will always require a friend to go up there. Zoro nicely, though, getting both of those double goals.
Keeping the pressure down. Tabs trying to push his bottom. San still in there, doing a fantastic job, I might add, in terms of keeping the CS. Look at it, 115 to 86 of Tabs.
Yeah, and so much of that I really feel has to do with what Loveland did to Tabs and Mythy at the start of the game with his jungle Yorick, or rather just, I'm just going to call him blue buff roaming Yorick, just sitting around in that lane and being a pain.
A pain is what he is being. Lemon Dogs, though, have 5 members grouped up in this mid lane, and they do know that OMG are around the side here. They may try and cut them off here. You see Mythy trying to get down there, thinking of going for the grasping roots instead. They also have positional advantage around this mid lane. Which way will they focus? That's the question. Dexter, with that Assault and Battery, is going to go for someone. Event Horizon catches Zoro, but he does avoid the damage.
If OMG catches the right Event Horizon, they will not be afraid to have Cool flash in with Cassiopeia and land a Petrifying Gaze as well. You can see OMG aggressively trying to take away this blue buff. Lemon Dogs did get in and burn it with a smite, but that means there's no smite up for Dragon if OMG decides to go that way.
Well, OMG are all 5 members here. Pink wards and ward coverage from Lemon Dogs, actually. So San's going to keep on throwing those spears. Actually, so far, to Lemon Dogs' credit, have dodged those spears very well. They're not really getting caught out. That's going to be the Dragon, though. Lemon Dogs maybe going to focus this one.
Bursted it down. They knew there's no way Lemon Dogs could come in for a steal. And that's the objective-based play of OMG. One of the big reasons they stormed atop the Chinese scene, even though there had been a long reign of dominance by Team WE and IG, is because OMG was the first team to really embrace the objective game, and they did it better than anyone else in China.
Everybody from Lemon Dogs spreading out, backing off towards, trying to take away everything from that jungle. They realize that OMG may be going to try and move in aggressively by force. Instead, it's San left to fend off this mid lane, and Lemondogs actually may steal themselves a bit of a charge on this mid. There's only one member of OMG there.
Yeah, and I think this could be a point in the game where Lemondogs' conventionalness of their team comp actually starts working in their advantage. They have a very strong initiation if they want it. Dexter can single out someone to get destroyed by Ace in the Hole and True Shot Barrage. It would effectively destroy pretty much anyone on OMG right now, since all of them are building extremely offensive itemization.
Going goes back. Hydra completed. It's what we were expecting. And it will mean that that lane push from Going will be huge. He's going to be off on the sides. Or maybe just joining the team. Because if that Event Horizon lands, he gets in towards them and the team decide to go all in. That's going to be a heck of a lot of damage coming out from him.
Yeah, and San just went back. Built the measures. Second. He has initiated the Soul War right now.
Well, we saw Dade with it earlier. Didn't quite work out like he planned and ended up having to sell that item.
Now, he backed out from the Soul War, but I don't feel like San's the type who backs out from wars like that.
No, indeed. We'll see if it works out for him. Infinity Edge almost completed by Tams. Lemondogs pushing in towards his mid lane, and they may get it. OMG are going to start reacting to it. We do see Cool coming up from the side, and Lemondogs do back away from this one. They are fearful so far of OMG collapsing on them.
And it seems odd, but the fear of a Flash Event Horizon initiation from Veigar is very real. That would completely lock down Lemondogs if he can land it right on the edge of the stunning cage, and it would allow a full-on dive from OMG. We know OMG is all glass cannon, but that definitely means that if they get a long-duration stun on many people, they're going to die before the fight starts. That is actually a very real possibility.
The problem I see here from OMG is they've got real no siege capability. They've got the spears from San, but that is it. Whereas Nuke Duck and Tabs will wipe out those waves very, very quickly. So it's going to just keep them away from the turrets.
Yeah, that's definitely a detriment, which is why I think Going is so aggressively trying to split push with that Ravenous Hydra. He's trying to pull 2 people from Lemondogs up for him, and that would maybe allow OMG to make some other type of play. But it's not seeming to work out right now for OMG. First Spear does land them.
As I say that, they took a good chunk off that turret there. Going's taking away those raids. He has got his passive out now. And once that passive is available, I wouldn't be surprised to see him flying in there.
And Event Horizon at max rank is actually a 2.5-second stun area of effect. Veigar just never sees play, but that is the longest duration area of effect stun in League of Legends. So they might be able to get a good dive off if they get it. And you can see Lemondogs is actually respecting that stun potential.
Thought about going for it there, Loveland. Taken low. They're going to go aggressive. There's the Stranglethorns going down. Assault of Battery gets on towards Cool. Cool hasn't used that ultimate just yet, but Dexter does go down. And now OMG can turn this one on its head.
Well, they didn't get Cool in position to do damage, and they're so low that I think they're going to end up backing away. But getting the kill for nothing does show that they have good enough disengage potential. And the extra synergy here that we actually haven't mentioned is back in Season 2. Yorick top lane and Cassiopeia mid was a very common team composition because Cassiopeia had so much sustained damage in chase that the Yorick clone was extremely effective. They have that combo even with the Yorick jungle.
And if I do recall, actually, the start of Season 3 Spring Split, that was actually one of the banned combos. Teams ran it back then, but of course, teams found out how to counter it.
It's run away.
Well, Lemondogs weren't around back then, so maybe they're unsure other than running away, which they kind of tried to do there, but they did lose one member, and that's the downside of Assault and Battery. You kind of find yourselves pretty deep in the team, a little bit like Maokai's Twisted and Vance. Zoraziri in the top lane, though, clearing those waves with that Sunfire Cape. We do see Going continuing to farm. He's going to have a lot of gold on him, I feel, because he's starting to stack up. He keeps just going back towards that top lane and shoving it in.
Yeah, 1,500 gold on Going. I wonder if he's going to continue to go Glass Cannon Aatrox or if he's going to build a bit of defensive itemization. Most of the Aatroxes I've seen will stop at that one offensive item and then start going a little bit tanky because Aatrox has pretty tremendous base damage values. Looks like OMG really loves fighting over this blue buff, and they're not letting Lemondogs get back their territory.
No, they can see the blue buff is going to get fought over. It wants to be Cool that's going to take that one away. No, it won't. It was Loveland. Loveland used it, wants to get those blue ghouls going. Nuke Duck kind of trapped in there, uses the Arcane Shift to get around, and OMG continuing to push on this lane. They're not going to be afraid to dive it. Spear lands on Nuke Duck. That's going to put pressure down on towards them. OMG keep on pushing. Those ghouls, of course, going to be taking those tower hits as well, and OMG sieging down Lemon Dogs.
It really does seem like OMG is hesitant to dive, but that's because they are against a Zyra. One of the hardest champions to dive onto in a game. If OMG can somehow get Mithy out of the fight, I think they'll be more willing to dive. But as of now, since they are all squishy, unless they can guarantee a few kills coming in, they might not go. But now that Mithy's low, we could see some action.
Yeah, 3 members of Lemon Dogs already taken down by their spears. You can see Tams, Nukduk, and Mithy all low, and they're going to back away from this one. Just off the side, Go really wants to get aggressive here. He wants to dive in towards them with that passive available. True Shot Barrage not going to find its target. Big Pamelo was pretty low, so still OMG going to keep on sieging. That tower ever so slowly going down.
OMG's side lanes are pushing up pretty heavily right now, so if OMG doesn't go for that, they're losing out on a lot. I expect them, since they're staying, to dive very soon.
Ever so surely. He's going to thought about knocking in. He got knocked up, actually. Dexter managing to keep going away. There's the Event Horizon going down. There goes the tower. Nukduk catches that spear. And surely enough, OMG finally take down the 4th turret of the game.
The Siege comp right there coming in from OMG. I wonder if they've played this team composition before. I haven't seen it, personally. But they definitely seem to know what they're doing. It's an amazing amount of coordination considering this team comp seems so thrown together at the last minute. It's the improvisation skills of OMG, it seems, right now. Because we did say, you know, their top lane, jungle, and mid lane are things they should definitely have some comfort doing. And then they're just throwing in the bot lane that we have not seen before. And that's working out for them.
And look at San now with that service embrace completed. Going to be pretty tanky, actually, for a Nidalee. And, well, Nidalees you don't catch. He's split pushing around the side there. Zoro Zero taking very low in that mid lane. Cool. Putting a lot of pressure down on towards him along with Lovelin. That really is a team comp that's starting to annoy the Lemon Dogs, I feel. And I wonder when they pick this double AD comp, whether they realize what they were going up against. Because OMG, let's not discredit this. That, you know, they've gone with something fun here. They're not actually showing their hand. I don't expect to see this coming out in the quarterfinals.
No, this is their build for the grand finals, D-Man. They're going to bring it out right again. Seriously, this is improvisation.
Well.
This is an improvised team composition from OMG, but they are playing it just to fit their style of play, and it just shows how practiced OMG actually is, that it's working so well for them.
Nukduk trying to go aggressive on San there. San himself with a fantastic KDA in this tournament. Cool. Up in the top, waiting for Zoro Zero to go aggressive, coming in to see if he can keep him away, hoping that Zoro Zero will go aggressive on Go-Going, but Cool not falling for it. Now don't forget Go-Going, he can just pop that ultimate right now and just wreck this turret.
Thing is, Go-Going's sitting on nearly 3,000 gold, so fighting right now is not taking advantage of the gold lead that OMG has accumulated while keeping Lemon Dogs trapped in their base, but at the same time, OMG doesn't want to sacrifice the map positioning that going back would actually have. So they might actually stick around and try to get something right here.
Right on towards Dexter, taken very, very low from this one. The Ignite's not going to be enough to finish him off. Zoro Zero now with those twin fans taking on him from Cool. Go will back away. That turret not quite enough to take him down and pop that passive.
And you saw the damage that came out from Cool right at the start of that. He doesn't even have his Zhonya's Hourglass yet. The Cassiopeia is getting extremely dangerous in this one, knowing that there is a Yorick clone for Cool as well.
Yeah, this could be a real problem. This is actually going to be the 5th turret of the game by OMG, and Lemon Dogs again stepping away from this one, not able to go up and fight them. Nukduk keeps trying to get aggressive on San, trying to pull him into that fight, but San's just not having it anyway. You can't catch a Nidalee.
No, you really can at this point, and it's interesting how OMG is able to set up these sieges without such strong disengage, but it's because they're getting enough poke down beforehand, and Cassiopeia alone is enough counter-initiation, I think, to scare off Lemon Dogs from really going all in. That means Dexter goes in kind of a little bit alone, they focus him down, and the rest of the team hasn't been able to follow up, as well as OMG just always being split up as long as Lemon Dogs has a chance to initiate. It's an interesting playstyle that OMG is executing pretty well.
Okay, let's talk about the late game, because we're at 24 minutes. Lemon Dogs, we know, they like that longer game. They are falling quite heavily behind in gold. This is actually going to take it to almost an 8,000 gold differential between the two. Of course, there's 5-0 in turrets. Honestly,
San stole the dragon from his own team.
Stole it from his own team with that spear. 2 for 2 now with dragons as well. 5-0 in turrets. That bottom turret pretty down low as well. You can see that's going to be OMG going for their next focus target. Lemon Dogs, though, have they got a bit of an advantage as the late game develops? Because Nukduk and Tabs are going to become incredibly strong.
I think if they could keep the gold close, they would have an advantage. but the gold is very quickly slipping away from them. Knowing that Lemon Dogs can't really defend any of their turrets basically tells me they're going to continue to fall behind here. I also want to point out that Going did not go for a defensive item.
Nope.
He's got a little bit more lifesteal now. Blade of the Ruined King and a Ravenous Hydra. That actually means his lifesteal is sitting at 27% right now, on top of the healing that Aatrox already has. That is an annoying split pusher if I have ever seen one.
It's going to be a very annoying split pusher. Dexter is going to get those rates despite the fact they tried to steal him away from him. And OMG, look at this, split pushing away, going. Someone's got to deal with him. That turret's going to go down before Zoro gets there.
Yeah, I'm a little flabbergasted right now, D-Man, about the success of this OMG team composition. Unfortunately, Big Pomelo has not landed an awesome event horizon that set up the combo I wanted to see.
Look at Zoro getting chunked down in that top lane. He's had to use Dominus. Going's going in. He's going to get the kill here. The passive will get popped though. Tabs comes in. Is it going to be getting out of tower range? No, he's not. The tower will pop back up, but he won't hit on towards him. True Shot Barrage comes across from Nuke. They will finally get Going down.
But at what cost? Let's see if OMG can catch anyone right here. Burns a flash and an arcane shift over the wall. You gotta say, Going's definitely distracting a lot of people on Lemon Dogs. He is also 80% of OMG's deaths this game.
Absolutely. 3-4-0, but he doesn't care. He's going to keep split pushing. And look at the top lane, Lovelin. He's keeping shoving it in there as well. So you've got Yorick continuing to be annoying. And mid lane's getting shoved up as well because Cool on Cassiopeia will continue doing that. Lemon Dogs at the moment are finding it hard just to keep those waves from crashing on their towers.
Yeah, OMG's just a giant boa constrictor right now, just wrapping around Lemon Dogs and suffocating them inside their base. I don't see how Lemon Dogs breaks out of this because right now Lemon Dogs would want to catch a good team fight after they get a little bit of Ezreal or Caitlyn poked down. But just the power that has been loaded into the rest of OMG right now is kind of telling them they can't do that. The gold lead stretching to 9,000 seems like it's getting very close to being insurmountable.
San continues to close on the damage. Those spears are going to start hurting quite incredibly on Lemon Dogs. And let's not forget, Tabs and Nuke Duck and Mithy are all very squishy targets. So their spears, they're going to start getting to the point where they're doing over half the damage.
Yeah, and they're bursting down this Baron really quick. This isn't one of those super timed out, control the wards, make sure they don't face check Barons. They're just going for it, and it's actually throwing Lemon Dogs off guard. Here's improvisation once again from OMG. They made up their mind, they're going.
Big Pamelo's waiting with that Event Horizon, lands on towards Tabs. It's going to be too late for Lemon Dogs. They have to turn tail and run here because OMG are going to give chase. Can they lock on towards any targets? That's the question. They haven't really got anything to gap close. Going is the only man that's going to go towards it. Mithy will have to put the Stranglethorns down. He's going to go down. Sacrificial Lamb maybe. Can they get any more? Nuke Duck's going to get focused on. Lovelin's managed to lock him in. Cassiopeia ultimate comes out. That's going to be, not going to land. Ace in the hole came out. Zoro trying to go towards Big Pamelo. Going at the back there. Nuke Duck with the Ignite running. He's going to go down. Going will get dropped, but the ultimate from Yorick was used from Lovelin and just being the big pain that he is, keeping the damage going. Dexter trying to run away from this one. The ghouls from Lovelin not going to be enough to take him down. This is a big, crazy exchange. My word. The spear and poison combined from Cool manages to pick up the kill.
Tabs thought he was so safe over top of that wall, but the surprise poke from Sans in Italy cuts through, and the Baron is still on OMG. There's the stun.
Nuke gets caught out there. The Twin Fangs in there. San's going to try and chase. He's going to tank up the turret just enough. Throws out the spear. Nuke now going to go aggressive. He's going to try and chase on towards San, feeling confident here. The rest of his team do come back around. They saved the inhibitor turrets and OMG's own aggression there with that Baron buff. And it backfired. They didn't really pick any objectives up.
Yeah, after they got the Baron and a couple kills, especially after they killed Tabs over the wall, OMG could have went for that middle turret, but they got a little bit distracted trying to finish off Nuke Duck. We have to watch this snipe over the wall again. Loveland helped a little bit out with York. The Miasma was sitting, so he jumped actually back into the Miasma, and it ended up granting Cool the kill.
Well, we do see OMG stepping back and clearing out those giant waves. Lemon Dogs, they're going to get themselves the first turret of the game. It will be the mid lane. They're going to get straight in there. That top turret also taken low, but not low enough. It will be saved by Lovelin. There it is, the first turret of the game for the Lemon Dogs. There's a lot of gold out there from to claiming those turrets, but they can't get near it because OMG continue to be aggressive. Zoro, the tankiest member of the team, getting chunked down there by Going.
I never really thought I would see a competitive glass cannon Aatrox in a game. Going's doing a pretty good job of it, specifically in this team composition where everyone is a glass cannon and they have the Yorick cloning capabilities, he is the AD carry, effectively, in this game. They have just swapped the early laning positions to fit, and then transitioned into having a melee AD carry instead of a ranged one. And in that sense, they just have a poke composition.
Oh,
that
Two-shot
was-
barrage, got it.
Boom.
Nuke Duck stole it. That's a plus in the books for Lemon Dogs. They are still 12,000 gold behind. Let's not get carried away here. Dragon will be up in 5 seconds' time. I think Going could take that one himself, no problem, because he's wiping that wave out in a matter of seconds. 100 CS advantage over Zoro0 right now. Zoro0 not really even close to being tanky enough to fight these teams.
No, and I don't know if he's going to get to that point. I feel like Gogon is just going to go for a Bloodthirster after this one. I think a Last Whisper would serve him better. That's not as stylish. So at this point on Aatrox, he really wants to just max out his lifesteal to get as much sustain off mini waves as possible. And we're into this game again. I wonder if Lemon Dogs is going to be able to stay safe over the wall, or if Gogon is going to try to burst down. Thing is, if a mini wave pushes back, he's healing up in 2 hits.
Well, you see Gogon, but that's something that they need to be careful of. He will have his passive, but Muruman has been completed by Nuke Duck now, along with that Trinity Force. He's going to be doing a lot of damage if he can get onto someone.
And the fact that he stole that blue buff, it means he's completely safe. But that was 1 spear.
That was 1 spear.
2 is death.
He's got the Rabadon's death cap now, so he's got that completed. Source Boots. He's had that Soul Steal for a long time. He's only got 2 assists since he's had that Soul Steal, so not really stacking it out just yet. Go and getting caught out there. Event Horizon does come down. We do see the ultimate. Oh, look at Tabs took a tower hit there once again. A Storm Battery on towards Lovelin. No focus targets here from Lemon Dogs, though, and they're forced to back away. Both teams get a siege out, but the spear manages to find its home, and Dexter goes down.
Right in the back right there. Dexter falls again. He's the only one able to go in at this point, and it's a poke composition by OMG being executed right now, and it's a 4v5. OMG's going to continue to poke. Stun!
You can't get out of it. Mithy, once you get caught in that Event Horizon, that spear will find its target. Going, taking that front-loaded damage. Ace in the hole's only going to hit 1 target, but there's the first inhibitor turret of the game going down. OMG continue the slow, grinding push with those spears.
And this is looking a little bit frustrating for Lemon Dogs because they just can't touch OMG right now. It's a very low kill game, which is not typically OMG's style that we've become used to, but the amount of pressure that OMG is putting on the map is very much their style. The 7 turrets to 1. This is more what OMG was doing when they first found a lot of dominance on the Chinese scene in the spring split of the LPL, and it's working very well despite the crazy, absurd, unknown picks.
Going is cleaving its way through those waves. OMG going to pick themselves up the Dragon. Another one. 32 minutes gone into this game. Going to keep that gold lead piling on this way. And OMG in full control. 3rd of 3. Of course, being taken down. Going. Well, he's doing what Nuke Duck was doing in the previous game against TSM. He's laying in wait with that kill. I don't think anyone from Lemon Dogs is going to fall for that one, though. They don't want to go near him
Why would
right
they go that far away from their base at this point? Because Lemon Dogs has basically found their new home. It is inside their inhibitor line, and it's not very safe. Gets broken into a lot. Going out into a bad neighborhood right now, especially with Gogon walking around, is not advised.
Yep, it is 9-7 in kills, but that's not really the story of this game. The story is the interesting team composition that's came out from OMG, seemingly working very, very well against Lemon Dogs' double AD poke comp, which in itself is being pressed up. And you know, we said this so many times throughout the summer when we did have this double AD comp that came out a few times, is once a double AD comp falls behind, never gets back into it.
Yeah, and that's why the analyst desk was talking earlier, specifically Monte Cristo, about late scaling double AD comps being a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
Because you actually need to take the turret advantage early on in the game, and you need to use Caitlyn's early power and Ezreal's early ultimates to just kind of get the pressure on. They didn't do that against OMG, and it's kind of failing for them.
Well, Nuke Duck's being baited into this one. Cool is there, does manage to flash away. Can he try and turn the aggression around? No, he's going to get a hit, and that poison's just going to tick him down.
That was some confidence right there from Cool. He had the Ignite on him pre-flash that Nuke Duck went into the bush because he actually didn't have a poison ticking from a previous Cassiopeia Q, but he had him down. As long as he didn't let himself get hit for any potential lifesteal that Nuke Duck may have in his rune page, just walked away, and now they have the Baron timer with the 4v5.
Well, Morella Nomicon has been also completed by Sand, so he's just going to keep those spears flying. The cooldown there, that's going to be another Baron for OMG. Absolutely zero being done about this one by Lemon Dogs. They're just going to be held up in their base. effectively prisoners right now inside their own fountain.
17,000 gold against a support Vigar. Big Pomelo's got to be feeling happy about that one pick. I want to see more Event Horizons. I want to see the big combo come out from OMG right now because Cassiopeia's got 640 ability power. San's got 621. Aatrox has 351 attack damage as well.
Yeah, he's got that Infinity Edge now.
Yeah.
Why not? Just go full AD Glass Cannon.
He is the AD carry after all.
He is going to do a lot of damage if he gets jumps onto someone. And those AD carries don't have a lot of hit points, so he would just slam them down. Cool comes around the side. Used that ultimate a moment ago, but it is just back up off cooldown once again. And looks like it's going to be OMG pushing the bot lane.
And the top lane, because Going wants to have a fight with 0-0, and the rest of OMG I feel like is just playing a different game. Going's died 5 times. He doesn't mind diving for a little bit of fun. If Going dives, it's going to bring an extra member over from Lemon Dogs, and it would mean the rest of OMG could push in. But actually, OMG has other plans. Improvising here, Loveland has entered the base.
Well, of course, the Super Minions coming around. Nuke Dog's going to get locked up. Oh, he doesn't get quite popped. Big Pamelo does finally get himself a kill on the board. Tabs now comes out. Look at that, though. The spear comes back in. Slammed in by Loveland. And Going comes in to pick up the prize. And that is the inhibitor turrets and the Nexus. Will he be focused on? Dexter tries to go aggressive, but he's going to take a couple of spears in the rear for the damage there. The rest of Lemon Dogs desperately trying to fight this one off.
Doesn't seem like they got a chance here, D-Man. It's 5 people pushing in. Both AD carries, therefore. Primary damage threats on Lemon Dogs are down. Headshot there, 4 kills. They might just go for it.
That's the Fountain Spears landing. Oh, another one finds its target on Dexter, keeping that poison ticking on towards him as well. Don't be surprised to see a couple more spears finishing out there, but Going and crew have been wrecking these turrets down. All the Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus will follow. It is a clean victory for OMG, keeping their perfect record intact.
14 kills to 7. They only gave up 1 turret the entire game. And even though they already had the group clinched up, that's one of the most impressive ways to kind of send a message to the rest of the world here. Just doing some very crazy things that we have not seen in competitive League of Legends, and then making it work against a team who was very clearly trying to win against it and is a top team from another region. That is incredibly impressive by OMG, what they've just done.
Well, it's what we talked about for SK Telecom. We said, let's see them win this in style.
Yeah.
OMG have just done that. That was style points to the max there. We saw the AD carry going with a Nidalee, throwing those spears out, getting a 500 AP Nidalee going on. We saw an AD carry Aatrox wrecking turrets down in seconds in that top lane. So full style points awarded to OMG there.
And that was also most of the world's introduction there to Loveland's Jungle York. Something that has actually drawn multiple bans, and he hasn't been able to bring out yet here at the World Championship. But the specific thing that was so effective for it in this game isn't his jungling at all. It's the fact that when he runs into a 1v2 lane, that 2v2 instantly swings in the favor of the 2v2 because blue buff York is too much to handle for non-sustained lanes.
And if you think back, it was Aatrox he was helping out, and that's what started that snowball rolling. So let's see what the guys over at the desk with Quickshot make of that interesting comp.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And for the sake of discussion here, I would like to officially classify the composition that we've just seen. Stick with me for a second, because Jat was highlighting it as a poke dive comp. I'm going to rename it as the OMG most annoying comp. And for multiple reasons. Yorick, you can't do a thing to him. You can't push him out of lane. You can't get through his sustain. He's going to revive somebody. Cassiopeia, poison, stun, CC slow. Vigar, Event Horizon, Nidalee spears. And in case all of that isn't enough, you have to kill Yorick twice just to bring him back to life. But, as fun as the composition was, if you actually break it down on a theoretical level, we quite liked it at the desk here. Let's kick us off with Crepa.
Yeah, at first glance, you're like, oh my god, what they're doing. But if you look at it, all the points you've raised already, they have so much synergy between every single pick. They have heals for the Aatrox. Aatrox just dives in, knows he can go super hard, even if he revives, gets revived by Yorick again, as you said already. But what I really liked was the siege potential they had. They basically had the Veigar cage, allowing for guaranteed poke with Nidalee spears, with Cassiopeia cage, and Cassiopeia follow-up rather. They had disengage with the cage being there. People could not charge through it, so they would have to flank them. If they would charge through it, they had to go through Cassiopeia as well. And yeah, imagine if Lemon Dogs actually had an AP, and then that would make Veigar's ulti even better than that. It's just if they survive the early game, they can get really good sieges off.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, though, is that as much internal synergy as this composition had for how creative it was, it still operates fundamentally on being ahead. And if they ever had fallen behind, because it only goes one direction, and that's into sieges, right? If they were trying to defend with this, it wouldn't have been quite so easy, because you want to use that event horizon next to a tower to really zone them off. But I think what was most scary about this game for me was if you look at OMG, they played the same style of aggressive forward zone heavy laning with these new champions. And they still crushed that. They still crushed through that laning phase and got that big advantage. And most impressive is that they played their dive style and they still knew their limits. They knew their limits on champions we don't see them playing. Yeah. And that is absolutely terrifying to other teams.
Yeah, these are very, very experienced players, and I would expect it coming in that OMG still plays OMG style, right? The controlled dives, and at the very least, and we talked about this a little bit, the jungle Yorick not being an obscure pick for this team. So some mix of comfort, some mix of new stuff. But then, yes, you talk about this comp having to work well ahead, but that's what OMG excels at. They, like 95% of the time, do get ahead early, and it's just a different way to close out the game.
And I really like random supports that Big Pomelo pulls out, like Annie and Vagar, because I feel like Zyra and Sona and Thresh, people know the limits of those champions really well, and it's easy to play around them. But like, if you're up against the Vygar and you're like 600 AP on, well, not this game, obviously, because they had double AD, but if you have a really strong AP carry late game, it's actually really strong. Like a 2.5 second AoE cage is pretty OP.
I was really interested to see what he would build on that, because looking at that, yeah, it might look at first glance a little bit of a troll pick, but it worked really well as a support, and he just did a standard support build, no AP needed. I think it would be really good against actual teams that run an AP carry, because Vagar's ulti is really so good against AP carries as well. I like what Event Horizon brings in teamfights. I just think you probably have to dodge the 2v2 matchups early, because in a 2v2 trade, I don't see how Vagar is gonna win out the trade unless you have a really favorable matchup in which your AD carry completely outranges or outtrades the other AD carry.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And to sort of continue the topic of what you can do about this composition, assuming this continues to make it in competitive play. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it certainly had some legs here. And we were discussing the fact that you have, I think, two main recourses here against this composition, one of which being incredibly hard dives, something bigger than just Vi, maybe like Malphite Orianna, following up with support Annie, for example, things with heavy engage, or alternatively, heavy flanking, things like Twitch/Shen/Evelyn, right, and coming in behind the team, because the disengage is one-sided. Cassiopeia stuns one side of the fight, Vagar stuns one side of the fight, and then you have to start brawling.
I would actually love to see what Curse of the Sad Bullet Time would do against a composition like this.
Yeah.
That sounds like a mess. I'm visualizing that team fight, and I think just everything just on top of one another. It's definitely a scary idea. Let's take a look at how the Group A standings have been affected coming into the final two games. ONG still undefeated at 7-0. SKT1 sitting 6-1. Lemon Dogs 3-5. TSM 2-5. And Gaming Gear at the bottom of the table 0-7. All right, we have 2 games left, and we've got to take a look at the analyst desk standings right now. The viewers continue to impress. 32-6 at the top of the table. Costers as well as Monty sitting in second place at a 30-8 record. And tied for what is effectively fourth place is Double Lift and Crepo. So catching up, Crepo is catching up.
Getting there, eventually. I'll learn about the game enough.
I'm glad we can finally teach you, Crepo.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look forward and get your predictions for the next match. It is going to be TSM taking on Gaming Gear. Let's start with some apple pie pride and kick us off with Double Lift.
Yeah, I'm always down with the apple pie pride. TSM all the way. They didn't play very well today, but quite frankly, I think they're better than Gaming Gear.
Strong cheers. Monte Cristo?
Yeah, TSM for me as well. I'll take the next hot slice of apple pie. And how about you, Crepo?
Yeah, TSM.
You really like saying that.
I love that, dude.
At every opportunity off camera that Crepo gets to go, TSM, he throws it out.
Why not? Yeah. But yeah, on a serious note, they're probably better than Gaming Gear. They didn't have the best performance earlier, so I really think they want to prove that, hey, we're still relevant. We can do a good showing, and I think they're going to come in really hard against Gaming Gear.
Freak, closing it out?
Yeah, I agree with the TSM pick here. I think they are the favorite to win this. As we saw in the last game for these guys, Apple Pie was not as strong as Lemon Meringue, but As there's no real pie for gaming gear, I think DSM has a pretty good edge.
It has been a very long day, and I don't think you're allowed to do those anymore. I think I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off.
Only Crepo now?
We've got a little bit of time left before we jump into this game. This is going to be TSM's very last game at the Season 3 World Championships.
Same for gaming gear, right?
It is the same for gaming gear as well. Going to be their last game, but I just want to touch on the fact that we're in NA, we're a massive TSM, fan base watching. I actually feel like they impressed me in the group stages, and I'm going to pepper this by saying that even though they lost their games, I did actually expect them maybe not to perform quite as well. They traded fairly evenly with SKT, even with having Dyrus very far behind. We've seen they demolished Lemon Dogs the very first time they played. And I've actually been fairly impressed with how they've shown up on the world stage.
And they ran a pretty good first game against OMG as well. They really stretched out that one. They didn't get demolished in a way a lot of teams did by OMG. And I have to say, TSM impressed me as well. I didn't think they would be as strong as they were coming in, and they put up a pretty good fight.
And I really like the fact that when they played OMG and SKT, they never got stomped, really. I mean, they would have... Yeah, obviously they would lose, but it was never just a complete one-sided, just blow-away game. They actually rose up to the occasion, and they played really well for the expectations that we had.
What I like about them, they didn't play scared. They had respect for their opponents most of the time, and they just went for it. I like their conceptual play in early game as well. You could really see that TSM could actually teach a Korean team something about 3 versus 1 dives, which is really interesting for me. I like the way Wild Turtle came into the tournament. He played really solid. I think Corky coming up in this tournament was really good for him, and you could see that he was playing very, very confident.
Yeah, this particular event, we heard about it coming in. We made some jokes. This time, Dyrus and TSM, they had the sheets. They had their information, and they were talking about that they were more prepped for this event than I think many previous coming up to it, and they've shone well. I definitely think that Reginald silenced many people questioning his play. He really stepped up to the plate and actually traded in certain situations very, very well.
To the point where even Monte Cristo mistakes him for Faker once in a while.
Yeah, that's right. It just gets so muddled up in my brain now.
They are similar players. Yeah, Reggie actually still had a couple of shadows into a wall that didn't go anywhere. There was one of those in one of those team fights from TSM. But yeah, he held equal. Actually, he chunked out Faker, got ward control, and secured his team a dragon. These are plays most people can never say they'll ever do against one of the world's best mid laners. There have been legitimate good plays here by the individuals of TSM. They came close. They never quite sealed it, but you certainly got to consider them a strong team.
Now, I also want to highlight the other team that's going to be playing the very last match here at Worlds. It is going to be Gaming Gear, along with Mineski. These were the two heavy underdogs of the entire tournament. They've both gone 0-8, and what an experience, what a learning curve for these guys coming into an event like this. We do have to move along, but what do you think teams like Mineski and Gaming Gear can take away from the Season 3 Worlds?
I mean, I just talked to them outside right before this game, so they are in very good spirits. I said, buck up, you guys. This sets you up really nicely for the EU LCS qualifiers. You got tons of valuable experience playing teams all around the world. That doesn't happen that often in League of Legends anymore. There's so much they can take and absorb and work on those LCS qualifiers, but they weren't feeling too bad. They were mostly just having a good time.
Yeah, and these guys actually did a really good job of building themselves fans as well. The cheers for both these guys when they come out with picks that you don't see all the time, and keeping the smiles on their faces is a good way to get yourself a following for the next time you show up on the world stage.
Yeah, a few crazy Kaigu fans out there in the audience.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, let's move this one along. All week long, we've been asking you to head over bit.ly/worlds1 and answer a couple of questions to help us upgrade our future broadcasts. And today is no different. It's fun, it's easy, and it's Crepo Lift approved. All right, guys, we do have to jump to another advert break, but when we return, Gaming Gear EU has one more chance to pull off an upset and go home with at least one win at Worlds under their belt. But Reginald and Team Solar Mid might have something to say about that. I'm sure this audience will as well. Stick around, guys. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
Playing against better teams is the fastest way to improve. It's definitely also a humbling experience for them, and they're gonna be like, we got to Worlds. It's a big accomplishment already.
I think their weak link is the mid laner. If we play at the top of our game, we can beat TSM.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. I'm Riv, aka Rivington Biz III, and bailing out to the broadcast desk with me for the last 2 games of this group stage is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. And are you ready to get to it?
I'm ready.
Absolutely. So let's get to it. Our 10th match of the day, North America's Team Solo Mid versus Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU. For both of these teams, once this match ends, so does their time here at Worlds. After failing to beat a Korean team for the 3rd year in a row, Reggie and his team are heading home early from the World Championship once again here.
Team Solo Mid has gone out of their way to thank their fans for their support, but nothing would thank them more than a win in their last game of Season 3. And for Gaming Gear, this is their last chance to grab a win at Worlds. So even though this match doesn't really matter as far as the tournament goes, it means a whole lot to both of these teams.
All right, let's get right to it. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Otto in the jungle, Reginald already communicating with the team in mid, Wild Turtle on AD, and Special at support.
And on the red side, it's Team Gaming Gear EU. Up top is NBS, and the jungle is Alanir. Mazarin is mid, Deadly Brothers the AD carry, and Inspyro the Dragon is the support.
And you can tell that both of these teams are still, it's kind of been a whole motto of the day, just good feelings, smiles on faces. Dyrus was on social media just now, and he said, if I have 5 wards, I can't die level 1.
Oh.
So we'll see what he can do for himself. They're obviously coming in here with a smile on their faces, good-minded. So we'll see what these guys bring for each other.
Dyrus has been giving up a lot of first bloods, but he's been getting camped.
So targeted. There's been a target on his back the entire time. We see it game after game. Usually, when he was playing Jace in the NALCS, he'd be like, well, I could just throw the hammer down and just carry on Jace. But now that a lot of champions are seeing that Jace isn't the one in the 3.11 patch, it's affected a few of those picks, and everybody's kind of had to fend for themselves with this tournament being a very mid-oriented tournament for those players, and the ADs with Triforce.
And a lot of these guys starting to let off steam.
Yep.
It's the end of the group stages.
Absolutely.
We've seen it already, just warning people that are tuning in now. The champions that are going to be selected here are going to have a bit more variance than usual.
Just a tad. We've been, I believe, within the past few days with everybody kind of testing their own waters, seeing what's good for them.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone past that 50 mark used. We're like 60-some champions now that have been using the tournament because of that little spice up that the teams have been doing. But we do see the Aatrox out. Interesting that we saw Korea bring that out now. They said, well, we played it in A, and we started to like it a lot.
I do also want to point out that, OMG just won with a lot of these champions that people do not really see. And as soon as they saw the champions locked in, they immediately discounted this team, yet they performed spectacularly with those champions. So
I think, my favorite thing that they kept kind of reiterating too is how do you adjust to something that isn't a pattern, something you haven't seen before? And you can't. You have to be reactive the entire time. And when you're on your toes like that, it almost puts you on your heels, if you will, because you're never the first one making the move.
China going with that composition instead of pulling out another strategy actually means that they're being more competitive now.
Yep.
Because they're trying to hide everything possible from all the teams that they're going to face later in this tournament. So with that, let's take a look at this game that we're in. All the bans already done.
And TSM on blue side here, first pick, first ban. That went to an Aatrox, Elise, and Zyra, as they are all out. And they may be looking for that Thresh special, the all-star, one of the all-stars of the team. And that's what he used up there.
Oh, yeah. All-star Thresh play. I remember back to the North American LCS where he interrupted St. Vicious on 6 consecutive Jarvan flag combos
Each
with
one
his play.
Was just as amazing as the last. And then Saint stopped ganking that lane.
He learned his lesson.
Didn't want to
Took
go
him a while.
back. Somebody we've been seeing banned out quite a bit now through is Corky. He has always really seen the purple side ban. If you're on blue, you're going to try to force something out to get yourself going. But on the purple side, it looks like he does get through for a second pick on GG's 1 and 2 here.
It really has been the rise of the Trinity Force carries here so far at Worlds. Corky's pretty much the front runner among all those AD carries as well.
Safe picks here coming in for Alunir. Takes his Jarvan up so he can be a menace around the jungle. If you can hit all those lanes with Jarvan in the first few levels, then you can put fear in your opponent's eyes and really make an impact in every lane gank after that because they know you're looking for blood. So that's what we're going to be looking at doing.
He's a strong jungler and coming in and ganking lanes just for harass as well. All right, we warned you.
Yep, there it is. That gets a bit of a standing ovation from the Teemo lovers, but we cannot lie. Any Teemo lover is also a Teemo hater. So it's a love-hate relationship.
You know, I think Reggie might hold on to this champion pick because Reggie's gotten a lot of bad press. And this is really getting him back in, as you can already hear, with a lot of the fans. I think he's going to hold on to that Teemo. They're probably going to do some switches here.
There's an Orianna. We got to remember, that got locked in with the Teemo. So how much more is that of a mind game?
Meanwhile, on Gaming Gear, we've got a composition that they've used over and over again, all the way since Gamescom. Nothing new here. Jarvan, definitely one of Alanir's favorite junglers, likes to get going early. Mazarin Gragas plays. We can't talk him up enough because he pulls the Baron steals. They are going to be red side.
Red side? Oh, man. Alrighty, somebody's going to be annoyed by blinding darts. We know this is on the plate for this game upcoming. We see Hecarim now jumping into the tournament for the first time here, so we're going to get a little horseplay from the odd one. But it's where the Orianna goes. Looks like it will be that Vlad, the AD carry turtle here on a little bit of Teemo.
So they have 2 more seconds there. Now they can't switch. This is actually going to be...
Have to pick.
Oh, just kidding.
You're ahead. You just want to get into the game.
I want to be done with this day. All right, let's get going. We got one more pick here for GG. Tryndamere is a good lock-in for them because, back at Gamescom, they had good success with the split pushing Tryndamere. And if they can get him a static Shiv, then he can actually hold on to a lane with Vladimir. Not many people can actually do that.
Lock it and rock it. These are your compositions coming in here.
All right.
The 10th game of the day, because we had that extra one. So this, or ninth.
So that
10th, 9th, 10th. You guys
11!
are here with us. You know it is. Turn it up one more notch. We're going for this one. 36 seconds left in the pick ban phase. The teams have what they want right now. Hecarim and Teemo making an appearance here. As well as
once we get down to that 20-second mark,
no more switching.
There's no going back.
So Dyrus and Xpecial are playing with fire right now.
Boom.
It's actually after 20 seconds. Yep. Not with 20 seconds. So they're already there.
Yep. I have a pretty good story here, backing this one up. Before this game, actually, after the last one, Dyrus and Xpecial played. They said, 1v1 me, bro. Xpecial and Dyrus went 8 times in the top lane. Xpecial won 7 of those. So he actually earned the right to lane top. And he said he was going to show Dyrus how you get through the first 5 minutes without dying. So, big talk from Xpecial here. We'll see if he can actually pull it off.
Sometimes you just have to have your teammates hear the right thing, and you'll motivate them in the right direction.
Showing is a good way to teach.
Teams are about ready to head onto the Rift. Before they do, let's see how the fans voted on this one. The current count on LOLesports.com is 92% for Team Solo Mid. The analysts said Team Solo Mid, but they don't count in that 92%.
All those people voted. They are now, fans of Teemo. They can't renege on that. They're locked in. They're Teemo fans.
That's something you might regret at some point in time, but right now they're feeling pretty good about it. These teams are ready, and these teams are on to the Rift. TSM versus Gaming Gear EU. As we hop on, Riv and Kobe bringing it to you live here. Everybody in the crowd, pats and backs. Everybody watching at home, thank you for sticking with us all day long. Worlds isn't even over. We're just starting.
So Space Teemo started out with a red elixir as well. Reggie's looking to get this party started very early.
AD, wait.
All right.
AD Orianna. Yes, I like it. I've actually seen it before. Didn't work too well, but I've seen it.
So there's also, TSM's a very old team. There's some good history here. Wild Turtle actually has played mid professionally.
Yes.
He subbed at
Leaf
IPL.
Turtle.
He subbed at IPL as a mid laner. This is a legitimate role swap. We'll chalk that one up as
He
a
is
legit one.
hatching that ward right now, so they are going to walk right off of that. MBS safe in the try. Team Solo Mid going on Mission Impossible here. That wasn't that impossible.
Mission success.
Success.
All right.
Both teams reading each other perfectly. These are open books right now, but I don't think they're going to get to the next chapter just yet. They make their way out to the other side of the river. Good rule of thumb. Don't cross the river alone.
Ooh.
That's what they're putting into use here.
Reggie's crossing the river alone.
Oh, man.
He's scouting ahead.
Oh, dear. He's on duty. And he's going to be on duty.
Okay, he set
middle of the lane.
Some traps here. Sometimes when you set a trap by yourself, you catch way more than you can actually deal with. He's actually got no backup right now. We'll have to see how Dyrus' support skills can actually come in here, because just Reggie being behind a minion wave and running into a Corky Sona, he would actually die in that matchup.
So you are correct. We are going to get Reginald on the AD carry position. Wild Turtle moves himself back to the mid lane here. We'll see how this works for him. Dyrus.
Okay,
Dyrus
delaying the
on
minion
support.
wave.
I like this.
Delaying the minion wave so that the waves are actually pushed up a little bit
They
more.
have to know, though. They're like, wait.
Reggie's just getting himself into a whole heap of trouble here. It's a whole...
How didn't he feel him? Oh, man.
He's not that furry, I guess. He's covered in the
Right
spacesuit.
on top of him. He's got to be running out of oxygen. He's going to come out soon. Oh, the flash play, but they go for Sona. Some of the lowest HP in the beginning of the game. Reggie gets first blood for Reginald, but he goes down valiantly.
All right. Reggie gets the badge for sneak attack.
Right out the gate.
He's earned it. That is going to give early level 2 here to Deadly Brother, though. And it's going to be up to actually Dyrus on Thresh to carry this lane, it seems.
Teemo doing what Teemo does, already causing Inspiro to pull some of his hair out on that one, but he'll get back to lane. This should be all right onto this, and it looks like now the focus onto Wild Turtle in mid. Alunir creeping up slowly from the left side here.
Wild Turtle's doing a good job. He's gonna want to hug that bottom side of the river because that's where his ward is. Orionna's got her built-in speed burst.
Boom.
And he's able to walk away.
Nice little play there by Alunir. He could definitely put some damage on, but I like his play without the vision on the odd one. He said that might be a bad idea. I may tunnel in. He makes his way back to his own jungle and sees that pressure can be applied in the bottom lane. But where did Reggie go again?
Master Captain Reggie comes back for Deadly Brother.
Oh, that's...
Too many minions. Too many minions.
Yeah, that's a bit of a trade in the favor of GG. He did get some damage on a Deadly Brother, though, but the sustain, surprised they're not able to get this back up yet. Finally, a level 2 coming in from Inspiro as the odd one starts to wreak havoc on the jungle here.
They trade Wraith Camps, and that is actually going to be Alunir heading towards the bottom. This is a red elixir Teemo, though. This is not your ordinary Teemo.
So now this is the 3v2 dive. They're increasing it and taking it to the next level every game. They say 3v1, we just want more kills. We'll put 2 people in that. They're thinking about it. Looks like they are going to disregard.
Nobody wants to dive Dyrus for it. That's scary.
Why
Special,
not?
by the way.
They've done it all tournament.
Special's 1 minute away from proving himself to Dyrus, saying it's not that hard.
Oh, the dodge back and forth. The quick feed coming out from Wild Turtle. Puts on the shell, a bit more defense for himself. The party goes down. Is the ignite there? Turtle goes down. He can't dance it out. The odd one will not be able to finish. They get out with a 300 combined HP.
Yeah, go back to the bottom lane, Turtle.
Doing what he can. They're putting
All right, well,
pressure
we got to
on.
give him another chance. We got to give him another
As
chance.
a jungler, though, you got to say that was a good game. They came in strong. They gave him hell. They weren't able to really come back on that one. And also, this is the odd one now being an extension of Reginald or of Turtle. This is different. He's usually that right hand of Reginald. So that's different play they're having in the mid lane.
It does take a while to build that synergy. The jungle mid synergy.
Yep.
Wild Turtle and the odd one having some problems there.
Let's look at this top lane. MBS versus Xpecial. A little Vladimir here, as Kobe was saying. The Xpecial versus Dyrus lane matchups 1v1 as they were having fun. Went to Xpecial, so we'll see if I can hold his own in this top lane. He is at 24 CS to the 37. But at the turret, Vlad's not the worst last hitter, so he should be okay for himself. 2-1 now. We're 5.5 minutes in with that first blood coming fast from Reggie in the bottom lane. And TSM still is applying that aggression.
Also, you know, Xpecial is actually no stranger to AP carries. Before he joined solo mid, he was a solo mid player himself. He would always go towards the mid lane, and he was only forced onto support because, you know, Reggie takes precedence.
Xpecial looking to do some damage here. Now try to get the Tides of Blood on, but he couldn't grab it. Looking around, that's great. Thanks, Mazarin. 34 to 30 CS. Well, actually, it's 34 to, where are you, Turtle? 29. So that's not too bad in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Everybody's
rearrange
kind of
those.
hard hats on right now. They are kind of mixed up since they switched up lanes. So to add the CS together will be a little different. As we look at the beers, the tiers in
Mazarin's
the
got your
inventory.
beers for you.
Mazarin has the beers. He's burping himself away. But the tier in the inventory for Wild Turtle means he's going for that late game Ori. And tier's not really something you see on Ori unless it's been lately. NALCS as well as around the world.
Yeah, it's interesting. He did not go with the Chalice for the built-in magic resist. Rather just go straight tier. Don't know what to make of that.
Nope.
That's all I got.
Faster beers. There you go.
All right, Xpecial though. All right, see how Xpecial deals with this gank, because this is actually the first true test. If he fails here, I feel like he can't give Dyrus any more flash.
All right, so this is the point in his mind when he's thinking, wait, I usually have an AD carry to pawn this off on, but it's me now. It's only me. He gets the flash. Do they have it? Oh, he turned around in a spinning slash. Great job by MBS. The follow-up there on the rebound. They're able to get another kill for themselves. 600 gold only, but they're really making the junglers work for this. At least Elenir, because he's been in every lane so far trying to make it happen for his team. Odd One's doing all the counter jungling, 46 to 21 in CS.
And he has hit level 6 here too. Odd One does have his ultimate ready, so he's going to go help out Dyrus and Reggie down bottom. Get that Teemo fed.
Right through the turret to the backside. Deadly Brother tries to get out, but it's going to be all about Inspiro. Oh, he gets out of this. They get the flash play once again. Horseplay coming in.
Reggie will take the turret. Oh, well, and he'll die for it.
All right, so the Teemo suit does not give you any more defense. It just looks cool. You can't tank turrets like that. Turtle coming up, the speed steroid. That was a pretty good shockwave.
Dyrus has been missing all his hooks, but he always follows up with the flash flay.
The harder one. You flash flay, whatever. I don't want to throw the hook. I'll wait 5 minutes and flash flay again. That's what he's saying. So we may see, nope, Turtle goes back. We won't see the first turret going down here. Odd One clearing out mid lane, so everybody's just regrouping. I don't think they've definitively figured out what they want to do yet, which is why they're not going anywhere. They said, yeah, we got a few kills, but I don't think we have enough ground to really make that move. And TSM's been the one to control objectives. They don't really have the team to do that, but neither do both teams. You don't have the Renekton, you don't have a Nasus. So it's really just both of these teams feeling each other out for the next move.
I saw TSM's game plan before this match, and it was really just a page printed out with First Blood Teemo, and then it was ... Profit.
Those were mushrooms on the map.
They got the First Blood on Teemo. That was really all that they thought through.
What happens during that mid-game part? Oh yeah, we're going to get there again. We'll see.
Pretty substantial lead here coming from Gaming Gear too. This is probably the best start that they've had to any of their games here at Worlds. Alanir sneaking in down to this bottom lane.
Yeah, they got all the... Oh, he throws out the hook. See, it wasn't a flash play. It would have been guaranteed flash play.
Yeah.
But the hook goes out. That means with the hook down, the pressure is a little bit off. Reginald taking a phosphorus bomb right to the nose there. And it looks like this will be quite a formidable gank. A level 7 Jarvan to the 6 and 5 here.
Even in the mid, too.
Oh,
NBS is getting his gank on.
What? Oh, he got it. He actually hit it as soon as the auto attack went out. Tries to get the dueling down, but it cannot happen. The blue buff there on Mazarin has him pick up the kill. They could go hard on Reggie here. There's the aggro. He jumps in with the hook. He says, you want me? You got me. Going in as the odd one from the backside. Getting that horseplay in there. And Spyro takes another turret shot. That's only going to help to solidify the kill. Odd One coming up big on CS. Now 2 kills for himself. They may just go for Deadly Brother. He's going to have the red buff as soon as he gets that. It's all said and done.
Odd One more turret shot. Does get out. And he's going to recall in the Fnatic bush.
Right in the... Oh, level 8 to level 8. The ultimate's still there. Tryndamere can throw down that rage. Special. No, he turns it around. He gets enough distance without the spinning slash to be up. You got to keep the consonants in the right place.
It was a little bit early on that ignite there from Xpecial.
Kind of alerted him. Said, I want to kill you. 6 to 4 is Xpecial. We've talked about this before. That turret will go down slowly. Vladimir keeps throwing things at it. 15,600 to 14,600. So with everything that has happened slowly but surely around the map, it is only 1,000 gold, which always can come back from right now. The one turret in favor of Gaming Gear is going to be that mid turret. So they do open up a little bit of access to the buffs in that dragon if they really want to start pressuring more with deep wards.
Teemo's got his mushrooms, so he can spam those around the dragon pit, and TSM They've already passed up their 8-minute dragon that all the analysts keep talking about. They're so well known for. You can see they're deviating from their normal path here.
Nuh-uh.
Just a little bit.
So again, Odd One is at Alanir's blue buff. He has been there every single time so far. And if you actually, I was going to say Odd One's a little too high in CS, but there are 79s and 99s on the board. I was going to say he's almost maxed out with his lanes right now, but Wild Turtle does have him at 84. Mazarin looking to roam a little bit here, but the ping's going down. Odd One is being super patient. He gets a cookie for this one.
Meanwhile, down bottom here, Deadly Brother has gone with the Vamp
dear.
Scepter, so Trinity Force will be delayed, and Odd One comes in hot.
Going on to Odd One, comes in again, and Spyro rather tries to flash out, but he gets the great pushback, the double knockback here. Alanir doing what he can. This is going to make it a 2v1 or 3v2 coming in, if they can make it. See what they can do to this. Alanir taking damage onto Dyrus now. Reginald already pieced out of this fight. They're still going.
That was another beautiful flash play there from Dyrus. Got 2 with this one. They ended up trading kills in the end, though. So, again, Gaming Gear really starting to pull away with this one.
Hey, man, if you 5 minutes, a kill every 5 minutes is a pretty fast pace. To wait for that flash play to come up every time has been an advantage, and it has worked out for them. They're trying to grab up Dragon here, thwart a little bit of what Team Solo Mid has been doing around the map, and continued their gold lead, pressuring a 900 more gold up. And they make way off of that. The wards are still going down good for both teams. It's really once we get these team fights in here to see how these compositions really work, because you got guys that want to keep them in the center with Alanir's Cataclysm, but then you got Exploding Cask. It's going to blow you out right to the outside of the ultimate and its forest edges, with Inspyro trying to crescendo you. So that's coming out of Gaming Gear. Dyrus, we've seen the Flash Blaze. Odd One has been going in from Nocturne length ganks and still making them happen here. We'll see. Both of these teams pressing themselves to the limit.
Well, Odd One's gone with those Swifty boots, so he's going full speed right now. Wild Turtle gets hit.
Huzzah! Right into the wall, but he throws down the shockwave. I don't think it's going to be enough. The 1-2 and the belly slam to the backside is going to be enough to take down Turtle.
Mazarin's Gragas is not to be trifled with. He is a legitimate hardcore Gragas player, and Turtle right now is feeling the pain.
Uh-oh. Reginald putting on the move.
Nope.
Getting the quick feet to get out of that one. So with the turret down, they really haven't tried to activate too much. They did go for the Dragon after good pressure in the bottom lane. Special and NBS here on top on an island. I don't think they're going to see too much of anybody. Hook there by Dyrus, pulls himself in, but he looks to be throwing himself in the fire. Now Odd One is able to act on it. Now Reginald's able to act. Mazarin says, peace out, goodbye. And he's going to get help to get out from Inspyro.
Reggie coming and doing his part as well. Another assist for Teemo. Special really has done his part up in the top lane. One more hit on that turret.
Do you think Special had an easier time because he's not Dyrus?
That may have been a large factor. He did end up dying to the first gank that went there, though.
That's true. That is true. They kept the eyes on the top lane. We'll see if leaving Special alone comes back to hurt them. That turret in the top lane goes down, so they answer the structures at 1-1 now. 15 minutes into the game, NBS forced to stay in the top lane, but they may try to activate something once again. Looks like he's going to try to sneak into this bush. Mazarin getting the pings on going up as well.
They know where that Gragas is. Odd One's seeking him out. You've entered the General's jungle. Now you're going to exit it. That's fine.
So we have the next Dragon coming up within at least 3 or 4 minutes. We did just see that go down in control. On the bottom side of the map is Gaming Gears, which isn't really normal for TSM in the early game. Like we say, they grab that objective, which means they're going to probably have the first turret that went down, which they haven't. They did grab one for themselves in the top lane, but again, answered in the bottom lane now. Gaming Gear really adapting to everything that TSM has tried to do, not letting themselves be thrown off by the early first blood. Turtle gets hit back, but like I said, it pushes them away. They want to focus their power into one spot, but the time spent there was looking to where they were going. Alanir now end of the fight. Dyrus comes in, the crescendo goes out. It is not going to dance. The Odd One as he gallops himself to a double kill. Now going on to Inspyro. Always the focus here. You can see the look on his face. He is not happy about this right now. He is going to try to run. It is hard to run in a dress, and he is going to go down.
Oh, Reggie can't even get that one, though. Dyrus had to commit to supporting the rest of TSM, though, so this allows NBS to answer with this top turret.
Triforce coming out now. Deadly Brother, he gets a little bit of burst into his kit there. We see the Archangel as well as the Sork boots coming out. So the long game, as we saw before from Turtle and team, the tier being stacked up. Look around the map, we do see the Lizard item going on to the odd one, looking for more of that burn with his red buff, but he's also looking to mitigate. He's got the Negatron and the Wardens as well, so he can consistently make these dives without having to worry.
Yeah, the heal from Hecarim extremely strong, so giving him a lot more effective health when he stacks those resistances.
Yep.
NBS, though, he still could have fought the odd one 1v1. Didn't want to turn around because he had no vision. Didn't know if there was a Teemo going to pop out behind him. Just jumps over the wall. He's fighting invisible monsters right now.
He got it. There it is. It was hiding behind the small one. That's all.
All the golems look alike? What are you saying, Riv?
Yeah, actually. It's. I was going to say something, but it wasn't going to be funny. 9-9, 17.5 minutes. 2,000 gold for Gaming Gear. They've held quite a lead onto this one, and kind of TSM on slow and steady. They're not. It doesn't seem like they're too worried about it, but they're also not falling too far behind. They're like they have a plan at some point in the game. Maybe to lead them into a minefield of mushroom satellites. Maybe a dragon fight? A Baron dance?
Dragon fight, that would be in another minute. So Reggie's going to have to get some mana and lay his minefield before that happens, or else they really will not have an advantage.
Well, he's going back to get the mana, but the minefield won't be there for a while. We'll see what they can do. This is, yeah, Gaming Gear having the timer on Dragon, saying, let's get these lanes pushed a little bit more, figure out where they are, and do some damage. Looks like they're going to try to contest here. The pink ward is going to give them a good upper hand. It gets Inspire. Oh, does he connect? No, Dyrus does not choose to pull the chain.
Take the lantern!
But he does take the lantern to safety. Very nicely done.
They still have that top laner jungler synergy, even though Dyrus is now on Thresh.
Yeah. See if they can get the... Oh, they're going to get pinched in here, but I don't think GG is going to have the full side swipe. Yeah, TSM is going to make their way out. They're going to say,
10 seconds on that drag.
You take ours, we take yours. The blue buff will be huge for Turtle to have during a dragon fight. Orianna being able to duel and provide safety for your team with that blue buff on is huge.
There's so much vision for GG right now.
So
Dyrus is on the wrong side of the map.
If he had 5 wards, he would have known where to go. He flashes out of this one. He's all right. He does actually have that many wards, so he did know where to go.
He's also got a longsword, so he's got some extra attack damage. That extra 10 damage could be the difference here.
We'll see. If somebody lives with 5 HP, then he needs another longsword. 3-1 in turrets here as we have Gaming Gear really putting the pressure on. The 3 outer turrets have gone down, and overall, that just opens up the first half of your jungle.
This is definitely go time here.
Reginald takes a barrel to the face. He's going to start chasing off on the right side, but Alanir says, no way. Peel duty coming in. Reginald inside Cataclysm. Mazarin with a body slam takedown. MBS on a Wild Turtle. They will still turn this fight. A very nice box going down by by Dyrus that stops the team, but TSM was almost inside and on the other side of that box.
Oh, Expresso's the last hope!
Is the dragon? Wait, well, on the chase. Who tied their Nikes tighter? Uh-oh. No, don't walk into it. Oh.
Mazarin pulls up the ace. Gaming Gear really was Stranglehold now. The extra dragon, that's gonna pretty much do it here for TSM.
Mazarin pushing down mid. He should be able to get some good damage. No, timers are way too low still. 10s, 12s on the map. We do have Mazarin at 14, NBS at 13. That gives them a 2-level and 1-level advantage on 2 of the members on their team. Great job by Inspiro taking down that dragon with the help of Deadly Brother as TSM tries to regroup. See if they're formulating Moby Boots going on to Dyrus so he can make more Flash Flay plays. Looks like we will have somewhat of the Hextech Gunblade, as well as possibly Azonia's coming out on the side of Xpecial for his Vladimir, but Reginald has actually gone for Teemo Blade of the Ruined King. It's just quite interesting. But then again, Teemo's close because you can blind. So.
Yeah, that's a good item completed for him, but meanwhile, NBS has a Blade of the Ruined King plus his Static Shiv. So that is the split pushing Tryndamere combo, and he's just going to be a monster right now. So it's going to get ugly from this point on. for the TSM fans.
And Odd One is definitely taken to the jungle this game. 115 farm, 5-1-4, which is still pretty good for the amount of CS he's actually gotten because it's not lane taxing. He's been in the jungle, and then it's almost like I took a jungle camp of the enemy team. Now I must gank. It's like his camps are the kills that other teams act off of to take turrets. So he's definitely making moves this game for TSM. But a 5,000 gold lead with all that pressure from Odd One is still in the hands of Gaming Gear. They found a way to kind of work their way into the woodwork here.
And with Gaming Gear grouping up mid, TSM are looking to force that 4 vs 5 situation. All that Gaming Gear have to do is keep their distance, wait for the split push to occur.
Reginald back in the bottom lane, which means actually that's going to be Deadly Brother called down. The top lane being pushed by NBS, and way more of a threat here than we have Reginald going onto the turret. They should be able to drop that. We'll see if they get a 1v1, but that's what I'm talking about. NBS just going, wreaking havoc right now. That blade in his favor. He's going to be able to get through this one. The Hemo play is going to hit him up. He'll throw on the ultimate. The last hit goes down, and Alunier tries to get in for the standard assist, but he wasn't there in time.
All right, Gaming Gear going to push all 3 lanes now because they won all 3 lanes. NBS has no ult.
Oh, Odd One taking good advantage of that. Looks like he also wants a refresh on that red buff, but he changes his mind. He gets hit up on. Actually, that was a flag and drag I saw on the minimap. Looks like man shockwave down. Mazarin gets hit up, and the crescendo goes back. A great bounce out by the exploding cast. Mazarin somehow makes it out alive on the ball movement. Oh, Dyrus gets the minion. It's a little bit of gold, but not what he wanted. Misses that play because he didn't flash. Mazarin picks up the kill from across the side. Alunier throws himself into the fire. Turtle with red buff is still going to hurt pretty good with those auto attacks stacking up on Oriana's passive, but it's not going to be the ball movement. It's not as good as a duel, and he may actually go down here as Mazarin getting himself healthy.
Turtle is pretty comfortable on Oriana with no mana, returning to his AD carry roots with that red buff. But meanwhile, down bottom lane, Deadly Brother takes another turret, and the gold lead extends.
Bad news bears. Nope. Oh, maybe not. Special, reading this out, playing support. He's checking the minimap. He's saying, actually, Turtle, I think you're in danger. I'm going to help. Turtle backs. Safety has been secured. 24 minutes in here, it's 17-12. Safety is secured for them, but this game is not yet. Gaming Gear is on a tear right now, and a 6.5 thousand gold lead. 3 turrets in their favor, which means they've hit a second-tier turret on the map. This is just getting worse and worse for TSM.
Yeah, this game's pretty well handled by Gaming Gear. They kept cool under pressure, even with the first blood from Teemo. The game after this, with the OMG versus SKT1, I'm already wondering, what kind of champions they're going to pick, if they're going to stay serious or not, because that's actually one of the most look forward to matchups. Yep. First round was won by OMG, and we'll have to see. I think SKT1 will probably be wanting to take that one back and even it up, but OMG have already shown that they can perform no matter what champions they choose.
Oh, Reggie getting very close there, but he does have a few mushrooms around to keep him safe for a good escape. Everybody on TSM seems to be backing right now. We'll see what they put in their inventories. No home guards yet. They aren't strung out that far, but they really need to start saving things here and there. Multitask, but they do need to get these lanes pushed. They have to figure out a way to get back in it. Being down 6,000 gold and Vladimir being your split pusher is stopped over and over by Tryndamere.
Dyrus laughing his butt off over here on Thresh. One of the scarier laughs, though. Could be confused with his taunt.
We still like all the sounds from Korea. Like the Lysandra, the screams. Those ones are always, those are pretty amusing. Reggie back in the bottom lane. And we have to consider that Reginald isn't going to provide a whole lot for his team. So this is why we got the Teemo split pushing, trying to be a menace with his mushrooms. But is it going to be enough? Move speed is not going to get him up here in time. Baron at 25 minutes could be in the hands of Gaming Gear, and it looks like there's no contest from TSM. The chat's going out from Inspire. They're saying, I think we should push the Nexus after this.
That's generally the game plan for League of Legends. They got the Baron buff, so giant advantage secured. Reggie is not giving up on this bottom turret, though.
Whoa! A 26-minute endeavor finally pays off. The return on investment may not be there, but it's all about that it happened. 44 to 37,000. Oh, Special getting hit up here by Alunir. He is going to have Tryndamere just on the other side. Will they decide to go for the Valkyrie over the wall? No, he did make it in. Kind of squeezed himself into the Cataclysm there. Corki teetering on the side of the rocket. Special!
Oh!
Very nice Thresh Lantern. Dyrus getting him to safety there. Dyrus says, that's how you do it, Special.
Maybe Dyrus is the one with the upper hand in this switch, actually.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, he gets Mazarin. I was going to say, that'd be scary. That'd be your death sentence if you hooked onto that one, going out into the middle of a 5-man brawl by himself. He does have the ult up. He does have flash up, so he will get the flay. We'll have to see if they can perform that. As long as everybody groups up around Gragas here, they can't do much.
NBS can continue split pushing because we've already seen him solo Special. Nobody really can go answer that, and the rest of Gaming Gear can just wait for Mazarin to land one of those ultis. Knock some unsuspecting member of TSM to the rest of the team.
Ooh. Dyrus feeling some good pain there. NBS being a menace in this top lane. And it's really just GG feeling out where TSM is. Once they get the one pick that they need, they're going to be going in. Deadly Brother to do quite a bit of damage here. Expect that. Onto the turret, brings it down to half health. Pretty good siege protection here from TSM, but it's only a matter of time. The turrets are taking more damage than they would like per push.
The mid one's fairly healthy, though.
Yep.
It's only got a couple knocks on it. Rest of the team closing in, though. Alunir joins the fight.
So this is going to be even worse now. If they can't take down one and then the other, they're going to have both. So once they take down that one, they easily win the fight and walk to the other one. It's going to take them no time as they are now prepping both of those inhibitors to be taken down for a pretty much unstoppable push that they would have. If this fight is won, they go out under Reginald. A little bit of hate there coming out. Wild Turtle goes down, though. The global taunt from Teemo, too much.
Wild Turtle with the sort of half smile there. That's like the smallest smile I've ever seen on Wild Turtle's face. I don't know if TSM are having as much fun as they thought they would with this mix-up.
This is going to be big on the top lane. There it is, the 1, the 2 to the inhibitor turrets. They easily prep them for the kills. 29 minutes in, NBS going on hard to Special. He gets the choke down, but they can't continue. And that damage from Mazarin so big right now that TSM is forced to take it and keep going back to the fountain.
Reggie's still smiling, but that's because he got to play Teemo.
Joke's on you guys. So only 3 turrets left on the map here for Team Solo Mid. An 11,000 gold lead, hefty now in the hands of Gaming Gear, which means the 11,000 gold is definitely a few core finished items within a few members. It is going to be an impact when these fights start to come out. We have the Rabadons and Seraph, which is good on Turtle, but we have to remember these guys are still down a level. It's why these fights aren't being impacted so much, and that's why Gaming Gear is slow and steadily winning the race.
Yeah, Wild Turtle is doing his part up there. Level 17 at least. But we just saw how little that mattered when Mazarin was able to land his combo. First in down, 100%. Wild Turtle's gone. Glass Cannon Orianna here.
All right, we'll see what they can put up. Red buff being grabbed up. That can't be too much more. Once you're grabbing the buffs at this point, you're not farming. You're ready for that last pressure, ready for the last go. You can see the Aegis ring right there under the feet of Jarvan. He has set himself up with a locket finished up off of the Iron Solari there. The last Whisper coming out in the hands of NBS, which means he is just going to be cutting through people right now, and the only one standing in front of him is going to be the odd one. So these guys looking pretty good to win this. 18-12 could be a final push here, Kobe.
It better be. Gaming Gear, they've got 2 inhibitors down already, and they've got plenty.
This is that take control moment
of power to back this one up. They're looking for their first win here at Worlds. It's going to be their last game, and they're going to finish it out strong.
I'm not going to lie. TSM still has the ultimates that would make you disengage. You'd have to get out of there. The Chemo Plague AoE, the Command Shockwave AoE, the damage you can do off a Hacker Room ultimate, the Spirit of the Dread going as well, trying to get that damage as well as heal himself, and things like that could stop the push.
Very good job there by TSM, taking the initiative, but with that down.
I like
two
this.
very, very important ultimates down. They can't pull that twice.
Gaming Gear showing they know they're ahead. A lot of teams hesitate at this point. Everlast
Alan
after
here, lay
losing
yourself
one
out.
member. Closes the Cataclysm finally. Almost couldn't get that down. MBS throws himself in. A three-man crescendo. The knockup after. The crowd control follow-up is so consecutive. TSM finally moves after a good 3 seconds. And this is what I'm talking about. That disengage. The AoE one after the other. The ability to stop the final push.
TSM comeback starting right now. 31 minutes in. Able to get a few kills for themselves. No more no more inhibitor turrets left for them to defend with. So it's going to have to be all them catching Gaming Gear off guard. And I don't think Gaming Gear are going to let this one slip away. They see this win in their sights, and they're finally going to take it.
Don't jinx them. Don't jinx them, Kobe. 56 to 46. They're keeping the gold lead, which means they're not really giving up too much. Yeah, they're losing a few on each pressure, but they're always gaining a turret. They're getting damage on those inhibitors, and they're making sure that they're giving TSM a hard time. It's not like TSM can walk out of the base after this. It's all cleanup mode for them right now. They got their janitor buckets out. They're trying to mop up base.
Gaming Gear have that Baron timer down. So they're just going to wait up there, instantly take it, and then push in for the win. They haven't missed a step here, though.
The next step looks like it is going to be Baron once more. And Oracles keeps him clean. They time this one out. So this definitely going to make it a little harder, especially with the Mikhail's Crucible coming in on Inspiro. He's finished up his items. Everybody's pretty much not max, but where they could be for this game. It's gone definitely down the right path for Gaming Gear here. So coming out of this with the Baron, we should see a final push. But TSM, I'm not going to give up so easily. You can see Reggie smiling. He's like, yeah, I'm clearing this wave. You're not pushing bottom.
Right there, he was just remembering, hey guys, remember that time where I got first blood with Teemo down bottom? He was reminiscing.
And then everybody says thanks. And then we lost. Odd one up to the front. Every time he makes a step, he has been in the fight. So I don't even expect him to kind of hesitate here. But he did. You can see level 16, 17 there. A lot of 18s on that side of NBS. Bit of pressure onto the inhibitor. The focus really can't be anywhere yet. It's going to be the odd one. It's going to be special. It's going to be the odd one. They're trying to micro each other back and forth. Put the fear into Gaming Gear. Back onto Inspiral. They try to lock down the Crescendo, but he gets it out. Special takes just about his full HP bar in an exploding cast. One after the other. TSM begins to fall. Inspiral, the only one here for Gaming Gear. And they look to clean up the base with 40 seconds in the Death Chambers.
All right, Gaming Gear closing in on their first win of Worlds.
Locking it down. The Nexus turret's there. Dyrus not flashing for the last play. The flash was down. So are the Nexus turrets. Gaming Gear picking up the W in this last matchup versus Team Solo Mid in the group stage. Ended too fast for Mazarin. He wanted that kill there. TSM gave their fans a game. These guys came out. They played really well. They played their heart out, and they had fun. It really counts. It's a great game.
They gave their fans a game.
Gave their fans a game.
Truer words never spoken.
Like we said, on social media, they were joking it up. Not to say this game was a joke from them, but they were having fun. They knew they came into Worlds. Both teams fought very hard. Worlds showed that there is just so much power that has not been seen around the world. And I think China has shown that here as well. I mean, OMG kind of put a stamp on their strength, so we're going to have to see what Royal can bring out.
Yeah, we'll look forward to our OMG going to finish this whole group stage undefeated. The next game is the last game of the group stages. SKT1 versus OMG is a giant matchup. A lot of people have been saying those are the two best teams that are even here at Worlds.
It's going to be different. We've definitely keep saying it. It's a mid-lane centric kind of tournament coming into Worlds here with what's been going on. Faker, Cool, you know, even Reginald, ManCloud, everybody around. It's been pretty big, so we'll have to see what these teams have for each other. But right now, we're going to send it over to our 5-man analytical team for an autopsy on TSM's team comp.
Thank you very much, Riv, and I'll sum it up for you in one word. Teemo.
Hey, that's not fair. Teemo did what he could. He got first blood.
Worth it. It was totally
Yes, it
worth
was.
it.
Yes, it was.
The one thing that I think I want to just quickly chat to you guys about that I think is a little more resounding, the idea of swapping roles, of having top lane play support, etc. Crepa, for example, is the best in Nivea in all of the European LCS, 100%, undefeated record, better than Froggen.
Represent.
I mean, Froggen went, what, 0-3 in the summer split? But in all seriousness, why do we not see players swapping roles more often?
Because this can happen.
I think
that was brutal. That was just brutal.
Come on. They set up for a less serious game. Okay, they didn't win. They knew there was one of the possibilities. They could have done it. I think role swapping is fine if both players master all the champions. I think some people in TSM just wanted to play certain things, and you end up always with somebody getting forced in a role that they weren't as comfortable with. The game I played back in the day when Froggen swapped me, I wasn't comfortable. I just had to shout like, "Don't touch my farm! Get away! Get away!" So yeah.
And kept hoping the camera wasn't on you for your stunts.
Oh my god, my CS as well.
I think it's worth pointing out as well that I had predicted Gaming Gear to be the dark horse of this group, and they did pull a win, so...
Hindsight's a beautiful thing.
Ironic that the dark horse team picks up a victory against Hecarim in their last game. I'm just saying.
Although, if it was your dark horse, where was your prediction for them to win?
I pulled a double lift here.
Yeah, good shit. Good job, Freak.
In retrospect, I should have had more faith in them. But, oh well. I mean, when you have Teemo, you can't vote against Teemo.
All right, Double Lift, we're putting a muzzle on you now.
Well, I failed you guys.
Let's talk a little more serious. Let's step back and talk about what just happened now. Kobe mentioned the fact that the next game is going to be the last game of groups. It is OMG versus SKT. This is more bragging rights than anything else. And of course, what we're going to be doing after that game is the quarterfinal draws. For the viewers that might be wondering the format, we're going to invite the captains of all of the teams that got buys individually onto stage. They're going to make a draw for where in the bracket they will be finding themselves, in the top half of the bracket, bottom half of the bracket, and they will draw who their opponents will be. So we will be determining those quarterfinal matchups. And just to give everybody a rundown of the teams in the group, Fnatic, Gambit, Cloud9, Najin Shield, SK Telecom T1, Royal, OMG, as well as the Gamma Bears.
Yeah.
So let's talk about these teams. For the teams that have a bye, what sort of advantage do they have having watched 40 group games and being able to prepare? Talk to me a little bit about that.
They've definitely got a better handle on the teams. These guys have had to fight for their lives specifically in these matches. We'll take Group A, for example. TSM put very close games against OMG and SKT1. Those teams had to play their hardest to make sure they got out of group. Same for Group B. You saw how hard Gambit and Fnatic had to fight for their lives. Whereas for teams like Sword or teams like Royal Club, while they've been playing in the regular leagues here, they've had a little bit more time to prepare in darkness and have a couple more strategies up their sleeves.
Yeah, the biggest advantage of having watched 40 games is having watched 40 games. The biggest disadvantage is that you're coming in cold. You have no tournament experience. You haven't made a single mistake on this stage yet. You haven't been influenced. You haven't yet had to bounce back. In scrims, it's always easy. If you have a bad early game, you just restart or you play another game.
Yeah, it's also for the teams that were waiting for the buy into the quarterfinals. You have to consider, too, that with no other tournaments pretty much happening right now, they may not have the ideal number of scrim partners at the moment because a lot of teams may be taking breaks or they've been scrimming here at Worlds against the other Worlds teams. So it's not just that you're coming in cold in terms of competition. You may also be coming in a little colder than you may have liked in terms of practice.
Yeah, the teams that are playing here right now have a distinct advantage because not only have they been practicing, but just being used to your peripherals and being used to the stage is so important. If you come in and it's your very first game on the world stage, you're not going to be nearly as comfortable just in your setup, like maybe your chair isn't the right height or something like that, and it can really throw off your game.
At the same time, with the randomness of this format, the way the groups are drawn in the quarterfinals, you have no idea who you're playing against, so you'll have to prepare for 4 possible teams, which is really hard, and it will not give you that distinct advantage as if in a normal format where you know who you're going to meet the next round.
I'm really happy that you actually highlight that. And I think part of the reason we're doing the random draw is to ensure that these teams that have the extra time aren't sitting and seriously anti-stratting their opponents and really spending more hours on defeating one matchup than actually planning or playing or working on their own game. I've got a question I want to pose to the two guys who've actually played on stages like this. Talk to me about, as a team, you've been practicing in the dark, you've got your compositions, you've got your thoughts about teams in mind. You've now watched teams like Fnatic pulling out double assassin comms, pulling Zac top lane, Yorick top lane. You've seen Loveland and all of his ganks. How much of an impact does this have on your picks and bans? I know it gives you more information to work with, but do you now start to discount your previous research, or is this just now a bigger playbook that now all of a sudden, instead of like 27 champs that you think about, you know about, now it's up to like 40 because, oh my God, we didn't see these things?
It definitely depends on how drastically your initial research and the new information you got at Worlds is different. So like, for example, if you did research on Fnatic and they pulled out something crazy here, you would just instantly ban that thing and then just know that they would revert back to the thing that they've been practicing, you know, weeks ago. So if you see something new, it gives you a distinct advantage because you can just be like, I'm going to ban that, and I know exactly what they're going to play. They're going to go back to their comfort picks.
Also depends on what kind of team you are. Some teams have this very distinct style that they just will always play, and they will force enemies to adapt to them. Gambit is one of those teams that comes to mind. They don't really care who they play. They will just try and play their own game all the time. Same with Fnatic. They have this weird little play style that nobody actually can describe. On the other hand, you have teams that are really reactive and like to predict what enemies are going to do. And for those teams, it's really nice to see what the trends have been throughout these group stages.
Yeah, I want to echo Doublelift a bit here because as we've seen from, for example, Ozone, who failed to really adapt during this tournament and got kicked out, none of these teams have really changed their play styles by any major measure with the new patches. So, okay, you've seen them in NLB, you've seen them in LPL and whatnot. These teams are all still going to play the same as they did a month and a half ago, for the most part. Some new picks come in, of course, Corky's a new guy, okay, whatever. But for the most part, all that old research holds up. And as you said, Doublelift, if they have something completely new, okay, maybe you ban it out, or maybe you learned how to beat it in time.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how these teams do that, and even more excited about this draw. Guys, we need to move on for our very last group stage game, and it's time for everyone on the desk here to pick the final match winners, or at least who they think is going to be the winner. It's going to be SK Telecom T1 versus OMG, and remember, OMG beat SKT the last time these two teams met. So Monty, talk to me. Who's your prediction?
I'm going to take SK Telecom. I think that they're going to take this match very seriously. I don't think they're going to show anything too unique, but we saw that methodical play coming in against Gaming Gear earlier today, and I know they want revenge, of course. You know, it was a little bit of egg on their face to lose to OMG the first time. They're going to want to head into group strong, and OMG, they've shown, maybe they've loosened up, relaxed their style a little bit here in the last few games, so.
Doublelift, what's your prediction?
I'm with SKT. I'm with Monty on this one because I feel like SKT only really lost the initial match against OMG because they weren't used to that kind of strategy that OMG was pulling. And now that they've had time to review it, their mid-game, I think, is just this much better than OMG's, and they're going to pull it out.
I'll have to agree with these great analysts. I think SKT1 is going to be the favorite going into this game, especially because they struggled in their early game, which have gradually improved, not to a point where it's perfect, but their coach may have exposed the weaknesses in their 3v1 meta game early, and hopefully they can bring that out. I think Faker is going to be really on fire. He will want to prove that he's the best mid laner in the world. SKT seems to be, I think, is going to be more hungry than OMG, who will probably be hiding a little more of their strategies. That's what I guess, but then again, I've been wrong.
Okay, fair enough. I actually go the opposite way of you three. I still think OMG is going to take it and ace the group. Partially on the pride grounds, going 8-0 is a really cool thing to have, be the only undefeated team in groups. I think just in general, they will come out hard enough and are a better enough team at this point that if they have the sort of the same level of trying, which I think will happen here, OMG will just come out ahead by being a stronger team.
Well, that's going to give it for the predictions. I think that OMG have already aced the group. They're working on their octa kill, if that's even a thing.
Yeah.
We're going to take a breather, guys, but when we return, Faker and SK Telecom take on Cool and OMG. Plus, Gaming Gear's Mazarin will join us to talk about securing their very first win of Worlds. Don't touch that mouse. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. We're just one match away from wrapping up the group stages. But before SK Telecom and OMG go at it, I'm pleased to be joined by Gaming Gear's mid laner, Mazarin. First of all, Mazarin, congratulations on your first victory here. But I want to go and take it a step back a little bit here. Now, a lot of people don't know what your route to get into these World Championships was. And it was a hard one. I mean, you played in a massive qualifier, over 200 teams in the Baltics and CIS, to get to the event in Moscow where you won, to get to Gamescom where you won, to get here. I mean, how has it been for you guys going through that process and playing here on this stage?
I think it was a great experience because we had to prepare over and over for the next tournament. For example, when we won at the qualifier, we had to prepare for the tournament in Moscow. And then we had 2 months to prepare for the tournament in Gamescom. And we improved a lot from those tournaments. And here we are at the World Finals.
So what about the future then? Because your road here is obviously now over, but what has all that experience, all that preparation prepared you for? I mean, surely Season 4 World Championships is your big aim from this point.
First, we need to get into the LCS, the European LCS. And first, we need to win the qualifiers. So that's our main goal at the moment. And then we have to aim for Worlds, I guess.
I know you guys have got a lot of fans back home in Lithuania, and I'm sure you've won a few over as well after that victory against TSM. So your moment to say thank you or whatever you want to your fans.
Thanks to all the fans, the new ones and the old ones, from all over the world.
Thanks a lot, Mazarine, and good luck in the future with gaming gear in the rest of the tournaments that you're going to be coming up in. So, guys, let's get into our final game of the group stage. Kobe and Riv are standing by to take you through all the action.
Thank you very much, Joe. And after 40 matches over 6 incredible days, we're down to our last group stage game, and it's a good one. Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus China's OMG. And while everyone watching the World Championship is excited for the matchup between the two MVP mid laners, Faker and Cool, SKT is just as excited for the rematch and a chance to get revenge.
很期待吧，然后就很想把他们赢了。比较期待，但是我们有了上一次赢他们之后，我会觉得下一次可能更有信心了。
뭐 다이브가 자유자재라던가 일단 너무 공격적이었어요. 그래서 좀 당황했고 일단 한번 맞아봤으니까 이제 대응은 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
首先他们整个位置的那个个人能力都很强，然后他们的节奏也很好，也是一个非常。我觉得他们最强的地方就是在他们的个人技术，还有就是他们的个人技术吧。
또 OMG가 경기 끝나고 저희한테 악수를 청하지 않은 것도 좀 기분이 별로 좋지 않았고 그래서 이번에 꼭 복수하고 싶어요.
저번처럼 그렇게 쉽게 지진 않을 것 같아요.
All right, so the revenge is there. I think one of my favorite things said so far was within our last videos when Cool said, maybe it is time to be cocky. And that's not something you usually hear from, Korean and Chinese teams. Very respectful coming out of the players. Like they said, we shake hands after every game. It's kind of different when we didn't. This game's going to be
This game's going to have a lot more serious undertones.
Little repercussions there. So let's check out the starting lineups as we get into it. On the blue side, it's SKT. Impact in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Faker in mid lane, Piglet on AD, and Poomandu on support.
On the red side, it's OMG. Up top is Going, and the jungle is Loveland. Mid is Cool, AD carry is San, and the support is Big Pomelo.
And getting into this champion select, we do obviously see SKT has, switched up the bottom, but they also have the option to go with different supports as well. We've seen top laners doing it. They were doing it with Looper. So everybody's been trying to kind of throw in their own wrinkle into the mix as they come into these group stages.
Definitely curious to see what China has in store, what OMG are going to use this game, because they talked about wanting to take another game off SKT and go undefeated in the group.
That would be huge, actually. The only team to do it, coming out so strong, and like I said, really puts a stamp on the strength that China's going to bring to this one. So everybody's going to be looking at Royal as well, saying, man, can they produce the same results? It's going to be different. Lee Sin, Renekton already on the ban list, Shen going out as well, and we're going to see the Ninjas just going back to back on that side.
All right, so they take out the Zed away from Faker. A lot of people consider that Zed highlight reel from OGN to be one of the best plays ever in League of Legends. Meanwhile, on the other side, Loveland is probably my star to watch. I'm definitely saying
You've almost like made me a Loveland watcher
converted
because
you to be
you're
a
saying
fan.
like, man, he goes from support, one of the best supports in the world, and now one of the junglers. I was like, damn, Kobe sold me. Like, he really is impressive, and especially to see that. We've seen it happen. You know, we've seen mid go to that. We've seen 80 carries go to support never with these results that Loveland's had on his change.
He definitely he has the option to do so many different jungle styles. I really like the variety that he shows here.
That's big, though. Faker getting Ahri on the pick, which means, and it's something that, you know, Monty pointed out when he did get his Ahri games, that if he is ganked and he's able to get out of it, he will turn that gank around to do as much damage as he can before you are out of the lane. So he's always trying to turn something around on you.
I think it was right after the Lemon Dogs game versus SKT1 where Faker had Ahri and the Lemon Dogs had Vi coming at him. And there was not a successful gank to be had. Escaping that was really proved to me that, you know, Faker deserves all this hype that's been talked up around him.
And it's one of the things, right? Because I'm, as I said, not super impressionable with players, but it's kind of like you see him on new champions and he finds his way out. You're like, I wouldn't have thought of that. And that's what he does. He does the thing that people don't think about. And that's why you're wowed all the time. See if he pulls into Ezreal this time. I don't think so, because we have the Ahri, but we'll see how the answer comes in from OMG here. Their picks still to be shown. They have a few of their own priority picks on that side as well, coming in here with the Aatrox, the Zyra, and the Fizz Hover.
Yeah, so the Aatrox was just used top lane. This could be going, or it could be Loveland. Last time Loveland got a hold of this Aatrox, not only did he start at the enemy's red buff, but he also went straight from that red buff into a turret dive, get the timer on his passive ticking. It was a successful tower dive, and it's one of those, you know, unforeseen factors that I really like that Loveland's been bringing to these World Championship games.
Very cool. We have seen Syndra being played within Worlds here, and we may see it once again. Will they give San on to Caitlyn? So the picks are pretty much what we've seen besides the Aatrox from these teams all tournament. So that's really the wrench being thrown in here for OMG with that first pick. Like you said, they don't know if that's going jungle or not. So.
All right. Oh, last second switch. Switch over to Vayne. I was going to shout out, you know, Monte Cristo and Doa really love that combination of the ultimates there from Syndra and Caitlyn, the Unleashed in the hole. But Vayne does very well with Zyra, who can make that the large zoning tool of her ultimate, spread out the team fights, and allow Vayne to have the smaller skirmishes. The 1v1s and the 1v2s are where Vayne really shines.
And I think this might be on Loveland if it's an OMG. If they're a turret diver, they pulled up the Syndra, you're going to have the Aatrox diving in on the lanes, and you have a counter engage from Zyra if you want it. So looks like OMG's going with their particular strategy of we're going to dive under your turrets as much as possible with their comp so far.
I mean, they have left it to the last pick, so they're keeping SKT guessing. Not quite sure where the Aatrox will go, and they're going to have to lock in the top laner for impact here first.
And it looks like they may be able to get down. They do choose the Jarvan out for Bengi.
So we still don't know.
Yeah, it allows Bengi to pretty much put himself anywhere. No.
It's going to be Elise or Jarvan going
so I'm thinking it might be
top
the
or
Elise
jungle.
because he likes to play the Elise in more of a I'm going to just destroy everything you have role and always be on your back. So we'll see. These guys are always pulling out different stuff. Zach could be coming out. We haven't seen him in a few games here. It may be the choice that OMG wants. It just adds more tower dive.
Exactly. Double revive passives.
Lord.
That's very European strategy right there. They love going with the double revive passives, hitting those tower dives hard, and Syndra can just blow up any single target that gets caught with that tower dive.
And it's interesting, you know, as you said, you know, the EU particular group plays that style. That, you know, the Koreans and the Chinese teams are all saying, we came into this tournament without really watching too much European play, but now it's something that intrigues us fully, and we definitely need to watch it. So it's definitely Europe bringing in some play style to the Worlds as well here.
It's definitely a lot of people have always, you know, shouted out to Europe. The one big thing that people do look to them for are new champions, because they are very early adapters whenever the new champions do come out. Looks like Aatrox has made his way over to China. So this is definitely top and jungle lane pick here. Looks like Zach will probably be staying on going. And now it is.
See the lock-ins. We expect from OMG for this to pretty much be a just dive composition coming out. If all goes wrong, Vayne for the late game. On the other side, almost looks like the same thing. A dive comp, safety with Sona, safety for the lane with the Ezreal and the sustain. And before these guys spawn into the Rift, let's see who the fans went with in this game. Right now, LOLesports.com is telling us that 54% of you voted for OMG, along with Freak. Everyone else was SKT.
Interesting. Very close here, and I do think that it deserves to be that close of a vote.
You know,
OMG's got the upper hand, though, because they won the previous game.
You know what's great being on the analyst desk as well is when picks and bans go down, most of the guys will be like, oh, God, I want to switch it now. I want to switch my pick. After seeing that.
I don't think that
maybe not this time.
These two ones would cause too much.
This one's a little more solid for both teams.
Because SKT, this is definitely something they have used before. You know, Piglet on the Ezreal, it's definitely happened before, but it's not his go-to champion. You know,
It
he
is
prefers
different.
the Vayne and Kayle.
We've seen teams put their AD carry on something that didn't exactly work, but again, to try and stop that, this is my pattern, this is what we're doing. Sometimes it has worked out for them, sometimes it has. We're on to the Rift for our 40th game of the day. Well, 40 behind us with the extra game. We're on a 41 now. SKT versus OMG. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, and they are heading for each other's jungles.
All right, so OMG already with the early moves up top, and Big Pamillo gets the lane ward down. No members of SK, or not enough members of SKT T1 able to auto attack there.
Let's see what they have to do on this. OMG getting themselves quite deep, but they are safe with power and numbers. Quite spread OMG, or rather SKT right now.
This three-man hit squad has gotten behind Impact, and he's by himself over here with the top lane Jarvan, by the way. OMG have a pretty good amount of vision. They really would like to pull this pincer off and just come behind Jarvan, but they aren't sure what's in this secondary bush here.
Right.
So Impact has to be very careful with how he exits this very tiny
That
bush
is some
he's in.
patience. I would have gone. I'd be dead. Would have fed first blood, but that's
He's
why they're on the pro
He's toying
stage.
with the recall. That's definitely the better option here. Looks like, due to the pings that are coming out from SKTT1, it's going to be a blue buff trade start here, even with the very unorthodox level 1 that went on.
So being an Aatrox jungler yourself, does that really affect Aatrox if he loses his blue? He kind of come into lane and just jump, dive, gank if he doesn't have it.
He does not care if he loses his blue. Aatrox, actually, he's one of the few junglers that will solo a buff by him, you know, quite happily. He'll be quite happy to solo a buff if he starts with his W. Loveland is a big fan, though, of starting with that Q for the level 1 fights and actually using it while he's still on the fountain to charge up his blood well and then slowly regain some health.
Impact.
Classic here. This is going. He always likes to take one small camp before going over to his 2v1 lane so that, you know, he doesn't lose out on too much. Impact, meanwhile, all he got was a little harass there. So he's going to be down a small camp as far as the sort of top laners, quote-unquote, are going to go in this.
See, they don't seem to be pushing the bottom lane too hard, so it looks like they actually want to keep Zach out and keep him trying to farm hard. So saving this doesn't push it into the turret. He's going to be forced to come back out. Smart play by Piglet and Poohmandu here in the bottom lane. We'll see where the junglers can go from this. This means a red buff for Loveland. He may try to dive straight out or even give that blue early to cool in the mid lane.
I mean, he's got a revive passive. Impact is level 1. I think he's going to go up here for the top lane. There's no wards up in the top lane. So SKT make the call to bring their jungler over. They've done this before, though. Usually it's been late, and they've actually failed these 2v1 or 2v3 defenses. Loveland was fine against Bengi.
Oh, the blue ward. The blue ward is still there. They didn't take it into consideration. Loveland grabs the upper hand, playing a bit of a cat and mouse game here. Now a 3v2 in the top lane.
They do get a little extra damage on this turret, but it is going to dissuade the dive here. This time around, rotation from Bengi just in time. Loveland doesn't make the dive.
You can see the stat for both champions there on the mid lane showing 100% win rate for when they are picked here for Ahri and Syndra. We'll have to see who can teeter that strat.
And it's, you know, I was talking about, you know, how Loveland is sort of unpredictable in the jungle before, but at SKT have to assume that he's going to dive that. He's on Aatrox, has a revive passive, Impact was zoned out, still level 1. Pretty easy call to go counter gank that. neither team really loses much from that either. It's a very even trade.
And that's something that we see them adapting to already. Because in the earlier games, we kind of saw that, Doublelift would say it's a gentleman's thing, that it still happens, but it's not really practiced into it because it's not something that occurs a lot in the Korean gameplay. Now already adapting to it, seeing what's happening, making the right adjustments to keep safe in that top lane. Going, taking a lot of pressure on the bottom, but San still doing what he can with Big Pomelo here to get down the damage.
Something a lot of people do forget about when they're laning against Vaynes is that you don't want to hug your turret because she will condemn you right into it. Get that extra damage and the stun for harass under turret.
Looks like it's actually going to be a hold lane up here. 2v1s, we haven't seen too much of this. The jungler's just soaking up more of the experience.
Loveland opting for the laning jungle experience here. Not returning to that jungle after his dual buffs.
Completely different than the strategies we saw last game. Odd one, and both junglers actually going for high amount of farm. There's the attack onto Piglet. Arcane Shift is out, but the Elastic Slingshot forces the flash. That's going to be down up until 10 minutes. That is definitely on the mind of OMG, but so is a kill. The exhaust goes down. They are destroying the summoner spells in SKT's lane right now, and they're happy of it.
Both flashes and the exhaust now down for the dual lane of SKT. That was a huge win for OMG. Pulling that out with a duo of revive passive bruisers. SKT have to respect that, and they just got way too close there. Piglet and Pumandu burned some very, very important cooldowns.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that timer and how much pressure they continue to put on the bottom lane. As we said, 10 minutes for those flashes to be coming back up relatively. We have seen in the top lane, Bengi and Impact were kind of able to thwart that off a little bit stronger, but that also leaves San and Big Pomelo to re-aggress on the turret.
Yeah, they're going to do pretty well against this Jarvan in the 1 vs 2, but again, the 1 vs 2 for SKT, they have to be careful of Syndra. Level 6 Syndra can just blow up an Ezreal without barrier or a Sona. Neither of them with any of the defensive summoners. This got very exciting down in the bottom lane. OMG have a huge upper hand.
OMG is playing very smart on the minion waves right now. With what's going on, Going is losing practically nothing from this lane. So he gets back, already sees the minions low, but he's going to soak up all that experience. He was roaming with Loveland just now, helping on Wolves and helping on the blue.
Faker makes the first move to roam, though. Second guesses himself.
Why, though? Maybe doesn't like the movement, doesn't like where the lane push is going. Very interesting plays here from Faker. Decides to choose not to go with his first instinct.
Now Loveland's actually going to be seen with his movements. The repeat invade on this blue to try and grab the second one. But since OMG have their AD and support up top, they've got the man advantage. Vayne needs to roam down right now, though.
This may be that reason.
They trade skill shots.
They wanted the pressure on it. Oh my gosh, he gets the repel. He would have been squashed on that one. Bengi make it out. A beautiful charm there. The gap closes. Stop. Sand gets into the fight, and he gets the condemn against the wall. First blood going to Cool.
Beautiful flash tumble condemn right there from San to finish that one. They get the first blood. SKT is going to answer with the bottom turret, though. This man advantage for OMG means they're going to get a blue steal again. And they're also going to be able to pressure the top turret to answer.
Faker gonna have to be careful here. Both Syndra and Ahri pretty much champions that can zero each other out. If Cool gets enough of those orbs on the ground, it's going to be real painful for Faker. So he moves out. Looks like he will back. We do see the turret fall in that bottom lane, which pretty much just thwarts that first blood kill. Everybody's getting money in the game now.
Even with Bengi heading up here to the top lane, it's going to be OMG answering, getting that global gold. We have to check down here. Is Going freezing this lane with Zac? It's fairly hard to freeze the lane. Yeah, he is just auto-attacking it. So he's going to try and just build up that extra advantage of minions and try and get right back into this game. They need him to be tanky so they can go with those double revive passive dives.
Oh. Close from Big Pomelo, almost
it's a love tap
on the side of that grasping root to throw it off. See two Doran's Ring coming into the mid lane, one with a Chalice coming out of the Cool. The Fiendish Kodak's going on to Faker. Both of them with those rings, considering each other's damage, knowing there's going to be a bit of back and forth love taps in that lane. So They go for consumables, stick with the rings for mana regen. And right now, we gotta remember that Cool's been getting the blue buffs. Faker's going in on this without the blue. Cool now to answer. What? And no! There must have been something wrong in the engagement. That would only be stopped due to a peripheral, due to something not working. And we have to, as we saw, Faker wants that blue. The reason he has gone in on this engagement, he was bloodthirsty.
This is such a close duel right now. I'm actually frozen away from it. Can't even see how it's going to turn out. But the cooldown on the spheres from Syndra is so low. That might be right back up. Faker right now has got the advantage in this one. One more tap, and he's going to finish off Cool. The only question is, will Cool be able to answer? I don't think it's going to happen. Looks like Faker just got the outplay.
All right, it wasn't Faker or Cool, so that's not in the engagement in the mid lane. That is not being affected here. Looks like they are going to get it backed up. Let's check out the computer. We're going to get that restarted real quick. It is a peripheral. So see what they can do getting back into this one. They are, it's like Inception for them. They're like looking at last hits, about to smack each other in the face like an orbital deception right here, trying to calculate the HP. It's going to be intense when we get back to mid lane. Definitely getting the camera guys to just be like, whoop, so we can see it.
All right, though. So if we look at the whole game up to now,
Let's
the
recap.
first 9 minutes,
Recap a little bit.
We've got a good lead here for OMG. They're making a strong case for going undefeated in this group. Zach as well, with the extra small amount of time that he's been able to freeze that bottom lane, he's actually surpassed Jarvan in the 1 versus 2 situation, and they really need him to get tanky. Like I said, they don't want Loveland, even though Loveland has a revive passive as well, they don't want Loveland to be the point for them to set off these tower dives, because Loveland's going to go with a first offensive item. He always gets that the longsword and then goes either Tiamat or
something to put out more damage.
Exactly, some more damage. It's usually been the Cutlass so far.
Yeah, right.
I like the area of effect from Tiamat into Hydra just because you clear so fast, but Loveland definitely favoring that Cutlass to be able to slow people again and chase them down. So he'll probably go with that. So they need Zach to be the tanky one to start things off.
So remember now, a lot of aggression towards the blue buffs. A lot in the bottom lane as well for Zach. They've been continuously giving him help with wolves, especially that Loveland's grabbing for him. So they're trying to build up that bottom
here we
lane.
go, there it is!
Back into the
Cool gets the outplay!
The true shot barrage. No one saw that coming.
Oh, I was so wrong. The cooldown was up on Dark Sphere. Takes Faker down, but Piglet's got Faker's back. He's able to answer with the snipe coming in.
Let's watch that again.
Yeah, let's watch that again. Faker, he was able to dodge, so look at the sidestep from Tool, expecting that. Faker, then he just bursts him down. Ooh. There's the Dark Spear and the Ignite Tip plus auto attack.
Faker actually could have lived that. His flash was still in range of the second turret tether. Unfortunate, but great play by both, zeroing out the Ezreal barrage to come in for the end.
I would expect nothing less from a duel between the MVPs coming from Korea and China. That was beautiful to watch. As well, you have to shout out Piglet with the snipe from downtown, backing up Faker, just to make sure. So, because Piglet got that snipe, it was an assisted kill for SKT, and even though Cool, technically won the duel, SKT came out ahead in gold from that.
So the Athenes now finished up. Faker actually came back with nothing else. I believe he just put those boots in. So he has a core item behind. He is kind of half recipeed into the item that he does want, though. And we can see Piglet now throwing down the True Shot Barrage in the bottom lane. They are just trying to push every lane now. A little bit of an advantage there in the mid. They want it everywhere now.
Yeah, very similar actually from both teams. They have the AD carries shoving up the side lanes to get that extra CS. And both AD carries around the same level right now. So it's going to be on the first completed item. Trinity Force here for Ezreal and Blade of the Ruined King for San. Both of them actually turning them into fairly strong dueling ADs, and they can actually continue to push those side lanes.
So we keep an eye on this mid lane. Look at that CS. 2-1 and 0. 98 CS to 76. Cool doing some work in that mid lane. And we have to consider they found once again! They didn't give him time to blink. Right back on him. SKT is now on a mission, and they are starting to execute.
No fair, Faker. You brought 3 people this time.
He is no phony.
Oh, no,
my lord! That was more damage than he expected. Hit with everything and anything. The turret goes down. This is just after a kill. Loveland's out of the fight with a passive down. They continue on to Big Pomelo. Big Pomelo now going to go down. If it's one thing, that means it's going to be 2, 3, or even 4 things for SKT. They will not stop.
Really bad timing from the flanking there from Big Pomelo coming in with his ultimate. That the turret just went down. All of SKT are there, and there's no Zac to be found. That was a very, very poor engage from OMG. And Cool gets charmed again!
The max range charm, the lockup, the knockdown, the takedown. Bengi gets the kill there.
Side going in!
Way too close. The exhaust is there, but it's not going to be enough. They are going to fall one after the other in the I think I can mentality. But I think I can. They really can't.
SKT can! They're going 3 turrets in a row and another kill!
I stopped at 4 and 5. They're going for 6, 7, 8. Inhibitor turret at 12 minutes. OMG could lose their first game here.
Zac still not joining the fight. He does not want part of this. Everyone who's walked over there has died.
It is going to slow down. We can't say it's going to end yet. Losing their first game here, I mean, is going to come next 10, 15 minutes. But for this to happen versus the undefeated OMG in the group stage is astounding from SKT. It seemed like they made a mistake in the beginning, but they have since then rearranged their strategy.
That's actually very interesting because coming into this, a lot of people were underestimating the Chinese teams because they had seen this type of one after the other funnel into team fights where they're at a disadvantage and they just keep on going, marching to their own deaths. Oh!
Almost.
Very, very close.
See what they can do with this now. An absolutely amazing push down mid lane. OMG, not on tilt, but has to be wowed right now themselves. I think really any team can say that's happened to them too often. At 12 minutes to have your first inhibitor down, and in the Korean style of play, I believe that's, I'm not sure on this, but that's the 70 to 80% win rate plus for when that first inhibitor's down for that team.
And that means the Trinity Force completed for Ezreal, whereas Vayne is still sitting on the Cutlass, so without the upgrade, they've actually got a pretty big advantage here. And SKT, you know, once they get the advantage, they're going to look for more turrets.
Simply controlling the map now with the Oracles on Bengi. It's going to be a lot easier for them to get that into tight spots. They don't have to worry about Pumandu getting anywhere too dangerous. Turret damage in the bottom lane is allowing SKT to group out of laning phase in under 15 minutes. Now, the second tier turret, the bottom lane could be going down. They put all 5 members here with super minions in the base.
Zac still yet to make an appearance here, and he's going to clear out the minions in the mid. So OMG have to abandon this turret or forfeit their lives again.
Another turret goes down. Quick and consecutive. Very methodical here by SKT as they go one after the other. 30 seconds left on that Dragon. I don't even think it's going to be in their eyes. It looked like making another inhibitor before they even turn around for Dragon.
Just kidding.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right, so they also got a Death Fire Grasp here on Faker. Let's see if he actually goes for the 1 versus 1 cool again, and see if he's able to pull it off without teammates.
Quick Dragon going down. You see OMG, as they leave the base, they're at 5, but they're only spreading themselves thin as well along the base wall. They know they don't own too much of their jungle, and you can see the pink wards coming down. Very reminiscent of the Korean play all over the jungle now.
Well, SKT would love to spread out now. With this advantage and the mobile characters that they have, they would definitely like to keep this map, or keep the fight spread out at least over 2 lanes.
Right.
So they'll probably be using the pressure that they have mid with those super minions going down to take control of the lizard side jungle and then slowly accrue that extra global gold from the 3 outer turrets that are still standing up at top.
So OMG coming into this game, quite a tower dive composition, as they did. We saw Focus the top lane there in the beginning. We'll see if they can continue. SKT didn't really let them get to the towers. OMG has been stopped in their own jungle. And again to the top lane, more global gold coming in for SKT, spreading it out to a 5,000 gold lead.
Good news there for OMG. Loveland has cleared out a little bit of the vision in their own jungle. They know SKT are looking for the picks right now. And the way to get those is all about the ward vision.
As Jat says, these are the dangerous turrets to fight behind. So easily can you be pincered from that backwards position. People can just come around from the outside of your base. Right now, SKT is showing full 5 in the front, but Faker is going to try to go around that backside. Going is going to be a human turret here, sensing out where the movement is coming in from SKT. Oh my word, Big Pomelo chugging back a potion right there as he tries to save his own life. He will not be able to engage in this next fight. And this minion wave is going to be in the turret.
17 minutes in, and SKT have already taken every, well, after that turret, every outer turret.
Yep.
Plus an inhibitor. Talk about fast. Everyone was talking about how fast the Chinese play and how fast Korean game playing is. This is pretty much setting records right now.
When we see OMG really taking that damage into consideration now, the last kills were in favor of not last kills, but the last amount of kills were in favor of OMG. That was 2-1. It quickly became 7-2, and OMG was like, wow, we can't fight. We are going to have to give up these turrets. The threshold and the impact that the items were grabbed at for SKT has completely swayed this game and is now going to equal that inhibitor once again in mid.
OMG have to be very careful about those skill shot CCs right now that SKT are throwing out, because SKT are pretty much saving Crescendo for the counter engage.
Oh, a good stun there. Impact goes in instantly, not letting anybody help going as he goes into the fight. Loveland goes down. And the impact that the items were grabbed at for SKT has completely swayed this game and is now going to equal that inhibitor once again in mid.
OMG have to be very careful about those skill shot CCs right now that SKT are throwing out, because SKT are pretty much saving Crescendo for the counter engage.
Oh, a good stun there. Impact goes in instantly, not letting anybody help going as he goes into the fight. Loveland playing that one very smart, maybe not choosing to go up against Piglet just because of the factor and the number of teammates there. SKT will back out on this one with the inhibitor. Their name on that. The minion wave pressured in the top lane, ready for another inhibitor, as well as the bottom one. Sub 20 minutes in this game. 9-4, 6,000 gold lead on the dot.
Really, it was all about that mid action there. Very, very questionable play there from OMG.
Faker's more than once taken a situation into his own hands. We saw it the first time these guys went face to face. It was the Gragas onto the Ori, coming out strong on his own kill. Faker again tries to go in hard, 1v1. Still coming out with some plays. We still know that Syndra can put out an astronomical amount of damage with that ultimate, so we're not pulling out any picks that OMG can grab, but that's really what they need. Full fights are not in their favor right now.
Yeah, without the double revive passes, they really just, they need to defend inside their base. The only thing is, Baron is not inside their base, so it's hard to defend it from there.
Used to could, but not anymore. They are just
SKT are just trying to bait this one. Okay, so the thing is, when you bait Baron like this with a team that SKT has, they have everyone with the ability to jump over the wall except for Sona. So as long as Sona can get her auras at least extending over this wall, SKT can jump right over this wall and grab OMG.
Oh, there's a good
they
slingshot
go in! The Baron's low!
Cool grabs Faker. They are able to grab the Baron. Bengi picks that one up with the smite. Almost getting that down there. They are going to disengage for a bit. This is OMG going back in on Impact. He says, all right, let's party. Gets himself out. He's wasting a good amount of time here.
Goes in with the Cataclysm, then out with the flag combo. Not opting to use it to go over the wall there. OMG answered with 2 kills. It's still definitely a big win here for SKT because the Baron wasn't stolen. That was definitely a turning point. It could have gone hugely in OMG's favor if they were able to grab that Baron away.
This is what I love about these teams. You just saw Big Pomelo and San trying to creep into the jungle, only on 2 wards for protection, but they wanted that pick. They want to try to sway the game in their favor a little bit, but they didn't tunnel on it. They backed out. They can fight another day here, but it's going to be tough. Without those picks we're talking about, without those passives being up, it's a waiting game, and it's becoming a painful waiting game for OMG because they can't put their mark on this game.
Yeah, that 20-minute Baron is always extremely risky. You can see SKT, because they waited so long, thinking that OMG would check over the wall, and they just waited for the pick. They didn't start the Baron immediately. It took them too long to finish it, and OMG came in just at the perfect time.
SKT picking up all the objectives on the list right now. They have all the names, numbers. The camps are theirs as well. OMG still somehow holding on to that gold lead, keeping it within a 5 to 6K deficit, which is beyond me with 7 turrets down. But that is exactly how you get back into a game. The chances look quite slim right now with the base being tattered up. But the longer the game goes, the less that gold gap means, unless the gold gap grows with the game.
Now, OMG have been playing with an inhibitor down since the 12-minute mark around there. So that means at least they have had a steady flow of minions coming into their base, making it a little bit easier for them to farm that out. There goes Baker!
But it is not their base, seemingly. SKT trying to get a second one out of this game. They do get good damage on the turret, re-prepping another one. This is going to open it up. The True Shot Barrage pressing them off. You can see Go going, still not having home guard boots. It's not something he can pick up. The fight goes in. An obliteration for 2 members of OMG. They look like they can turn on the Nexus turrets here, but it's going to be the Let's Bounce. Go going, trying to thwart them off of the turrets, and they're going to do what they can to demolish what they can in the base, and then head for the Nexus.
Another inhibitor down. SKT definitely look like they're going to finish this one off. This was mostly about that mid lane action there that extended for several minutes.
We said it all week. This tournament is mid lane focused. Faker coming up huge for his team. A sliver of health, living still on the outside as well. They take down San. They have taken down Cool, and this could be the Nexus as well. Cool will respawn. Go going has fallen in the previous fight. SKT will put a tarnish on OMG's record in the group stage with this win.
They end up with identical records then, having traded wins.
Yep.
And they go into quarters on equal footing.
I guess that's the way that it would have happened. They got their revenge. They weren't too happy. Their hands were not shaken. And I think they may get it this time. And they do. A valiant game played by both of these teams. You can see SKT, that smile on their face.
Did we get a final count on how many consecutive kills there were at the mid lane there with that one single push from SKT? Starting at the outer turret, ending at inhibitor?
I want to say it was 6 or 5. There was a lot.
Three turrets deep, then plus an inhibitor on top of it.
I don't think I've ever seen that definitive of push 12 minutes into the game. Or lower.
I definitely
That's kind of crazy. And you're like, how do these teams win all the time? Because you can swing a game in a matter of seconds, and they know how to keep going. They know when they can keep pressuring. You know the durability of your comp, your team, and what you can do. It's pretty crazy. Moving on, guys, we're going to send it over to Quickshot and crew at the analyst desk for their take on that amazing game.
Thank you very much, Riv. I want to give Kobe some confidence in us. We're actually going to look at that review in a couple of minutes. I also want to remind all of the viewers that after this analysis segment is done, we are going to be doing the quarterfinal draw live on stage to determine which teams will be playing one another. We do, however, have to get a few things set up. So give us a couple of minutes while we get the teams, the players, the camera guys all ready, and we'll be back for that draw. This game blew my mind. I do not think I have seen so many amazing plays in such a short space of time in a very, very long time. We did see top lane Jarvan. We've seen Bengi's Elise. I think he was untouchable. I don't think he got caught by anything. And I don't even know where to start in this game.
That guy's repels are so good. He just dodges everything.
Actually, Bengi gave first blood to Cool, which was a big thing because Faker ended up being almost over 30 CS down in lane. Just 1v1. Partly due to that first blood, I think.
But then.
But then
it
happened.
By the way, things Faker does.
Choo-choo. Tickets to the Korean hype train. Would you like one?
They're one.
There you go.
They're 1-1, and Ozone didn't.
Don't I get one for free?
Dude, I voted for SKT1, dude. What the fuck? I have my own.
You got one? All right.
I mean, I love how you're like eating this up with a 1-1 record, where the other Korean team and groups didn't make it out.
To be fair, Monty did call that SKT get better, and seeing as though you look like a conductor, I think you can stick on your train for the time being. Talk to me about this game. I mean, you know, the first 10 or so minutes did actually go in OMG's favor. They got the first blood. They seemed to be doing pretty well as far as the CS was concerned. But at 11 minutes on the clock, SKT just turned it on. You know, I think Jat was saying that Faker brought some friends to the mid lane, and then the party just kept on rolling.
Yeah, so in honor of Monte Cristo's Korean hype train, I remember in Champ Select you said when Syndra got locked in that it was a mistake because Syndra was Faker's most played champion in solo queue. He knows the matchup inside and out, and then promptly lost the matchup. So I got to give a lot. I got to give a lot of props to Cole.
Knows the limits when we came into that mid lane fight as well.
Oh yeah, that was a beautiful. If you guys want to take that one out, actually, that was a beautiful. Beautiful fight by SKT.
Well, I tell you what, we've talked about it enough. I actually think it's time to pull this replay up on your screens, guys. It does come in around about 10 or 11 minutes on the clock, and as we've highlighted already, it starts in this mid lane. It flows with a couple picks. I think Crepo wants to talk over this one mostly, so that's all yours.
Yeah, we'll toss it between us. It just opens with Pumandu being man mode. He just shows up in mid lane after bottom tower's down, and he flash. We know Syndra's flash is down here. That's really vital. And Flash Crescendo just starts, and that just starts all the mayhem.
And one thing I want to point out before we roll this replay is that normally the Chinese team is known for grouping 5 really early in the game. That's what people like identify them with. And SKT beat them to the punch. They're here before OMG, and you can see how disorganized OMG is because they just got caught off guard.
Okay, if we actually start rolling the clip now, we can see the Crescendo already went out. Cool drops. Okay, they start fighting. Tower push starts going. There are 4 people mid. We're just gonna wait till the next one shows up who gets caught. Aatrox comes, he's gonna eat a beautiful charm by Faker, I believe, if I remember correctly. Here he goes. Charm goes, he dies before he can jump. Gets resurrected later, will drop again. Bengi does a really sweet repel here in a bit. Dodges a Zyra knockup, makes Zyra flash, and then
Impact comes in the flash standard straight over into the Cataclysm as well, so he knows that the Zyra flash is down.
And just the way the following things go happening now is really impressive. SKT1 tower juggles so nicely. Like Pumandu takes one more auto attack there, then the spiders start tanking, tower gets low, uncontested. Eventually a little bit from now, Piglet will take the aggro.
And look at this charm too, max range charm onto Cool right here, coming in. Piglet with a follow-up arcane shift in.
Like Piglet is tanking the tower right now, but he doesn't care. Normally somebody would run, but Piglet doesn't because he knows his team is taking that tower.
And I love that they saved exhaust through all of this. This is perfect knowledge of limits
this
right there.
This is the 4th charm in a row that Faker has landed. This guy doesn't miss.
Well, he missed once, but then he didn't miss it.
Yeah, that's true.
But Zyra drops again.
You're missing the point.
Zyra died. You have to realize Zyra died, and now she revived and died again. Like, this is so incredibly crazy. Inhib at 12 minutes. When we had to call for this replay, we had to tell them, hey, guys, we're going to want to replay for the 12-minute inhib. Like, wait, what?
That's definitely not something that any of us expected to see here.
So to summarize, that was less than a minute and a half on the clock. All right, it came from the roam from the Geo lanes, secured a kill, the first of 6 to follow. They then got all 3 towers and the inhibitor, and from there on out, it was just all SKT.
Some might say worth.
Yeah. That is worth in all caps. I want to talk one thing quickly because Double, if you were discussing with us the idea of that inhibitor going down, and you were actually questioning, you know, it almost allowed OMG to farm safely, but I think SKT played it well because they did still continue playing the map.
Yeah, even though it doesn't sound like it might be, it's a little bit of a disadvantage that you put yourself into when you it's got its pros and cons when you take that inhib at 12 minutes because as you saw as the game ended, Impact had 77 CS at 24 minutes. That is such a small amount of farm. He's 4 levels behind the enemy team or his opponent going when he's in the commanding lead. So I feel like because the side lanes are constantly pushing into OMG's base, they're able to farm safely and get that XP.
When you take an early inhib, you basically say, like, hey, we're going to make a short investment. That's really good on the short term, but on the long term, it may come back to bite us. You have to keep taking towers, keep pressuring, and then eventually go for Nashor because you have the mid lane pushing with the inhibitor. The side lanes will start gently pushing as well because the minions get a little stronger, although you should keep baiting that Nashor. Either you start it instantly or you keep baiting it. I think what they did here was a little in between because they got a little scared that the OMG would never show up to the party. Thank God the smite was really good and they got the Nashor, else this game could have turned around.
Yeah, the best example I have of this is, you know, when SKT went for that Nashor play, 2 of them died, and it took about 2 to 3 minutes for that whole setup and then for the team to respawn, and that gave OMG 2 to 3 minutes to just safely farm inside their base because all lanes are pushing into them, because when middle inhibitor goes down, all lanes just push into the enemy base.
Yeah, and that's actually worth pointing out is normally when you trade objectives for kills, kills tend to mean objectives to the other side because there's no one to defend, you've got a 5-on-3, all kinds of wonderful stuff. But as you mentioned, the inhib going down, the lanes all pushing, there was nothing to do but farm. OMG couldn't get across the map to do anything with their kills, so it let SKT respawn and have 3 Baron buffs to keep sieging.
That was an insane game, and with that game, the group stage is now officially over. But before we move on, let's check out those final standings for Group A. OMG and SKT share first place at 7-1. The head-to-head record sitting tie at 101. Lemon Dogs officially in third at 3-5. TSM 2-6. And Gaming Gear with a win, rounding out the table at 1-7. And because I don't like to play favorites, let's check out the final standings for Group B. Similarly, in first place, it's Europe's Fnatic with that 7-1 record, while Gambit takes second thanks to their tie-breaking win.
And rounding out the final Group B standings are Korea's Ozone, North America's Vulcan, and the Philippines' Meneski.
I'm not about to like this next part. Last but not least, it's time to reveal the final standings for the analyst desk. The champions of the group stage are you guys, the viewers. Monte Cristo takes second place with a respectable 31-9. And in third place, it's the rest of you guys. Tie at 30-10. The moral of the story is the viewers are better than we are. That's what counts.
True.
That's what counts.
Yep.
Okay, guys, even though the games are done, the excitement is far from over. And here at the League of Legends studios, coming up after the break, the 4 teams who got a bye into the quarterfinal round, Cloud9, Najin Black Sword, Royal Club, and the Gamma Bears will blind pick their opponents for next week's best of 3 matches.
Yeah, the selection process works like this. The captain from one of the #1 seeds is going to make their way on stage and draw a position that indicates which quarterfinal match they'll be playing in. After that, the captain will blind draw one of the 4 group stage teams as their opponents. This will be repeated 3 more times till the bracket is filled, and we know our 4 matchups.
All right, guys, we are going to take a short break, but we'll be right back with a selection of the quarterfinal matchups. Plus, Cloud9's Meteos and High will join us in the interview lounge to talk about their quarterfinal matchup specifically. The Season 3 World Championship will be right back, so do not go AFK.
We only lost 1.